Chapter 1. Cataclysm. In the aftermath of a sudden cataclysm, the Earth lay ravaged, species mutated, food scarce, living conditions dire, an era utterly annihilated, and civilization reduced to nothingness. 300 kilometers west of the Ninth Special District, in a lawless zone of urban planning, on an unnamed street, a 23-year-old youth, clutching the hem of his garment, hastened along with his head bowed. The street was dilapidated and unsightly. The underground sewage system had collapsed long ago, and makeshift outdoor toilets emitted a foul stench, connected to rows of decrepit storefronts. The entire area was dimly lit, and occasionally groups of people could be seen standing by the roadside, predominantly women, with few men among them. The young man, walking briskly and avoiding eye contact, was named Chinyu. Standing at a height of 182 centimeters, he possessed a robust physique. Today, he found himself unemployed, intending to purchase a formal resident identity for the Ninth Special District, thus initiating the first step of his plan. Chinyu had once been strikingly handsome, with well-defined features and a bright disposition that could be deemed charming. However, he now appeared somewhat disheveled, with unshaven stubble, hair that clung together in unkempt strands, and clothing marred by grease and stains, rendering him inconspicuous amidst the crowd. As he strode purposefully forward, Chinyu glanced up at the intersection, preparing to return home from the left side. "Hey, young man," a clear voice rang out as a woman, clad in a somewhat faded dress and wrapped in a jacket, gently tugged at Chinyu's arm from the roadside. Chinyu paused momentarily, turning to look back. "What is it?" $30, the woman said, raising 3 slender fingers while glancing at the dilapidated storefront behind her, and whispered, "Let's go there." "Heh, I can't afford it," Chinyu replied with a laugh, resuming his pace. "Wait." The woman reached out again and pulled at Chinyu. 25, will 25 do? Chinyu assessed the woman for a moment, hesitating before shaking his head. "I have no money." "Not interested in me?" "There are others inside." "Truly, I have no money." Chinyu shook his arm free. "Let go of me, I'm in a hurry to get home." Biting her crimson lip, the woman clutched Chinyu tightly, and after a long silence, softly added, "2 bowls of rice will suffice, but it must be measured with my bowl." Chinyu furrowed his brow. "I told you, I don't have any. Now, please move aside." The woman remained steadfast, her gaze pleadingly directed toward the group of children aged around 7 or 8 standing beside the storefront. "I have 3 children. If I don't make any money tonight, I won't be able to feed them. Please, help me just this once. A bowl of rice would do ill for you." Chinyu looked at her coldly. "How long has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you lack the means to sustain yourself, why procreate?" The woman was taken aback. Chinyu forcefully shook off her grip and continued onward, clutching his garment. After standing still for a moment, the woman hurried back to the storefront, breathless. "That man has it. I saw what he was hiding in his garment when I pulled at him." Approximately half an hour later, Chinyu returned to a crumbling 6-story building, ascending the dusty, dilapidated staircase to his home on the 5th floor. This building housed only Chinyu and his friend Xiao Zhuang. Many walls had collapsed, and in another time, it would have been deemed a dangerous structure on the verge of demolition. However, in this era, the concept of home was limited to one's physical presence, unrelated to the quality of the dwelling. Chinyu chose this place because it lacked electricity and a water source, absolving him of any costly living expenses. The interior was stark, containing merely a bed, 2 battered cabinets, and no entertainment facilities, save for a single tattered military magazine, its publication date dating back to 2019. Upon entering, Chinyu shed his filthy coat and retrieved a shiny canvas bag from within his garment. Cautiously, he approached the bedside, took a cracked bowl, and began to scoop out enticing white rice, calling out, "Xiao Zhuang, is dinner ready?" "Not yet, I just got back," came a response from within, as a young man of similar age to Chinyu emerged, with dark skin and a resolute expression. Just as Chinyu was about to converse with Xiao Zhuang, a thunderous clamor of footsteps erupted from downstairs. He froze momentarily, swiftly concealing the bag and bowl within the cabinet, and stepped towards the entrance, which was merely a decrepit wooden door. In less than 10 seconds, a group of 7 or 8 children, accompanied by dozens of men and women, appeared in the stairwell. The staircase, situated outdoors, was cracked and the iron railings rusted. With so many people rushing up in a frenzied manner, the old building trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Chinyu immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Don't rush up so recklessly, damn it. The stairs might collapse." "Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat." Each child held a small bowl, standing on the stairs, their filthy faces gazing up at Chinyu. "I'm hungry too. Did you have dinner at home? If not, let's eat together." Chinyu replied playfully. The children's eyes were innocent and their thoughts simple, yet the adults behind them had shed the pretense of humanity. A burly man with a shaved head was the first to shout, "Get the food. If you don't, you won't get down." "I have no food." Chinyu waved his hand dismissively. "I truly don't. We're all starving ghosts in this planning zone. It's tough for everyone. If I had any, I wouldn't just keep it for myself. I'd at least share." "Quit the nonsense. We saw you hiding the food," the burly man continued. "Hurry up and hand it over. We won't take much, just half." "There's none." Chinyu shook his head. "Go into his room," the burly man commanded with a deep voice. "Uncle, I want food. Give me food." The crowd surged forward, the staircase creaking ominously as it threatened to collapse under the weight. Seeing the throng, Chinyu's eyes reddened. He lifted his right leg and drew a knife from his filthy trousers, pointing it at the crowd, shouting, "Damn it, do you think I'm a lone wolf? Who in this hellhole is afraid of death? I have food, but if you force me, it'll break this knife over your heads." The crowd momentarily hesitated, but the burly man coldly retorted, "There are children in front, you might as well stab them first." "Damn it, Chin," you was momentarily at a loss for words. "Go inside and get the food," the burly man barked again. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the stairs surged forward, and the children instantly crowded around Chinyu, pleading, "Uncle, give me food. Uncle, I haven't eaten for several days." "Get away." Chinyu shouted helplessly at the children, brandishing the knife, "or I'll stab you. I swear I will." Inside, Xiao Zhuang noticed the commotion at the door and quickly stepped forward to block Chinyu, shouting at the crowd, "Don't be impulsive, let's talk this through." The starving children were fearless, clinging to Chinyu, while the adults pressed in from behind. Chinyu, with his robust physique, stepped forward to block the doorway, glaring and shouting, "I'm only looking out for myself, don't push me." The crowd surged forward, heedless of Chinyu's words. Chinyu was being pulled aside by the diminutive children, but he could not bring himself to truly stab anyone, so he struggled against the advancing adults. "Uncle, just give me a bowl of rice." "Get lost." As a child of about 10 tugged at Chinyu, he suddenly jerked his arm to break free, inadvertently causing the child to collide with the onrushing crowd. The child stumbled, losing his balance and falling through the gap in the iron railing. "Ah!" A terrified scream from the child echoed, reverberating through the air. Thud! The sound of the body hitting the ground followed. Chinyu and Xiao Zhuang stood in stunned silence, gasping as they gazed at the iron railing, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The crowd fell silent, the staircase settling back into a stillness. That child fell. Xiao Zhuang was the first to shout in alarm. Dozens of people turned to glance downstairs, their expressions blank, and within 2 seconds, they collectively turned their heads back. The child's mother, after a moment of shock, let out a wail and rushed down the stairs. Chinyu was taken aback. "Food." The child fell, they won't let him go without food. "Steal from him." The clamor erupted, the atmosphere tense, as none of the remaining crowd turned to check on the child who had fallen, but instead continued to push forward. Xiao Zhuang, standing at the door, glared at the encroaching crowd, acutely aware that if he didn't shed blood today, he might have to fight for his life. Thus, he licked his lips and shouted, "Fine, you're tough, I give in. I'll get it for you." Hearing this, Chinyu immediately grasped Xiao Zhuang's arm, commanding in a low voice, "We can't give them anything, not a single grain." Xiao Zhuang gazed at the throng outside the door, his eyes wide with intensity as he retorted, "The grain has already leaked away without a taste of sweetness. These people will surely not disperse. Offering them sweetness will only lead to greater trouble." Chinyu replied with an air of gravity, "Better to fight to the death than to relent." "Preposterous." Xiao Zhuang disagreed vehemently, insisting, "In this scenario, you possess a single firearm, yet with so many outside, do you truly believe you can subdue them? If you cannot maintain control, we will undoubtedly be robbed. Can you not see how desperate they have become?" Just listen to me. I will return for the firearm. Shall you, do you not perceive? They haven't even left after a child fell. These individuals have lost all sense of reason, Xiao Zhuang said, tugging at Qin Ye's arm and speaking in a hushed tone. We have enough for ourselves, and we have already exchanged our goods for coin. Offering them a bowl of rice would not significantly harm us, so I refuse to gamble with our lives. I have a share of the grain, and I have the right to decide how it is utilized. Qin Yu fell silent at this proclamation. Xiao Zhuang straightened his posture and, with a fierce glare, shouted at the burly leader, "The designated area has its own means of survival. Take the rice and cease your disturbances. Leave at once. You won't starve, so you'd best be gone quickly." The burly leader nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuang retreated and returned with a large bowl of rice, slamming it down on the ground with a resounding thud. Now leave. Dozens of eyes fixated on the rice, glimmering with avarice, yet none dared to step forward to take it. After a few moments of silence, the burly leader, with a measured hand, retrieved a cloth bag from his waist and poured the rice into it in one swift motion. Get out now, Xiao Zhuang urged, his patience wearing thin. The crowd remained motionless at the door, the burly leader scrutinizing the two, sweat glistening on his brow as he secured the rice to his waist without making an immediate exit. Do you not comprehend my command to leave? Xiao Zhuang frowned, reiterating his demand. After a brief pause, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, if he can offer us a bowl of rice, there must be at least a large bag left. Give us more, there are too many people, and this won't suffice. More rice. Otherwise, we'll just storm in and take it. What's there to discuss?" The cries and curses echoed throughout the six-story building, and this time, some in the crowd stealthily produced knives and weapons, their expressions dark and devoid of gratitude. The burly leader spread his hands and spoke in a low tone. "You see, these people are famished and beyond reason. I cannot control them. If you would hand over the bag of rice, we could take half and be on our way." "Damn you!" Xiao Zhuang, now frantic, drew a knife from his own clothing. "What are you doing? Do you wish to fight? Am I afraid of you? We're starving. What do we have to lose?" The crowd showed no fear of Xiao Zhuang, advancing behind the burly leader into the house. Xiao Zhuang was taken aback, standing frozen and bewildered. He felt the urge to act, yet lacked the confidence to manage these frenzied individuals. Yet, refraining from action would undoubtedly leave him unable to protect his possessions. Crack, crack. At that moment, Qin Yu pulled out a 20-centimeter-long, 3-chambered, rotating breech large-caliber pistol from the cupboard, swiftly chambering around. Upon seeing the firearm, the crowd instinctively halted. Qin Yu, expressionless, retrieved an entire large bag of grain from the cupboard and tossed it onto the floor, declaring, "All the grain is right here. Those who wish to eat may come forward." The crowd fell silent. "Who do you think you're intimidating?" The burly leader spat, his eyes ablaze. "Starving is a death sentence. We are not afraid of your pitiful gun." Qin Yu tilted his head to gaze at the other party, gesturing with his left hand towards the grain sacks while exclaiming, "The food is right here. Just reach out and take it." "Come on up." The burly leader hesitated for a mere half-second before turning around to shout, "With so many of us, he has just one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all." Having said that, the sturdy leader stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the grain sack. Bang! The gun fired, the mechanism clicking into action. The leader was propelled back half a meter, blood splattering across the floor as a large hole was blown into his chest. Qin Yu, holding the gun in his right hand, called out expressionlessly, "Without food, you may starve to death in a few days, but right now, whoever dares to reach for it first, I will shoot him dead." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "I still have 2 bullets left. Will you take it?" Qin Yu suddenly bellowed. The crowd retreated 2 steps in response. Qin Yu advanced, bending down to unfasten the grain sack tied around the leader's waist. Softly instructing, "Xiao Zhuang, grab the supplies. We are leaving." Xiao Zhuang immediately dashed back into the room. With his gun still raised, Qin Yu commanded, "Form 2 lines and clear the way." The crowd remained motionless. Qin Yu lifted his weapon, aiming it at the person closest to him, demanding, "Will you move or not?" The individual hesitated for half a second before swiftly stepping aside, prompting the others to follow suit and clear a path downstairs. 5 minutes later, upon reaching the ground floor, Qin Yu encountered a mother weeping bitterly as she cradled her injured child. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu tossed the rice he had given to the leader towards her. saying, "They will be coming down soon. Hide the food." The mother was taken aback but quickly accepted the sack, replying, "Thank you. Thank you. I will bow to you. With food, we won't have to die." Qin Yu led Xiao Zhuang away, vanishing swiftly into the night at around 3 in the morning, amidst the vast Gobi Desert. Qin Yu divided the food and tossed it to Xiao Zhuang, saying, "I've taken your share. Let us part ways." Xiao Zhuang, bewildered, asked, "Is it really necessary? Wasn't it just a disagreement between us?" Qin Yu interrupted, "Xiao Zhuang, if people are not on the same path, it's better not to gather together. It can endanger both you and me. I am heading to Zone 9. Take care of yourself." With that, Qin Yu turned without a hint of reluctance and set off towards his new beginning in the 9th Special Zone. Meanwhile, within the military encampment to the left of the planned area, a burly black man, flashing a broad smile, inquired in fluent Chinese, "Did you hear the gunfire inside? Want to go take a look?" "Take a look at what?" "This place is rife with grain theft and death. They even dare to ambush military vehicles." "Who do we think we are?" replied an older man lazily reclining on a dilapidated wooden bed, puffing on inferior tobacco in the northern region of Asia. Within the 9th Special Zone, Songjiang City, Qin Yu stood in the office building of the Municipal Police Department, part of the Black Street Police Division, smiling at a middle-aged man, asking, "Is it ready?" "Yes, come in." The middle-aged man gestured, turning to enter the office on the left. Qin Yu straightened his attire and followed him inside. The office was spacious, approximately 60 square meters, but seated behind the desk was only one individual. He appeared to be around 40, sporting a handlebar mustache, with a notably stern visage. The middle-aged man approached the desk, placing 2 stacks of documents in front of the mustachioed man, softly stating, "Director, this is the last one." "Has he undergone a physical examination?" the mustachioed man inquired, picking up the documents. "Yes," came the reply. "All right, you may leave." "Understood." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man exited, while Qin Yu took a couple of steps forward. Standing in front of the desk without speaking, merely observing the mustachioed man as he reviewed the documents. Within the desk, the mustachioed man furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the information, muttering, "Qin Yu, 22 years old, weighing 75 kilograms. Standing 1.82 meters tall, born before the era, originally from J City, Heilongjiang Province. That's not far from present-day Songjiang. Prior to employment, resided in the planned area, parents missing, presumed deceased, no relatives." Why is your record blank?" "I simply have no record," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Surviving in the planned area is tough. I did whatever I could for food. There's no time for A or some daha." The mustachioed man chuckled. "Before you came, you could have at least written something. A blank record doesn't look good in the system." "All right, I'll fill something out later," Qin Yu quickly agreed. The mustachioed man scrutinized the documents again, asking, "No record means no military service, so do you have any experience with firearms?" Without hesitation, Qin Yu shook his head. "No any criminal record?" "No." The mustachioed man pondered for a moment, then slowly set down the documents. Looking up at Qin Yu with a smile, "In that lawless, unrestrained place known as the planned area, you've managed to scrape together enough money to buy a work and residence permit for the 9th Special Zone. You must have some experience." "Not really." Qin Yu grinned. "Just had some good fortune and met a few benefactors." The mustachioed man picked up a cup of water, appraising Qin Yu, and nodded symbolically. "You seem quite spirited." Qin Yu smiled politely, refraining from a response. The mustachioed man set down the cup, folding his hands as he looked at Qin Yu, succinctly advising, "The situation in the 9th Special Zone is quite unique. While it falls under the administration of the United Government, it possesses a high degree of autonomy, fundamentally differing from the 8 other districts. This area is ethnically diverse, with not only us Asians but also many blacks and whites, making the social environment very complex. Certain regions indeed exist in chaos that we aspire to change but cannot do so immediately. As a police officer, you must adapt to this environment from all angles." "Understood." Qin Yu nodded solemnly. "Moreover, I don't care what your past experiences are, but while you are under my command, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must behave appropriately, cause trouble, and I will dispose of you immediately." The mustachioed man continued, hands tucked into his pockets, his tone flat yet firm. "Director Li, I am here to help you avoid trouble." Qin Yu chuckled. The mustachioed man laughed, tapping on the touchscreen phone on the desk and leaning towards the microphone. Moments later, a male voice echoed, "Hello, Director. This is the first criminal investigation team. Where's Yuan Ku? Director Li inquired. Yuan is out at the moment, but we've got a newcomer for you. Hurry over to collect him. All right, understood, that's all. Director Li scratched his mustache, reaching for the hang-up button. Wait at the door. Someone will come to take you shortly. You can learn the specific rules once you get to the team. Understood, Director Li. Qin nodded, stepping forward to place a small black bag on the desk. Xiaoqi specifically instructed me to remind you that the Special Zones police system is currently the toughest to enter. Without your help, I wouldn't know how long I would have to wait for my position, so please don't forget the courtesy. Director Li casually opened the bag, and, upon seeing a diamond roughly the size of a soybean, paused slightly. You have quite the connections in the planned area. How did you procure this? It's been years since I've seen one. Qin chuckled, saying nothing in reply. Director Li tossed the small bag into a drawer, locking it, then looked back at Qin, remarking, You may be young, but you certainly have a certain presence. That's all I have. Qin feigned humility, scratching his head, noticing that Director Li was not immediately leaving for lunch. He engaged him in further conversation. A few minutes later, a stout young man, around Qin age, entered the room, standing tall and saluting as he announced, Report, Director Li, I am Qi Lin, a third-tier officer from Team 1. Here to escort the new colleague back to the team. Director Li patted Qin arm, saying, Work hard and strive for a commendation by year-end, so I can see you shine. Yes, Qin nodded. All right, off you go to the team. Director Li pointed to Qi Lin, instructing, Make sure to look after this young man. With a diamond in hand, Qin had managed to engage in less than 10 minutes of conversation with Director Li. Receiving only a brief promise of oversight. In the corridor, the chubby Qi Lin walked beside Qin, engaging him in conversation. Where are you from, brother? From the planned area. That dreadful place? Qi Lin paused, surprised. That must have been tough. Just a bit of luck, Qin replied. Qin smiled. Qi Lin nodded and chose not to pursue the matter further. In these times, with shortages of food and drink, survival is difficult, and everyone may harbor some untold secrets. As they walked briskly, Qi Lin introduced the basics of the police department to Qin. This functional department primarily oversees criminal work within a certain area, including public security and case investigations, but does not encompass a series of administrative tasks such as household registration, deregistration, issuing residence permits, or handling immigration procedures. In simpler terms, it resembles the district offices from years past, albeit with less delineated functions. For instance, the department where Qin worked not only dealt with major criminal cases but also managed basic public order. After about an hour, Qi Lin guided Qin through the 5 floors of the police department, introducing him to the armory, interrogation rooms, public case handling areas, training rooms, and the cafeteria, among other functional spaces. During their interactions, Qin observed that Qi Lin was quite affable, able to strike up conversations wherever he went. Moreover, he displayed great patience. Whenever Qin inquired about something, Qi Lin provided detailed answers, appearing at least on the surface to be a warm-hearted individual. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qi Lin led Qin to the communications department, where he was instructed to purchase an internal phone. However, upon glancing at the counter, Qin discovered that there was only one model available, and it appeared outdated, with a price that was decidedly unwelcoming. What brand is this? I've never heard of it, Qin remarked, inspecting the phone before turning to Qi Lin. Never mind, I'll wait until I settle down to buy one elsewhere. This place is too pricey. Qi Lin chuckled, glanced at the young man sitting behind the counter, and then leaned in to whisper to Qin, You might as well buy it here. Why? Qin asked, puzzled. Well, there's no particular reason. The communications department is run by the police chief, but the phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, which is why new recruits always buy their phones here. Qi Lin blinked as he explained, As newcomers, it's best not to draw special attention. Although this phone may not be very durable, it will save you the trouble of dealing with the communications department's system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you can simply input your name and badge number to get started. Having lived in an ungoverned designated area for several years, Qin was no stranger to the basic nuances of human relations. Thus, when Qi Lin hinted at the situation, he chose not to insist further and reluctantly said to the clerk, Then please get me one. Thank you. Why the reluctance? Because Qin was exceedingly frugal, loath to part with even a small amount of money without a warranty. Even for a pair of socks, it was precisely this nature that enabled him to save money when it mattered, allowing him to come to the 9th Special Zone for work. After acquiring the phone, Chi Lin led him out of the police department and across the street to a general goods store. Although it was early August and the sky was clear, the air remained as cold as winter, with sporadic patches of white snow visible on the streets. Has it been snowing in the special zone as well? Qin Yu inquired. It has been snowing for 3 years, Chi Lin replied. Goodness, it's unbearable, Qin Yu sighed, shaking his head. As they conversed, they entered a large general goods store. Upon stepping inside, Qin Yu glanced around, brushing off a few specks of mud from his legs, and remarked, This store is quite large, yet there's hardly anyone here. Feel free to browse. Buy whatever you need, Chi Lin said, taking a puff from his electronic cigarette. As Qin Yu wandered around the shelves, he found himself increasingly frowning. After wandering back and forth for over 10 minutes, he had yet to pick up a single item. Why aren't you getting anything? Chi Lin asked as he approached from the counter. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu looked at Chi Lin and asked, Hey, are you in on this? What do you mean? The prices here are at least 30% higher than outside, and a lot of the goods are counterfeit. I squeezed one of the comforters, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel wool. It pricked my hand. Man, while the merchandise may be subpar, all the newcomers in the police department buy from here. Why's that? Qin Yu questioned, perplexed. Because this store is owned by Captain Yuan's cousin. Chi Lin explained quietly that ITS considered the designated procurement unit for the police department. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression fell. And after a moment of contemplation, he replied, So, does Director Li shop here as well? Now, you're just being contrary. Even if Director Li dared to shop here, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell to him. Chi Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Only newcomers buy here. After 2 months, you won't need to shop here anymore. If I don't buy anything at all, aren't they just treating me like a fool? Qin Yu retorted without hesitation. Let us go. Take me to another store. Chi Lin was taken aback. That you've already spent so much money. Do you really care about this little bit? Trust me, everyone buys from here. Don't make a fuss about it. Buying a phone is already showing enough respect to the captain. Qin Yu took a step toward the exit. Hey, Xiao Yu, just listen to me for a moment. Are you getting a commission or something? Trust me, it's the right choice. Just buy a few items. Buy what? The toilet paper feels like razor blades. After one use, I do need a band-aid. Qin Yu was resolute. Striding out without further discussion to AT 4:30 in the afternoon, outside the dormitory building of the police department, in front of the entrance to the first criminal investigation team's room, Chi Lin called out cheerfully to the few individuals inside. Sangu, I've brought the newcomer. Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The leader, upon hearing Chi Lin, glanced at Qin Yu and said, Come in. As the two entered, Qin Yu surveyed the cramped space, noting that the room, which was less than 30 square meters, contained 6 sets of bunk beds, 12 beds in total, 2 shared metal lockers, and numerous personal belongings. That it appeared quite crowded. Yet overall, it was relatively tidy, lacking any particularly unpleasant odors. Let me introduce you, Qin Yu. This is Sangu, the leader of our action team, Chi Lin said, subtly indicating the other's status. Sangu has been with us for 3 years, has outstanding professional abilities, and is Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Sangu, this is Qin Yu, our new brother. Hello, Sangu, Qin Yu greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Sangu, sporting a buzz cut, glanced at Qin Yu while still holding his cards, merely nodding slightly before asking, Where are you from? The designated area, Qin Yu replied honestly. Sangu paused. The designated area? What were you doing there? I was delivering goods for a boss, mainly daily necessities. On the road. That's not easy. No, not really. I was just the driver. Oh, a driver? Sangu's initial surprise faded, replaced with a relaxed tone as he continued. What connections did you leverage to get into the police department? A friend made an introduction. I joined the police department at my own expense. Huh, so you bought your way in? Sangu said, now focused on his cards. All right, just wait for Captain Yuan to come back and make arrangements. Sure, Chi Lin told Qin Yu. You can take the bed next to the window. Okay, Qin Yu replied as he picked up his belongings from the guard's office and headed toward the chosen bed. Hey, wait a moment. Sangu turned upon noticing the items Qin Yu was carrying. What is up, Sangu? Qin Yu turned back. Sangu looked at the bag in Qin Yu's hand, asking, Where did you buy those daily necessities? I forgot the name. It's just a store next to the unit. Qin Yu answered casually. Sangu, still focused on his cards, turned his back to Chi Lin and asked, Chi Lin, didn't you tell the newcomer where to shop? Chi Lin felt suddenly awkward. He was reluctant to admit in front of Qin Yu that the latter had ignored his advice, which would make him seem untrustworthy. Yet, failing to respond would leave him inexplicably blamed. After a brief moment of silence, Qinyu interjected. Qilin mentioned I should buy daily necessities across the street, but the prices were a bit high, and I didn't have much money. So I went to the nearby store. Right on the dot, Sangu said, holding his cards and keeping Qinyu in suspense for a few seconds before replying. It's all right. Just get your bed sorted. All right, Qinyu nodded and stepped inside, opening his bag to begin organizing his bedding. Qilin stood by, helping him with the arrangements while quietly advising. New recruits usually take the upper bunk by the window since it's drafty here. And it gets quite cold at night. Later, you can use your coat as a blanket for a while. Once more newcomers arrive, it'll be fine. What's the big deal? I've spent months living outdoors. Qinyu appeared utterly unconcerned as he lowered his head to open his suitcase, discreetly pulling out 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes and placing them into Qilin's hands. What is this? Qilin exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the cigarettes. I just saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier. Qinyu replied with a smile. I don't have much of value on me, so I thought I'd gift you these 2 boxes. You've kept me company all day. Thank you. In an era where even meals can be a challenge, tobacco is indeed a luxury. Moreover, these were vintage brands from years past. The vast majority of smokers could only dream of encountering them, let alone smoking them. Holding the 2 boxes of cigarettes, Qilin gazed in bewilderment and remarked, How did you acquire these in the planning area? Zhonghua. I haven't seen these in years. Even impoverished places have their perks. Qinyu replied with a grin. I'll handle my own things. You go ahead and busy yourself. I'll treat you to something later. Thanks, brother. Qilin replied without hesitation, stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket. As the two conversed, Lao San suddenly turned around, cocking his head to look at Qinyu with a grin. Oh, you've got some hard goods in hand. Qinyu, taken aback by the realization that he had been under scrutiny, replied, A friend gifted them to me. Good stuff. We haven't seen anything like that. Lao San sneered. Qilin, momentarily startled, promptly pulled out 2 boxes of Zhonghua, bending slightly as he approached. We're all brothers. Let us smoke together. Come on. Each take one. Qinyu offered the cigarettes to Qilin as a gesture of appreciation for his companionship throughout the day, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he didn't feel indebted to the others in the room. Now that Lao San had brought it to light, and considering that he would have to continue living in this space, he pondered for a moment before retrieving another box of Zhonghua from his bag. At the card table, Lao San pushed Qilin's arm aside. These cigarettes are too good. I've never smoked them before, so I'm not used to it. Qilin stood frozen, bewildered by the remark. Qinyu found the comment rather stinging, frowning as he shoved the cigarettes back into his bag, continuing to pack his belongings. Lao San, chuckling, turned to Qinyu and said, Here's the deal. We have a rule here. Newcomers work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, you'll be on duty. No issues, right? Qinyu glanced at Qilin, who avoided his gaze. It soon dawned on him what was happening. Third brother, how's the schedule arranged for those 3 shifts? It means back-to-back. Day shifts at the station and night shifts on the street, Lao San explained, taking a sip from his cup. Is there extra pay for overtime? Qinyu inquired. In our team, there's no such thing as overtime pay, Lao San replied without lifting his head. Shall you just take the 3 shifts? Qilin hesitated for a moment before adding. I'll find someone to cover for you for 2 days. You're quite loyal, Xiao Qi, remarked a young man sitting next to Lao San, teasing him that we're all brothers. We help each other. Qilin smiled. Lao San set down his cup and pointed at Qilin. Once he finishes with the uniform, you can explain the schedule to him. All right. Qilin nodded. Third brother, I can't take this shift. Qinyu interjected suddenly. The room fell silent at once. Lao San licked his lips and tilted his head at Qinyu. Everyone else can handle it. Why can't you? I have a heart condition. I can't handle staying up late. That's fine. I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you. Just take the 3 shifts, Lao San retorted. I said, I can't do it, Qinyu replied with a smile. You little brat. Lao San's face darkened after being challenged twice by the newcomer. Who do you think you are? Everyone else can handle it. Why can't you? Third brother, we're all brothers here. What's this about? Let us talk it out. Qilin interjected, attempting to mediate. Bang! Lao San punched Qilin on the shoulder. What do you think you are? Who asked you to speak? Qilin, clutching the cigarettes in his hand, stood there, torn between speaking up and leaving. Lao San, with 4 others in tow, stepped forward and asked Qinyu, Next week, you'll be on duty all week. When you have your heart attack, then we'll consider it over. Understand? In the dormitory, Qin Yu squinted at Lao San and the others, succinctly responding, I understand the words, but this isn't my job. I can't handle it. What? Do you have some high-ranking relatives in your department? Lao San grinned, grabbing Qin Yu by his collar. You just got here and want to push your weight around. Can you manage that? Don't touch me. Oh, so you're a cactus now. I'll touch you. What are you going to do about it? Lao San, robust in stature, raised his right arm and aimed a punch at the side of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu sidestepped, pulling Lao San's wrist with both hands while his right leg swept horizontally. Bang, crash. A deafening sound reverberated as Lao San was hurled onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing. Beat him, Lao San shouted, clutching his head. Qin Yu bent over, reaching into the lower bunk, grasping Lao San by his collar, and swiftly raised his knee to strike his temple. Bang! Lao San's head snapped back, colliding with the wall. Hit him hard. If something goes wrong, it's on me, he ordered, and in an instant, everyone lunged forward. Meanwhile, Qin Yu adeptly maneuvered out from the bed, retreating a couple of steps, positioning himself against the corner between the window and the bed, his body slightly hunched. Lao San rose, seizing a retractable baton from the wall. As he approached Qin Yu while muttering curses, You little brat think you can flip the place over just because you've arrived? At that moment, the ajar door swung open, revealing a woman in a light green police uniform. Her voice booming, What is going on? The group turned in unison at the sound. Lao San, taken aback, wiped the blood from his forehead and quickly replied with a grin, Sister, when did I heard the commotion from the hallway? What are you trying to do? Kill someone? The woman, in her early 30s, was slightly shorter but strikingly attractive, with an oval face and large, expressive eyes. It's nothing, just a new kid here, and we're having a little chat. Lao San grinned back. The woman scanned the room with an annoyed expression, glaring at Lao San as she retorted, Why are you being so domineering? Did the newcomer offend you? No, I told him to take the shifts. But he refused and even cursed at me, Lao San explained, casually setting the baton down. How many times have I caught you playing cards during duty hours? This is the third time. Sister Wen rolled her eyes at Lao San, her tone impatient as she warned, If you cause any more ruckus, don't say I didn't take note of it. Understood, Sister Wen. Lao San nodded repeatedly. Sister Wen, uninterested in entering the dorm, called out to Qin Yu from the doorway. You the new one? Yes, Qin Yu replied, nodding. Why haven't you gone to collect your uniform? I went earlier, but there was no one there, Qin Yu answered, looking somewhat sheepish. Sister Wen shot him a sharp glance. Nonsense. I was in the office the whole time. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I must have missed it. Come with me to collect your uniform, Sister Wen ordered, turning to leave. All right, Qin Yu quickly nodded, bending to grab his belongings and heading out, calling back to Qi Lin. Come with me. Qi Lin, unsure how to face Lao San, immediately followed him outside. In the dormitory, Lao San sat up, rubbing the lump on the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, muttering, This bastard has some moves. He hits hard. You okay? Third brother? One of the others asked. Lao San remained silent, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Hey, are you in the office? Just checking. Does the new guy, Qin Yu, have any connections up top? Are you sure? All right, I got it. In the hallway, Sister Wen turned to Qin Yu, hands clasped behind her back, and asked, Do you have someone backing you? Qin Yu paused. No, then be honest. This environment is quite complex, Sister Wen reminded him, her demeanor stern yet warm. Try to avoid conflict, and just focus on your work. It won't kill you. Thank you, Sister Wen. Qin Yu nodded. Sister Wen ceased her speech, leading Qin Yu to the ground floor warehouse, where she selected a set of standard police uniforms, a set of tactical training attire, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton for him before gracefully departing. In the lobby on the first floor, Qi Lin glanced at his watch and remarked, I have to deliver some materials shortly, so I won't be able to accompany you. When you return, try to speak gently, don't provoke them. That old third has Captain Yuan backing him, and if you offend him, you want to enjoy the consequences. Haha, all right, I understand, Qin Yu responded with a smile. If you're free later, let us have dinner together. Sure, if I'm not busy, I'll come find you, Qi Lin readily agreed. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Yu collected his belongings and returned to the dormitory. However, by that time, Old Third and his group had already left, leaving only two individuals behind, who cast a cold glance at Qin Yu before resuming their conversation on the bed. Qin Yu took a cursory glance at the two, returned to his bed with a nonchalant demeanor, and efficiently began organizing his belongings, completely ignoring them as the clock inched towards 7 in the evening. After tidying up, Qin Yu noticed that Qi Lin had yet to arrive. He decided to venture out alone to familiarize himself with the surroundings and perhaps enjoy a meal. He swung his legs over the bed, retrieved a waist pouch from beneath his pillow, secured it around his waist, and stepped outside. Oops, my apologies. Just as Qin Yu exited, he collided with the hurriedly approaching Qi Lin. The two exchanged a moment of surprise, and Qi Lin quickly explained, I got caught up in an impromptu meeting. So I'm late. What are you up to? I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to head out for a stroll and grab something to eat. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Let us go eat together, then. I have a friend who needs to discuss something today. Are you all right with that? Qi Lin inquired. Of course. Qin Yu responded after a moment's hesitation. It's fine. Let us go together. Great. They conversed briefly before descending the stairs, where they encountered another young man at the entrance of the dormitory. Qi Lin introduced his friend, Li Fugue, nicknamed Lao, stating, This is Lao, a friend who usually looks out for me. This is Qin Yu, our new intern in the first team. I heard you got into a spat with old third right after arriving. Lao, with one hand stuffed in his pocket and a mischievous grin, asked, Got a bit of a temper, do you? Not really, just had a minor argument, Qin Yu replied vaguely, sensing Lao's blunt demeanor. I can't stand them either. We just need to get the job done. Lao scoffed. The first team is full of slackers, wasting time on nonsense. Qin Yu found this remark somewhat amusing and turned to Qi Lin, who scratched his head in explanation. Lao just speaks his mind. No filters. Where are we eating? I'm not familiar with the area since I just arrived. Qin Yu replied quietly. You guys decide. Who's treating? Lao asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I will. Qin Yu chuckled. Oh, you're treating. Let us head to Urgi's place, Lao suggested. Let us not. It's quite pricey, Qi Lin advised. What's wrong with spending your money? Lao retorted. It's fine. It's fine. I still have some change. Dinner will definitely be covered, Qin Yu thought to himself, feeling a twinge of concern. In these times of scarcity, especially for essential produce and grains, dining out was indeed a luxury for most impoverished folks. However, Qin Yu understood the necessity of making friends in a new environment and that some social expenditures were unavoidable, especially since he had secured stable employment after settling on a dining location. The trio walked approximately 2 kilometers along the road until they found a restaurant called the Little Tavern. As Qin Yu stood by the roadside, he glanced at the restaurant's facade, subconsciously touching his waist pouch, feeling another pang of regret. Let us go, Lao called out, stepping up the stairs. Whoa! Just then, the loud roar of an engine erupted nearby, and an old SUV pulled up at the entrance. The three turned to look, and Lao exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of family drives a gasoline car? In this era, gasoline vehicles had become exceedingly rare. Most land had turned into uninhabitable zones, either too cold or plagued with lethal radiation, making oil extraction nearly impossible and thus a scarce resource, which explained Lao's surprise. After the SUV parked, 4 men and a woman stepped out, making their way toward the restaurant. Let us go inside. Qin Yu, having seen a bit of the world while in the planning zone, glanced at the gasoline vehicle twice before turning toward the restaurant entrance. However, Lao remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the woman among the 4 men, grinning and exclaiming, stunning, beautiful. Upon hearing Lao's remark, Qin Yu turned back, observing the almost infatuated look in Lao's eyes, and said, Let us go. She yes with the men. The woman, with captivating eyes, looked around before lowering her head and stating, I need to use the restroom, don't get any ideas. Hurry up, a short middle-aged man admonished, his accent bearing a hint of Japanese. That moment, Qi Lin's phone buzzed twice from his pocket. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the message, and then cast a complex look at Qin Yu, who was walking ahead. Inside the restaurant, after the trio sat down, Lao ordered 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with the cheapest half-liter bottle of white liquor. Don't worry about saving money for me. Order a couple more dishes, Qin Yu feigned politeness. No need. You just arrived and haven't even received your salary. This will suffice, Lao replied, his simple demeanor revealing a good heart. Rubbing his somewhat dry hands, he looked up at Qin Yu and asked, I heard you came from the planning zone? Yes. Qin Yu nodded. It must have been tough there? Not really, just a matter of getting used to it. Qin Yu smiled. Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere. True enough, the 3, being young, found it easy to converse without generational gaps, especially since both Lao and Qin Yu had cheerful personalities and enjoyed joking around. Quickly growing more familiar, during their discussion, Qin Yu noticed a detail. Qi Lin, in both his body language and tone, seemed to be somewhat obsequious toward Lao, adopting a notably submissive posture once the food and drinks arrived. Qin Yu raised his glass, stating, Now that we're seated, we're friends, Since I'm new here, let us look out for each other from now on. Not much to look out for in these times. If you have talent, you'll thrive anywhere. If not, no one can help you, Lao replied candidly, raising his glass to add, but it's only right to keep in touch, especially since you dared to stand up to old third. We can definitely be friends. Haha. Yu chuckled. Cheers, cheers, cheers. The three clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Come, let us pour some more. Lin wiped his mouth and picked up the bottle to refill Lao's glass. Asking, Lao, about that thing I mentioned last time, can it be arranged? Lao rolled his eyes and teased, holding a small piece of beef with his chopsticks. You're quite the schemer. It's Yu treating. And you're asking for a favor. How did you manage to accumulate all that cleverness? Lin, unfazed by the ribbing, simply scratched his head and replied, I'm just a bit tight on cash. Alas, when will you cease your incessant eating? Furrowing his brow, he continued, as for that matter of yours, I inquired, but there are currently no vacancies in the civil service if you wish to secure a position. You must resort to prayer and supplication. Yet, you lack the means for such endeavors, so it seems you must wait a while longer. Yu was momentarily taken aback and curiously asked, why is it essential to pursue a civil service role? Because he is timid, came the dismissive reply. Last year, during the report to the chief, we lost a total of 35 individuals over 6 months. The current state of affairs is chaotic. He feels insecure in the first team and seeks a less perilous occupation. Oh, I see. Yu displayed no visible surprise, for the security environment here was remarkably more tranquil compared to the planned district. The elder turned to Lin, his gaze laced with disdain as he admonished. Lin, you must grasp this fundamental truth. The environment has changed. If you do not strive and exert yourself, when will you ever rise again? I managed to get you into the civil service. If you lack connections, you will inevitably be pushed out after some time. What was it that was said? Circumstances create heroes. Let us not delve into distant examples. Consider Yuan Ke's older brother, before the establishment of a 9th special zone. What was he? But when chaos ensued, he ascended, and now, in this dark street, no one dares to provoke him. He has taken 6 wives. Who does he rely on? No one, I suppose. I could never compare to him. Lin grinned sheepishly. I simply wish to lead a life free of illness and misfortune, to support my mother and sister. Is that all you aspire to? The elder retorted, somewhat exasperated. I had hoped that by placing you in the first team, you might see some opportunities and make a name for yourself. Yet here you are, serving others, fetching tea. With your current standing, it's no wonder they take the liberty to give you a few punches. You lack even a semblance of equal status. What chance is there for you to cultivate connections? Is this how friendships are formed? Lin bowed his head in silence. With such a meek disposition. Your father named you Lin. Here I am, truly exceptional, yet my mother insists on calling me Li Fugue. Where is the justice in that? The elder shook his head with a sigh. Enough of these matters. Let us converse about something else. Yu interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. With that, Lin refrained from bringing up the job transfer again, and the three of them engaged in casual banter as time swiftly passed. As the clock struck 9, Lin glanced at the new message on his phone and promptly declared, there are matters at home. I must take my leave. We shall meet tomorrow. Not going to drink a little longer? Yu inquired. No, I must return. Allow me to accompany you. No need. I can manage on my own. Take care. It's nothing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin hurriedly departed, while Yu remained with the elder, continuing to drink. Elder, the fact that we can sit together and share a drink signifies friendship. Yu encouraged, his cheeks slightly flushed. In the future, show Lin a bit of respect. Am I berating him? I merely wish to stimulate his potential, the elder passionately emphasized. A person who remains on their knees will never rise to their feet. Do you understand? Yu pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. I am the police force. He is my only friend, and I watch him grow anxious. The elder, sensing the moment's gravity, shook his head. Enough about him. I have some serious matters to attend to. What matters? Yu asked, startled. I observed that young lady from earlier. She is likely not in a romantic relationship with those 4 men. The elder winked, speaking in hushed tones. I believe we can take action. Yu, somewhat bewildered, responded, which lady? Goodness, why are you so oblivious? The one who just alighted from the car outside. The elder grinned. She is quite striking. She reminds me of that former star, Jun Jihyun, tall with long legs. Come on, take it easy. Times have changed, and things are rather chaotic now. No worries, no worries. I will give it a try. The elder rubbed his hands together eagerly, rising with a mischievous demeanor and made his way toward the table by the window. Outside, Chi Lin stood by the roadside, taking a couple of deep puffs from his e-cigarette. After much internal deliberation, he finally decided to call Qin Yu. However, as his thumb hovered over the screen, he recalled that Qin Yu's new phone had yet to connect to the communication system, leaving him with no choice but to use the old number. Inside the restaurant, the elder smoothed back his hair and approached the table by the window, smiling as he addressed the young lady. "Hello, beautiful, are you dining out with family?" The young lady, initially gazing out the window, turned back with a puzzled expression upon hearing his call. "Do you need something?" "Well, haha. I'm the director of a television station's star anchor program. We are currently holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more?" the elder asked, weaving an elaborate tale. As he spoke, the short, middle-aged man seated across from her exchanged strange glances with his companions and asked in Japanese, "Is this about delivery?" His companion glanced at the elder, frowning slightly. He is not speaking in code. As the two conversed, the young lady regained her composure and responded warmly to the elder. "Is it really a television station? What a coincidence. I am studying to be a host." The elder, surprised by her enthusiasm, brightened. "That's wonderful. Do you have your contact information? Leave me a way to reach you, and we can discuss this privately later." As he spoke, the elder had already pulled out his phone, prepared for this moment. However, this was his personal phone, not the one mandated by the police department. The young lady took the phone, bending down to enter her number. Smack! The short, middle-aged man stood up, abruptly grasping the young lady's arm, his brow furrowed, returned the phone to him. "It's time to eat. Sir, I'm quite interested." The young lady smiled, lifting her gaze. "I said return the phone," the short man reiterated firmly. The elder tilted his head to glance at him, smiling brightly. "I genuinely work for the television station. Please don't be alarmed." "I mean no harm." The young lady hesitated but quickly returned the phone to the elder, apologizing. "Then never mind. I'm sorry." Seeing her so accommodating, the elder felt elated, but the sudden interruption from the goblin soured his mood. He opened his mouth to plead once more, but the young lady insisted, "Thank you, but I must decline." The elder stared at her for a moment before grinning back. "If that's how it is, then I'll take my leave. I apologize for the disturbance." 1 minute later, the elder sat down across from Qin Yu, his expression peculiar. "Did someone just turn you down?" Qin Yu inquired, picking at his food. The elder blinked, kicking Qin Yu under the table, looked down. Startled, Qin Yu glanced down, noticing the elder's phone displaying a dial page, inputting 959595. What does that mean?" Qin Yu asked, confused. The elder rubbed his face, murmuring, "Damn it, we've stumbled upon something. You mean those 4 men and the lady surely are not together? She just kicked me under the table," the elder remarked, retrieving his phone and taking a sip of his drink. "But I can't discern their intentions. However, that young lady is signaling for our assistance to the window-side table." The short man checked his watch, his expression stern as he whispered to his companion, "Was that person who arrived just now a chance encounter or a test?" "Hard to say," his companion replied, shaking his head. The short man's gaze flitted nervously toward the elder. "Time is up. We should leave." "Agreed." The companion nodded, coldly addressing the young lady. "Do not cause trouble. Come with us." The young lady, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, stole a glance at the elder before nodding in response. Not far away, the elder was fidgeting anxiously, whispering to Qin Yu, "What should we do? Should we intervene?" At that moment, a fully electric car pulled up outside the restaurant. Initially, Qin Yu had no interest in the group of 4 men and 1 woman, but upon the elder's remarks, he too cast a glance toward the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in suede jackets and work trousers, their feet shod in worn leather boots. Their piercing gazes and the reddened skin visible beneath their clothing suggested an unsettling chill. They did not appear to belong to the special zone. Qin Yu lowered his head and remarked, "What makes you think that?" Lao, slightly curious, inquired. "They're dressed too heavily. They bear signs of frostbite," Qin Yu succinctly replied. "They seem like the kind of rogues from the planned area." "What do you mean by rogues?" Lao asked. "Those who make a living on the edge." Qin Yu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, Lao felt a twinge of unease. "Are we really foolish enough to intervene? We might not stand a chance against them." "Did you bring a sidearm?" Qin Yu queried. "Of course not. I came here to eat." Lao shook his head. "Then I suggest we refrain from action." Qin Yu frowned, contemplating. "Let us call the team." As the two exchanged their rapid thoughts, the 4 men had already stood up with the girl and began to settle their bill in preparation to leave. "Damn it, they're leaving," Lao stammered, his hand trembling as he lifted his glass, his nerves causing him to speak incoherently. Shouldn't we follow them? What are you, Neza? Do you have a windfire wheel? Chinyu retorted, exasperated. They arrived by car, and you intend to chase them on foot. Are you joking? I forgot. Chinyu cast a furtive glance at the four men, his brow furrowed as he added, if those four rogues are truly up to something. They are undoubtedly armed. Even if we were to leap out, we couldn't stop them. Lao was indeed anxious. Although he was part of the frontline investigation team, these individuals were of a caliber far beyond his own, and he had never participated in any large-scale operations. Nevertheless, he turned to Chinyu and said, if we were ordinary people, it would be one thing, but dressed like this, we cannot simply ignore them. Think of something quickly. We're unarmed, outnumbered, and it's too late to warn the team that I have nothing to offer. Chinyu sighed heavily. Unless a miracle occurs. At that moment, the restaurant door swung open, and 6 sturdy young men entered. After glancing around, the leader, Lao San, called out, Chinyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Chinyu and Lao turned abruptly, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Lao San and his crew, almost simultaneously exclaiming, holy cow, a miracle has indeed happened. Lao San was dressed in a light green police uniform, leading 5 of his comrades towards Chinyu, tilting his head and smoking an electronic cigarette as he scolded. You just arrived and are already dining out. You seem to be quite well off. Come out. I need to speak with you. Lao San, are you here to investigate? Before Chinyu could respond, Lao stepped forward, grasping the other's arm. Lao San looked bewildered. What do you mean investigate? Aren't you following us? Lao asked, his eyes filled with confusion. I heard he was here, Lao San replied. Then that S settled. How many people did you bring? Are there still brothers from the team outside? Lao San grew increasingly perplexed. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? I ran into him. Why would you hide anything from me? Lao slapped his arm, urgency in his voice as he asked, are we capturing them here or outside? No, it seems we're not on the same page. Lao San pointed to Chinyu. I came to find him. Lao froze, subtly gesturing toward the 4 men at the bar. Aren't we capturing those fellows? Capture them. What is wrong with them? Lao San replied, confusion etched on his face. How fortunate, Lao said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Those 4 have taken a girl hostage, and we just happened upon them. Chinyu and I were just discussing how to handle it when you arrived. Without further ado, let us detain them. We have enough manpower. Lao San looked utterly lost, stammering. I came here to find Chinyu. ISNT this place under your team's jurisdiction. Why are we still talking about finding him? Lao whispered. You decide how to proceed that I'm supposed to decide? I'm unprepared. Lao San exclaimed, dejected, glancing again at the 4 men. I don't even know what they are up to. As Lao San and his team entered, the 4 men immediately noticed them. Seeing the officers in uniform and recognizing Lao and Chinyu, their expressions shifted to unease. They exchanged glances and quickly positioned the girl between them, lowering their heads as they began to exit. Don't hesitate. Figure out how to apprehend them and provide a plan. Lao's heart raced as he urged Lao San and the others. Lao San, feeling despondent, took a step back. This is your encounter. I am not responsible for making a plan. You're the lead on this. We're both unarmed. Lead? I'm not leading anything. Lao San exclaimed, turning to his team. We can't ignore this. We need to act before Lao reports us. What is the plan? Xiaohu asked. Notify the team and have the others spread out a bit. Lao San instructed. Gua, approach and demand to see their residence permits if they don't have them. Ask for their special zone entry permits. If they show any signs of aggression, use your firearms. Me? You want me to approach them? Gua, a young man, nearly cried out. Why don't you go? They're not in uniform. Yuri going. Damn it. This is awful. Gua cursed, steeling himself as he stepped forward to block the path of the 4 men. Blackstreet Police, show me your residence permits. The 4 men halted, their expressions impassive as they regarded Lao San and his team. The girl stood among them, beads of sweat streaming down her temples, her fist clenched tightly. I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permits. Gua repeated. We're from the planned area procuring goods. The shorter middle-aged man replied quietly, we don't have long-term residence permits. Show me your entry permits. Gua extended his hand. Sure, the short man said, reaching into his pocket. Lao San, being an experienced officer, instinctively took a step back, his right hand feigning a move to his back but actually seeking his firearm. Just as the short man's hand slipped into his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed, help me, they're kidnapping me. Everyone, freeze. As the words left his mouth, the short man's companion swiftly drew a T-34 military grenade and bellowed, pull the pin, and everyone dies if you move. Chaos erupted in the restaurant as patrons ducked for cover. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unfazed as he declared, "Cover me. I'll exit through the back door." Lao San's forehead dripped with sweat as he positioned his hand on his holster. Pointing at the man with the grenade, "Calm down, brother. If that thing has gone off, that won't matter. If it does, it's a whole different story." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Lao suddenly lunged, grabbing a bottle from the table and smashing it against the assailant's wrist with a resounding crack. Whoosh! The middle-aged man staggered back, his expression fierce as he showed no hesitation in tossing the grenade into the crowd. Qin Yu sprang into action, seizing Lao's collar and dragging him back several steps. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, creating a crater where the ground once was, sending countless shards of bricks into the air, shattering 2 tables and injuring 3 officers with flying debris. Lao San, prone on the ground, shouted, "Take cover! Shoot that man with the grenade!" Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, just as Lao San attempted to rise. A burst of blood erupted from his rear, and he collapsed once more. "Damn it! Damn it!" he exclaimed, feeling the warm blood and glaring wide-eyed at Lao. "You're truly a dead man." In the aftermath of the explosion, Qin Yu shook his head as he lay on the ground, the scent of alcohol heavy on him as he asked Lao, "Are you all right?" Thank goodness Lao San and the others arrived. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. You can't deny they truly are iron-blooded warriors. Lao, still in shock, wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing that Lao was relatively unharmed, Qin Yu promptly pushed him away and turned to scan the area. He then quietly called out to a colleague nearby, "Hand me your gun." The colleague, hiding behind a wooden table, cast a terrified glance at Qin Yu, his expression revealing confusion. "Give me the gun." Once more, Qin Yu let out a furious roar. The adversary snapped back to reality and without a moment's hesitation, flung the firearm across the ground, subsequently resuming his crouched position beneath the table. The weapon was an A2911 model. Albeit molded after the M1911, however, it had undergone modifications, increasing its magazine capacity to a formidable 9 rounds, making it a firearm exclusively utilized by frontline police forces. Qin Yu had never encountered such a weapon before, having only seen it in magazines. Yet, the fundamental mechanics and feel of firearms were universally familiar. He seized it, casting a quick glance, and instinctively ejected the magazine for inspection before racking the slide. Each motion fluid and succinct. With the gun in hand, Qin Yu rose, taking 2 lateral steps to adjust his angle, using his left arm as a makeshift brace as he gripped the weapon with one hand and decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and the back of the middle-aged assailant who had just thrown the grenade exploded upon impact, causing him to collapse instantly. Indeed, Qin Yu had opted not to merely wound, but to kill. Given that the opposition was armed and ruthless, showing any mercy could result in further casualties. After firing 3 rounds, Qin Yu didn't glance elsewhere. He simply bent down. Bang, bang, bang. As anticipated, a volley of bullets flew towards him, sending debris from the wall scattering. Qin Yu listened intently, leaning forward as he dashed outside, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. Though the chamber was empty, the opposing duo, quick on their feet and of commendable caliber, executed a tactical retreat. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and slipped through. They avoided the door, uncertain whether law enforcement awaited them outside, opting instead for the element of surprise offered by the window. Seeing the 2 escape, Qin Yu refrained from pursuit and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, weapon in hand in the main hall. The 3rd brother sat on the ground, clutching his backside, his astonished gaze fixed on Qin Yu, who had chosen to execute without a moment's hesitation, leaving him somewhat dazed. "What the hell? Did Xiao Qin really just do that?" he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and shouting at the others, "Chase them! Help Xiao Qin! He is alone." The 3rd brother shot him a sidelong glance, nearly exploding with frustration. He believed his misfortune was directly tied to this Li Fugue. Whenever they crossed paths, trouble was sure to follow. On the 2nd floor, Qin Yu darted towards the back door, peering down at the window. Through the glass, he spotted the short middle-aged man dragging the girl across the street, disappearing into an alley of an old building complex. After much deliberation, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and muttered a curse. "Damn it, no backup, just one person left. I can take the risk." With a resounding crash, Qin Yu flung open the window, the chilly wind rushing in as he leaped down. Upon landing, he unleashed the speed his physique was capable of, crossing the street in less than 3 seconds, positioning himself at the alley's entrance, raising his firearm and taking aim. Bang! Bang! Two shots echoed in the air. Not far off, upon hearing the gunfire, the short, middle-aged man instinctively pulled the girl into the shadows, furrowing his brow. "Are you from the planning district?" Chinyu called out. The man glanced down to check his weapon. Responding in halting Chinese, "Yes. The streets out here are barren. We're just trying to find something to eat in the city. Where did you spot us? I was tracking you. It's a coincidence." Chinyu replied candidly, "Can you lower your weapon? I have cash in my bag. Just say the word, and it's yours." The short man licked his lips. Chinyu blinked. "The streets out here are cold." "I understand, but I'm in this predicament, so I can't turn a blind eye. I don't want the money. Just leave the girl." The man's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "I have a goldfish in my pocket. I can take the girl and leave the cash in it with you. I can't allow that." Chinyu firmly refused. "All right, I'll leave the girl." The man hesitated, then pushed the girl forward. "Sing, you walk slowly at first, then speed up after 3 seconds. If you don't listen, I'll shoot you." Chinyu licked his lips and peered into the alley. "Come here." The girl hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. And the sounds of footsteps within the alley began to grow erratic. 3 seconds later, she quickened her pace. Chinyu paused briefly before stepping into the alley, waving, "Hurry over." The girl looked up at Chinyu. Her eyes filled with urgency as she shouted, "He hasn't left." As her words fell, the short, middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows, raising his weapon towards the alley entrance. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire shattered the night, sending the girl crouching in terror, covering her head as she screamed. Moments later, a muffled thud echoed in the alley as the man collapsed. Chinyu stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing, instead raising his arm and decisively firing 2 more shots into the assailant's head. The girl continued to scream, covering her ears. Chinyu paid her no mind, striding over to the fallen man, kicking his head with his foot before glancing at the graze on his shoulder from a stray bullet, exhaling a sigh of relief as he cursed, "Damn it, that was too close. Did I just kill him?" At the alley's entrance, a familiar voice called out. Chinyu turned to see the third brother, clutching his backside, standing under the dim light. "Where are they?" "They're also pursuing. The gunfire scattered them. They went left." The third brother gasped, turning back. "Did the assailant get killed?" Chinyu blinked, stepping closer to the third brother and surveying the surroundings before suddenly grabbing him and pulling him into the alley. "What are you doing?" the third brother asked, bewildered. "Are you looking for a fight?" Chinyu inquired, his expression suddenly blank. The third brother was taken aback, finally recalling that he had come to confront Chinyu. "You wanted to talk to me. What was it about? Let us discuss it here." Chinyu squinted, pressing further. "What do you mean?" Chinyu raised his weapon, pressing it against the third brother's head. "Have you ever been to the planning district? When the military supply trucks pass through St. Kanzi, even the devil himself has to get out and pay respects. I single-handedly fought my way out from there, and now you expect to lecture me on the rules?" "Huh." The third brother was left speechless. Bang! A gunshot rang out, piercing the silence. Seconds later, the third brother fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Chinyu tossed the weapon onto the third brother's body. "From now on, we tackle dangerous jobs together. Don't mess with me, or next time, I might not know where that gun is pointing." With that, Chinyu approached the girl, lowering his head to inquire, "What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into?" "Sister." An hour and a half later, at the police commissioner's hospital, the third brother lay on the operating table, answering a call. "Yuan team, where are you?" Yuan-ku's voice was cold. "I'm at the hospital." "Were you involved in a case at the restaurant?" Yuan-ku pressed further. "Yes," the third brother replied, immediately boasting. "We were on routine patrol and encountered some desperate individuals from outside the district at the second sister's restaurant. I sensed something was amiss and approached for a check, but they pulled guns. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I brought my team to engage. The main perpetrator and an accomplice were killed on the spot, but 2 managed to escape. No worries. The district has already ordered their capture." "Haha, Yuan team. I just heard from the department that the main suspect, Matsushita or something, has been listed as a major criminal for 4 years, with numerous homicides to his name. Don't you think we're pretty impressive? Not only did we run into him, but we also took him down, solving a pile of cold cases. Yuan team, you must speak highly of me to the chief. Capturing such a dangerous criminal isn't something just anyone can pull off. I've been a secondary police officer for 2 years. It's time for a promotion. Plus, it's a case our team handled, which brings glory to the entire police force. Glory my foot. Yuan team, why are you cursing?" "Did I curse? I genuinely wish I could shoot you right now." The third brother was bewildered. "Matsushita is a person my brother brought in. And just as we were about to finish the job, you went and played the hero, Yuan Ku spat, gritting his teeth. You're truly a waste. No, Yuan team. Listen to me, the third brother stammered, desperately trying to explain. I was just boasting. Let me tell you the truth. I was going to confront Chinyu, but unexpectedly ran into that idiot who said there was a case. Beep beep. Yuan Ku had already hung up the phone. In the police chief's office, a team was present in the inquiry room. Chinyu twirled a pen in his right hand and softly asked the young woman before him, "Are you feeling a bit better now?" The young woman brushed her hair with her fingers, her eyes slightly dazed, a look of lingering shock on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Observing her condition, Chinyu rose and walked to the water dispenser. Pouring her a cup of hot water, which he placed on the table. "Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you can go to the hospital for a checkup." "Thank you, but I don't need to go to the hospital. I have no external injuries." The young woman picked up the cup, politely thanked him, and took a deep breath. "You can ask your questions." "All right, then I shall begin." Chinyu sat down again, taking out the inquiry notebook to start recording. "What is your name?" "Lin Yinlei." "And your age?" 20 years old. "And your gender?" Lin Yinlei appeared somewhat bewildered. "Can't you tell? There's a law enforcement device recording, so I must ask." Chinyu explained with a smile. "Female. Your place of residence." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei hesitated noticeably. "Fongbei City. So you're from the capital of the special zone?" "Yes." "What brings you here? For work or a change of residence?" Although Chinyu had never conducted an inquiry before, the notebook contained simple and understandable forms, making it easy to comprehend. He was also apprehensive about making mistakes during his first inquiry, so he asked in detail. "For work." Once the basic information was verified, Chinyu began to inquire about the case. "You were kidnapped. Where did the incident occur? Do you know who the assailants were?" "I'm not sure either." Just as Lin Yinlei was about to respond regarding the case, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Director Li entered with several other individuals. Chinyu turned around to glance, immediately rising to greet them. "Director Li, are you inquiring?" Li asked, hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, I am verifying the basic information." "Hello, Miss Lin." After nodding at Chinyu, Director Li extended his hand politely to Lin Yinlei. "I am the police chief, surname Li." "Hello." Lin Yinlei nodded and shook his hand. "Someone from the online broadcast is here to pick you up. You may leave now." After a moment's deliberation, Director Li added with a smile, "The case will be handled by us, and the remaining 2 suspects will certainly not escape." Chinyu felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing this, as Director Li had not been in the room earlier yet seemed to know the young woman's name and appeared ready to let her go without further inquiry. Thus, he scrutinized her a little more. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure. Although her face bore some dirt and her hair was disheveled, it did little to conceal her delicate features. People often remarked that Lin Yinlei resembled the previously popular Zhang Jihyun, yet Chinyu found her even more captivating. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, her figure better proportioned. Most importantly, she had remarkably fair skin, as translucent and delicate as porcelain. In this day and age, what kind of family could raise a child to be so well-groomed without any labor? Clearly, Director Li's sudden appearance and the decision to release her without even basic questioning must have been well-founded. After a brief exchange between Lin Yinlei and Director Li, they all proceeded downstairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, several middle-aged individuals alighted from a fully electric vehicle, exchanging cheerful pleasantries with Li before hastily escorting Lin Yinlei away. Chinyu glanced at the permit on the windshield, noting it was a vehicle from the publicity department of Songjiang City. After watching Lin Yinlei depart, Director Li stepped aside to make a few phone calls. Then turned back and called out, "You all come to my office." "What is the matter?" Chinyu asked, turning to his colleague. His colleague scratched his nose and quietly replied, "You've really stepped into a big mess. You've caught the attention of the higher-ups right after arriving. But then again, it's to be expected. Talented individuals can't go unnoticed anywhere." Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt a sense of assurance. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li patted Chinyu on the shoulder and sighed, "I always said you had potential, but I didn't expect you to shine so brightly this quickly." "It was just a coincidence," Chinyu replied with a grin. "Indeed, quite the coincidence." Director Li, unable to conceal his delight, paced around the office with his hands behind his back, cheerfully exclaiming, "This Matsushita is linked to several major cases that the headquarters specifically wants to apprehend." However, he had been hiding in the planning zone for the past 2 years, so the higher-ups couldn't catch him. But now that he has returned, you've managed to nab him. I can boast at the office meeting tomorrow. You, my friend, have brought me pride right after joining. This deserves commendation. Chin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Director Lee sat down in a chair, lit one of the cigarettes Chin Yu had gifted him, and with a slightly regretful expression, continued, if this matter had happened to someone else, they could have jumped from a third-level officer to a first-level one in one fell swoop. There would be no issue for them to become a team leader right away. But for you, it's a bit tricky. You just arrived, and your data entry into the system has barely been 24 hours. If I push for your promotion, it might stir up some gossip. His colleague immediately defended Chin Yu. Merit cannot be forced upon someone. It's earned through hard work. Who apprehended Matsushita? Who brought him down? Who rescued the hostages? It's all clear as day. Why should we care about gossip? If you're worried about what others say, how can you even be a chief? Director Lee, usually composed, shot a glance at Chin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and abruptly scolded his colleague. His colleague blinked and fell silent. Xiao Qin, the credit is yours. No one can take it away. But the situation in the department is a bit complicated. You're new, and if I push you up too quickly, it may lead to negative repercussions. Director Lee said, looking at Chin Yu with a serious expression. However, there is plenty of time ahead. We'll take things slowly. Director, you've already helped me a lot. I am content. Chin Yu replied with a smile. It's no big deal. Within a month, I'll have you promoted from an intern to a third-level officer. Tomorrow, I'll have someone draft the case report to submit to the police department. I believe obtaining a third-class personal merit shouldn't be a problem. Once the commendation arrives, it'll be perfectly reasonable for you to be promoted to second level by year-end. After pondering for a moment, Director Lee continued, as for now, you can't become a team leader, as you've been here for too short a time, and you don't know anyone in the team. Suddenly being made a leader wouldn't earn you any respect. How about this? I'll speak with Yuan Ku to have you appointed as deputy team leader. This position will be decided within the department. 1T go through the system, and 1T carry a title. But once you're familiar with everyone, I'll find a vacancy for you to make it official. Furthermore, for this case, I'll grant you a bonus of 3,000, and at the end of the month, you'll receive recognition as an outstanding individual. Thank you, Director. Chin Yu felt quite pleased with this outcome and immediately saluted in gratitude. All right, let us settle on that. Director Lee waved his hand. You two may leave now. Have a good rest. Let us go. With that, Chin Yu and his colleague departed. Meanwhile, Director Lee took a sip of water and was about to rise to go home when his phone rang. Hello, Director Lee. I'd like to inquire about the report for this case. How should we address the situation regarding the third suspect? Should we consider Captain Yuan's perspective? Director Lee pondered for a moment. I've heard a bit about his situation. This fellow was there to apprehend anyone at the restaurant. Here's what we'll do. Focus on highlighting that. The next day at noon. In the hospital, what did the higher-ups say? The third suspect asked, lying on the hospital bed, addressing a colleague. The medical expenses for the injured will be fully covered by the department, and will also apply to the police department to secure a collective third-class merit for our team. As for financial rewards, apart from Chin Yu, each seriously injured participant will receive 5,000, while those who weren't injured will get 3,000. The colleague replied, looking somewhat dejected. The third suspect was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. What about Chin Yu and Lao? I don't know about Lao. The colleague shook his head and replied, but I've heard that Director Lee has already promised Chin Yu that by year-end, he'll definitely be promoted to second-level officer and will also apply for a third-class personal merit. Moreover, the office has notified the team to make him the deputy team leader. Upon hearing this, the third suspect's head buzzed. There's still justice. Is there any fairness left? Is this Chin Yu Director Lee's illegitimate son, or what? I was the one who contributed the most. I took the hardest hits. When a hand grenade was thrown, I thought we'd all be meeting in the martyrs' cemetery in the future, yet the one who benefits in the end is a rookie who just arrived? What is the reasoning behind that? Why is it that the department applied for an individual third-class merit for him, yet only a collective third-class merit for me? Look at the bullet that grazed my backside. Had I not dodged in time, it might have penetrated my rectum. In the end, the department only awarded me a mere 5,000 in bonuses. What is the meaning of that? I ask you. What does it signify? You asking me is of no consequence. A colleague rolled his eyes. Someone in the team spoke up for you, but Director Lee shot them down instantly. The performance metrics are stringent. Whoever takes down a criminal earns the credit. Moreover, Chin Yu did not kill on the spot. He chased him down and shot him. Besides, what were we doing at the restaurant? The higher-ups are well aware of that. Enough of this, the third said wearily, lying on the bed with a fatigued expression. My mother always claimed I had a bad fate. the third felt aggrieved, convinced that Qin Yu had usurped the recognition that rightfully belonged to him. However, in truth, Qin Yu was somewhat wronged, as the primary beneficiary of this incident was not him, but rather the individual, Old, whom Director Li had never even mentioned that a first-level officer was directly promoted to a third-level captain. And simultaneously, internal positions were shuffled, resulting in Old quietly becoming the vice-captain of the third team, with his application for an individual third-class merit approved within a day. Not many in the department were privy to this matter. Yet those who caught wind of it speculated privately about Old's relationship with Director Li, which included Qin Yu. They lamented that hard work could not compete with good fortune, and that good fortune could not rival those who control their own destiny. The day after this minor upheaval, the third's ally, Yuan Ke, boarded the train back to Songjiang City, although Qin Yu had tasted some success with the case in Songxia and received praise from Director Li. His status within the team remained unchanged. In fact, among the 45 members of the first team, the vast majority treated him like heir. Only Qi Lin, Old, and a few marginal colleagues were somewhat friendly towards him. The core members of the first team consistently met him with cold indifference. If it were merely outsiders treating Qin Yu this way, you might have tolerated it, but even his roommates, with whom he shared close quarters, subjected him to subtle hostility. While they did not confront him directly, they also refrained from speaking to him. Whenever Qin Yu entered the room, the others either fell silent or collectively left, only to return to their games and chats once he was gone. This treatment stemmed from his offense against the third, making him appear like a thorn in their side, especially since he had snatched the credit upon his arrival, inevitably stirring jealousy among some. If it had been someone else, they might have regretted crossing the third, but Qin Yu felt no such inclination. His inherently cool demeanor made it difficult for anyone to penetrate his heart. Moreover, he did not believe that ingratiating himself with others would help him integrate into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment necessitated a certain resilience. If he were excessively submissive, it would foster an insatiable mindset in others. If the third could suppress him once, he could do so 100 times. If he remained silent after being scheduled for 3 consecutive shifts, the third might very well impose a 4-day shift next time. Continuing down this path, it was likely that others would expect him to take care of their laundry and chores, which was absolutely unacceptable to Qin Yu. Facing the cold treatment from his colleagues, Qin Yu felt indifferent, yet remaining in the dormitory became increasingly uncomfortable. After all, they all lived under the same roof. Mutual disdain and cold glances would surely affect one's mood. The case in Songxia had earned Qin Yu a bonus of 3,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall. Thus, once the money was dispersed, he resolved to rent a place of his own. If they could not get along, it was better to keep his distance. However, unfamiliar with the local housing situation, he turned to Old for assistance in finding accommodation, specifying that it should be reasonably priced, with electricity, and suitable for habitation. Old found Qin Yu to be resolute and straightforward, someone he could get along with, and readily agreed to help. The following day, as Qin Yu entered the office to finalize his handover, someone outside suddenly called. "Qin Yu, Captain Yuan wants to see you in the cafeteria." Qin Yu turned at the sound, intending to inquire further, but found the messenger had already departed, showing no interest in continuing the conversation. Heh, Qin Yu chuckled, picking up his coat and exiting the office. In the cafeteria, after asking the staff, he spotted Captain Yuan seated by the window. Yuan stood approximately 178 or 179 centimeters tall. With a lean build, fair skin, and an attractive appearance, his charming peach blossom eyes, with slightly downturned inner corners resembling a crescent moon and gently upturned outer corners, exuded a sense of warmth and approachability, making a favorable first impression. "Hello, you must be Yuan. I'm Qin Yu. Hello, hello." Yuan smiled, rising to shake Qin Yu's hand. "I should have welcomed you when you first arrived at the team, but unfortunately, I was away in Songjiang until today. I've heard about you attending the meeting in Fengbei. Are you all settled in?" Yuan gestured for Qin Yu to take a seat. "Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed," Qin Yu replied as he sat across from Yuan Ke. "That's good to hear." Yuan poured a glass of water for Qin Yu, smiling as he said, "I've heard about the kidnapping case. You certainly brought honor to the team. It was largely due to luck that you encountered it." Qin Yu grinned. "This morning, I spoke with Director Li, and he mentioned your situation as well," Yuan continued, naturally steering the conversation towards the main topic. Typically, when criminals like those in Songxia are apprehended, the primary investigators are recognized, and officers below the rank of captain can expect a promotion. Director Li suggested that he wanted you to be appointed as the team leader, promoting you to a second-level officer. However, Since you've only just arrived and this incident seems rather coincidental, we decided it might be prudent to wait a bit longer. If there's no rush, we have plenty of time. Yes, Director Lee mentioned this to me as well, that I'm not in a hurry, Chinyu replied, aligning with Yuan's sentiments. Since I'm new, it's best to adapt to the environment first. Don't worry, what is rightfully yours, I will certainly help you secure. As they exchanged pleasantries, the cafeteria staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, featuring not just beef, but also some rather expensive vegetables. This made Chinyu feel that Yuan Ku was quite generous, at least appearing to be an open-minded individual. During work hours, we can't drink alcohol. Let's keep it simple and enjoy a meal. Yuan poured more water for Chinyu. This is just fine, Chinyu replied, eager to dig in. As they began to eat, Yuan discreetly observed Chinyu, noting that this young man from the planning district did not seem intimidated. While he was not ravenous, he also displayed no signs of discomfort. Chin, you'll be assigned to the 3rd group, Yuan said after a moment of silence. The current group leader was dealt with internally for dereliction of duty and embezzlement, so no one is managing the group right now. You'll step in as the acting group leader. Chinyu was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Lee said I was to be the deputy group leader. Acting group leader is essentially the same rank as the deputy, and Director Lee originally intended to promote you to a 2nd-level officer. Once your title is confirmed, we can simply remove the acting designation, Yuan responded with a smile. Matters concerning our team are straightforward. Thank you, Captain Yuan, for your support. Chin, this police station isn't my personal enterprise, but this captain is a product of our collective efforts. Without the 40 or 50 brothers in the first team working tirelessly on cases, how would I have the standing to speak with Director Lee? Yuan's words were succinct, filled with camaraderie and loyalty. Now that you're here, you are one of us. You support me, and I will take care of you. It's only natural. There's no need for formality. If you have any issues, bring them directly to me. What rightfully belongs to you, I will strive to secure for you. We share the same pot. Our roles may differ, but our core purpose remains to navigate this chaotic environment and live just a bit better. Chin, you had initially thought that having offended the 3rd would render him a pariah in Yuan Ku's eyes, expecting some subtle retribution. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by Yuan's straightforwardness, devoid of any pretentiousness, which warmed his heart. Captain Yuan, since you've put it that way, I'll raise my glass of water and toast to you. Chinyu said earnestly, I am the 1st team. I will do my utmost to perform well. With those words, they drank heartily. Once their glasses were set down, Yuan wiped his mouth and looked up at Chinyu. All right, now that we've finished our pleasantries, let us discuss work matters. Very well, go ahead, said Yuan Ku. This morning, a wanted notice came from the police station, indicating that several notorious criminals have appeared in the planned district and might show up on the dark streets. This task has been assigned to a team, and I have returned to organize personnel and prepare to monitor them. Yuan Ku frowned and addressed Chinyu. However, I still have an important case that requires manpower. Since you're new here, directly handling a case involving major criminals without experience is not advisable. Therefore, I would like you to lead Team 3 to handle this case first. What kind of case is it? Chinyu inquired. It concerns drug trafficking, Yuan Ku replied after taking a sip of water. Recently, a large batch of smuggled drugs has emerged on our dark streets, some counterfeit and others from unofficial channels. Previously, no one managed this, as where there is demand, there is a market. Currently, we are overwhelmed with major cases, leaving little manpower to control this situation. However, 2 major pharmaceutical companies in the capital have jointly pressured the government, claiming this issue affects their market. You know, in tumultuous times, those in the business of saving lives gain significant influence. The higher-ups had no choice but to exert pressure downward, resulting in our leaders at the Songjiang Pharmaceutical Office calling the police station daily. The police station, in turn, is pushing Li Si, as the private drug problem is primarily rampant in the dark streets. Li Si is almost driven mad, declaring in meetings that we must eliminate all drug traffickers in the dark streets within 3 months. Are we genuinely going to eliminate them, or is this just talk? Chinyu asked, blinking subtly. Yuan Ku paused, his gaze slightly astonished. It's a real crackdown, not just empty words. We aim to clean it up. Will Team 3 have enough personnel? Begin your work first. Once you gather significant leads, our team will concentrate our efforts to apprehend them. Yuan Ku responded softly. But until we have major leads, we must still pursue those major criminals. Understood, Chinyu acknowledged, fully aware that once he donned this uniform, he was bound to follow the orders here, an ironclad rule, and he currently had no choice in the matter. You also know that the United Government's crackdown on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented. aimed at safeguarding the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research, as well as the welfare of numerous patients. Therefore, trafficking in smuggled drugs, regardless of authenticity, if exceeding 5 kilograms, incurs the death penalty. Yuan Ku reminded him with a frown. So you must proceed with caution. The case must be solved. Yet, ensure the safety of your team members and yourself. That I understand. Qin Yu replied. The materials will be sent to Team 3 this afternoon. You should swiftly familiarize yourself with them and get to know your team members. If necessary, you might want to treat everyone to a meal to foster camaraderie. Hehe. They are all young people. It should be easy to connect. Yuan Ku stood up, intending to settle the bill, but suddenly turned back to Qin Yu, adding, Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Lao San has quite the temperament. Sometimes he speaks and acts without thinking. Don't follow his lead. I'll find a time for the two of you to sit down together and leave the past behind. Qin Yu was taken aback. That might be troublesome. Hehe, I'll handle the bill. It's almost time to start work. Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu before walking toward the cashier. Watching Yuan Ku's retreating figure, Qin Yu murmured softly, he is quite magnanimous. In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to return to Team 3, Lao instructed him to hurry to 88 Tongbai Road in the Dark Street District, as a new apartment had been found. Checking his phone, Qin Yu felt he had some time before his shift began, so he promptly headed out. After approximately a 15-minute walk, he arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, but did not see Lao. He heard someone call from behind. Is that you? Regardless of gender? Turning at the sound, he saw Lin Yinlei standing at the bottom of the steps, wearing a fitted wool coat, her face radiant with a smile. The terror that had marked her countenance previously was absent, and with her back to the dazzling sun, she appeared as if she had stepped right out of a painting. At the entrance of 88. Qin Yu greeted her with a smile. Lin Yinlei, what brings you here? I'm here to look at apartments, Lin Yinlei replied, brushing her hair back and casually asking, and you? What a coincidence. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. I am also here to look at an apartment. Lin Yinlei blinked her sparkling eyes. Don't you have dormitories at the police station? Hehe. There are too many people in the dorms. I can't adapt. So I thought I'd rent a place instead. Oh. Lin Yinlei playfully nodded, graciously extending her hand. Since it's such a coincidence, let us get acquainted. I don't even know your name. I'm Qin Yu. Thank you, Qin Yu. Lin Yinlei's eagerness to engage was largely to express her gratitude for his earlier assistance. Qin Yu understood her gratitude stemmed from his saving her life in the alley. And he feigned modesty in response. It's my duty. You don't need to be so formal. Lin Yinlei stood at attention, playfully saluting. Hey, a salute to you, sir. Let us go inside and take a look. Qin Yu thought he had little resistance to attractive women. Previously, due to limited circumstances, he couldn't express his interest. Now that he was somewhat settled, he felt a twinge of desire to converse more with a beautiful girl. I've already seen it, and put down a deposit. My colleague went to buy some things, and when she returns, we'll leave. Lin Yinlei replied warmly, if you're renting here, we might run into each other in the future. Once I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal. Hehe. Well, I need to see if the apartment suits me first. I work at the online broadcasting station, so I'll definitely be interacting with the police station. See you later. All right. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Qin Yu stepped into 88 Tongbai Road. He hadn't yet managed to ask Lin Yinlei for her contact details when she walked away with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Lao was sitting on a stone bench, waving and calling, Qin Yu, over here. I'm coming. Qin Yu responded as he hurried over. I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you with? Lao casually inquired. Did Lin come too? No. I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day. We chatted briefly. Lao was taken aback. You ran into that girl? Where? Can you not act like you're about to devour someone? She has already left. What was she doing here? Lao asked, clearly intrigued. Who did she come with? What did she say? She works at the online broadcasting station, not far from our police station. She came here to look for an apartment and happened to run into me. Qin Yu retorted impatiently. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place here? Seems like she did. Lao pondered for a moment, suddenly looking at Qin Yu and asking, Hey, do you need a roommate or anything? I can cook. You're quite the lecher. Qin Yu replied, speechless. She really caught my interest, brother. Lao continued. Why don't we co-rent? We can live together. Let me tell you. Let us discuss it later. First, we need to check out the apartment. Qin Yu waved his hand, urging him on. We need to hurry. I have to get back to the team soon. All right, let us go see it. With that, the two stepped into the main hall of the property. The apartment Lao showed Qin Yu was approximately 30 square meters, furnished simply, with freshly painted walls, creating a clean overall environment, though the price was somewhat high. The landlady was asking for $300 a month. With payment required every 6 months, this price was indeed not low, but it was considered reasonable given that 88 Taobai Road is located in the heart of Songjiang City, close to government institutions. The television station, the online broadcasting station, police station, and transportation bureau, which is why Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei had crossed paths. Their workplaces were already quite close, so even if they hadn't met here, they would likely have chances to see each other in the future. The current currency in the 9th special zone is the newly issued yuan, whereas the globally accepted currency is the alliance currency issued by the United Government's subordinate institutions. Of course, the European Union area has its own currency, the euro, but that's a topic for another time. The exchange rate hovers around 1 alliance currency to 6 yuan, since yuan has only recently been issued. Its purchasing power is quite high. Roughly speaking, it may be about 10 times the purchasing power of the previous renminbi. Therefore, 300 yuan equates to around 3,000 renminbi. Currently, Qin Yu's salary is only 500 a month. If he rents this apartment, after accounting for food and drink, he would have nearly no money left each month. This reflects the living conditions of the lower class in the 9th special zone, where living costs are increasing daily as various resources dwindle and the population grows with fewer job opportunities. Incomes remain low. Hence, one can understand why Qi Lin is so eager to attain the position of a level 2 police officer. The reason lies in the elevated title. Consequently, the salary will also increase. Qin Yu has long had his eye on this apartment, yet he hesitates at the thought of the monthly rent of 300 yuan. Thus he murmurs, in the police department, aside from timid individuals like Qi Lin, who are solely devoted to being sycophants, the majority do not harbor the notion of relying entirely on their salaries for a living. I see you are no saint either. You will undoubtedly engage in some under-the-table dealings. Do you have any illicit income? Qin Yu inquired with a sidelong glance. Indeed, how could I not? Came the unabashed reply. What sort of illicit income do you have? I specialize in extorting those who fail to pay their dues. If they don't settle up, I make sure to deal with them. The old fellow answered brazenly. Qin Yu was rendered speechless. Stop pondering and just rent it. I can come over to stay occasionally, the elder encouraged once more. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Yu realized that he might not find a better or cheaper place in the near future, especially since this courtyard is indeed quite close to the police station. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he replied, "All right, I'll rent it. Let's start with 6 months." Later that afternoon, upon commencing his duties, within the cramped office space of less than 50 square meters, 9 young officers stood at attention in their uniforms. Yuan Ku, with a jovial demeanor, addressed the group. "Let me share a few words. Although Qin Yu is a newcomer, he has bravely taken down the notorious criminal Song Xia and successfully resolved the kidnapping case. Therefore, after thorough consideration by the station and the team, we have decided to temporarily appoint Qin Yu as the leader of Group 3. The crowd exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into warm applause. Qin Yu's personal commendation has already been submitted to the station, and his rank will inevitably rise in due time. So, do not harbor any other thoughts. I have stated before, as long as you perform well, you will advance in Group 1. This applies to everyone equally." After finishing his words, Yuan gestured for Qin Yu to introduce himself to the others. Heeding the call, Qin Yu stepped forward, clad in a neatly pressed light green uniform, with 2 crutches resting on his shoulder. Saluting as he announced, "I am Qin Yu. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Among the crowd, Qi Lin stood in a daze, his heart heavy with unspoken bitterness. Just hours ago, he had personally brought this newcomer into the team, and now, in less than 2 days, the newcomer had become his superior. This feeling was indeed rather uncomfortable. I will reiterate. Everyone who dons this uniform must adhere to the rules here. Although Qin Yu is new, should anyone dare to bully him, engage in nonsense, or disrupt work, do not say I did not warn you. Yuan could cheerfully caution the group before turning back to Qin Yu and saying, "All right, you 3 can converse now." "Understood." Qin Yu nodded. "Thank you, Captain Yuan." With that, Yuan Ku departed gracefully to in the office. Qin Yu glanced at the others and, reaching into his pocket, produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes he usually refrained from using. Cheerfully addressing the group, "I happened to stumble upon a fortunate turn of events and inadvertently became the leader. However, my personal experience pales in comparison to yours. Therefore, in future cases, I will need your assistance. Come on, everyone relax and have a smoke." Qin Yu's statement was merely a courteous opening. His intention was to foster camaraderie. But to his surprise, a relatively older youth on the far left of the group swiftly accepted the cigarette from Qin Yu's hand, skillfully tearing open the packaging as he remarked, "Ha, brother, you've got quite the stash. You can even procure roasted tobacco." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback and replied with a smile, "A good friend gifted it to me." The individual engaging with Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, a veteran of Group 3, who had been with the team for 4 to 5 years. However, due to his somewhat blunt demeanor, he had never ascended the ranks. Had Qin Yu not arrived, he might have been considered for the leadership position given his seniority and his decent rapport with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before passing the box to others. "Take a seat, everyone," Qin Yu beckoned. Just then, Zhu Wei playfully slapped Qin Yu's arm and laughed. "This stuff is definitely enjoyable. It feels good to smoke. Brother, you handle things openly. No tricks, haha." While the sentiment was harmless, the slap landed squarely on Qin Yu's injured arm, which had been grazed by a stray bullet during his confrontation with Song Xia, and it had yet to fully heal. Hiss, Qin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and turned to Zhu Wei. "Brother Wei, the leader has an injury." Qi Lin had already unconsciously altered his address to Qin Yu, now referring to him as leader. "What happened?" Zhu Wei asked casually, looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile, "I got grazed by a bullet while apprehending Song Xiaodao. Just a graze? Then it's nothing. You can just head to the hospital for some medication later." Zhu Wei grinned. "Just avoid the injections. They won't kill you, but a single shot could cost half a month's salary." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei, remaining silent as he motioned for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of Group 3 were settled, they began to engage in quiet conversation. During their initial dialogue, Qin Yu gleaned a general understanding of the situation within Group 3. The group, inclusive of himself, comprised 10 individuals, including 3 Thai nationals, 1 foreigner, and 6 locals. However, due to the 9th Special Zone's location in the northeastern part of the country, Mandarin served as the official language, and having resided there for some time, they spoke it fluently, albeit with a hint of a northeastern accent. After a brief exchange, they commenced their respective tasks, delving into the investigation of drug trafficking syndicates. As evening fell, after inspecting 2 old police vehicles assigned to Group 3, Qin Yu returned to the office only to find it deserted, save for Qi Lin and the foreign brother, Lao He, who were occupied with sorting through clues. "Where is everyone?" Qin Yu inquired. "Brothers, you took them out for a task," Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. "We were supposed to study the case. Why did he suddenly lead them out? Is there an ongoing case?" "No. It seems he took them out for some personal business," Qi Lin clarified. "It was not yet off-duty time. How could he leave without even a word?" Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin fell silent for a while, not responding. With a furrowed brow, Qin Yu sat in his chair, staring at the desk phone, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers. What was Zhu Wei's intention? Was he trying to put on a show? On the very first day of leading Group 3, Qin Yu's trial had already begun at 5:30 in the evening. After dining in the cafeteria, Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the foreign brother, Lao He, were still waiting when Zhu Wei returned with the others. "You've been out?" Qin Yu asked from his seat. Zhu Wei gulped down water and replied nonchalantly, "A kid was causing trouble for my family, so I took my brothers to check it out. No worries, it's all resolved." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "All right, then let us discuss the case. Are we all working overtime tonight?" Zhu Wei set down his water cup and casually approached Qin Yu, asking, "Got any cigarettes left?" "Give me one. None, just that one box." "And it's all gone," Qin Yu replied. "Damn, you smoke pretty quickly. You should have saved some of that good stuff," Zhu Wei remarked, pulling out his electronic cigarette and taking a puff before inquiring, "Are we working late tonight?" "Yes, Captain Yuan instructed us to expedite the investigation," Qin Yu confirmed. "Tonight, everyone put in some effort. We need to gather intel on the drug traffickers. The group remained silent, but Zhu Wei plopped down on the desk and said, "No need to gather intel. The traffickers operate openly on Tuzha Street. We can catch them easily." Qin Yu was taken aback. "We can just find them if we go." "Oh please, if it weren't for the higher-ups intervening. Who would care about these drug traffickers?" Zhu Wei exclaimed. Counting on his fingers, "They blatantly sell drugs on Tuzha Street. I've encountered them numerous times, but Captain Yuan told me that drug control is quite stringent in the special zone. How do they dare to sell like that?" Qi Lin interjected to explain. "The 9th Special Zone is different from others. It was established later and is the only zone composed of such diverse ethnicities and nationalities, making the situation rather complex. Last year's chief executive election saw military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic that Qin Yu nodded before asking, so, would it work to sweep the streets directly? Just as Qi Lin was about to respond, Zhu Wei interjected, what is stopping us? Let us seize the opportunity while the crackdown on drug dealers remains undisclosed and gather a few leads. This case may become more manageable as a result. Qin Yu harbored doubts about Zhu Wei's reliability, perceiving him as somewhat obtuse, and thus turned to Qi Lin with a question. Do you think it is appropriate to investigate directly? I am unfamiliar with the situation over there. Qi Lin scratched his head in contemplation. Zhu Wei chuckled, scoffing as he retorted. This rascal Qi Lin knows how to avoid trouble. Whenever there's a task, he shies away from danger, so how is he supposed to gain insight into the situation over there? Though his words were somewhat harsh, Qi Lin merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Shao Qin, you're new here. Heed my advice, and you shall not go astray. Let us venture out tonight to sweep the area and gather a few leads. That will make things easier moving forward. Zhu Wei, who seemed completely unaware of his position, exclaimed, Brothers, let's get moving. I'll head to the armory to sign for some firearms. The others, accustomed to following Zhu Wei's orders, promptly rose to their feet. Qin Yu, seated in his chair, fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei without intervening, softly stating, All right, let us go assess the situation. Zhu Wei leaped from his desk, playfully slapping Qin Yu's arm. Brother, with 3 teams here, you've hit the jackpot. None of us are the sort to shy away from matters. If you conduct yourself openly, Brother Zhu will certainly rally everyone in support of you. After being slapped, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and glanced down at his arm. Damn, I forgot. You're injured. Zhu Wei paused for a moment before stepping forward, asking, Are you all right? Qin Yu looked up and met his gaze, replying, I'm fine. You go ahead and get your firearm. All right, I'll go first. Zhu Wei turned and walked away. Qin Yu observed Zhu Wei's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Team leader, Zhu Wei is not like the third guy. He doesn't harbor ill intentions, he's just carefree, loves to joke around and stir up trouble. Qi Lin said as he approached, softly advising, Don't take it to heart. You may have encountered individuals like Zhu Wei in life. Those who, regardless of your disposition, often indulge in excessive jesting. Carefree and self-assured, they never regard themselves as outsiders, completely disregarding the feelings of others in their interactions. When you are provoked to anger, they merely grin and dismiss your irritation with a jest, saying, We're just having fun. Why so sensitive? They persist in their behavior, utterly unrepentant in ordinary circles. One might choose to distance themselves from such individuals, avoiding them in the future. However, Qin Yu is unable to do so. Zhu Wei is his colleague, and they must collaborate daily, making it impossible to evade him. Yet, Zhu Wei's indiscriminate antics and presumptuous directives, usurping the role of team leader in front of regular officers, raise concerns for Qin Yu regarding how he can effectively perform his duties. Moreover, the predicament is exacerbated by the fact that the third team comprises Zhu Wei's friends. Initiating conflict with him upon arrival could easily stir internal discord. What to do? As Qin Yu pondered these matters, Qi Lin observed coolly, eager to see when the newcomer would confront Zhu Wei, and whether he could maintain his position as the third team leader thereafter. At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Tuzha Street. Qin Yu and his companions, clad in plain clothes, alighted and strolled leisurely down the street. Tuzha Street is the most chaotic area within the entire black market district, home to tens of thousands of marginalized individuals who possess residency rights but lack stable employment. Along the streets, at every storefront illuminated by pink lights, at least 7 or 8 women linger, flaunting themselves and beckoning to passers-by. In the dark alleys, one often encounters drug addicts, their vacant eyes sweeping the street as they indulge in their vices. These individuals are homeless. Today they might resort to theft, tomorrow to robbery, merely seeking sustenance or a fix. Just as they begin to feel a semblance of happiness, a heavy snowfall could bury them in the frigid alleys. Having witnessed too many individuals and such environments in the planned area, Qin Yu's gaze remained numb as he walked with his head down. After progressing nearly a kilometer, the group halted in front of a nondescript storefront. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, This place sells drugs. Looks like there aren't many patrons. Qin Yu turned his head to survey the surroundings, quietly stating, I'm not well acquainted with this area. If we arrest them directly, can we take them away? Qi Lin pondered before responding, We'll catch them red-handed. We'll wait for customers to arrive before we go in. Qin Yu stood by the roadside, frowning as he contemplated for a long time, eventually voicing his concerns. If they dare to conduct business so openly here, Surely they must have some precautions in place. I fear we might scare them off before we can make an arrest. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient as he retorted, I've already told you. No one has taken any action on this matter before. If you want to clean up the area, you must act decisively. By the time you conduct a covert investigation and gather information, they'll likely catch wind of it, making it far more challenging to crack the case. Indeed, Qin lacked experience living in the 9th Special District, and he was not particularly seasoned in criminal investigation work. After weighing his options for a while, he turned to Lao He and inquired, Zha Bai, do you think we can make the arrest? This matter has indeed gone unaddressed before. Lao He replied with a simple-minded nod, but if we engage in prolonged reconnaissance, the information will inevitably leak. There are no secrets in the department. After a brief silence, Qin promptly instructed, the police vehicles are too conspicuous. We can't drive them in. Lao He, Xiao Lu, you two take the cars to the back of the street. Once we finish our operation, we'll leave immediately. Understood. The others dispersed to check their firearms, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. Qin reiterated his orders. As soon as anyone enters the opposing store, we charge and ha. You even came in wearing a bulletproof vest? You really are cautious, Zhu Wei teased with a smirk. These drug dealers don't hold any significant power. During my patrol days a few years back, I used to beat them up regularly. They fear trouble. Qin shot Zhu Wei a wary glance, insisting with caution, let us get to work. Half an hour later, 2 young men escorted an elderly man, swaggering into the storefront. Concealed in the alley, Qin held a walkie-talkie, asking, can you see through the glass if they are there for drugs? After a brief wait, Qi Lin replied, yes. Everyone, get ready. Qin shouted, they're inside. No sooner had he spoken than 8 individuals surged from 3 directions toward the storefront, wrenching open the wooden door and storming inside. Within the dimly lit hall, 2 young men and an elderly one stood by the counter, currently preparing drugs, while a burly young man, puffing on an electronic cigarette, stared in shock at the entrance. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, pointing at the burly young man as he shouted, police, put your hands on your head and step to the side. The young man snapped back to reality, instinctively retreating and inadvertently revealing a handgun at his waist without raising his hands. In such a chaotic environment, a criminal might react violently when confronted by law enforcement. Upon noticing the weapon, Zhu Wei seized the young man's collar with his left hand and, without hesitation, swung the butt of his gun toward the young man's head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Wei struck the young man 6 or 7 times with his gun. Yet the young man continued to struggle. In a panic, Zhu Wei grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the corner of the counter. Blood streamed from the young man's forehead as his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the floor. Simultaneously, loud footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a bald man in a military coat hurried down, his eyes widening as he surveyed the scene inside, picking up a walkie-talkie to shout, damn it, the second store has been raided. Everyone, come out. Silence fell, followed by a brief stillness. Suddenly, deafening footsteps erupted on the street, and dozens of individuals, armed with knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, rushed out of the adjacent houses, converging in a tidal wave before the storefront. Qin, witnessing the chaotic throng outside, felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the scene of grain looting in the planned area, and instinctively disengaged the safety on his firearm. Zhu Wei peered through the glass at the scene outside, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard. When did our ranks swell to this size? This is getting a bit out of hand. Inside the storefront, the bald man, draped in a military coat, stood on the wooden stairs, his gaze cold as he surveyed the young man. Subdued by Zhu Wei. In a low voice, he inquired, whose dog was let loose to create trouble in my Lao Ma's shop? Sweat beads formed on Qin forehead as he turned back to the store's entrance, witnessing over 20 individuals already forcing their way inside, effectively blocking their exit. We are the police. Zhu Wei regained his composure, withdrew his work ID from his pocket with his left hand, and pressed it against his chest, declaring, those unrelated, do not move. We are here to investigate a drug trafficking case. Heh, the bald man scoffed coldly. Who here is selling counterfeit drugs? Zhu Wei, gripping his gun, pointed at the counter and shouted, we saw these individuals engaged in a transaction with our own eyes when we arrived. You saw them? You represent the law. The bald man stood steadfastly on the steps, raising his hand to point at the people by the door, shouting, ask them, who has witnessed these people selling drugs in this room? With that, the more than 20 individuals at the entrance remained silent, merely moving forward with their weapons, encircling the 3 groups in the living room. Zhu Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Standing awkwardly in place, at a loss for words, and feeling somewhat intimidated, the individuals who had rushed in appeared far from friendly. Qin hesitated briefly before stepping forward to speak. Damn it, at that moment. The burly young man whom Zhu Wei had just knocked down sprang to his feet, clutching his bleeding head and cursing. You dare hit me here. Don't move, shouted the young man beside Qi Lin. Don't move, to hell with that. The burly young man instantly surged up from the ground, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Zhu Wei's head, with a piece of junk gun. Are you trying to intimidate your father? Zhu Wei staggered back 3 or 4 steps from the blow. Don't make a move. If you do, that's an assault on law enforcement. The 3 groups acted in unison, upon witnessing Zhu Wei being struck. They immediately advanced to surround the burly young man. I just assaulted you. So what? The burly young man, who had nearly been killed by Zhu Wei's earlier blow, was now seething with anger. He turned to grab a box cutter from the counter and charged forward, shouting, even if you brought 500 men from Fatty Li, if I'm unhappy, none of you are getting out. With a furious roar, the burly young man lunged at the crowd with his knife. Qi Lin had been dodging, but to his surprise, the first target of the young man's attack was his side. Zhu Wei saw the knife and instinctively stepped aside. Shit. Qi Lin cursed as he realized he had no time to evade. Hastily angling his rear to protect himself, thud, just as the blade was about to pierce Qi Lin's body, Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd and caught the burly young man's knife with one hand. His palm clutched the blade, and blood gushed forth, cascading in a stream onto the floor. Qi Lin, shaken, took 2 steps back, staring in astonishment at Qin Yu. Silence ensued, a brief silence before the burly young man, eyes wide with fury, shouted at Qin Yu, "You can grip a knife with your hand. Does that mean you're invulnerable?" Having uttered this, the burly young man attempted to stab again. Qin Yu swiftly seized the young man's wrist with his left hand and called out to the middle-aged man on the stairs. "Brother, we are not here to cause trouble. The department has received multiple reports about counterfeit drugs being sold here. We had no choice but to come and take a look, but as soon as we entered, your brother aimed a gun at us. The my colleague had no choice but to respond to control the situation." The bald man, clad in a military coat, bent down to sit on the stairway, pulling out an electronic cigarette without replying. Qin Yu maintained his grip on the burly young man's wrist, smiling as he continued, "I have just arrived in Songjiang and am unfamiliar with the nuances of Tuzhou Street. Since this is a misunderstanding and there are no drugs being sold here, we will take our leave. Would that be acceptable to you, brother? If there are no drugs being sold here, why did you assault us?" The bald man puffed on his electronic cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips as he posed the question. Qin Yu fell silent for a few seconds before responding, "Brother, precisely because of your presence. We have jobs. We all depend on one another. Life is not easy for anyone, so it would be best if no one makes things difficult for anyone else. What do you think? What can you do to me if I do?" The burly young man shot back with a fierce glare. The bald man exhaled a plume of yellow phlegm, still saying nothing. Qin Yu paused momentarily, his smile unwavering, then turned to the bald man and said, "Brother, we may not be able to solve a case on Tuzhou Street, but beyond Tuzhou Street, you still have business to conduct, right?" Upon hearing this, the bald man's arm hesitated slightly before he spoke. "Let them go. Just like that. What about the fact that they assaulted me for no reason?" The burly young man retorted, his expression dark as he shouted at Qin Yu and the others. "If you want to leave, fine. Strip off your shirts and frog jump out of Tuzhou Street. Don't get too carried away." Guanqi, who was typically introverted, shouted back, gripping his gun. Slap. Qin Yu turned, catching Guanqi's arm. His expression serious as he said, "If we need to jump, then we jump. What's the big deal?" Guanqi responded with frustration, "Team leader Qin, if we don't leave, will they be able to live well? Damn it, there are so many of them. I'll make you listen to me." Qin Yu glared fiercely and shouted. Guanqi bit his lip, falling silent. "Strip off your shirts and frog jump out." Qin Yu called back to his team. On the stairs, the bald man suddenly asked in a low voice, "There are many people in this line of work. Why are we the only ones being targeted on Tuzhou Street?" Qin Yu paused, replying, "We received some reports and were sent to investigate. I'm not clear on the specifics." The bald man slowly rose, taking a step toward the upper floor, turning his back to Qin Yu as he said, "Tuzhou Street is a bit chaotic and predatory. In the future, avoid coming here without reason. With so many people outside, if each one stabs once, where will your police officers find the culprits?" Having spoken, the bald man vanished up the stairs. 5 minutes later, the 8 police officers, including Qin Yu, stood bare-chested in a row, frog jumping away from Tuzhou Street. On the roadside, dozens of young men wielding weapons watched silently, their expressions cold, From the windows of the buildings lining the street, nearly every household had their windows open. Some were smoking, while others were crossing their arms, all indifferently observing Qin Yu and his team as they awkwardly hopped toward the periphery. It was unclear how long the silence lasted until someone from the right side of a building suddenly shouted, "We'll come back and kill you." The furious shout echoed through the night, lingering in the air. Following this, a barrage of glass bottles, medicine jars, and discarded items rained down from above with a crash. "Run!" Qin Yu shouted, rising first as the others scrambled to disappear into the night. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a rickety wooden chair, frowning as he asked the burly young man, who was wrapping a bandage around his head, "Have the brothers dispersed?" "Yes, they have all left." The burly young man nodded. "Call a few brothers over and relocate the goods," the bald man instructed quietly. "For the next few days, do not release any goods. Let's lay low for a bit." The burly young man was taken aback. "Are you afraid?" "Third uncle, no. Those just now were clearly inexperienced little officers. Why should we be wary of them? Look at the prices the drugs are fetching outside. How many impoverished patients on Tuja Street rely on us to survive? If I shout, thousands will rush out to support us. Do we really need to care about their opinions? Just do as I say and don't be foolish." The bald man replied tersely, "Hurry and call a couple of brothers. I really am getting more timid as I go along." The burly young man muttered in frustration, but ultimately, unable to defy his third uncle, he stepped out to call for help in moving the goods. On the outskirts of Tuja Street, Qin Yu first put on his clothes, then grabbed a medical kit from the car, hastily wrapping his injured hand with bandages. Beside the vehicle, Guanxi glared angrily, cursing, "Damn it, how can law enforcement be outdone by thieves? In the end, we were stripped of our clothes and had to frog jump out. This is utterly humiliating. If word gets out, we'll be the laughingstock of the station. That we shouldn't have backed down. If we hadn't stripped, what could they have done to us?" Zhu Wei, in a heroic state, scolded Qin Yu, "You're just too timid. Let me tell you, this isn't how cases are handled in Songjiang. You're the team leader. When it comes to critical moments, you need to step up." Qin Yu clenched the bandage with his teeth, looking up at everyone as he said, "Gather around. I have something to say." "What is it?" Guanxi asked. "Come here." Qin Yu furrowed his brows and let out a roar. The crowd exchanged glances, their spirits dampened, and some impatiently approached Qin Yu. They checked their ammunition, while those without bulletproof vests retrieved them from the vehicle. Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to manage the car as Qin Yu, with a stoic expression, issued commands to the group. The others listened to Qin Yu, their faces blank with confusion. A little over 10 minutes later, inside the storefront, Ma Lao was directing 3 peers at the back door. "The vehicle will take a while to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, head to the 3rd store. There's more there." "Where are the goods being moved to?" someone inquired. "Back to the warehouse first," Ma Lao replied nonchalantly. "Sanshu is just too timid. He's wasting time. If it were up to me, I'd leave the goods right here for sale." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the left side of the back door. Ma Lao turned with a cigarette in hand, only to see Qin Yu, clad in a light green bulletproof vest and wielding a lengthy anti-explosive shotgun, charging in. "Damn!" Bang! With a cold gaze, Qin Yu lifted his right leg and kicked Ma Lao squarely in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao was propelled backward, colliding with 3 crates of goods and landing in a daze. "Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot." Guanxi aimed his gun at Ma Lao's head, without a moment's pause. Qin Yu yanked the door and stormed into the storefront, heading straight for the 2nd floor. Inside a room on the 2nd floor, the intercom crackled with static as a drug dealer sprinting below shouted, "Sanshu, that gang is back." Sanshu, momentarily stunned, sprang to his feet, reaching for his gun. Clatter! Qin Yu racked the gun's action as he entered, glancing sideways at Sanshu and exclaimed, "The terrain in Tuja Street is too convoluted. We've jumped for ages and still can't escape. Big brother, you need to come with us and show us the way." Sanshu looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. A counterattack? Within the confines of the 2nd floor room, Qin Yu had no time to dally with Sanshu. He quickly landed 2 blows with the butt of his gun to Sanshu's head, and Zhu Wei promptly slapped handcuffs on him. "Let's go. Hurry up." Qin Yu tugged at Sanshu, urging him down the stairs. "No need to chase the small fry. Those we catch should be taken away immediately. Don't waste time." As he shouted, Qin Yu and Zhu Wei had already pulled Sanshu out of the storefront. Meanwhile, Ma Lao, restrained outside, bit Lin's palm like a wild animal, screaming, "Grab your weapons. Those police are back." The street erupted into chaos as surrounding drug dealers immediately brandished their weapons and charged out. However, Qin Yu had made arrangements prior to his arrival. Seeing Ma Lauer shouting, he swung the butt of his gun in a wide arc, smashing it against Ma Lauer's mouth with a loud crack. Ow. Ma Lauer writhed on the ground, spitting out 2 front teeth, his lips torn and bleeding. Move to the side. Chinyu stepped across the street from the storefront, waving his hand to urge everyone, stop dawdling. Just grab 5 kilograms of contraband, and that will be enough to seal their fate. Why are you carrying boxes, you idiots? Only then did the dim-witted Lao He drop the box and grab 2 bags of antiviral medication. Sprinting into the alley across the road. On the street, a throng of people surged forward, rushing towards them. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyu fired 3 shots into the crowd, but they did not disperse. Instead, they charged forward like a frenzy. Returning fire. Damn it. These drug dealers are throwing caution to the wind. Chinyu found himself cornered at the alley's entrance. Realizing that his gunfire couldn't quell the chaos, he turned and ran. Moments later, just as they emerged from the narrow alley, the screech of tires pierced the air. Get in the car. Lao He and Xiao Lu shouted as they pushed open the doors of 2 vehicles. Chinyu and his group wasted no time stuffing Ma Lauer, Sin Shu, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle, leaping into the back of a truck to eye in the black market. Police vehicles came in 2 varieties, 7-seat SUVs and 5-seat pickups with cargo beds. Only high-ranking officials like Director Li were entitled to ride in standard police cars. They were rarely seen on patrol. In those days, practicality reigned, and resources were too scarce for ostentation. Fortunately, the design of police vehicles was fairly utilitarian, at least providing a cargo bed for transport. Otherwise, the group would have struggled to fit inside the cramped space. Vroom. After everyone piled into the vehicle, Lao He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Speeding towards the outskirts of Tuzha Street, gunfire erupted almost incessantly as the cars sped along, riddled with bullets. The 2 Thai brothers from Team 2, sitting on the outer edge, sustained varying degrees of gunshot wounds. To hell with it, don't dodge. Whoever is in front, ram them. Chinyu shouted from the truck bed. Lao He, too frightened to look up, kept his head low over the steering wheel, colliding with several people until the opposing crowd slowly began to disperse. After driving full throttle through the Tuzha Street area for a little over a minute, they finally broke free. Chinyu glanced back at the hundreds still in pursuit, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sighed. If this place isn't managed properly, who knows what will happen in Songjiang. Smack. Just as he finished, a sharp sound rang out above his head, followed by a sudden pain. Impressive, brother. Zhu Wei clapped Chinyu on the back, exclaiming, "You've got guts." That counterattack was executed flawlessly. Chinyu frowned and shot a glance at him, remaining silent. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, inside the police office, having finished stitching up his injured hand in the infirmary, Chinyu stepped into the interrogation room. Ma Lauer lounged on the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Chinyu. You've landed yourself in trouble. You won't last 3 hours. Bang. Chinyu raised his foot and brutally kicked Ma Lauer in the head. Damn. Ma Lauer's head struck the wall, and he saw stars. 500 men can't do the trick, huh? Bang. So you're the toughest in Tuzha Street, are you? Bang. The boss, huh? Bang. 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 As Chinyu berated him, he delivered 7 or 8 kicks to Ma Lauer's head until the latter collapsed. Unconscious, blood gushing from his nostrils, his body convulsing. Get some cold water. Let us cool down our brother Ma's boiling blood. Quickly, Chinyu shouted at Lao He. Lao He wasted no time, fetching a bucket of icy, filthy water from the restroom and dousing it over Ma Lauer's head. It took less than half a minute for Ma Lauer to regain some consciousness. Chinyu stepped on Ma Lauer's calf, bent down, and demanded, "You want to see some frog jumps, huh?" Ma Lauer, with a hint of fear in his eyes, no longer dared to speak defiantly. "Kneel." Chinyu suddenly barked. Ma Lauer flinched, recoiling slightly. "I said kneel." Chinyu pointed to the ground, glaring intensely. Ma Lauer, bewildered, stammered, "Just don't make it too humiliating, all right?" At the sound of this, Chinyu immediately raised his right leg. Thud. Before his foot could land on Ma Lauer's head, the latter hastily knelt on the floor. "Kneel and frog jumped out. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. If you do, I'll kick you." Chinyu grasped Ma Lauer's hair, enunciating each word clearly. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lauer began to frog jump across the room while kneeling. A real man doesn't eat the losses right in front of him. Damn it. "I admit defeat." Outside the door, working overtime tonight, Jilin asked. No need. Time to sleep. Chinyu shook his head in reply. "Let us leave it for a night. Tomorrow morning, we'll interrogate those 2 for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lauer, And that Sanchu won't spill a word. Those two clearly have been in this business for a while. Got it? Qilin nodded, then asked, are you going back to your newly rented place? I can give you a ride. No need. I'll stay here tonight, Chinyu replied, shaking his head. Just making do for a night. We'll get to work tomorrow morning. All right. After exchanging a few words, Chinyu turned and headed towards the washroom. Inside a certain entertainment venue on Black Street, Yuan Ku answered a phone call, his expression one of surprise as he asked, is that true? Chinyu led a team to Tuzha Street to apprehend some people. And he actually succeeded. This kid has truly surprised me. The following day, at 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his private office and said to Chinyu with a smile, let's skip the pretense. Everyone involved in the case last night will receive a subsidy of 300 yuan each, funded from the team's budget. Chinyu was taken aback for a moment, but immediately gave a thumbs up, saying, that's commendable. Let's expedite the interrogation. I await the results. All right. Chinyu nodded. If there's nothing else, I'm off. Hey, wait a moment. Yuan Ku opened his small cabinet and took out a new pair of leather boots, asking, what size do you wear? Size 43. Perfect. We were the same size. Yuan Ku placed the shoebox on the desk. These were a gift from a friend, and I've never worn them. Take them. But these are quite expensive. What does one pair of shoes matter? Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively. Just take them. Chinyu glanced at the shoebox and suddenly realized that Yuan Ku's generosity was genuine and not merely for show. As long as one delivered results, he would strive to secure benefits for them. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Don't mention it. Just go. Yuan Ku smiled. All right. Chinyu left with the shoebox. In the following 2 days, the members of Team 3 devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, to Chinyu's astonishment, the resistance from Sanchu and Ma Lao Air was increasingly tenacious. Although the two henchmen had confessed, these two were either feigning madness or remaining completely silent. Interrogation was not Chinyu's forte, as this was not the planned area where many of his experiences and methods could be applied. Moreover, when it came to the sheer experience of interrogating criminals, the other members of Team 3 were evidently more seasoned. Thus, he decided to leave the matter to Lao He and Guanqi while he awaited leads and results. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Chinyu was chatting with Qilin, Lao He, and Xiao Lu in the office, Zhu Wei, having had a bit to drink, swaggered back in from outside. Damn, no interrogation? Everyone's just resting? Zhu Wei exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Yeah, just taking a break. Chinyu nodded, smack. Zhu Wei habitually patted Chinyu on the head and said, go sit over there. Chinyu chuckled and shifted his position slightly. Why do you always mess with me? Why do you keep slapping my head? What's wrong with giving you a little smack? You're about to get promoted, acting all high and mighty. Huh? Zhu Wei teased. How come you're out drinking during work hours? Chinyu casually asked. Even if you can handle it, can your wallet? Drinks can be quite expensive. Too many friends and social obligations. What can I do? Zhu Wei replied nonchalantly, crossing his legs. My family is pressuring me to get married, and they introduced me to a girl. I went to meet her and had a drink. Chinyu nodded and deliberately pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a lighter. What the hell? Zhu Wei exclaimed, taken aback. You said you were out of cigarettes. Why are you hiding them from your brother? He reached out, saying, come on, give me one. I'm out. This is the last one. Chinyu replied after taking a puff. Come on, stop being stingy. Just give me one. Zhu Wei insisted. Seriously, I have none left, Chinyu said, leaning back in his chair to avoid Zhu Wei's grasp. Get him. Zhu Wei shouted, his breath reeking of alcohol. He pressed down on Chinyu's arms and yelled, come on, hold him down and make him give up that cigarette. This guy doesn't know the rules, coming in here being all stingy. Old Zhu, stop messing around. I really don't have any left. Chinyu laughed, trying to emphasize his point. Quick, hold him down. Xiao Lu, grab his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally his comrades. The atmosphere grew lively as the members of Team 3, except for Qilin and the two injured Tai brothers, rushed to Chinyu's side, attempting to seize the cigarette. Stop it. I really have none left, Chinyu protested, grinning as he playfully shoved them away. The strong young men followed Zhu Wei's lead, joining in the fun. What are we going to do today? It's like we've never smoked before. Qilin laughed as he got up to fetch some water. Damn it, I can't let you off the hook. Hurry up and hand it over. Zhu Wei pressed down on Chinyu's arm, reaching towards his pocket. Just then, Chinyu suddenly grabbed the police dagger from the desk, pinching the blade between his thumb and forefinger, and thrust it down forcefully. Thud, the blade plunged into Zhu Wei, freezing him in place. Don't mess with me. I swear I'll stab you again. Chinyu chuckled, holding the blade and preparing to stab Zhu Wei's thigh. Thud. The second stab landed, causing Zhu Wei to stumble back 2 steps. Seeing the blood, the other team members stood frozen in shock, while Qi Lin watched Qin Yu, eyes wide with disbelief that, oh crap, did you really stab him? Qin Yu feigned surprise, quickly standing up, looking down at the wound on Zhu Wei's leg, and asked, are you okay? Zhu Wei, in pain, became irate and pushed Qin Yu away, exclaiming, are you kidding? You can't just play around with a knife? Qin Yu raised his head, still smiling, and said, I told you not to mess with me. I warned you I might not hold back, and you kept joking around. Well, look what happened. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. Their earlier jovial expressions vanished. From now on, don't mess with me. Got it? Hee hee. Qin Yu put the knife down and helped Zhu Wei up. Let us go to the infirmary. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, but seeing Qin Yu's demeanor, he calmed down and followed him to the infirmary. After this little episode, no one in Team 3 dared to tease Qin Yu excessively again, including the foolish Zhu Wei, and nobody continued to treat him as just a new recruit, from a bystander's perspective. Qi Lin observed how Qin Yu handled Zhu Wei, realizing that beneath his friendly banter, Qin Yu's mind might be contemplating matters far removed from their current antics. You might think you've become friends, but he could still remind you, in an unexpected manner, when you've crossed the line while preserving your dignity. At the same time, Qi Lin recalled how the domineering Lao San had not dared to provoke Qin Yu since the kidnapping case, indicating that Qin Yu had privately resolved that issue as well. It dawned on Qi Lin that perhaps it was individuals like Qin Yu who could navigate such a complex environment, bold, meticulous, understanding of human emotions, and worldly wise. Having been tempered in the planned area for over a decade, perhaps he was merely waiting for his opportunity to soar here. After parting ways with Zhu Wei at the infirmary, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he had rented an apartment but had been too busy to visit. So, he called Lao and headed towards number 88 courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tuzha Street, an elderly man around 60, leaning on a cane, remarked, Qin Yu, I haven't heard of him before. I had someone look into it. He's new. He caught Xiao Er and Demin shortly after arriving. He must have someone backing him. The elderly man pondered for a while before turning around and instructing, take some people and search for this Qin Yu. He should be in number 88 courtyard. He leaned against the window of the house on the left side, his wide eyes scanning Lin Yanlei's room. Why hasn't she returned yet? From the house on the right, Qin Yu shouted hoarsely, could you come over and lend me a hand? Did I ask you to come just to enjoy the scenery? Stop shouting, I'm coming, the old man replied enthusiastically, crossing the courtyard and entering Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented place. You only come back to sleep, and you still intend to turn it into a palace? Just tidy it up a bit. If you're living here, shouldn't you keep it clean? Qin Yu waved his hand in front of his nose. Could you help me sweep the floor? It's all dusty. Damn it. You want me, a deputy captain, to clean for you? Brother, you're getting a bit too carried away. I'll treat you to a meal later. Now that's more like it. The old man, inherently lazy, helping Qin Yu with chores was already a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with the old man mainly directing while Qin Yu did the labor. They toiled until 8 or 9 o'clock, yet Lin Yanlei still hadn't returned. Where could she be? The old man had come over today largely to see Lin. Stop looking. She's not your type. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Let's eat. Then let's go to my second sister's place. Forget that. I'll just step out to buy some late-night snacks. What late-night snacks? Instant noodles, of course. They're convenient. What? I'm helping you move, and you're treating me to that. Instant noodles are cheap. Are you eating or not? If not, you can go home. You've worked all night. You must be tired. Qin Yu replied with a sidelong glance. You're unbelievable. Haha. I'll throw in a sausage for you. It's settled then. Qin Yu chuckled as he stepped out of the residence. There were a total of 5 households in the small courtyard. The female landlord lived behind the iron gate of the inner courtyard and rarely came out. The remaining 4 households were occupied by Lin Yanlei and Qin Yu on either side of the main entrance, while the last 2 families lived in side rooms without water or electricity, seldom seen. After buying food, Qin Yu boiled hot water, shared a simple dinner with the old man, and prepared to sleep early in order to continue interrogating Ma Lauer and Demin the next day. All right, we've finished eating. You can head back, Qin Yu said, taking off his coat. The old man burped and replied, forget it. I'm staying here tonight. Brother, it's just a 1.5-meter bed. How are we supposed to sleep? I'll just hold you. The old man, too lazy to even clean up the leftover scraps, flopped onto the bed and kicked off his 2 smelly shoes. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu asked, somewhat awkwardly. Are you here for Lin Yanlei? Or for me? Hey, Have you ever played with a guy? The old man asked curiously while lying on the bed. Chinyu was momentarily speechless. I'm asking you a question. Have you? Have you played with one? Chinyu retorted that I've seen others play. They say it can lead to quite the tale about the prostate. Shut up, Chinyu said, feeling a bit nauseous. Are you going home, or not? Not going home. It's too late. I'm staying here. The old man yawned and carelessly stripped off his clothes. Chinyu found himself at a loss, so he simply washed up before getting into bed. However, with only one blanket in the room. He felt a bit awkward lying down, especially with the old man's earlier words still echoing in his mind. Did they catch the drug trafficker? The old man, now facing Chinyu, had already closed his eyes. Drifting towards sleep. Yeah, Chinyu nodded. They caught the two leaders. Haha, that Yuan-kun must be overjoyed. The old man sneered. That bastard talks about morality, but in reality, he only does worthless things. Chinyu had heard the old man express such sentiments before. You seem to harbor some prejudice against our team? It's hard to explain everything in just a few sentences, but I must remind you. While you work, it's best not to mix the personal with the professional. Keep your legs to yourself. Don't bump into me. Chinyu advised. I didn't move my legs. How could you not? They bumped into mine. I was just lying here with my eyes closed. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Who is it? Chinyu called out. It's me, Lin Yanlei. Are you back? I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got off work, and the water's cut off, so I can't wash up, not realizing Chinyu was in the room. Lin Yanlei leaned against the window, peering inside while knocking on the door, faintly seeing Chinyu getting up from the bed. Yes, just a moment. Chinyu, having no time to change into pajamas, threw on his coat and opened the door. Sorry for the trouble. I assume you're already asleep. Lin Yanlei, clad in a plush coat, had her little face flushed from the cold and no worries. I have hot water left. Chinyu smiled. I'll get it for you. Thank you. Lin Yanlei was polite and didn't barge into the room. As Chinyu turned to fetch the water, he remarked, your job seems quite exhausting. Why are you coming back so late? Just got there. Adapting to the situation, Lin Yanlei stretched her delicate neck. Oh, after sitting all day, my neck feels like it's petrifying. Yanlei, we don't have much hot water left. At that moment, the old man suddenly sat up in bed, grabbing his underwear and exclaimed, wait, I'll go draw some cold water from the well for you. You can boil some more. Just wait there. At the entrance, Lin Yanlei stared in astonishment as the old man donned his underwear from under the covers. Her neck stiffly turning to glance at Chinyu, her expression bewildered as she stammered. Oh, your partner is here too? Chinyu stood frozen in shock. At the entrance of number 88 courtyard, an electric scooter came to a halt. And the person on the back seat glanced at the front gate and said, Xiaohu said he has a colleague living here. 2 people, the rider asked in reply. Yes. All right, let's wait a bit. We'll act when Chinyu comes out. With that, the motorcycle quietly disappeared into the night. The following morning, the old man was awakened by a call at 6 o'clock, roused to return to the station due to a task. Meanwhile, Chinyu was pondering what inexpensive breakfast to have when Lin Yanlei unexpectedly brought him a plate of warm youtiao. Just bought this. Eat up, she called, hanging the youtiao on the door. Oh, that's too kind of you. Chinyu, who was washing up, was taken aback. It's nothing. We're neighbors helping each other out. Lin Yanlei smiled, wanting to express her gratitude for the hot water from last night. I have to go to work now. So early? Yes. I have an outdoor task. Need to go set up equipment. Lin Yanlei beamed at Chinyu, waving as she said, see you tonight. All right. Bye, sister. Lin Yanlei, with her shoulder bag, turned and left. Chinyu stood there for a while. Puzzled. Sister? How did that come about? Does she see me as a zero? 5 minutes later, Lin Yanlei was waiting at the door for a female colleague. As they walked towards their workplace, she chatted animatedly. Let me tell you, that rather manly guy in our courtyard might be a gay. Are you serious? Pretty much confirmed. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my god. That is such a pity. After finishing the breakfast Lin Yanlei had brought, Chinyu tidied up a bit and headed to the station. Due to limited resources in the brief establishment of Songjiang City, public transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, no buses, and taxis were a rarity. Most people relied on their legs for travel or bought electric scooters for convenience. However, the costs of charging an electric scooter were quite high, making them accessible only to stable, well-paid businessmen or minor officials in government institutions. Chinyu was quite frugal and aimed to save money for other goals, so he refrained from purchasing an electric scooter. Aside from regular attendance, although the vehicles in the group are available for use, one must bear the associated costs, thus he can only walk to his workplace after approximately 5 minutes of walking. As Chinyu contemplated visiting a shop to check for electronic cigarettes, he was unexpectedly approached by two burly men who flanked him on either side. Instinctively, Chinyu took a step back, assessing their stance and demeanor, and placed his right hand on his waist, feigning the act of drawing a firearm, though in reality, he was unarmed. No ill intent, just here to have a word, the leading man said. Lowering his gaze, Chinyu remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Who are you? You need not know me, just recognize this, the leader replied, lifting his shirt to reveal a firearm at his waist. Chinyu, maintaining a stern expression, stood motionless. The leader disengaged the safety on his weapon. Can we have a chat? Recalling whom he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang, Chinyu nodded in consent. Then let us proceed. Moments later, in a narrow alley, middle-aged men flanked Chinyu, while an elderly man remained seated in an electric off-road vehicle, not alighting. Chinyu scrutinized the group, noting their simple attire. Thick leather coats and woolen hats, while their faces appeared grimy, marked with what seemed like grease stains. In this context, Chinyu felt no fear towards ostentatious figures who spoke softly and exuded an air of sophistication. Rather, he harbored apprehension towards these unsophisticated individuals of ambiguous origins. A slight tension gripped him, as they reminded him of the notorious bandit Matsushita, who had been killed just days prior. Did you capture Ma Lao and Min? The elderly man inquired from within the vehicle, his arms crossed and enveloped in his coat. The reason Chinyu had refrained from confronting them was that he had surmised they were here regarding a case. He had indeed offended a few people in Songjiang, with Lao Sin being one, but the conflict had not escalated to the point of violence. If they were indeed here for the case, it was likely for business or to negotiate. Therefore, Chinyu believed there was no need for a confrontation. After a moment's hesitation, Chinyu nodded. Yes, I apprehended them. My surname is Ma. I am the elder uncle of Ma Lao, the old man retorted, producing a cigarette resembling a rolled tobacco leaf, igniting it with a lighter. Chinyu blinked, his expression shifting to one of subservience. Hello, boss Ma. The old man turned his gaze out the window, his voice gravelly. Young man, have you just arrived in Songjiang? Yes, I've just come here. Seeking employment, Chinyu replied candidly. Indeed, anyone in the bureau can lead me. You possess some connections. To be appointed a team leader upon your arrival, old man Ma took a drag from his cigarette. I have no connections, Chinyu said with a pained expression. I was fortunate to stumble upon a case and resolved it, which pleased the director, leading to my promotion. Exhaling smoke, the old man remained silent for a moment before saying, Young man, since you handled the case, think of a way to grant me a favor and release the individuals. Chinyu feigned a timid smile. That's quite difficult for me. You want to do it for free. The old man gestured to the burly man on Chinyu's left, who produced 20,000 yuan in cash and handed it over. Take it. This is not quite appropriate. Chinyu smiled and declined. You're not just getting cash. There's also something else. The burly man succinctly inquired. Which do you prefer? Sweat beaded on Chinyu's forehead as anxiety gripped him. He sensed that if these men were displeased, they could easily resort to violence. Young man, you led the operation on this case. A mere gesture from you to produce some evidence could ensure my family's release, right? Old man Ma said with a smile. In this era, there are those who speak of indulgence and survival, but I have yet to hear anyone espouse principles. The role of a police officer may not last long, but with cash in hand, you can spend it whenever you wish. Chinyu, feeling the weight of the cash in the burly man's hand, responded with a grin. Old sir, I must confess, I dream of acquiring that money. With 20,000. I could buy myself a police chief and marry several wives, yet I am indeed in a predicament. The old man remained silent. The Bureau's leadership has promoted me, specifically directing me to dismantle the drug trafficking case. Chinyu explained softly. If I had apprehended the individuals without bringing them to the Bureau, even if you, old man Ma, offered me 20,000, I would still release them upon hearing your name. But now, they have been detained, evidence collected. If I were to release them suddenly, it would be akin to defying my superiors, causing trouble for the Bureau. Old sir, I have struggled for years in this precarious planning district, and finally secured a stable position. I truly cannot afford to offend my superiors. Damn it. Giving face yet not appreciating it. The burly man on the right drew a Nepalese knife, swinging it menacingly at the back of Chinyu's head. The sound of slicing air filled the space as the blade descended swiftly. Chinyu raised his arm in defense, leaning to the left. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Chinyu pushed the burly man back. Remaining steadfast in his position, he quickly raised his hands. Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. This 9th special zone spans nearly 700,000 square kilometers, filled with countless ruffians. What am I in comparison? Why must you treat me as an equal? The burly man, momentarily taken aback, stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. You can actually hold your own. What do I know? I'm merely a lowly officer. Qin Yu retorted, sweat streaming down his forehead as he called out to the old man inside the vehicle. Uncle Ma, regarding the case, I truly cannot make a decision. Could you perhaps let me off the hook? Old man Ma furrowed his brow and scrutinized Qin Yu for a moment before commanding the burly man, don't harm him. The burly man lowered his knife slightly. Since you claim this matter does not concern you, then enlighten me. Who mandated that you resolve the case? Old man Ma pressed, clearly intent on extracting information from Qin Yu. In response, Qin Yu did not fabricate a story, but rather provided a detailed account. It was an order from the police department, mandating that the Bureau clean up the drug trafficking rings in the Blackstreet area. Director Li is primarily overseeing this, and it was Captain Yuan Ku who informed me that I must complete the work within the stipulated time. The group stood in shock, unable to comprehend that this young man had not defended his captain or Director Li, but rather had candidly laid bare the situation. Seeing their bewilderment, Qin Yu quickly added, Uncle Ma, if you could ensure this money reaches the higher-ups and persuade them to delay the matter, I would be more than willing to redo the evidence and secure the release of your family members without any issues. Ah, so you speak with clarity to people and with ambiguity to ghosts. Old man Ma observed Qin Yu with a bemused smile. Qin Yu, sensing the shift, clasped his hands together and nodded fervently. I am just a lowly officer. It's a struggle to survive. Who would I dare offend? After a few moments of contemplation, the old man waved his hand. Let him go, M.A. Gu. The burly man called out, blocking Qin Yu's escape. Let him pass, the old man reiterated, waving his hand once more. The four men exchanged cold glances with Qin Yu before finally allowing him to leave. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, although I cannot release your family, they are still in my custody, and I will ensure their well-being, Qin Yu assured him earnestly. Old man Ma paused, then suddenly smiled. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Not a bother, not a bother. Qin Yu nodded and turned to depart. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward and remarked to Old man Ma, this kid is too soft. I believe he spoke the truth. He cannot handle this. Old man Ma lit another cigarette and shook his head gently. He is not soft. He is slippery. The burly man was taken aback by this assertion. Anyone truly soft would have already wet their pants at this sight, Old man Ma remarked, inhaling smoke. Can't you see? He is trying to convey a message to us. What message? The burly man asked, perplexed. This matter is beyond him. The issue lies with Yuan Ku and Director Li. Old man Ma murmured. He is merely the one executing the tasks and does not wish to offend us on behalf of his superiors. That's why without hesitation, he pushed Yuan Ku and Li Fatty to the forefront. So that means his relationship with Yuan Ku isn't as close as we presumed. The robust man inquired along this line of thought. Yuan Ku's promotion of him is likely indicative of. The old man interrupted, responding, I have a feeling the authorities' sudden crackdown on illicit drugs is probably related to another batch of drugs that recently flooded the market. Previously, our company was the sole player. But now new competitors have emerged. The issue may lie in the competition. What about the next step? Finding Qin Yu was proving futile. The old man waved his hand and declared, let us get in the car. We must first ascertain why the authorities are conducting this sweep. This way, we'll know how to handle matters concerning the small vendors and the general populace. Upon exiting the alley, Qin Yu hastened to the police station. In truth, the old man's analysis was entirely accurate. Qin Yu simply wished to avoid being blamed for anyone else's missteps. If you, Yuan Ku, direct me to solve the case, that poses no issue. However, once the case is resolved and a series of troubles arise, it is you, the captain, who must shoulder the burden. Qin Yu is absolutely unwilling to bear that responsibility himself. His current condition renders him incapable of enduring any additional strain. Maintaining the status quo is already a considerable challenge. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and relayed the situation concerning Old Ma, eager to gauge the latter's reaction. Yuan Ku appeared astonished and gravely advised. These individuals are not to be trifled with. You must exercise caution in the coming days. Rest assured, I will bear the pressure from this end. Over the next few days, I will have someone circulate the word that I have ordered you to dismantle the drug trafficking gang, thereby ensuring that any ensuing troubles will come my way. Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily set aside his suspicions regarding Yuan Ku, for the latter's words were faultless, and he exhibited a commendable sense of loyalty, resembling a leader one could rely upon. After this minor upheaval, Qin Yu promptly proceeded to the interrogation room, intensifying his efforts against Ma Lao Er and Demin, striving to obtain a confession swiftly and follow the leads to apprehend larger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Ma Lao Er and Demin remained resolutely tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate. Old He, exasperated, dragged the two into a basement devoid of surveillance and recording equipment, employing other methods to compel them to confess. Yet, even after enduring a brutal treatment, the duo remained silent. Ultimately, with no other options, Qin Yu was compelled to seek clues from the lackeys, despite their knowledge being far from core secrets, within the interrogation room. Qin Yu inhaled from his e-cigarette, tilting his neck as he addressed Ma Lao Er's accomplice. Share something of value. You keep offering trivial leads. How can I assist you? The lackey, eyes downcast, replied, Brother, it's not that I refuse to speak. But now that we've been apprehended, all goods and personnel must be hidden away. The information I previously possessed is now useless. You may not be aware of Old He's cruelty. Irritated, Qin Yu rose. All right, I will cease the interrogation. Let Old He give you a lesson. Brother, please, don't do this. Let me think it over. Then hurry up and think. I haven't eaten yet. Qin Yu bent down and reseated himself. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the lackey suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, I do have a lead. What is it? Qin Yu inquired. Before we were captured, I overheard Ma Lao Er mention a significant figure responsible for supplying goods who will be arriving in Songjiang in the next few days. The lackey stated, his eyes brightening. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Is that true? In a slum of Songjiang, a scruffy man quietly questioned over the phone, has the commotion subsided? The goods are all secured. I must take action. After much deliberation, Ma Lao replied with resignation, let us meet first to discuss. While Qin Yu busied himself with the case, Qi Lin was preoccupied with his own ambitions. Contemplating how he could ascend to the rank of second-level officer, outside the office of the Public Security Bureau security team, Qi Lin, carrying 2 bags of gifts, nervously knocked on the door. Come in. A voice called from within. Qi Lin pushed the door open, revealing a man with a European visage, who looked up and inquired, Oh, Qi, come in. I just wanted to drop by and see how you were doing. Qi Lin said, grinning broadly. Inside the office, the portly man, whose body was covered in thick body hair, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and stated, Qi, I have a meeting soon. If you have something to say, please get to the point. Subtly wiping sweat from his chubby thigh, Qi Lin placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk and said, Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some fresh beef jerky and steak from Phone Bay. You should try them. Ryan frowned and glanced at Qi Lin, cut the pleasantries and get to the matter at hand. Well, you see, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan, and I was hoping you could assist me in getting promoted to second-level officer. You know my qualifications and work performance are sufficient for the promotion. I lack only someone to advocate on my behalf, Qi Lin said, standing beside the desk, anxious. Ryan, engrossed in writing a report, did not even glance at Qi Lin. There are only 10 slots available. Yours was initially one of them, but the 4th team Sang Yong submitted his brother-in-law's name. Yuan Ku and I have no recourse. You will need to wait a little longer. I will ensure you are considered for the next promotion. Qi Lin stood stunned for a moment. Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law has only been here for less than 5 months. True, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong. Ryan replied with a resigned smile. Just wait a bit. Opportunities come and go. Consider it networking. Qi Lin clenched his fists, pushing forward. Captain Ryan, I genuinely need this second-level officer title. My mother is ill, and every month everyone aspires to rise without reason. Ryan replied expressionlessly, but this promotion should rightfully be mine. I have waited nearly a year. Qi Lin protested. Ryan idly rummaged through the food bags, murmuring, beef jerky and steak, fine items indeed. Qi, how about this? I will send you 2 boxes of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you could speak to Director Li on my behalf and facilitate my promotion to the office. Qi Lin was taken aback. Qi, opportunities have become very pragmatic. If one lacks money, they await wealth. If one has money, they await power. Now tell me, what can beef jerky bring? I could shout, and it would fill my fridge. Ryan said, casually pushing the steak back toward Qi Lin. Take it back and wait a bit. Qi Lin pursed his lips, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Then I shall wait. Take the items with you. Please keep them. The steak is quite good, Qi Lin replied, turning to leave. Ryan remained silent. Returning to his work, as Qi Lin reached the door, he noticed several filthy garments reeking of body odor hanging on a coat rack, and promptly turned back, saying, Your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you. Ryan did not look up, simply responding, Your shoes are dirty as well. Let me clean them for you. Then I shall take my leave. With a heap of items in hand. Chi Lin pulled the door open and exited. A few minutes later, Ryan tossed the gifts Chi Lin had brought to a female colleague in the office, saying, Steak, take it back with you. Don't you want it? It has been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog want to eat it, Ryan remarked, adjusting his attire as he walked out. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, scrubbing shoes while on the phone, saying, This month's drugs, I still need to. I will find a way to return the money to you. Within the third Group S office area, Chin Yu clapped his hands, announcing, Old Hay is procuring firearms and equipment. No one is to leave the office building before 8 o'clock tonight. There may be an operation. Zhu Wei, still recovering from a wound inflicted by Chin Yu, hesitantly asked, Captain, do I still need to go? We're short on personnel. You'll drive? Chin Yu decisively instructed. All right, Zhu Wei nodded, not daring to voice any objections. At 4 in the afternoon, after everyone had dined in the cafeteria, they gathered their equipment and police firearms before returning to their dormitory. Upon entering the room, Jilin spotted a rare automatic rifle and inquired, What's going on? Who are we capturing? Why the elaborate setup? Even the M464 is being deployed. Old Ma's associates have reported that a significant supplier from the Ma family may have arrived in Songjiang, Chin Yu replied. Glancing at his watch. I have instructed someone to follow a core member of the Ma family. It might yield results though. Chi Lin nodded, pondering for a moment before abruptly pulling Chin Yu aside and saying, I need to make a quick trip home first, if that's all right. Chin Yu was momentarily taken aback and, with a resigned expression, quietly inquired, Are you looking to evade the task of apprehension once more? Brother, we are short-handed. Otherwise, I would let you off the hook. If you are concerned about potential trouble, you can drive. Is that acceptable? It is not a matter of avoidance. I must return home today, Chi Lin replied, furrowing his brow. My mother is gravely ill, and my younger sister is blind and quite young. If I do not go back, they may not even have food to eat. Furthermore, I need to take her to the hospital today for a follow-up examination. Chin Yu reasoned that Chi Lin, no matter how timid, would not fabricate lies concerning his mother. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Will you be able to return before we execute our operation? Once we are ready to act, I will call you, and I will certainly return, Chi Lin assured. Very well, then you may go, Chin Yu replied. Captain, I apologize for the trouble. It is nothing. We are all facing difficulties. We ought to assist one another, Chin Yu said, patting Chi Lin on the shoulder. I will call you before we commence our operation. Understood, Chi Lin nodded. Later that evening, around 7 o'clock, in a dilapidated slum within a darkened district, the elderly Ma disembarked from his vehicle, glanced around cautiously, and then, wrapped in his military overcoat, lowered his head and entered a foul-smelling alley. Whom are you seeking? A man asked from the shadows. I am looking for Along, the old man replied, halting in his tracks upon hearing the voice. Go. Is that you? The other party smiled as he approached. Is he inside? Yes, the young man replied politely. Mago, please raise your arm. I need to conduct a routine check. The old man complied, allowing the youth to search him thoroughly. Inside, Along, disheveled and unkempt, sat on the bed, idly toying with a handheld device. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku was in his office, holding a phone, and walked to the window, saying, Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to summon me back? Yes, I am in the midst of something. All right, I will return shortly. In the dormitory, Chin Yu was polishing his service weapon while glancing at Lao He and asked, Brother, how did you end up in the 9th district? Like most, I suppose, Lao He replied quietly. Lowering his head, when disaster struck, nations formed a united government and established 8 districts for refuge. However, with the world's vast population, how could everyone possibly fit into these 8 zones? There are many people and scarce resources, and livable areas are few. Thus, to gain entry into these 8 districts, one must wait for the united government to randomly select individuals for permanent residency. Although it is termed random selection, most tickets were acquired by the societal elite, leaving only a meager portion, which skyrocketed in price. As the process neared its end, a single ticket was worth tens of millions of dollars. My homeland is engulfed in war-torn Africa. Survival is already a struggle, let alone affording a ticket. At this point, another brother from Thailand softly chimed in. We have all shared similar experiences. My father held on to a glimmer of hope, having heard that the quotas for the 7th and 8th districts were still unfulfilled and that permanent residency was still being distributed randomly. Thus, he did everything possible to reach Asia, only to find that the quotas were full, and they could not accommodate us. Lao He smiled at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you know the origin of the 9th district?" "I have heard some about it." Qin Yu nodded. "Since the 7th and 8th districts are within your nation's borders and were the last two areas with unfilled quotas, many hopeful individuals flocked here from around the globe. Waiting for that faint chance, however, once the 7th and 8th districts reached capacity, over 10 million homeless individuals remained here, unable to survive. Consequently, under some leadership, riots erupted in an attempt to breach the other residential areas. The united government, left with no choice, decided to allocate a portion of resources to establish the 9th Special District. Yet, they lacked the capacity and sufficient resources to sustain this area, ultimately allowing us to govern ourselves. This is the history of the 9th District. It represents a sliver of hope that we, the societal underclass, have seized. Although it is chaotic, it feels like home. If you were to send me to any of the other 8 districts, I might not adapt." Lao He was optimistic, his bright smile revealing a set of pearly whites that exuded warmth. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu inquired, "Do you have any family left?" "No one." Lao He's gaze dimmed slightly. "My mother and younger brother perished during the first military conflict in the 9th District. My father was among the first batch of officers in the 9th District and also sacrificed himself during a duty assignment." Qin Yu was taken aback. "I am sorry. It is nothing. I have long moved past it." Lao He replied with another smile. "What about you? Do you have family? What brings you to the planned area?" "I might be even less fortunate than you." Qin Yu hesitated for a long moment before deciding to share his feelings with his colleague. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello?" Qin Yu answered the police phone. "The core of the Ma family has taken the old man to the 3rd Ring Road. I have been observing for a while and am 80% certain they are meeting the connection." Xiaolu succinctly relayed the situation over the phone. "What is the exact number of individuals involved? Is the connection present?" Qin Yu inquired. "I have not seen him in person, but there are at least 2 to 4 individuals stationed at the alley entrance." Xiaolu responded, furrowing his brow. "What about the old man?" Qin Yu pressed further. "He entered alone, leaving 3 people waiting outside." Xiaolu clarified. "Any intel on their firepower?" Qin Yu asked. "That is hard to discern. But based on experience, I believe these individuals possess significant firepower." Xiaolu replied without hesitation. "Understood. Stay put. We will arrive shortly." "Okay." After their conversation concluded, Qin Yu clapped his hands and called out to his fellow colleagues. "Prepare your gear. We are getting to work." Lao He was the first to rise at the sound of his voice. "Let's get to work first, and we can chat over drinks later," Qin Yu said, giving Lao He a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Sure thing." Lao He was diligent, lacking the common flaws found in many of his peers. He was hardworking, unafraid of challenges, and could perform roles as a scout and a demolitions expert. He was also skilled with firearms, making him one of the rare warriors in their group. "Gather downstairs," Qin Yu instructed before promptly leaving the dormitory and dialing Yuan Ke's number. "Hello, Xiao Qin," Yuan Ke exclaimed. "I am requesting personnel assistance. Have you stumbled upon a big catch?" Yuan Ke's eyes brightened. "I cannot confirm yet. We need to go in to find out," Qin Yu replied, licking his lips. "The other side may have substantial firepower, and I estimate their numbers to be around 10. How many personnel do you require?" "At least 1 team. I am struggling to assemble 2 groups right now. Our people are all tied up with cases," Yuan Ke noted, finding the situation challenging. "If you do not provide me with personnel, I cannot make the arrest," Qin Yu replied, furrowing his brow. "You are aware of the situation with the 3rd team." After a moment of deliberation, Yuan Ke said, "I will call the captain of the 3rd team and have them send someone to assist you. Just wait downstairs." "The old team?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is that not acceptable?" Yuan Ke asked. "Of course, it is acceptable. I know him well, and communication will be smooth," Qin Yu responded with satisfaction. "Let us proceed with that." "Agreed." Approximately 5 minutes later, Lao, accompanied by 20 personnel clad in light green tactical uniforms and armed with M464 rifles, marched out with purpose, carrying folding riot shields. "That was quick," Qin Yu remarked with a smile as he approached. "Well, I only came to lend a hand because I heard you were leading the operation. If it were anyone else's job, I would have likely steered clear." Lao grinned, offering Qin Yu a favor. "This is all the personnel we have. Everyone else is occupied with cases." "Thank you," Qin Yu replied. "Let us not waste time. We are here to assist, so just direct us." Lao waved his hand dismissively. "Let us discuss in the vehicle." Qin Yu pulled Lao along and called out to his team members. "Check the communication equipment and devise a plan for the apprehension on the way." "Understood." The members of the 3rd team responded in unison as they boarded their vehicles. A few minutes later, For police patrol cars and one multifunctional tactical van sped towards the third ring road. I in the alley, within a dark and damp room, Along, munching on marinated beef, tilted his head and asked the old man, "Can you really settle this matter? If not, I will distribute the job to someone else. Nang Ping, please wait a moment. I will take no more than a week at most." After contemplating for a while, Along replied, "We really cannot afford any further delays. If the warehouse gets raided, I will be left with nothing to spare. That I understand." Old Ma said as he rose to his feet that I will resolve the issue within a week. Great. Along took a sip of white liquor and called out, "See off, Brother Ma." As Old Ma turned to leave, he paused momentarily and suddenly asked, "Along, in this trade on Hajia, competition is quite scarce. Merely a handful of us. Yet, their drug prices are double ours. I do not comprehend why you are so adamant against us raising our prices. Isn't it a matter of losing a bit of profit?" Along scratched his eye and responded with a hearty laugh, "Damn, as long as there is profit, what does it matter how much we earn?" Old Ma pondered for a moment. "True enough, I shall take my leave. Resolve the issue quickly." Understood. Old Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu dialed Qin Yu's number. "Captain, there has been a change. Old Ma has left unexpectedly." Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, then promptly inquired, "Are the others still inside?" "They are, on the middle section of the third ring road, for police patrol cars spread out, parking at the corner by the roadside." Meanwhile, the multifunctional operations vehicle swiftly departed after dropping off a dozen officers at the entrance. Sitting in the lead vehicle, Qin Yu picked up the walkie-talkie and quietly instructed, "The individuals are still inside. We will proceed with the earlier plan for the arrest. There are people in the alley, but try not to fire any shots, as we are unfamiliar with the indoor environment." "Received." Understood. After the various teams acknowledged the complete instructions, Qin Yu exited the vehicle, checked his firearm secured at his waist, and was about to move when Qilin came running up from behind. "Hey, I finally caught up." Qin Yu turned at the sound. "Are you done?" "Yes, just finished," Qilin panted. Without time for further conversation, Qin Yu swiftly commanded, "Stick to the original plan. You take vehicle number 2 and wait at the intersection of the third ring road and Fenglin Road. Upon a successful arrest, I will immediately join your vehicle. If there is any backup needed, report it immediately." Understood. Qilin expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain, for always looking out for me. Let us not dwell on that." Qin Yu had no time for pleasantries, and as he walked, he called into the walkie-talkie, "Old, prepare to approach the alley. We will charge from the front." Received. 3 minutes later, an older man donned a Kevlar helmet and a light green tactical outfit. With a steel plate bulletproof vest on his chest, leading a 10-man team, positioned near the alley, crouched in formation, awaiting orders. On the roadside, Qin Yu briskly walked while holding the walkie-talkie, asking, "Is there a high vantage point?" "No, only an external staircase. It should provide a clear view of the second floor." "All right, your team will go to the second floor for positioning. Your main task is to provide cover," Qin Yu instructed. Understood. After finishing discussions with his colleagues, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the alley. He then turned to scan the empty street and patted Old Black's shoulder, saying, "Old Black, we're going in. You all stay put for now." "Okay." Old Black nodded. "Let us go, Old Black," Qin Yu called out. Old Black, dressed in plain clothes, followed closely behind as they entered the alley. The two moved side by side at a leisurely pace. And Qin Yu casually asked, "Are you nervous?" "Hee, I'm used to it." Old Black chuckled. "No worries. Relax." Qin Yu casually draped an arm around Old Black's neck and jokingly exclaimed, "Take me somewhere fun. You've had too much to drink." Old Black replied knowingly. In the central area of the alley, a middle-aged man, hearing the commotion, sat up from a dilapidated wooden chair and squinted in their direction. A bit unsteady, Qin Yu, still with his arm around Old Black, staggered about 30 meters before turning to spit. "Damn it, this life is tough." The spit landed squarely on the shoulder of a burly man. "You bastard." The burly man's companion stood up, frowning and ready to curse. "Oh, there are people here." Qin Yu pretended to be drunk, slowly turning back and asking, "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Duo Club?" At first, the burly man thought Qin Yu was merely a drunken fool. But as Qin Yu approached, the man's expression tightened, and he instinctively moved his hand behind his back. "I don't know." "Ugh." Qin Yu let out a dry heave, his body involuntarily leaning towards the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell of alcohol." The burly man stood up, ready to draw his gun, while his companion instinctively reached for his earpiece button. Bang. Qin Yu swiftly kicked out his right leg. Thud. The burly man staggered back 2 steps, his body crashing against the wall. Smack! Qin Yu seized the man's arm, abruptly swinging him to the left, causing the burly man to stumble and fall. Following this, Qin Yu pressed his knee onto the man's head, his left hand pinning the gun at the man's waist, and whispered fiercely, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you." Go ahead. The burly man, unfazed, attempted to shout. With no other choice, Qin Yu released the man's arm and quickly covered his mouth. "Be quiet." The burly man, in a fit of ferocity, struggled to break free and bit down hard on Qin Yu's hand, blood spilling profusely. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu engaged in combat, Old Black had also charged in, using a police takedown to bring down another drug dealer. However, the latter was equally vicious, immediately thrashing about violently upon having his mouth covered, seeing that both individuals were willing to fight to the death and were difficult to control. Qin Yu quickly gestured for the team to advance. Tap, tap, tap. Old Black received the signal and led the team into the alley. As they reached Qin Yu's side, they raised their firearms and struck the two criminals on the head, causing a burst of blood, rendering them temporarily unconscious. One got away. Qin Yu stood up and commanded, "Breach the door." With a clatter, the sound of Remington series breaching shotguns being readied was crisp and clear. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, shattering the iron door. Old Black waved, shouting, "Tactical formation, advance." Hearing this, Qin Yu led 10 officers charging in from the front, but upon entering the room, he was taken aback. The first-floor corridor was narrow and dimly lit, with a faint view of an iron staircase at the end. Damn it. Move quickly. They surely aren't on the first floor. After a brief assessment of the terrain, Qin Yu made the swiftest command. The officers on either side, without hesitation, advanced forward. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 individuals raised automatic rifles and, without warning, began firing indiscriminately downwards. "Don't go up. Suppress them." Qin Yu crouched by the staircase, dodging bullets as he clenched his right fist. "Team 2, do you have a shot? We can shoot." At the staircase corner, 2 automatic rifles were ready. Bang, bang. Since snipers were scarce in the police department, this operation did not have a dedicated sniper for support. However, the seasoned officers in the field maintained accuracy when using automatic rifles at close range. The team ambushed outside, upon receiving the order, fired through the glass, taking down the criminals stuck at the second-floor entrance. As the bodies tumbled down the staircase, Qin Yu waved, shouting, "Move in." Whoosh. Qin Yu led the assault team swiftly up the staircase to the second floor. The living room was enveloped in darkness, with only the moonlight faintly illuminating the contours within. Qin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, took 3 or 4 steps forward and quietly asked, "Where is everyone?" "Team 2, did you see anyone jump out?" "No, we cannot clearly see the situation in the living room from our angle," came the immediate response. Qin Yu frowned in surprise. Clang. Just then, a faint sound came from the left. Old, who had just rushed up, nervously shouted, "Qin Yu, I hit the jackpot. I stepped on a booby trap." As Qin Yu turned back at the sound, one of the officers in Old's team had already crouched down, preparing to probe the booby trap line with his hand. "Don't move, don't move," Old shouted, his right leg trembling. "It's not about the line. I stepped on a landmine." Upon hearing the sound, the crowd momentarily froze, only to immediately retreat and secure the entrance to the living room, fearing that someone might still be hiding inside. Qin Yu swiftly drew the flashlight from his waist, crouching down to briefly illuminate the suspicious device at the bathroom door, succinctly stating, If you take a step back, your right leg is certainly safe. If you don't retreat, then raise your foot, and I'll shoot the device out." "Can you hit it?" "Hard to say. Unclear if the device has been tampered with." "What are you playing at?" "Hard to say." "What did you say?" "You can't hit it. My life is at stake," he shouted with wide open eyes. "That I can shoot it away. The leg is not a loss." With steady hands gripping the flashlight, Qin Yu pressed, "What now? Give me an answer." After a prolonged silence, the usual playful expression faded from his face. "Protect the leg." On the count of 3, you raise your leg. Qin Yu lifted his automatic rifle and commanded, "Everyone else, fall back. 3, 2, 1. Raise your leg." Qin Yu shouted loudly. The older man, upon hearing the command, dared not hesitate and lifted his leg while retreating. Boom. Qin Yu swung the butt of his gun as if playing golf, striking the device beneath him. Crash. The device shattered the glass and burst out into the open air. However, moments later, an eerie silence enveloped the outside. The older man, somewhat dazed, crouched down, exclaiming, "What the hell? Why didn't it go off?" "It's a fake," Qin Yu responded through gritted teeth, "a dummy device. Team 2, check for any anomalies." Just then, A peculiar sound echoed as a member of the assault team on the left moved a step forward, inadvertently brushing against a cabinet by the wall, producing a strange noise. The crowd froze in shock. "Damn it, that's real," the older man shouted, his face pale. "Get down, raise the shields." Two officers with riot shields dropped to their knees just as a fireball erupted before them. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, and three officers who hadn't managed to take cover were instantly brought down by the flying debris, losing their lives in an instant without a chance to cry for help. Chinyu, lying on the floor, his ears ringing, bellowed, "There's definitely no one inside. They've escaped outside. Team 2, keep your eyes peeled." Outside, the thunderous a long let alone companion, sprinting through the yard while shouting, "Damn it. The dog caught old Ma's scent. This guy is utterly unprofessional. Is there any chance he could sell us out? No way. He still relies on me for food. A long waved his hand, instructing, "Call Shrimp. Have him come pick us up, quickly, or we won't be able to get out." Inside the second floor, just as Chinyu shook his head and rose from the ground, he heard Team 2's voice crackling through his earpiece. "Two individuals have bolted from the shanty, heading towards Maple Forest Road. Our position is a bit far. It's hard to pursue." "Are you certain there are only two?" Chinyu asked, his eyes blazing. "Confirmed. Just two. Everyone, move towards Maple Forest Road," Chinyu shouted through gritted teeth. "If there are casualties, we must apprehend the main culprit. Otherwise, it will all be in vain." The radio crackled with urgent responses, and Chinyu pulled out his gun, immediately shouting, "Those uninjured, follow me downstairs." Quickly, in under a minute, the group reached the ground floor, with Chinyu leading the charge, calling out, "Team 2, have you locked on? Report the location of the bandits. They've reached Maple Forest Road and are still advancing." Nearing the third ring road intersection, the team leader replied in a hushed tone. Chinyu paused, his mind racing as he recalled that Chi Lin was in that direction. He quickly grabbed the radio and called out, "Car 2. Car 2, respond." "Car 2, received." Chi Lin's voice came through. "The bandits are heading your way. There are two of them. If you can, intercept them while ensuring your own safety. We've suffered casualties. If you can delay them for even a few seconds, we'll be right there. Chi Lin momentarily froze. "Did you hear me?" Chinyu urged again. "I heard," Chi Lin replied, his voice tense. "Maintain communication. We're on our way." As he spoke, Chinyu dashed out of the alley and hopped into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Lao Hei and two others from the team hopped into another car, racing towards the third ring road intersection, which was less than 500 meters away. Inside the vehicle, Lao shouted into the radio, "Chi Lin, have you seen anyone pass by?" At the third ring road intersection, Chi Lin had already exited the car, his anxiety causing him to forget the vehicle's radio. Trembling, he drew his sidearm and concealed himself by the front of the car, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Maple Forest Road. Indeed, Chi Lin could not have anticipated that this reckless A-Long would come charging towards him. He felt a surge of fear. Memories of the recent explosion and the sudden loss of his colleagues flooding back. He was terrified, hiding behind the vehicle for what felt like an eternity, though it was merely a few seconds. Unlike the other officers, he harbored no thoughts of sacrificing himself for the greater good. Only a primal fear coursed through him. The cold wind swept by as A-Long led his companion, striding purposefully, brandishing a shiny, large-caliber shotgun and a handgun. Inside the car, the radio crackled with Lao's voice. "Chi Lin, do you hear me? Have they passed? Respond." Chi Lin's forehead glistened with sweat as he focused on A-Long's approach. After a lengthy hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his handgun, his voice trembling as he prepared to shout. In the dim light, A-Long turned to his companion and asked, "What did Shrimp say?" "Yes, already here," the companion panted, pointing ahead. "Don't move. There's a police car." A-Long immediately spotted the police vehicle that Chi Lin was in. Bang, bang. The companion's nerves were on edge upon seeing the police car. He wasted no time pulling the trigger, shouting, "You go first." The bullets ricocheted off the police vehicle, sending sparks flying, while Chi Lin hunched down, terrified to show his face. Inside the vehicle, the radio continued to blare. "Chi Lin, are there gunshots? Have you encountered them?" Chi Lin vaguely heard the commotion from the car, then crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door handle on the roadside. A-Long seized the opportunity provided by his companion's cover and sprinted forward. He charged diagonally across the street, preparing to force his way into the shanty area, now less than 30 meters away from Chi Lin's position. Chi Lin's hand gripped the door handle, just as he turned to see A-Long attempting to slip into an alley. With no other choice, he raised his gun and opened his mouth to shout a warning to the street corner. Along, while running, kept an eye on the police car. So, when he turned, he unexpectedly came face to face with Qilin. The two men froze for a moment. Without a second thought, Along raised his shotgun and fired at the front of the car. Crash! The metal hood crumpled under the impact, while Qilin stood frozen in shock. Unable to retaliate, just then, Lao Hei's vehicle came roaring in, and he barked into the radio. Qilin, fire a shot and delay him. He won't get away. Qilin remained hidden behind the police car. Paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the street corner, his face ashen. Damn it. Lao Hei, seeing that Qilin had not responded, shouted, "Charge, there are only two of them." The car sped forward, racing past Qilin's position in an instant. Bang! Bang! Lao Hei leaned out of the vehicle, firing 2 shots at Along's companion, who collapsed in a spray of blood. "That I told you to pursue." Along cursed, turning around and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The large caliber shotgun roared, puncturing the tire of the police vehicle, which careened into the wall of a nearby shop, the front half crumpling and emitting smoke. Lao Hei shook his head, flung open the car door, and shouted, "He's all alone. Let's go and subdue him." Hearing the command, the team disembarked, guns drawn, charging towards Along's position. Screech! Amidst the pristine white snow blanketing the streets, the sharp sound of brakes echoed as 4 burly men disembarked from their vehicle. 2 of them brandished automatic rifles, unleashing a hail of bullets directed at the figure of Lao Hei. On the 3rd Ring Road, Qinyu, arriving at the scene of the gunfire, quickly spotted those rushing towards Along and immediately shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Lao Hei, retreat. They have backup." At that moment, it was too late for Lao Hei to withdraw. He had exited the vehicle and surged forward. Consequently, as the bullets whizzed past, his only option was to seek refuge in the recess of a shop doorway. However, Along, enraged by the loss of his comrades, charged forward with a shotgun, bellowing, "Damn it, are you still chasing them?" With his back pressed against the glass door of the shop, Lao Hei dared not peek outside, firing a shot blindly. Yet, Along, emboldened and ruthless, crept along the wall until the shotgun was thrust against Lao Hei's head. Silence ensued, a fleeting silence. "Don't move," shouted the 2 officers trailing Lao Hei, drawing their weapons in a bid to provide cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. The assailant, known as Ziapsi, wielded his automatic rifle, forcing the officers back into cover. Lao Hei's forehead beaded with sweat as he stammered, "Please, don't kill me. I didn't kill anyone in vain, did I? Was it in vain?" Along's furious roar pierced the air. Bang! The gun fired, and Lao Hei collapsed to the ground. "Chase me again, and I swear I'll send a bomb to your precinct every day." Along, still pointing his gun at Lao Hei's body, pulled the trigger thrice before Ziapsi yanked him away, tossing 2 grenades onto the road to buy time, and then vanished into the night. Behind the police vehicle at the street corner, Qilin witnessed Lao Hei's demise and the explosions creating 2 large craters in the pavement, rendering him frozen like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Qinyu rushed out, his eyes wide with horror as he grasped Lao Hei's arm. Brother, hold on. If you must die, then so be it. Living is just suffering." Lao Hei grasped Qinyu's wrist, his voice hoarse as he replied, I have no family left. Living is lonely. I raised 2 children from my hometown in the new district. Please, give my compensation to them." Qinyu clenched his fist and nodded resolutely. "I will certainly do so." On the street, old Shuang, with fury emanating from his eyes, leapt from his vehicle and stormed over to Qilin, demanding, "Give me your gun." Qilin, his gaze vacant, stared blankly at old Shuang. "I said, give me your gun," old Shuang bellowed, snatching Qilin's sidearm with practiced ease and ejecting the magazine, momentarily stunned. "I am so sorry," Qilin stammered. Old Shuang's trembling arm pointed accusingly at the bullets in the magazine, shouting, "You didn't fire a single shot, not one damn shot. If you had fired, would Lao Hei have died? Would Lazy have escaped? You useless fool." The 3 men who had just perished on the 2nd floor were all members of the old team. They were not particularly close friends, but they were colleagues who had spent day after day together. In his rage, he kicked Qilin's head, exclaiming, "Why didn't you pull the trigger? Afraid of dying? If you're afraid to die, why are you squatting on the toilet without taking a dump? I'll kill you, you worthless piece of trash." 2 hours later, in the office of the police chief, Director Lee slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? You on coup? How did an organized arrest turn into this mess? Look at the report. How many criminals were there? Are your officers made of paper? Fully equipped for an assault, and you let 4 of them die. How am I supposed to report this to the precinct?" Yuan Ke lowered his head. "Director, I was handling another case. Let us not dwell on this that I take full responsibility for this major oversight. Take responsibility? Then step down as captain and let someone capable take over, Director Lee barked. Yuan-Ke suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Director Lee but remained silent. Damn it, Director Lee muttered, pacing angrily before continuing. I've seen the report, and this Chi Lin is not just useless, he is problematic. Monitor him closely. He may be in collusion with the criminals. Otherwise, why didn't Te fire a single shot? A thorough investigation is necessary. Yuan-Ke straightened up, responding without hesitation. He is already under scrutiny. Qin Yu and Lao are interrogating the captured suspects for their testimonies. Director Lee, his face grim, paced the room once more before turning to Yuan-Ke, saying, let me be clear, in this current environment, everyone has their own agenda, those looking to make money, seeking promotions, or relying on certain individuals. There are plenty in the precinct, including myself. However, your ambitions must not encroach on others' interests. Nor should you use the precinct to play games with certain people. Otherwise, it will blow up in all our faces. Yuan-Ke was momentarily taken aback by these words, but he quickly regained his composure, standing tall as he replied, Director Lee, the rumors circulating outside may not be directly related to me. I believe you might be misunderstanding me. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can't hide it. I'm not blind. Let us see how things unfold, Director Lee said, agitated, as he approached the window. You will draft the report for the precinct, ensuring it is detailed. As for the follow-up work, you will handle it personally. Submit any required funds for my approval. Understood. Yuan-Ke saluted. That night, at around 12:30 a.m., Yuan-Ke hosted a gathering at the Urji restaurant, inviting 20 to 30 notorious gang leaders from various districts. In the second-floor hall, after raising 3 glasses of wine and salute, Yuan-Ke began, tonight, regarding the capture on the 3rd Ring Road. I believe all of you have heard about it. The criminals killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious. It's as if they want to strip me of my clothes. There are no outsiders here, so I'll speak plainly. I intend to take action against these drug dealers. I ask for your cooperation, and I assure you that I, Yuan-Ke, will make it up to you in the future. However, if anyone tries to protect them or secretly helps them evade capture, they will be at odds with me in the precinct. For the next year, I will dedicate myself solely to hunting them down. Yuan team, what are you saying? If you speak up, who wouldn't he give you face? One of the men chimed in. Oh, it's just a small matter, just a few drug dealers, right? We'll gather some intel and find them in no time. The crowd, listening to Yuan-Ke, showed no signs of anger. Instead, echoing their agreement, Yuan-Ke bowed and poured more drinks, smiling as he expressed, thank you all for your support, truly. After some time, as the formalities concluded and the banquet dispersed, a burly man entered his car and returned a phone call. Hello, Lao Ma. I need your help with something. Help me get a few people out of the special zone. The voice of the elder Ma crackled through the line. The burly man chuckled. I want to ask who they are. But I'm afraid I can't assist you with this. I asked about money. The police officer Yuan-Ke, his eyes bloodshot, retorted. You think we're just bluffing, Lao Ma. I'm not scared of him, but there is no need to offend someone in power. You see? Fine. Consider it as if I never made this call. All right, goodbye. With that, the two concluded their conversation. By 8:30 the next morning, a special wanted notice for Along was issued from the police precinct to all 6 districts of Songjiang City. Upon receiving the order, each substation immediately deployed their security units for assistance. In no time, the previously obscure Along had gained notoriety throughout Songjiang, establishing a formidable reputation on the streets, as everyone realized the police had personally ordered his apprehension. When Qin Yu initially took over this case from Yuan-Ke, he thought it was a minor issue. However, he never anticipated it would escalate to this level, and the situation seemed to spiral beyond control, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of being pushed along. In the captain's office, Qin Yu frowned and addressed Yuan-Ke. I underestimated the complexity of the capture. I understand the problems at hand. Yuan-Ke replied, waving his hand dismissively. You have your responsibilities, but we are also bound by limited conditions. The lead drug dealer will fight to the death if captured. Thus, he will resist. Meanwhile, some of our officers are thinking about their paychecks at the end of the month rather than the mission at hand. Their motivations differ, and so do their mindsets. That's an objective reality I'm aware of. Qin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Ultimately, whether you face punishment depends on the case's resolution and how satisfactory it is to the higher-ups. Yuan-Ke stated pragmatically, things haven't concluded yet. Put in some effort, and I'll be watching closely. Qin Yu. Thank you, Captain. Since returning from the previous night, Qin Yu's anxiety had lingered, as he felt he hadn't performed well. Fearing the higher-ups would impose severe penalties on him. To my surprise, Yuan Ke still assisted the third group and old Na with some matters, specifically mentioning Qin Yu and advising him to concentrate his efforts on solving the case. Knock, knock. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Yuan Ke called out. The door swung open to reveal a young man in uniform who saluted and reported. The testimonies have come in. The captured henchmen have confessed that there are no insiders, nor have they received any tips. Yuan Ke frowned and inquired further. Are you certain? The two henchmen had given identical accounts, which did not seem to indicate deceit. Then let's lift Qi Lin's supervision. Yuan Ke replied after a moment's contemplation. The young man hesitated and asked, what about his punishment? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ke responded. The facts have demonstrated that he is unsuitable for frontline operations. Let him be reassigned to logistics for now. We will inform him once the disciplinary decision is made. Understood. The young man saluted and departed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly, refraining from speaking up for Qi Lin, for survival in the front line was a matter that none could assist with. A few minutes later, as Qin Yu exited the office, intending to grab breakfast before addressing the matters surrounding Lao Hei's death, he overheard a heated argument between Lao and Qi Lin at the staircase. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yanlei, clad in a wool coat and adorned with an adorable pink scarf, her hair in disarray, shouted at the duty officer, I want to file a report. In the stairwell of the third floor, Qi Lin vehemently shook off Lao's arm, exclaiming, Don't stop me. I need to ask Team Yuan why I was reassigned to logistics. Are you fit for frontline work? Get a grip and stop dragging others down, Lao retorted, his eyes wide with frustration. Everyone is furious after last night's failure. Confronting old Yuan now is like throwing yourself into the line of fire. If he loses his temper and dismisses you, won't that make you a complete fool? As their argument escalated, Qin Yu descended the stairs and interjected, What are you two doing? The pair paused momentarily. Can we not yell here? Isn't it embarrassing? Qin Yu frowned at them. Let's step outside. I need to have a word with Qi Lin. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Lin was reluctantly pulled away by Qin Yu and Lao. Downstairs, Lin Yanlei blinked her beautiful eyes and declared, I am a reporter from the online platform. I discovered individuals selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuza Street during an undercover investigation. And those thugs found us and stole our camera. Do you know these individuals? No, I don't. The duty officer casually tossed her an inquiry form. Fill this out, print your identification, and provide the time, location, and specific details. After completing the form diligently while seated, Lin Yanlei handed it back, asking, Is that sufficient? Can we go apprehend them now? All right, you can leave. We will investigate later. But my camera is still with them, and they haven't left. You must go and catch them. Lin Yanlei pleaded. Agitated. Do you need me to teach you how to conduct an investigation? The officer said, leaning back casually. Just go home. You will be notified if there are any updates. Excuse me. What kind of attitude is this? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand? I told you to go home first. You. Lin Yanlei's face flushed with anger as she shouted, Fine. I'll find Qin Yu. Is he here? You know him? The officer asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I do. Then wait a moment. The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he grabbed the radio and called out a few words. After waiting about a minute, the officer shook his head and informed her. Qin Yu is not here. He has gone out. Lin Yanlei's expression turned helpless. Then can you please accompany me to retrieve my camera? We can't go right now. I need to report this and follow the investigation protocol. This is utterly ridiculous. Lin Yanlei exclaimed in frustration, grabbing her bag and turning to leave. At breakfast shop adjacent to the police station, Qi Lin stared blankly at the millet bun on the table. Frozen in place. Don't get too worked up. If they want to assign you to logistics, so be it. Team Yuan is just angry. Qin Yu tried to console him while eating. Qi Lin's eyes were red as he muttered to himself. It's not fair. Lao, already irritable due to Qi Lin's performance the previous night, snapped. What do you mean unfair? If your work is subpar, is it unreasonable to face consequences? I've told you before, you're not cut out for frontline work. Yet you continue to dream of promotion. Look at the situation now. You've not only jeopardized yourself, but also your colleagues. Last night, that Along could have been caught. What do you think the higher-ups will say today? Everyone involved in the case will be commended, but because you hesitated to shoot, we are facing penalties, and Lao Hei was killed. Did you see his body? He was shot 3 times, and his bulletproof vest was pierced. Qin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Qi Lin slowly raised his head, his face devoid of emotion, and asked numbly, Old, Can you refrain from making judgments before understanding the details? What details? Tell me why you didn't shoot. Why? Lao slammed his bowl down, glaring intently. Qi Lin clenched his fists and stared at Lao for several seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, "Fine, if not shooting was my mistake, I accept that. It was your error, but haven't you ever made mistakes? Haven't you?" Qi Lin suddenly countered. Lao fell silent for a moment. "I have never made a fundamental mistake since the day I became a police officer." Not once. Qi Lin trembled as he looked at Qin Yu and Lao, asserting, "I tread carefully and meticulously in my work at the police station. Not only have I never erred, but in order to be promoted to a second-level officer, to earn that extra few hundred a month, I even strive to be among the top 3 in shooting and the best in the precinct, right?" Qin Yu was taken aback, completely unaware that Qi Lin had such accolades in shooting. "When I brought honor to the precinct, there were no substantial rewards, yet when I made a mistake, there were punishments. Is that fairness?" Qi Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he questioned, "Is it difficult to become a second-level officer? It's just a matter of a word from above. Yet why am I overlooked? Why does no one advocate for me? Year after year, I receive nominations, but never a promotion. Am I right, old?" Lao had never witnessed Qi Lin speak to him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily stunned. "I'm not like you. You have oldly backing you in the precinct. You can act as you please, even scolding you on coup when you're upset. But can I? If I say something wrong, I might be sent home the next day. If I lose my job, who will take care of my mother's illness? Who will provide for my sister? You?" Qi Lin's voice grew hoarse as he shouted. "You live a life, while I fight to survive. I cannot afford to take risks. In the face of danger, I must retreat because I have 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed. If I skip work for 3 days, they would starve. You have a safety net. I carry a burden. Therefore, you can berate me and look down on me from above, while I can only endure forever. Perhaps one day, even if I give it my all, I can only reach your starting point, and nothing more." Having said this, Qi Lin stood up, staring blankly at Qin Yu and Lao, and stated, "You two continue eating. I'll take my leave." Qi Lin. Qin Yu called after him. Qi Lin did not look back, leaving the breakfast shop in solitude. Lao furrowed his brows as he continued to sip his porridge. Qin Yu sat in a daze, uncertain of his thoughts. After a long while, Lao lowered his head and asked, "Did I say something too harsh?" "Yes, a bit." Qin Yu nodded. "I genuinely worry for him." Lao sighed deeply. As snowflakes began to fall from the sky, Qi Lin trudged along the desolate streets, contemplating buying a bottle of alcohol to drown his sorrows, only to realize that even the cheapest bottle cost 25 yuan. He suppressed his feelings and continued walking toward home. In a certain house on Tuza Street, a long inhaled smoke and frowned at Lao Ma, asking, "When can I leave? It's being arranged. It won't be long." "Just a couple of days. Before you leave, I need to go out for a bit. Enough of the nonsense. Everyone outside is frantically searching for you," Lao Ma urgently reminded. "Once you leave, who knows when you'll return?" Along replied, lowering his head, "I have a small wish that needs to be fulfilled." The following day, as Qin Yu entered the office, Lao approached him, asking, "What are you busy with?" Before old He passed away, he said a few words to me, asking me to process his compensation so that it could support the 2 children he left behind. Qin Yu responded while sipping water, "I just finished the report and am preparing to submit it." "Oh," Lao replied, "there are 3 fewer on your side. You don't need to handle that, right?" Qin Yu inquired. "I'm currently dealing with that. I'm in contact with the families of the fallen comrades." Lao answered, lowering his head. "I don't like such occasions, so I didn't attend. Oh, Qin Yu nodded. "Hey, do you have any plans later?" Lao suddenly asked. Qin Yu paused. "Is it about interrogating those 2 lackeys? There's nothing of great importance. Then come with me to Qi Lin's house." Lao said, feigning a nonchalant demeanor. He has been reassigned to logistics, and with no field allowances, his salary has decreased. I'm worried he might do something drastic after some time spent together. Qin Yu had realized that Lao often spoke without considering others' feelings. But he was quite perceptive deep down that he probably knew that Qin Yu had already mentioned this at the breakfast shop yesterday, which was why he had concocted such a scenario. However, Lao felt somewhat embarrassed to visit Qi Lin himself. So he came to bring Qin Yu along. "Let's finish work at noon. I have to check on the interrogation with Zhu Wei." Qin Yu glanced at the clock and replied, "All right, I'll come by to get you at noon." Good. As soon as the noon bell rang, Qin Yu hopped onto Lao's electric motorcycle and headed to Qi Lin's home. In truth, those who held positions as police officers were relatively well off in this era, at least considered to be part of the middle-income group in District 9. Despite the inherent dangers, it was still a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. However, Qi Lin's life was still quite challenging. His home was situated on the outskirts of a slum adjacent to the black market, where most residents lacked stable employment. The younger ones could manage to find some labor jobs to scrape by. But the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered greatly, as many were genuinely unable to work. The Songjiang government lacked sufficient resources to provide relief, leading to instances of starvation. The crime rate was exceedingly high, with constant movement and turnover among the populace. Qi Lin's living situation stemmed from economic issues. The rent was low, and utilities were sporadically supplied at night, which kept his basic living costs minimal. This allowed him to save a bit of money to support his family. Upon entering Qi Lin's small courtyard, Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings and noted that the yard was square-shaped, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size, but most of it belonged to the landlord. They had merely rented 2 low, narrow rooms at the entrance long-term. The 2 rooms faced each other, separated by a wall, with an iron gate. This layout might seem strange to those unfamiliar, but those who understood recognized that the landlord had created the partition out of fear that tenants might engage in dishonest activities, requiring the gate to be locked at night. However, as Qi Lin had lived there for a long time, the landlord likely knew what he did for a living, which led to a relaxed management style. Leaving the gate open as a sign of respect, after entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Qi Lin sitting on the steps, looking dejected. "What are you up to?" Lao asked as he approached. Qi Lin looked surprised and stood up. "What brings you both here?" "Just checking to see if you're still alive," Lao replied, his bluntness evident. "Come on in," Qi Lin said, adept at brushing aside conflicts and awkwardness, not mentioning yesterday's events, and quickly adjusting his mood to welcome them inside with a smile. "Where's your mother?" Lao inquired. "My mom's lying in the room across, and my sister is out doing some odd jobs," Qi Lin replied with a smile. "Come in and have some water. No, let's check on your mom," Lao insisted, bringing some food he had prepared specifically for Qi Lin's mother. Qi Lin hesitated and shook his head, saying, "Don't go. What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked. "We had a fight," Qi Lin admitted. "Damn," Lao exclaimed, "you're taking your frustrations out on your mother? Aren't you a grown man? Can't you have some ambition?" "Forget it. She's the one taking it out on me," Qi Lin sighed. "She insists I find a daughter-in-law before she passes. You know I'm about to be reassigned to logistics. Earning over 100 less per month. It's hard enough to get by, let alone find a wife. Why the sudden push for marriage?" Lao asked curiously. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, ushering them into the room, and recounted the circumstances. Qi Lin's mother had been suffering from liver disease, which had progressed to a syndrome due to lack of funds for proper treatment, leading to the deterioration of her vital organs. It was clear she did not have much time left. The elderly woman, lacking education and having faced numerous hardships, likely had no great wishes before she passed, except for her son to marry and provide her with a grandchild. Qi Lin understood that her deeper motivation was to ensure he wouldn't spend money on her treatment, hoping he would settle down quickly. Inside the room, after listening to Qi Lin's account, Qin Yu remained silent, unsure of what advice to offer. Lao pondered for a moment before saying, "If you're looking for a woman, you need to be prepared. If she suddenly demands a daughter-in-law, where are we supposed to find one? We barely have time to breathe. She's already made arrangements with old Dong's wife through an agency. My mom wants me to pay for it," Qi Lin explained. "But you know my situation. I've just been penalized. My income has decreased, and I can't even guarantee what will happen in logistics." Qi Lin's face was filled with worry. Lao contemplated Qi Lin's words for a moment, then said, "Buying one is an option." "Stop joking." Qi Lin waved his hand dismissively. "What if my punishment is severe, and I can't stay with the police? What then? You won't be able to make ends meet," Lao replied, lowering his head. "I'll do everything I can to keep you in the police force." Qi Lin was taken aback by the statement. "Give me a straight answer. Is your mother really in that bad of a condition?" Lao asked quietly. Qi Lin remained silent for several seconds before letting out a long sigh. "It's not curable. It can only be maintained, which means it could worsen at any time. Then you need to get married," Lao insisted through gritted teeth. "You ought to settle down. A grown man can't just run home every day without doing anything. Having someone to care for you will help you focus on your work." "But wait a moment," Lao interrupted, turning to Qin Yu and calling out, "Come outside with me. No need." Qi Lin immediately protested. Lao pointed at Qi Lin. "Just wait here." 2 minutes later, outside, Lao took a puff of his electronic cigarette and turned to Qin Yu, asking, "Do you have any money?" Qin Yu blinked. "I can lend him 500 at most." "That's not enough." Lao shook his head. "I can only manage that," Qin Yu replied without hesitation. Lao raised his head, speaking slowly. "If Qi Lin can't pay you back temporarily, I'll return it to you before Christmas." Qin Yu looked at Lao in surprise, contemplating for several seconds before responding. I only have 1,500 left. I'll give you 1,300 and keep 200 for food. Thanks, brother. Lao patted Qin Yu's arm. Hey, I want to ask something. Qin Yu asked curiously, if Qi Lin can't pay me back, how will you repay me? I'll sell silver in the rubble street to pay you back. Lao replied that you're insane. Qin Yu exclaimed, I don't want to lend any more. That's settled then. Lao laughed and rushed into the house, shouting, Qi Lin, get in touch with someone. We've pooled together 3,005 for you, and the rest is up to you. Qi Lin stood in the dilapidated room, staring at the two in shock, deeply bowing. I promise I will repay this money. Indeed, Qi Lin did not wish to go against his mother's wishes, because he understood that this might be the elderly lady's final wish. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qi Lin, with a substantial sum of money wrapped around his waist, set off with Qin Yu and Lao, departing from the urban area of Songjiang and arriving at Beidai Living Village. The vehicle traversed the frozen Songjiang, its tires crunching over the pristine snow, and halted on an unnamed dirt road. The trio walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beidai Village, where they made a phone call. After approximately half an hour, a woman in her 50s, clad in a military coat and with a flushed face, approached and inquired, looking to buy someone. Her words were rather blunt. Lao, somewhat displeased, replied, looking for a wife. Follow me, she said curtly, turning to lead the way. The three of them trailed her around a dilapidated area of shanties and entered a drafty house. The woman swung open an iron door, gesturing toward a dozen individuals of various ethnicities seated on the floor inside, stating, we have black and white. As long as the money is right, anything can be negotiated. Qin Yu, standing at the entrance, pinched his nose and said, Qi Lin, you choose inside. Are they all legal residents? Lao feigned understanding and asked, Bro, do I look like I would introduce you to someone with a residence permit? The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to directly take them from the street? You seem quite knowledgeable, she remarked. Damn, the woman scoffed. Who doesn't have a story these days? Lao was left speechless. The woman patted Qi Lin on the shoulder, saying, Bro, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's business, and the customer comes first. Go in and choose. Here's a flashlight. That dark one is hard to see, so shine it a bit. Qi Lin indeed felt a bit embarrassed. Standing at the door with a hint of reluctance, bang, Lao kicked Qi Lin into the room, urging, Hurry up, it's getting dark. Qi Lin blinked and stepped inside. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure, after glancing around furtively, approached the window of Qi Lin's house and whispered, Qi Lin, are you home? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, startling the figure, who instinctively pulled out a concealed firearm, glancing back to find it was merely someone passing by. Beads of sweat formed on the figure's forehead as they scanned Qi Lin's room once more. Upon confirming no one was present, they furrowed their brow and departed. In the past, many people often lamented, nowadays, love is so cheap that it can be bought with money. This statement was once merely a sarcastic commentary on societal discontent. However, in the present age, it has tragically transformed into a grim reality. It is uncertain whether this signifies progress or regression. The women the lady had were all sourced from the designated planning area. But it was neither trafficking nor abduction. These girls willingly chose to accompany her. They sought nothing more than a stable means of sustenance. Lacking residence permits from the 9th district, these girls could only survive legally through marriage or purchase. Otherwise, upon exceeding a certain period, they would face lawful expulsion and cleansing. After wandering around the room for over 10 minutes, Qi Lin emerged to ask the woman, Do those two girls have any family? No, she responded without hesitation, shaking her head. Oh, you know what I do. Qi Lin frowned and pressed further. The woman hesitated. You can deceive others, but not me. Oh, they have family or not? Qi Lin continued to question. After a lengthy pause, the woman replied, Oh, I almost forgot. Those two girls do have family, but they are in the designated planning area. Then I don't want them. Qi Lin shook his head, stating, It would be troublesome later. Then look at others. What is the name of that Belarusian girl? Qi Lin pondered before asking. Bella, the woman replied, giving a thumbs up. Little brother, you have good taste. That girl is about 1.70 meters tall, with fair skin and beauty. Having her at home would be stimulating. Is there no problem with her speaking the local dialect? Qi Lin inquired. She is from the nearby planning area and speaks it better than I do. No issue. Then it's her. Qi Lin nodded, asking, How much? 8,000. The woman replied succinctly. Let us go, Qi Lin said as he turned to leave. Qin Yu and Lao were momentarily stunned but quickly followed suit. Wait, little brother. Why are you in such a foul mood? What did the lady say wrong? The woman immediately called out, Come back. Let us talk. I'll give you a 10% discount. 8,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin shouted back. I can't afford that. I'll deduct 1,000 for you, the woman insisted, catching up and grabbing Lin's arm. Brother, they don't have residence permits. It costs me to bring them in. Don T haggled too harshly. 3,000 to stop talking nonsense. For 3,000, you can only buy a leg to play with. The woman rolled her eyes. Then forget it. Why does this person always want to leave? The woman grew anxious. The lowest I can go is 6,800. I've been supporting them for over 2 months. That I only brought 4,500. If you think it's reasonable, let us write a receipt, and I'll take her. Lau retorted, but one condition. If the woman runs away after staying for 2 days, don't blame me if this business doesn't go through. In no way, 4,500 is absolutely out of the question. For that, you can only buy someone like me. The woman waved her hand. If you want to leave, then go. The lowest is 6,800. Upon hearing this, Lin didn't hesitate, turning to leave with Yu and Lau. About 2 minutes later, the woman chased after them, panting, All right, I see you two are fated. I'll sell her to you for 4,500. Let us be friends, little brother. Come back. Lin negotiated 3 times before finally reaching an agreement with the woman. And throughout the entire process, the Belarusian girl Bella listened intently from inside the room. Later that evening, around 8 or 9 o'clock, Lau called for a black car, and the 4 of them returned to the urban area of Songjiang. On the road, Yu assessed the disheveled Bella and smiled at Lin, asking, Aren't you going to celebrate? Where's the money to celebrate? Lin shook his head, replying, Let us just find a few friends for a meal. When? How about tomorrow? Lin pondered. I'll also inform the people in the team. All right, then it's settled. After a long day, Lau was quite exhausted, turning to Bella and succinctly stating, Although we met through money. My brother is a good person. He won't treat you poorly, so take good care of him. Bella kept her head down, continuously playing with the ends of her hair, muttering, I understand. All right, we'll take our leave now. Lau waved at Lin. Hey, the 4 exchanged brief pleasantries as Lau and Yu watched the pair leave, who had come together out of financial necessity. On the frostbitten streets, Lin walked a bit awkwardly ahead, his heart racing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bella called out, Can you slow down? My shoes are worn out, and rubbing my feet. Lin paused, turned to the girl, and after some deliberation said, Shall I carry you? It's close. We'll be there soon. The girl was taken aback, standing still as she reached out to grasp Lin's clothing, saying, I want to eat. Haha, Lin chuckled, bending down to say, Hop on. We'll eat once we get home. That night, Lau had no particular destination in mind and didn't ask to stay over at Xinyu's as usual. Instead, he concocted an excuse and slipped away. When Xinyu returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock. He initially intended to boil some water and grab a bite to eat, but then remembered he had lent out 1,300 yuan and had only 200 left for daily expenses. Thus, after a quick wash-up, he prepared for bed. Around 9 o'clock that evening, just as Xinyu lay down, he heard Lin Yanlei's furious shout, What are you doing? Do you believe I'll report you? Startled by the commotion, Xinyu quickly threw on his coat and rushed to the window to look outside. Lin Yanlei stood below on the steps, pointing at the entrance, while 3 burly men in leather coats stumbled inside. Little lady, do you really not know your limits? I warned you once. Do you still have no shame? The leading brute, stroking his bald head, extended his hand and demanded, Hand over the camera. The camera is not in my possession. If you continue to harass me, I will promptly contact the police chief. Look at your foolish demeanor. The burly leader laughed and pointed at Lin Yanlei, cursing, Police chief, Yuan Ku is my friend. Go ahead and call him. I'm waiting for his arrival. Ha ha. Lin Yanlei was momentarily stunned by the words. Inside, Xinyu, who was about to step outside to investigate, froze upon hearing Yuan Ku's name, his brow furrowing tightly. Bang! At that moment, a boy of about 15 or 16 burst out from the inner courtyard, clad in a tattered cotton jacket, shouting, What is going on? Why are you making a racket in the dead of night? In courtyard number 88, as soon as the boy dashed out, a woman behind him grabbed the collar of his jacket and yanked him back into the inner courtyard, saying, Quickly close the door. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. Xinyu recognized that the woman pulling the boy back was the landlord in the yard. The burly leader tilted his head and glanced at the inner courtyard, smiling at Lin Yanlei, saying, Did you see that? Nowadays, when people encounter trouble, they all hide away. Do you really think that shouting a few times will summon help? Dream on. Lin Yanlei retreated to the doorway, her eyes darting nervously at the 3 burly men, pleading, Big brother, I truly don't have the camera. I've already turned it in. Please don't make things difficult for me. The burly man with the crooked neck stepped forward and seized Lin Yinlei's dark hair. How can you be such a little liar? If you're not sure whether something is with you, how can I not come? Lin Yinlei gazed at the man's pockmarked face and his malicious eyes. Her heart racing. I really? Bang. The burly man lost his patience in an instant, grabbing Lin Yinlei by the head and forcefully banging it against the door frame. Damn it, I'm really trying to be nice to you. Lin Yinlei was caught off guard by his sudden aggression, dazed from the impact. East, pull her inside. I'll communicate with her differently. What are you doing? If you can't respect my face, then let us see how you fare in the winter. The man on the left stepped forward, attempting to kick the door open and drag Lin Yinlei inside. Creak. At that moment, the door across the way swung open, and Qinyu stepped out, asking, "What is going on? Are you making things difficult for a young girl?" As soon as Lin Yinlei heard his voice, she looked up and, overjoyed, called out, "Brother, brother, save me." Qinyu, cold by nature and initially reluctant to intervene, noticed that these men were clearly relentless. If the situation escalated, Lin Yinlei would undoubtedly report it, and since he resided in this courtyard, it would be hard to justify later. Moreover, knowing Lin Yinlei had some background, he didn't want to attract greater trouble, prompting him to step out and shout, "Who are you?" The burly leader turned and barked, "I'm with the police, living right here." Qinyu stated succinctly at the door. "It's quite late. If you have matters to discuss, do so later. Don't waste time here." A police officer? The burly man paused. "Which police chief do you work for?" Qinyu did not directly answer the question. "Let her go, and you can leave." "You speak rather firmly." The burly man frowned. "Our business has nothing to do with you. Go back inside and mind your own." Ignoring Qinyu, the burly man turned back to Lin Yinlei, shouting, "Little girl, I'll ask you one last time. Are you giving me the items or not?" "I've already said." "The camera." Slap. Lin Yinlei's words were cut short as Qinyu stepped forward, gripping the burly man's wrist. "Buddy, don't stir up trouble in this courtyard." The burly man, with a grim expression, turned back. "I'm the Tiger of Tuchaji. If you don't know me, just call your police chief and ask." Qinyu frowned. "Step aside." The tiger shook off his arm. Qinyu, with a grip like a steel vice, held onto the tiger's wrist. "Are we still not done?" Bang. The tiger suddenly turned around and punched Qinyu in the chest. "You a police officer. Do you not know your place?" Qinyu stood his ground, silent. The tiger then slapped Qinyu on the head. "What do you want, impartial law enforcement? Come on, try to arrest me." Slap. Qinyu swiftly grabbed the tiger's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg across the ground. Thud. The tiger fell instantly. "Damn it, you think you're the tiger? Are there no lions in Tuchaji?" Qinyu, lowering his head, delivered 3 swift kicks to the tiger's head, sending him rolling down the steps. The 2 burly men on either side drew knives from their jackets without a hint of concern for Qinyu's identity. Advancing to stab him. Clang. Qinyu swiftly snatched a gun from the tiger, racking the slide and disengaging the safety, pointing it at one of them. "You're aiming a knife at a police officer. Do you believe I want to shoot you dead? You're full of it." Bang. The gun fired. Lin Yinlei, frightened, covered her head and crouched down. The bullet grazed the cheek of the man holding the knife, leaving him stunned. "You said I was bluffing, so why are you dodging?" Qinyu glared. "Come on, stand steady. I'll shoot you right in the forehead." The 2 men stood frozen, unable to comprehend Qinyu's intentions. On the ground, the tiger, shaking his head, shouted, "Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup." Bang, bang, bang. Qinyu swung the gun but down on the tiger's head repeatedly, saying, "3 of you. 1 gun. Is that not enough? If you can't stand, then don't pretend to be tough." The tiger, bloodied and leaning against the door, was completely dazed. "Crouch," Qinyu shouted at the other 2, aiming his gun at them. They exchanged glances, frowning, before squatting down on the steps. Qinyu's mind raced as he deliberated, then turned to Lin Yinlei, saying, "Go to my room and bring me the phone." Still crouched and fearful, Lin Yinlei hesitated to look up. Bang. Qinyu kicked her. "If you can stir up trouble, you should be able to shoulder some responsibility. Stop whining. Go get me the phone. It's on the bedside table." Lin Yinlei snapped back to reality, turning and dashing into Qinyu's room to retrieve the phone. Holding the gun in one hand, Qinyu dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. "I've apprehended 3 suspects. Drive over to pick them up." Upon hearing this, the tiger shot up his head, cursing, "Little brat, are you serious?" Qinyu raised his gun, poised to strike. The tiger instinctively shrank back, ceasing his protests and waiting for the police chief's arrival. Meanwhile, Qinyu led Lin Yinlei a few steps away and asked, "Sister, why do you keep getting into trouble? What do they want from you?" I photographed some of their activities," Lin Yinlei replied, blinking. It's my job. What did you photograph? They were hiking up the prices of medicine in the slums. Secretly selling counterfeit drugs. I captured evidence of it. Lin Yinlei hesitated before responding truthfully. Qin Yu's heart sank at her words. They're selling counterfeit drugs too? Yes. I've been following them for several days. They snatched my camera last time. Lin Yinlei nodded. These scoundrels are inhumane, taking advantage of your crackdown on price gouging. They forced the people in the slums to sell their organs and resort to extreme measures. Qin Yu fell into contemplation. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the scene, Zhu Wei immediately spotted the tiger and was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Oh, tiger, what are you doing here?" Little Zhu Wei, the tiger, recognizing a familiar face, sprang to life, standing up to speak to Zhu Wei. "I need to make a call." Qin Yu approached Zhu Wei, asking, "Do you know him? Why are you arresting him?" "He is a friend of Team Yuan." Zhu Wei replied, lowering his head, "You little brat, if I don't strip you of that outfit today, I want to carry your surname." The tiger, wiping the blood from his face, stepped aside to make the call to Yuan Ku. In courtyard number 88, shortly after the tiger finished his call, Qin Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Yuan Ku, and promptly walked to his room's door to answer. "Hello, Team Yuan. What is going on?" "Oh dear, for such a trivial matter, you seem quite alarmed." The fierce demeanor exhibited by Qin Yu moments ago had vanished, replaced by a visage of obsequiousness. "Those individuals who came to my courtyard, are they your acquaintances?" "They can be considered my friends," Yuan Ku replied, blinking. "They are acquainted with my elder brother, and upon learning that you are a police officer, they reached out to me." This was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Qin Yu spoke without a filter, having overheard the tiger's words earlier and knowing that this fellow was familiar with Yuan Ku. Why did things escalate to violence? It was not my intention to resort to physicality. Qin Yu, a man who always contemplated his escape route before undertaking any endeavor, responded with remarkable clarity. "The girl your friends were targeting is the one from the recent kidnapping case." Yuan Ku paused in surprise. "The one who was abducted?" "Precisely. This woman works at a streaming platform and shares a courtyard with me. She was outside just now, crying and shouting, which compelled me to intervene. You know well that this woman must possess some connections, otherwise, Director Lee wouldn't have personally come to escort her away that day," Qin Yu explained in a hushed tone. "Since I encountered the situation, I couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble for both of us. Originally, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but they were a bit reckless and attempted to assault me. I had no idea they knew you. Had they acted that way, I would certainly retaliate." "Do you have any idea about this woman's background?" Yuan Ku inquired, furrowing his brow. "I am not aware." Qin Yu shook his head, but the one who came to pick her up was a leader from the media, and Director Lee personally came down to see her off. "Oh, are you familiar with this girl?" "Well," Qin Yu boasted without hesitation, "we're on friendly terms." "Then this is merely a misunderstanding. Hand the phone to the tiger. I'll have a word with him and let him leave," Yuan Ku advised with a smile. "You should also speak to that girl. The tiger likely isn't aware of her connections. Tell her not to take it to heart. Later, I'll arrange a gathering for the tiger to treat her to a meal. It's a minor issue. I'll discuss it with her." "All right, let's proceed with that." "Please wait a moment, Captain Yuan." Holding the phone, Qin Yu stepped over to the tiger. "You need to take this call." The tiger hesitated briefly before moving aside to converse with Yuan Ku. After a moment, he hung up, his expression somewhat sullen. "Ha. So you all know each other. You should have mentioned that sooner. I wouldn't have laid a hand on you." Qin Yu chuckled at the tiger. The tiger, having held back for a while, retorted, "Get lost, you brat. This matter isn't over. My apologies, tiger. I couldn't allow you to successfully strip me of my clothing," Qin Yu replied lightly. The tiger ground his teeth and tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, waving him off. "Leave." Nearby, Zhu Wei, bewildered after witnessing the entire ordeal, turned to Qin Yu, utterly perplexed. "How did you manage to resolve that? What is your relationship with Captain Yuan?" "What relationship?" Qin Yu countered. "Captain Yuan usually respects the tiger. How could you resolve this with just one phone call after it escalated to such a degree? I thought you'd end up stripped." Zhu Wei was genuinely confused. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei and whispered, "I haven't told you, but the chief executive of the 9th Special District is my uncle." "Damn, not a word of truth." Zhu Wei rolled his eyes, no longer pressing the issue. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. A bit of trouble." Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei's shoulder. "Get some more sleep. You only need to be at the station by noon tomorrow." "At least you show some humanity," Zhu Wei smiled. "I'm off. Goodbye." "Yes, goodbye." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Wei turned and departed from courtyard 88.at the entrance. Lin Yinlei brushed her hair back and approached Qin Yu. I'm sorry to trouble you again. Qin Yu regarded Lin Yinlei with curiosity. Are you here to test my professional capabilities? It seems that whenever I encounter you, trouble follows. Hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. I've been quite unlucky lately. By the way, may I ask why they sought trouble with you? Suddenly, Qin Yu inquired. Lin Yinlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely suggested, it's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Let's go. Lin Yinlei turned and opened her door, leading Qin Yu into her room. Qin Yu glanced around, noting that the layout of the room was similar to his own, though the girl's space was more meticulously arranged, exuding a faint fragrance. Would you like something to drink, besides water? Do you have anything else in your room? Qin Yu asked. No, she replied. Then let's skip the pretense. Qin Yu seated himself in a chair and said, just some water. Please. Lin Yinlei removed her coat and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from a thermos, softly explaining, I intended to do a feature report on patients from the lower strata, but unexpectedly encountered this drug trafficking gang. As I gradually interacted with them, I discovered that they have absolutely no moral boundaries. Their actions are exceedingly vicious. As a media professional, I not only have to sustain myself, but also feel an obligation to voice societal issues. Thus, I took some photographs of them, and that's when the trouble began. Holding the cup, Qin Yu directly asked, is your family well off? It's acceptable. Why do you ask? Lin Yinlei was taken aback. You seem to be quite idle. He remarked, nonsense. Lin Yinlei retorted at once, you work in the judiciary. How can you say something so tasteless? Ha! Why do you appear so naive? I'm merely engaging in casual banter. Why are you getting worked up? Qin Yu drained the cup and stood, addressing Lin Yinlei. Whatever you choose to do is your business, but as a concerned neighbor, I advise you to destroy those photographs and pursue a more positive topic. Your report will not change the situation in Songjiang. Rather, it may provoke some individuals. If a media person cannot provoke others, what value do they possess? Lin Yinlei gazed at him with wide, earnest eyes, appearing somewhat adorable. You really are quite naive. Get lost. You are, Lin Yinlei exclaimed, slightly exasperated. You've already insulted me twice since entering. I'm leaving. Qin Yu, uninterested in further persuasion, turned to depart. Put down the cup. Qin Yu set the cup down and exited Lin Yinlei's room. His expression devoid of any jest. Lin Yinlei mentioned that the tiger is also involved in drug trafficking. Is it merely a coincidence that he knows Yuan Ku? For the first time, Qin Yu sensed something amiss. Yet he could not fully articulate what felt wrong. Inside the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku. I simply do not understand. Why are you shielding this reckless youth with no background? That girl has some connections, are you aware? Yuan Ku replied coldly. The tiger paused, taken aback. I hadn't heard of that. You have no idea of her background, yet you recklessly brought people to create chaos. Is this not rather reckless? Yuan Ku's brow furrowed deeply. If today you had not encountered Qin Yu and something unfortunate befell that young lady, do you comprehend the consequences? My brother did not ascertain her background when he initially abducted her, which led to the disastrous outcome for Songxia. You should be even more cautious. I hadn't thought it through, the tiger admitted. Moreover, the entire police force is currently cracking down on drug trafficking. It was our slogan that initiated this. You are now dealing with drugs. Are you attempting to sabotage me? Yuan Ku pressed in a low voice. The tiger rubbed the bandage on his head. It's not that I wanted to deal with drugs now. It's just that the goods are piling up, and my brothers have disposed of a lot. Tiger, do not jeopardize your position for a small benefit. Someone is backing you from above. Why are you so anxious? Yuan Ku ordered with a face full of exasperation. Regardless of your reasons, you must align with the higher-ups' pace. Do not say I did not warn you. If you stir up trouble during this sensitive period, no one will be able to save you. Understood? The tiger nodded. And remember, Qin Yu is my man. He is working for me. Do not provoke him in the future. Instead, you should cooperate with him if the need arises. Do you understand? Yuan Ku was acutely aware of the tiger's small-mindedness and propensity for vengeance. Thus he took a moment to advise. Xiao Ku, I fail to comprehend why, after your extensive tenure in the police force, and with many capable individuals under your command, you insist on recruiting this brash youth? The tiger, gritting his teeth, retorted, damn it. I've been navigating the underworld for so long that no one has ever dared to thrust a gun against my head. This kid, Haogu, when will you grasp a simple truth? Yuan Ku sighed. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and the world is vast. You may believe yourself formidable, but do you realize that even the more ruthless individuals, such as Song Xia, have fallen to Qin Yu? What era do we live in? It is a time when desperation drives people to seize military rations. It is an age where competition is fierce. And you never know which scrap collector might rise to prominence tomorrow. Therefore, conflicts devoid of interest hardly qualify as true conflicts. Do you understand? The tiger scoffed. Your words are quite impressive. They could plow a field. I'll heed your advice and let it be. But as settled in, Yuan Ku concluded, hanging up the phone. The following evening, Qin Yu and Lao, as previously arranged, made their way to Erji restaurant, where Qi Lin was hosting a banquet for his wedding. While it was termed a banquet, it was essentially a gathering of familiar friends for a meal and some merriment. Given Qi Lin's limited finances, a grand affair was beyond his means. Upon arriving at the restaurant around 8 o'clock, Qin Yu surveyed the second floor, noting the familiar faces of police officers alongside some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Is mother not coming? Lao inquired. Her health is poor, so she couldn't make it. Qi Lin replied with a smile, gesturing towards his blind sister. You haven't met her yet, have you? This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, brother Qin Yu. Qi Yu greeted, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Her delicate features exuding a certain spirit. Yet, the tragedy lay in her blindness, a cruel fate for such a promising beauty. Hello, Qin Yu acknowledged the young girl before turning to the bride. Bella, you look lovely today. Bella, clad in a simple red qipao, smiled and nodded in return. Thank you. Lao, observing Bella's radiant demeanor, teased, you look notably well-fed. Get lost, Qi Lin scolded, waving him off. Come, take a seat at the main table. Make yourselves comfortable. Qin Yu and Lao promptly settled at the main table, munching on light snacks as they awaited the feast to commence. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ku unexpectedly arrived with the tiger in tow. Ah, team leader Yuan, here for the feast. Upon noticing Yuan Ku's presence, the 30-some guests in the room rose to greet him. Come on, just passing through. Everyone, please, take your seats, Yuan Ku said, casually waving to the crowd before bending down to join Qin Yu's table. You lot, shirking your duties to come drink at a wedding, huh? Qin Yu grinned, just finished an interrogation. Yuan Ku patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to the tiger, asking, do you know each other? How could I not? We met just yesterday. The tiger pointed to the bandage on his head, chuckling as he addressed Qin Yu. Little brother, your impression left a lasting mark. Seeing the tiger's attitude, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea you were acquainted with team leader Yuan. Lao Ka mentioned to me that the woman had some connections. So your intervention was quite a favor, the tiger said, shaking Qin Yu's hand with remarkable courtesy. Let's put yesterday's incident behind us and start anew. With Yuan Ku here, we're all family now. Just wait, and you'll see what kind of person I am. Sounds good, Qin Yu nodded. Let us have a drink later. Absolutely. After exchanging pleasantries, Lao leaned in closer to Qin Yu, frowning. How do you know this guy? I had a bit of a scuffle with him yesterday. Qin Yu casually replied. Lao shot a look of disdain at the tiger and whispered, keep your distance from him. He is not a good sort. What is the story? Last year, he clashed with a boss from our underworld and ended up running over the man's wife with his car. The poor woman was 6 months pregnant, and he left her in pieces, Lao said with a grim expression. Qin Yu was taken aback. Did he not face any consequences? Consequences? The boss had 2 children. He managed to wrangle his way out of it, and it was ultimately deemed an accident. He paid some compensation, and that was that. Lao's voice was husky with disdain. He is nothing but a beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu cast a cold glance at the tiger and chose not to engage further. Not long after Yuan Ku's arrival, the banquet commenced, with guests toasting and celebrating exuberantly. Throughout the meal, Yuan Ku kept engaging Qin Yu in conversation. Brother, I don't find many worth my attention, but you are an exception. In these times, a person with both courage and intellect is a rarity. You'll be valued wherever you go. As long as you perform well, I assure you, I will not neglect you in the future. I appreciate that, Captain, Qin Yu replied, his complexion flushed with the warmth of the moment. Wait a moment, Yuan Ku said. Patting Qin Yu's arm. He rose, calling out, everyone, may I have your attention? The 3 tables of friends turned to Yuan Ku. Since we are all friends, let us raise a toast to him, Yuan Ku declared, lifting his glass with a smile. With Yuan Ku leading the charge, everyone stood and raised their glasses to Qi Lin. The newlyweds, beaming with joy, also poured drinks to toast their guests. After downing his drink, Yuan Ku poured more and continued, additionally, I want to say a few more words. Although this young Yu has only recently joined our team, he has quickly become a great fit for us, assisting in numerous cases that have pleased Director Li. His promotion is merely a matter of time, so I hope everyone will look out for him in future endeavors. With those words, Qin Yu found himself the center of attention. Regardless of whether he knew them or not, police colleagues began to clink glasses with him. While others might feel a bit inflated with such praise, Qin Yu, seasoned by his experiences in the planning district, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Indeed, Qin Yu had been gaining recognition lately, having cracked the Song Xia case and made significant progress in a drug trafficking investigation, both of which he spearheaded. Thus, he felt it was only natural to receive attention from higher-ups, as leaders favor capable subordinates. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yuan Ku's attention was surpassing mere appreciation, bordering on something unusually special. Especially since they were not related. Was it truly appropriate for him to be treated this way simply due to a couple of cases? This left Qin Yu perplexed as the drinks flowed and the dishes rotated. Yuan Ku glanced at his watch before quietly beckoning Qin Yu. "Come with me for a moment." "Sure." Qin Yu nodded, rising to follow Yuan Ku downstairs. Inside, the tiger, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, approached Qi Lin with a lecherous grin. "I want to ask you something. As an old hand in the team." Qi Lin knew the tiger and politely inquired, "What's up, how go?" The tiger, his gaze fixated on the bride Bella, slurred, "Where did you find this woman?" Qi Lin paused, glancing back at Bella before responding quietly, "I want to hide it from you. I found her in the residential area north of Songjiang." "How much did you pay?" the tiger asked, his eyes gleaming. "4,500. Damn, for 4,500, you could ride that beauty for a lifetime. That's quite a deal," the tiger crudely remarked. Qi Lin chuckled, but refrained from further comment. "Hey, tomorrow, introduce me to your agent. I want to take a look too." Qi Lin was taken aback. "How go? Don't you already have a wife?" "Damn, who says you can't have more than one?" the tiger replied, showing his yellowed teeth. "Money sitting idle is just wasted. Might as well buy a toy." "All right, I'll introduce you later. Deal?" The tiger nodded appreciatively. This woman is quite something, fair-skinned with long legs. Feeling a bit awkward, Qi Lin quickly grabbed a bottle of wine. "Come on, brother, let us toast to you and Bella." "Sounds good. Come here, wife. Let us raise a glass to Hao Gu," Qi Lin called after pouring the drinks. Bella, with her graceful figure, approached, nodding. "Hello, Hao Gu. Sister-in-law, let me tell you. Qi Lin's fate has been quite arduous." The tiger, emboldened by alcohol, seized Bella's arm and began to murmur in a low voice. Downstairs, Yuan Ku sat in the passenger seat, turning to Qin Yu and saying, "You drive. Let us return to the station and have a chat." "All right," Qin Yu replied as he drove away. More than an hour later, after the banquet dispersed and Qi Lin and the others returned home, his sister went to their mother's room, while the young couple prepared to retire for the night to discuss life. Just as Qi Lin was unbuckling his belt, ready for a deeper conversation, a knock sounded at the window. "Who is it? Come out," came the voice of a figure who had visited a few days prior. Qi Lin was taken aback, threw on a coat, and stepped out of his room. Under the dim moonlight stood a Long, who was wanted by the entire Songyang, glancing around and saying, "Little brother, let us find a quieter place to talk." Qi Lin stared for a moment, then, with reddened eyes, charged forward. "Are you out of your mind? You nearly got me killed." 5 minutes later, Bella had gone to sleep in her mother and sister's room, while Qi Lin led a Long into his own chamber. "Life seems to be treating you well. You even got married," a Long remarked, glancing around the room before sitting down casually on the bed. Qi Lin glared, fists clenched, and looked at a Long. "If you wish to court death, do it elsewhere. Why return to Songjiang? Do you realize I almost got expelled because of you?" A Long, whose real name was Qi Long, was Qi Lin's elder brother, yet they were entirely different in temperament. Qi Lin was more reserved, preferring to face the current era with practicality. In contrast, Qi Long had always been one to take risks, frequently mingling outside, rarely returning home. He had last left 2 years ago and had never contacted the family during that time, leading Qi Lin to sometimes believe he had perished out there. However, he never anticipated encountering his elder brother during the recent arrest. Though their relationship was not particularly harmonious, blood ties ran deep, and Qi Lin could not bring himself to shoot at his own brother in the name of duty. This was something he could not disclose to anyone, which left Qi Lin feeling dejected and worried about Qi Long's safety. Qi Long, with a carefree demeanor, produced a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lighting one and stating, "To be honest, I did not wish to meet you. That if not for that incident, I probably wouldn't have returned today." "Indeed, you have been out there living your life without a care for home," Qi Lin retorted, gritting his teeth. "What brings you back? Do you have any idea that if people find out about our relation, it could cost me my life?" "Huh. You seem to be doing quite well, aren't you?" "Stop spouting nonsense," Qi Long replied nonchalantly. Even if 1,000 guns were pointed at my head, I wouldn't betray you. Qilong always maintained a cavalier attitude. I've been treading lightly for days, and no one is watching at home. If I don't get caught, they want to discover our relationship. When you joined the police, didn't you omit mentioning we were brothers? I don't understand. There are plenty of legitimate ways to make money. Why must you choose this path? Qilin exclaimed. Confused and angry. Do you have any idea that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, and we are under scrutiny from the entire Songjiang judicial system? They want to trace the origins of your drugs. If you get caught, there will be no leniency. You'll be finished. I know. If you know, then why continue? Qilin pressed. What else can I do? Live a coward's life like you. Qilong shot back. Am I a coward? I may be meek outside, but back home. Qilin was incensed, almost ready to lash out. Hearing this, Qilong furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and with a hoarse voice interrupted, Yes, I admit. You are more of a man when it comes to family than I am. Qilin fell silent. Damn it, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Along looked up, smiling. Qilin hesitated for a moment, sighed deeply, and exited the room. In the police station, Yuan poured a glass of water for Qinyu before sitting on the sofa and saying, Did the arrested drug dealers provide any specific details about Along's activities? Qinyu shook his head. They did, but they all believe Along has likely fled and is no longer in Songjiang. These fools are risking their lives for money, fully aware of the consequences. So they want to speak carelessly, Yuan said with a smile, crossing his legs. But fortunately, I have a lead. Qinyu was taken aback. A clue. Yes. Yuan turned his head and softly recounted. I have some friends in the community who depend on me, and I provide them with certain conveniences in return. These people hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking ring is primarily led by the Ma family, and Along has connections with them. I'm aware of that. Qinyu nodded. There's a guy named Claude who deals in illegal firearms, and I have a decent relationship with him. He called me during dinner, saying someone wants to use his smuggling route to send someone out of the 9th district. Yuan casually mentioned that I had him inquire further, and he told me that the person seeking his help has a good relationship with Old Ma and has been in contact behind the scenes. Qinyu's eyes widened. The person being sent could be Along. There's an 80% chance it's him, Yuan affirmed. If it were merely an inconsequential person, Old Ma would have approached Claude directly, without needing an intermediary. You understand? That makes sense. I've had Claude agree to assist, so it's likely Old Ma will arrange for Along to leave soon, Yuan said, looking at Qinyu with a smile. I am providing you with the lead. You handle the case. This time, you must capture Along and unravel his supply chain. Qinyu, slightly bewildered, did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Yuan inquired, after a moment's hesitation. With a smile on his face, Qinyu asked, Captain Yuan, I've been quite puzzled about something. Go ahead. I'm a bit taken aback, not understanding why you would give me such a significant opportunity. Qinyu asked bluntly, You've extracted such vital information. Why not let someone else handle it? Or take the credit for yourself? Yuan fixed his gaze on Qinyu for several seconds, then suddenly stood up, pointing at his cheek and saying, Because this year, I intend to elevate you. Qinyu was confused. Why, Captain Yuan? Because I will be promoted to deputy director by the end of the year. And I need my own team. I can easily discern who is capable and who is not in the department, Yuan said, pacing the room with an air of confidence. I'm planning to promote 3 team leaders, including you and a few others. Qinyu, with his hands in his pockets, remained silent. Are you still not getting it? Yuan moved to the front of the sofa, patting Qinyu on the shoulder with a smile. The reason I'm promoting you is because you are new. You have no ties to anyone, your slate is clean, and you possess the ability. I feel secure using you. Qinyu was taken aback. Captain Yuan. Now I understand. For the case involving Along, it's entrusted to you. As long as you handle it well, by the end of the year, I will ensure you make a significant leap and take over as team leader of the first squad. Yuan declared, rising to refill his cup. Work hard, Qinyu. My ship is the sturdiest in the station. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qinyu stood up to salute, but his mind was racing with other thoughts. Back at Qilin's home, Qilong was seated at a broken round wooden table, devouring a bowl of plain noodles without any sauce, grimacing as he said, Is this what you eat every day? Better than nothing, Qilin muttered, his head down as he smoked. Alas, Qilong sighed, finishing his noodles in silence, wiping his mouth as he asked, Is Mom asleep? She went to bed long ago. I'll take a look out the window. Qilong said, rising and stepping outside. Qilin hesitated for a moment before following him out. Outside the opposite room, Qilong stood by the window, his cheek pressed against the cold glass, scanning the bed where their mother lay. Qilin stood behind him, smoking quietly. How is mom's health? Qi Long asked, his voice trembling. Not too well. Qi Lin shook his head. Qi Long remained silent for several seconds. This is fate, a damned fate. Even knowing the king of hell is of no use. Can't you say something pleasant? Qi Lin grew anxious. Don't shout. She should be able to hear us. Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes with his hand, turned, and pulled out a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin was taken aback. This is 10,000 yuan. Take it, Qi Long said softly. You bastard, accumulating so much money. The drug trade has only just begun. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is my savings. Use 8,000 for our mother. Whether she can survive is her own affair, but as her children, we must utilize whatever capabilities we possess. The remaining money is for your daily expenses, Qi Long stated calmly. If I miraculously escape this calamity, I will gradually send you more money in the future. Qi Lin hesitated, looking at his elder brother. This is what I ought to do. You need not harbor any other thoughts. Qi Long forcefully stuffed the money into his brother's hands, lowered his head to light a cigarette, and added, Little brother, this time I leave. It is uncertain whether we will see each other again. In any case, you must take good care of this family. In certain matters, your elder brother is not as capable as you. With that, the two fell silent for about a minute. Qi Long turned his head to glance around the room once more before resolutely turning to leave. Qi Lin, holding the small package, stood in place for a long while before speaking. Can you actually walk out of here? If not, I can help you find a way to get you out. Qi Long paused at the door, turning back to say, No matter who asks you, do not acknowledge our relationship from this day forth. Consider me dead. Take care of mother and little sister. Qi Lin's eyes instantly reddened. If one day you find yourself truly out of options and life becomes unbearable, there is a contact in that package. Seek him out. He can assist you. Qi Long waved his hand at his brother. I'm leaving. In the deep of night, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky in a delicate flurry. After walking nearly a kilometer, Qi Long suddenly turned around, his face streaked with tears as he gazed towards home, and suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as he prostrated himself and cried out, Mother, your son is nothing. If I am gone, I will be a good son in the next life. Inside the room, Qi Lin sat on a chair, dazedly smoking, his heart heavy with worry. Although he and Qi Long had contrasting personalities, they shared the same blood running through their veins. Their seemingly indifferent relationship was, in truth, imbued with an unspoken bond of kinship. He prayed for his elder brother to overcome this hardship, yet remained unaware that following this meeting, a storm capable of altering the destinies of many was looming on the horizon. Half a month later, Qin received a phone call from Yuan Ku, who informed him that Claude had received the message. Tomorrow night, Lao Ma would arrange for someone to escort along out of the country, life and death in a precarious balance. At 7 in the evening, in an office area, 5 team leaders, including Qin, were seated, chatting and laughing. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Ku strode in, prompting everyone to rise. Sit, everyone, sit. Yuan Ku poured himself a cup of water, his expression one of helplessness. The publicity team is holding a meeting in the main conference room, leaving us no space. Well, let us discuss the details of the capture here. Yuan, please introduce the situation. Yuan was the leader of Team 4. He hailed from Myanmar, with dark skin and a somewhat shorter stature. Yet he appeared very capable, with muscles evident throughout his body. Claude had negotiated 3 times before the other party finally admitted that the person to be sent away was Long. The price had been settled. Claude would receive 15,000 yuan as a transportation fee, ensuring Long would be sent to the designated area. Yuan Ku took a sip of water. Lao Ma still has teeth shown his face. Is he negotiating directly with Claude? This old fellow is shrewd, undoubtedly aware that the entire judicial department of Songjiang is after Long. He wouldn't appear unless he was absolutely certain of success. Suong smiled. I believe he knows that Claude's side is not very stable, but there is no other choice now. If Long does not leave, he will inevitably be captured. Lao Ma, in order to protect his supply channel, has no choice but to take this risk. Tomorrow night. Then, Yuan Ku pondered for a moment, frowning as he inquired, Do you have a detailed capture plan? My suggestion is to act once Long has left the special zone. This way, their vigilance will be lowered, and there will be no civilians present, reducing our concerns during the capture, Yuan quietly replied. Everyone fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. Team leader Yuan, may I say a few words? Qin suddenly raised his head. Yuan Ku smiled. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share any thoughts you may have. Brother Suong, my comments are directed towards the situation, not the individuals involved. I am merely suggesting a smooth capture. Qin turned to Suong, explaining with a smile. No worries. This case is primarily under your watch. We are here to assist. The core remains with you. S. Yuan, understanding Yuan Ku's intent to support Qinyu, was courteous in his response. Qinyu nodded, speaking clearly and logically to the group. I do not recommend waiting until a Long has left the special zone to act. There are two important reasons. First, I originated from the designated area and am familiar with the specific conditions there. Outside the special zone, there are vast areas of nuclear radiation, endless sandy terrain, and other complex geography. Furthermore, we have already experienced the ruthlessness of a Long and his men on the Third Ring Road. Additionally, these individuals have infiltrated from abroad, making them more knowledgeable about the external environment than our internal officers. Thus, attempting to capture them there poses too many uncontrollable factors. For instance, we do not know if they have arranged for someone to pick them up abroad or what kind of weapons they possess. Secondly, if the capture goes awry and someone escapes, they would be free to roam, and we would be utterly incapable of handling matters in the designated area. Second, I heard from Suong that the connections Claude has are with the station military, and their relationship with our judicial department is generally poor. We cannot inform them in advance that we are setting a trap for the capture. If the military gets wind of it, our efforts would be in vain. However, if we do not notify them and suddenly execute the capture, it could easily lead to a conflict between the military and the police. Upon hearing Qinyu's explanation, Yuan Ku remained silent for a moment before responding. You have raised valid points. Your considerations are thorough. What is your plan? Qinyu replied, my plan is as follows. After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yuan Ku stood and made a decision. We will proceed according to Qinyu's capture plan. The group rose in unison, saluting, and Yuan Ku offered a few instructions before patting Qinyu on the shoulder. You are responsible for bringing the person back. I will ensure your promotion within the police force. Ha ha. Understood. Qinyu nodded with a smile. The following day, at 9:30 in the evening, Qinyu, holding the equipment requisition forms, headed directly to the logistics department at the rear of the courtyard, only to be surprised to find Qilin there. Are you on the night shift? Qinyu asked with a smile. Qilin jumped up from his chair, responding casually, damn it, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I got married, my luck has changed. For the past week or so, I've been assigned extra shifts on the schedule, staying here at night. Damn it, newlywed bliss, and yet here I am. What's good about that? Qinyu teased. The land can be tilled at any time, but opportunities to earn money are limited. Qilin grinned. I'm just trying to work a bit more. Earn some money quickly and repay you and the old folks, right? No worries, I'm not in a hurry. It's a matter of principle. I also feel uncomfortable being in debt. Moreover, with an additional family member, expenses have increased significantly. Qilin sighed wearily before changing the subject. What brings you to logistics? I have a task. I'm here to requisition equipment. What task? Qilin casually asked. Qinyu, hurry up. They are calling for you over there. At that moment, Zhu Wei rushed in, calling out. Got it, quickly hand me the list. I'll take a look. Qilin beckoned. You go get it. I'll tell you. Qinyu replied, pulling out the list and reading aloud. 1 set of steel plate bulletproof vests, 3 sets of window-breaking police batons. Tactical Qilin stepped over to the shelves in the warehouse, listening to Qinyu, and began retrieving the equipment. Zhu Wei also called in 2 others, who swiftly carried the items out. 5 minutes later, Qinyu smiled. Once I finish this, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Sure thing. Qilin nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu quickly left the logistics warehouse. After he walked out, Qilin's expression changed to one of paleness, his heart racing. What kind of capture operation is this? Is it necessary to don the steel plate bomb-proof suit? Recently, Qinyu has not been involved in any other cases. Thus, this operation is highly likely aimed at apprehending drug traffickers. Qilin felt a sense of unease and, after much contemplation, promptly picked up his phone, stepped out of the recording area, and dialed a familiar number within his team. Hello, old Zhang. What are you busy with? Just hanging around in logistics for a chat? Qilin inquired with a smile. There's a mission. At this hour, there's still a mission. What's the task? Even you on your day off have been summoned. Qilin casually asked, cooperating with the station troops to capture arms dealers. Upon hearing this, Qilin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. What time do you think it will conclude? Come over and watch the live stream together. I'm not sure. I'll look for you once I return. All right. With that, the two ended the call. Qilin stood behind his desk and murmured softly, it's been half a month. They should have made their move by now. At the assembly point in the courtyard, Yuan Ku instructed Qinyu to collect everyone's phones before proclaiming, let me reiterate the mission. This time, we are not cooperating with the station military, but rather aiming to apprehend drug traffickers. To ensure the utmost confidentiality of the operation, everyone must surrender their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be distributed uniformly, and all must use the preset frequencies for communication. Should I discover anyone changing frequencies midway, they will face disciplinary action. After a 2-minute mobilization, over 40 individuals collected their gear and swiftly departed the police station under the guidance of their respective team leaders. Half an hour later, at a certain intersection on New Era Avenue in Songyan District, along led 4 brothers, clad in sheepskin coats, glancing around before bending down to enter the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck. While the others squeezed into the back seat, that aren't we supposed to follow the military's lead? Why are you alone? Along asked. Oh, you think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. How could the military possibly come here to pick you up? Along tapped his nose, chuckling. Come on, buddy, are you on something? Is it because I didn't pay you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to drop you off, and you insist on leaving today? The driver cursed as he drove away from the roadside. Along shot a glance at him, then pulled out a half-eaten black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket. Choosing not to respond further, and began to chew quietly. I in the back seat, Xiao Paizi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military-grade grenade, his thumb poised on the safety ring. Ready to deploy. The vehicle traveled for about 15 minutes, crossing nearly 1.5 kilometers of icy river surface, arriving at the outskirts of Songyan District. Here, human presence was scarce, with no pedestrians on the road. Only various small shops flickering with lights. How much longer until we exit the city walls? Along inquired. Soon, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle climbed over the riverbank, causing it to jolt violently. What is going on? Along frowned. The driver immediately engaged the handbrake, stating, the front left tire seems to be flat. Are you kidding me? Along asked sternly. You're taking on this job without checking your vehicle first? The driver, equally irritable, retorted, what do you know? It's over -40 degrees at night, and the car parts are practically frozen solid. How am I supposed to check? With a blowtorch? Along understood the severity of the weather and suppressed his dissatisfaction, saying, get out and take a look. Is the tire punctured, or what? The driver, with a sullen expression, exited the vehicle and after inspecting the left front tire, returned to say, the tire has frozen for too long. And I was driving too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction have caused a crack. What do we do now? Xiao Paizi asked, furrowing his brows. No worries, there's a repair shop up ahead. I'll ask them to heat it up and patch it. The driver glanced at his watch and replied, we still have time. It won't delay us. Along scanned the surroundings, a faint sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, but he could not afford to delay their departure. He instructed Xiao Paizi, keep your belongings secure. Don't lose anything. I've got it. Xiao Paizi nodded. The vehicle proceeded along the riverbank road, and despite the low pressure in the left front tire, continued for about 2 kilometers before stopping in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On either side of the road, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie and whispered, attention all teams, Thunder has initiated the circle. Across from the repair shop, within the snowy shell, Qin Yu, encased in a bomb-proof suit weighing dozens of kilograms, quietly commanded, once they exit the vehicle, we act. I'll take the lead. No sooner had he spoken than Along flung open the car door and jumped out. Scanning the area, shut off the lights, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. The lights went out. In an instant, the repair shop was plunged into darkness. Along turned back. Damn it, the driver is suspicious. Before he could finish his thought, he saw Qin Yu, resembling a bear, recklessly charging towards him. Clang! The safety ring of Xiao Paizi's grenade fell away as he bellowed, screw you, grab your weapons, let us fight. Xiao Paizi, after removing the safety pin, did not immediately throw the grenade. Since people have legs, any arm movement would surely cause the officers to scatter. Once the grenade detonated, they would quickly be surrounded again. Therefore, the throwing action was not effective. Instead, he gripped the pin tightly, charging towards the cluster of officers. The officers were momentarily taken aback. None knew whether Xiao Paizi was preparing to throw or was merely holding the pin, forcing them to retreat hastily. Scatter! He has a grenade, the officers shouted, clearing a path, while Xiao Paizi, with a fierce expression, yelled, charge out! Bang! Bang! Ong Su raised his weapon and fired 4 shots at Xiao Paizi, but as he moved rapidly and was clad in a bulletproof vest, the bullets only struck his chest, producing puffs of white smoke. He wears a vest, Ong Su shouted, realizing that Xiao Paizi had already charged within 5 steps of the driver. Brother, let us go, without hesitation. Xiao Paizi raised the pin of the grenade, which instantly emitted a hissing sound. He pulled the pin. Su turned and fled. At this moment, Along and his companions had drawn their firearms, turning to rush out while firing their weapons. Upon seeing the encirclement created by Xia Paizi, Qin Yu felt no hesitation in his mind. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and burdened by the heavy bomb-proof suit, lunged towards Xia Paizi, deliberately bringing his head close to Xia Paizi's waist. With a thud, both men fell to the ground, and Qin Yu instinctively pressed down on Xia Paizi's head. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the tranquil night, sending a severed arm soaring into the sky, and the bulletproof glass shield on Qin Yu's face was instantly stained red with blood. Team leader, Zhu Wei shouted in alarm. Stay calm, proceed as planned to apprehend. Qin Yu shook his head, hastily wiping the blood from his face with his left hand, only to see that Xia Paizi had already lost consciousness, his right arm blown off, exposing white bone and flesh, blood oozing profusely. Damn it! Upon seeing Xia Paizi down, Along roared and fired in the left direction. Bang! Qin Yu sprang up and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets struck Qin Yu, hitting critical areas such as his head and legs, creating bursts of sparks. Seeing that the bullets could not penetrate Qin Yu's attire, Along, in a panic, stepped back and lowered his head to change the magazine. Bang! Qin Yu lunged twice, leveraging his weight and the bulk of his attire, crashing into Along's chin. With a crack, Along stumbled back 2 steps. Qin Yu suddenly bent down, wrapped his arms tightly around Along's lower leg, and with a powerful thrust of his waist, sent Along soaring over a meter high before crashing to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Although the actions Qin Yu performed appeared simple, the total distance covered in bursts was less than 50 meters. Yet he relied on explosive power while grappling with another AT. This moment, he felt on the brink of exhaustion, his legs heavy as though laden with lead, forcing him to rely on his body to pin down his opponent while he let out a series of shouts. Once the hidden danger was neutralized, the police officers, numbering over 40, rushed forward together, wielding their riot shields to encircle the remaining criminal. In less than 10 seconds, the confrontation was resolved. Hold him down. Hold him down! Zhu Wei shouted, pointing at the ground where Along lay. 7 or 8 men advanced simultaneously, bypassing the handcuffs and directly shackling Along with a 50-kilogram set of leg irons. Qin Yu sat in the snow, taking nearly a minute to recover before removing his helmet, turning his head to spit. Damn it! Thank goodness for the steel plate armor. Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you all right? Su hurried over to inquire. I'm fine. My position was good. The explosion happened in front of me. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and deliberately spoke to Su and the others. You all say that Captain Yuan supports me, but here I am risking my life for him to achieve results. Does he not see that? If he doesn't promote me, you all would be pleased, wouldn't you? Of course, of course. Su nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up. Without your 2 squads rushing in today, who knows what the outcome would have been. Let's have a drink later to calm our nerves. Qin Yu, heavily pushing himself off the ground, replied. All right, let us hurry up and bring the person back. At 11:30 at night, Qin Yu stood by the corridor with the phone in hand, saying, Zhu Wei, you must get the doctor to find a way to save that life taken by L. Yes, yes. The more people there are, the stronger the evidence chain will be. I'm preparing to eat something, and I'll start the interrogation soon. All right, that's it for now. Footsteps echoed in the corridor as Qi Lin approached with a lunchbox, smiling and exclaiming, Oh, you're back? Qin Yu turned at the sound. Come to eat? Yeah, not much work. Just came to grab some food. Qi Lin asked, looking relaxed. So, how did it go? Yeah, we got everyone under control. Are our people all right? We captured them quickly. The other side didn't even realize what was happening before we finished our job, and no one got hurt. That's good. Qi Lin grinned, casually asking, Hey, I heard you were supposed to collaborate with the garrison on the apprehension, but I didn't see any military personnel come over. Qin Yu was taken aback. Who told you that? Isn't it? I just overheard someone from the department chatting about it, Qi Lin replied, also surprised. You must have heard them talking nonsense. There were no military personnel involved. Given that the case had already been cracked, Qin Yu did not conceal the details. We apprehended drug dealers, the ones who killed our 4 men, including Along. With a sharp clang, Qi Lin's metal lunchbox fell to the ground, and he stood frozen in place, his face pale. What's wrong with you? Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Qi Lin, dazed, felt a ringing in his ears. Qin Yu reached out and tapped Qi Lin's arm. Hey, what's up? Qi Lin snapped back to reality, looking at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Is it really that Along? Yes, the lead from Captain Yuan. We went to apprehend him, Qin Yu confirmed, noticing Qi Lin's odd demeanor. Are you really okay? Yeah, I just remembered Lao He. Wasn't he killed by that guy? Qi Lin forced a smile. I ran into him the other day, and I was a bit scared of that person. Are you sure you're fine? I'm fine. Qi Lin bent down to pick up his lunchbox. You should go eat. Aren't you eating too? Let's go together. I forgot my chili sauce. I'll go grab it. Qi Lin chuckled. Then I'll eat first. Qi Lin responded, taking his lunchbox and turning to leave. In the corridor, Qin Yu watched his retreating figure with curiosity. Completely unconvinced by Qi Lin's previous words, yet unable to comprehend why he was acting so strangely. Group leader, time to eat. Guanqi called from the entrance of the cafeteria. Coming. Qin Yu decided to stop overthinking and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, after shutting the door, Qi Lin plopped down on the floor, gripping his hair and shouting, "Damn it! Weren't we supposed to coordinate with the garrison? It's been half a month. Why haven't they moved? How could this happen?" After wolfing down a bite of food in the cafeteria, Qin Yu rushed to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku was already driving to pick up Director Li on the way to the police chief's office. Inside the dimly lit interrogation room, Along lounged carelessly in the iron chair, playing with the shackles in his hands. "Shall we warm up a bit?" Qin Yu took a sip of water and clipped his work badge onto his chest. "My name is Qin Yu, and I am the team leader of the third group in the criminal investigation team, directly responsible for your case." But Along squinted at Qin Yu. "I know you." "You know me?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "How come I didn't know?" "I know you through a friend," Along replied with a smile, "but you probably haven't seen me." Along's words were not mere bluster. He had indeed seen Qin Yu. Before leaving, he had kept a covert watch on Qi Lin several times and noticed that Qin Yu frequently interacted with his brother, seemingly on good terms. "Buddy, the crux of your case isn't about who you know, but rather the value of your testimony will directly determine the outcome." Qin Yu shifted the topic, speaking pragmatically. "Among those captured, you're the biggest fish. If you don't spill the names of more significant figures, you'll definitely be nailed as the main culprit. Why then? Even if you were related to the mayor, no one would be able to help you." Along smiled at Qin Yu. "Come, pull up a chair and sit next to me." Qin Yu hesitated. "Aren't we supposed to chat?" "Then let's sit closer and have a little chat." Along waved the iron shackles in his hand, clinking them to beckon Qin Yu. "All right, then let us talk." Qin Yu, without any further hesitation, dragged a chair beside Along, bent down, and said, "Let us begin. Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name." Along wore a smile. "Aren't you Qin Yu?" Qin Yu frowned, caught off guard for 2 seconds. "Did that old man not tell you?" "No." Along slightly raised his hand, pointing at Qin Yu, his expression mockingly. "It's the drug dealers on my line. They've all heard of your name. They chatter about you in my ear every day. They chatter about me." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Do you know what they're saying about you?" Along grinned, revealing his teeth. "What? Haha. They're discussing what method they could use to get rid of you right away." Qin Yu froze at the words. Along glanced at the camera with his peripheral vision, lowering his voice again, patting Qin Yu's arm with the back of his hand. "Brother, you can't possibly think that Yuan could let you handle this case to give you a promotion because he simply likes and appreciates you, right?" Qin Yu scoffed. "Sure, sitting here and still being picky, right? TSK, you really are as naive as a child." Along shook his head, continuing. "In the first team, Yuan Ku has so many loyal followers. Which one of them doesn't he have more qualifications than you? So why does he let you handle such a lucrative case? Are you two blood relatives or something? Then what do you think it is? Why does he insist on having me handle this case?" Qin Yu inquired. "Because you're stubborn, because you have a hunger for success, because if you want to stand your ground here, you have to fight hard for achievements. Because you are new, because you don't have any connections behind you, because during the investigation, you don't have to give face to anyone, and you want to be burdened by personal relationships." Along smiled. "Why suddenly sweep down on us drug dealers, and why does Yuan Ku focus on the Ma family's line?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent once more. "Recently, there is another batch of drug dealers in the black market, secretly releasing a small amount of goods at prices twice as high as ours. Have you heard about that?" Along asked again. Qin Yu froze at the mention, suddenly recalling Lin Yinlei's recent ordeal and the open-minded tiger. "Buddy, in this world, there is no such thing as unprovoked kindness. From your perspective, he treats you particularly well, but from another angle, you're just a blind gun." Along tilted his head, looking at Qin Yu. "Throughout history, what has happened to those who wield guns? Do you know in your heart?" Qin Yu held back for a long time, finally raising his thumb in acknowledgement. "Well-reasoned provocation, quite convincing. Haha, how you feel inside right now?" You know best. With his head bowed, Alung softly added, the reason I can share this with you is not without purpose. It is solely because you have aided my friend. Qin Yu absorbed only half of Alung's words. For he already harbored suspicions in his heart. The way Yuan Ku had been so supportive of him within the police department was undoubtedly not without motivation. Yet, Qin Yu felt that whether Yuan Ku intended to exploit his sense of desperation or leverage his anonymity in Songyang to use him as a quick instrument, it ultimately mattered little. After all, Qin Yu was no child. He comprehended that he lacked both connections and backing to navigate this chaotic environment with any semblance of dignity. What he could offer in exchange was perhaps the courage to risk his life at critical moments. However, Qin Yu had not anticipated the depths of the drug trade. During his efforts to dismantle the Ma family's operations, another faction was quietly distributing drugs, likely connected to Yuan Ku. If Alung's words were true, then the situation was far more intricate than previously imagined. I am a man marked for death, and there is no need for deception, Alung murmured, still looking down. I'm not well acquainted with your background, but I've heard you are a brother who came from the planned area. It's been a struggle for us to arrive at this point. Do not immortalize your own name while inadvertently paving the way for others' dominions. Qin Yu turned to Alung and suddenly inquired, previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songyang. Yet I fail to understand why your pricing was so low. What is your aim? To win the world's admiration? I only thought of the struggling souls on the black market after I had my fill, Alung replied with a smile, his tone softening. My father died from an inability to afford medical treatment, and my mother may meet the same fate. When I first arrived in the 9th district, I was idle, surviving off the kindness of strangers. Now that I have some means, I wish to earn money while also assisting them. This line of work does not promise longevity. I only need enough to get by today. What more could one desire? At this juncture, the act of lying held no value. Qin Yu observed Alung's previously fierce visage and found him less detestable than before. The two fell silent, and Qin Yu felt a disarray in his thoughts. Despite his caution, he still struggled to grasp the complexities of Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two were momentarily quiet, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly thrust open. Qilin stood outside, a broad smile adorning his face. Are you still interrogating? On the iron chair, upon hearing Qilin's voice, Alung immediately looked up, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by shock. What brings you here? Qin Yu asked, turning around. I came to check if the equipment you were granted can be returned to the storehouse and what the damage is, Qilin responded calmly. You all are working through the night again. But I switch shifts tomorrow morning and need to write a report. Qin Yu nodded, rising to reply. The damage is quite significant. I will arrange for someone to pull a list for you shortly. All right, Qilin acknowledged, then turned to Alung, scolding. You dog, you've finally been caught. Alung stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But I suppose I must be transferred to the heavy surveillance unit? Qilin asked Qin Yu. Yes, once the interrogation is finished, Qin Yu nodded. Damn it, I almost got pulled in because of you. Qilin chuckled, pointing at Alung in jest. Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll have someone take care of you inside. Qin Yu found this remark somewhat peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, Alung abruptly retaliated. You think you're something special? I may be in here, but my brothers might not be. Just wait, Qilin replied with a cold smile. Turning to Qin Yu, you take care of him. I'll be on my way. Qin Yu stood stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on Qilin as he replied, let us go. I'll accompany you and pull a list for you. Then let us be off, Qilin said, maintaining a calm expression as he stepped aside. As the two exited the interrogation room, four armed officers approached to guard the entrance, promptly locking the iron door behind them. In the narrow corridor, Qilin, hands clasped behind his back, remarked with a smile, just get someone to pull a list for me. I'm a team leader now. Do I really need to handle this myself? Are you here to scout? Qin Yu suddenly turned and questioned. Qilin froze in place, his expression stiffening as he retorted. What do you mean? Scout for what? Do you know Alung? Qin Yu asked, his face darkening. What nonsense. How could I possibly know him? Qilin insisted. Alung claims he knows me through a friend, but in the police department, I only have close ties with you and Lao Zhou. The others are merely colleagues at best. Qin Yu, with piercing eyes, scrutinized Qilin. Your reaction by the cafeteria earlier was off. The things you said to Alung in there were excessive. Have you lost your mind over this case? Qilin chuckled. Perplexed. What does this have to do with anything? You want to save him. Your presence in the interrogation room was just for the damage list. You were scouting, weren't you? Qin Yu pressed. Xiao Yu, I think you're smack. Before Qilin could finish, Qin Yu abruptly reached for Qi Lin's waist. Qi Lin instinctively recoiled, his face paling as he stared at Qin Yu. What exactly are you trying to do? You've locked your gun in the cabinet during your shift. Why is it still in the holster now? Qin Yu seized Qi Lin's arm, lowering his voice to a hiss. Are you out of your mind? He is a man marked for death. If you harbor any ulterior motives, you will also meet your end. Qi Lin, his expression flustered, glanced around anxiously, his eyes reddening as he pleaded with Qin Yu. If you wish to consider me a friend, then please act as if you know nothing, all right? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. Do you realize you just got married? What connection do you have with Ulung that compels you to take such risks? Qin Yu retorted, exasperated, pulling Qi Lin into the stairwell. I don't wish to pry into your secrets, but let me make it clear. Even if you gathered 10 of yourself, it would be impossible to take him out from here. The moment you make a move, it's certain death. Inside the interrogation room, Ulung's mind was diligently recalling Qi Lin's words. Don't rush. Once you step out that door, I'll arrange for someone to take care of you? What did this mean? The implication was becoming increasingly evident. Qi Lin was devising a plan to save himself, but he lacked any influential connections to resolve this matter. How could he possibly proceed? The answer was painfully clear. Would he act as soon as he stepped out that door? Ulung's thoughts buzzed with confusion. Damn it, this fool wouldn't he actually do something reckless, would he? In the police department's lobby, hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the main door. Team Leader Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over. Breathless, what's the matter? Yuan Ku inquired. An extremely important situation. Ong Su panted, speaking in hushed tones to Yuan Ku and Director Li. We unexpectedly uncovered critical information from one of my subordinates. Ulung had contact with someone within our police department shortly before his departure. In the stairwell, Qi Lin shoved Qin Yu's chest, his tone frantic as he hissed, Can you please leave this matter alone? Just pretend you didn't see anything and let me go. Qi Lin, you know my character well. Not everyone is worth such a risk to me. Qin Yu replied gravely, pressing a finger into Qi Lin's chest. Calm down. Ulung is someone the police department has explicitly targeted. Think for a moment. Can you really manage to take him away with just your own strength? If something goes wrong, what will happen to your mother? Your sister? Your new wife? Are you willing to sacrifice your job and your life for this? After a brief silence, sweat beaded on Qi Lin's forehead as he hurriedly responded, There is still a chance. Ulung won't be in the police department for long. He'll likely be transferred to the precinct by tomorrow morning. I have contacts and can figure out his detention route. I have the authority. It'll be much easier to act on the way. You don't need to worry about it. What I don't understand is what connection you have with Ulung that makes you willing to take such risks. Qin Yu pressed, perplexed. Do you have some kind of under-the-table deal? Or have you taken money from him? Do you know why I didn't fire that day? Qi Lin exclaimed in frustration. He is my older brother. My real brother, do you understand? Qin Yu stood frozen in shock, momentarily speechless. Xiao Yu, listen to me, please, Qi Lin implored, his eyes reddened and breathing heavy as he continued. My relationship with Ulung, I don't even know if it can be revealed. But if it gets out, I'll be monitored immediately, and the principle of familial avoidance will be enforced. By that time, I would have no chance left. I have already devised a plan. Tomorrow morning, as soon as I clock out, I shall not return home, but feign sleep at the office, creating the illusion through surveillance that I have remained in my dormitory all along. Then I will wait for the officers from the precinct to arrive for the handover. And I shall take action at the intersection. If I can rescue him, that would be ideal. If not, I will do my utmost to ensure my own safety. Ulung has returned from the planned area, and it remains unclear whether he has any accomplices outside. Therefore, as long as I am not caught in the act, the higher-ups may not necessarily know who is responsible for this. Do you understand? When you carry out your mission, you hesitate to even approach the criminals at close range. Do you truly believe you can rescue someone from the escort team? Your thinking is far too simplistic. I do not wish to gamble with my life, but do I have any choice? Do I? I care not. I must witness his death with my own eyes. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the words. Do not concern yourself with it, Qi Lin said, lowering his head and preparing to exit the stairwell. At that moment, an electronic bell suddenly rang out in the corridor, followed by a voice from the monitoring room calling out, Brothers at the door of the interrogation room 3. Hurry and open the door. Ulung is acting suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Qi Lin froze in place. In the lobby on the first floor, Yuan Ku, hearing the loudspeaker from the monitoring room, was momentarily stunned before urgently saying, Go check on Ulung, quickly. The footsteps in the corridor became chaotic as the remaining officers, upon hearing the call from the monitoring room, rushed out with hurried expressions. Striding toward the interrogation room, at the entrance, for on-duty officers unlocked the iron door, and upon looking up, they saw Long crazily slamming his left cheek against the iron plate in front of the iron chair. "What are you doing? Stop fooling around," the leading officer shouted as he rushed inside, reaching out to intervene. Bam, bam. Long again slammed his left cheek, near his mouth, against the iron plate. At that moment, the flesh on his face had already torn open. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The leading officer hurried over, grabbing Long by the hair and pulling him back. "Quick, hold him down." Long let out a slightly neurotic chuckle, lifting his head to stare blankly at the officer. Too late. As his words fell, Yuan Ku, Ong Su, and the others rushed to the doorway alongside Qin Yu and Qi Lin. "What is going on?" Yuan Ku panted, breathless. The officer turned back in response. He suddenly slammed his head against the iron plate. I don't know what he is doing." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes turned red as he prepared to charge into the room. Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ku rushed into the room, approaching Long, immediately waving his hand and shouting, "Prise open his mouth, quickly." For officers, upon hearing his command, held Long's head and forcibly pried open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ku's eyes widened in tension as he no longer feared Long biting his fingers. He directly inserted his hand into Long's mouth, rummaging for a long time before finally extracting a false tooth. Gag, Long retched, expelling a copious amount of blood. Yuan Ku glanced down at the false tooth, his gaze vacantly retreating a couple of steps. The false tooth had a hollow center, with thin black plastic stuck at the corners, appearing utterly repulsive in Yuan Ku's hand. "What is this?" Director Lee entered, demanding an explanation to its a false tooth. He knocked it out. Yuan Ku stammered in response. Director Lee was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. On the iron chair, Long suddenly shook his head, breaking free from the grip of the four officers, his face still adorned with a neurotic grin. "From the moment I entered this line of work, I knew how I would die. There's a small pill inside the false tooth. It's poison. I crushed it. Damn it." Yuan Ku exploded, kicking Long in the chest and shouting, "Quick, open the chair and send him to the hospital." Long looked at Yuan Ku with a smile. "You guys are something else. Us mud-legged folks can't compete with you even if we risk our lives. But Yuan Ku, I want to tell you something. Some things are done by people. But heaven is watching that I refuse to believe that life-saving drugs should be in your hands while heaven looks on idly. Damn it, even in death, I curse you. May you all have a miserable end." Everyone fell silent upon hearing his words. Long numbly twisted his neck, his eyes gazing toward the doorway, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, do not be afraid. I haven't said anything. I want to confess. You all have nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin clenched his fists and prepared to step outside, for he knew Long was speaking directly to him. Qin Yu pulled Qi Lin's arm, whispering gravely, "Did you understand? If he dies now, it's because he doesn't want you to act foolishly. Do not move, under any circumstances." Spit. Long suddenly leaned forward, violently coughing up blood, his body convulsing severely. Upon seeing this, Yuan Ku abandoned the thought of taking him to the hospital, clutching the false tooth and suddenly bending down to whisper in Long's ear, "Do you think what you did was discreet? Do you think that dying will settle everything?" Long turned his head, dazed. "Heh, you've had contact with our officers. He's right outside." "Isn't he?" Yuan Ku asked with a smile. Long coughed up more blood, glaring at Yuan Ku defiantly as he shouted, "Damn you." Less than 2 minutes after the poison entered his system, Long lost control of his bowels, slumping against the iron chair as he breathed his last. Director Lee stood in the center of the interrogation room with his hands behind his back, his expression extremely grim as he scolded Yuan Ku. The man was already in the interrogation room. "And you still let him die? You really are a competent captain. Tomorrow, when the precinct comes to collect him, you'll explain to them." Yuan Ku was momentarily speechless from the scolding. "A bunch of useless fools," Director Lee muttered before striding out of the interrogation room. At the entrance, Qi Lin stood in a daze, staring at the lifeless body of his brother slumped on the iron chair, his legs weak and his mind in chaos. Yuan Ku turned, holding the false tooth and looking toward the entrance, his gaze ultimately resting on Qi Lin. Half an hour later, Long's body was covered with a white cloth and carried away, while Yuan Ku entered another interrogation room, clearing out the unrelated individuals and beginning a conversation with a brother of Xiao Pazi. "Did you say Long met with our officer before he left?" Yuan Ku pulled out an electronic cigarette from the drawer and casually tossed it over. Yes. The lackey nodded repeatedly. "Xiao Pazi dared to set off a thunderbolt, going down with us. How could he have such a cowardly brother?" Yuan Ku asked bluntly. Xiaopazi told me he could make me a lot of money. That's why I served him. But the money hadn't come in yet. And then he died. I don't want to die either, the lackey replied, starkly realistic. Did you just see him? Yes. Tell me, how did Along meet that person before he left? Yuan Ku asked softly. He said before leaving. He wanted to fulfill a wish, to meet a friend, the lackey replied, looking down. But Lao Ma and Xiaopazi thought the outside world was too dangerous. If he went out alone and encountered the police, it could be disastrous. You know, the supply channel for drugs rests solely in Along's hands. The TO put it bluntly. We all rely on him for our livelihoods, so we must protect him. Therefore, whenever he went out, we followed him, but he usually had us parked quite far away, walking a distance himself. I once went to the food store to buy water, and I happened to see him heading in the same direction. I saw him enter a certain courtyard. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku took out a photograph, tossing it to the lackey and asking, "Is this the person who met with Along?" "Yes, I've seen him twice." "Didn't you say it was a chance encounter?" Yuan Ku frowned. It was this person's wedding day. There were many people at the restaurant, so we weren't sure who Along was looking for. But that evening, when Along went to that courtyard, I saw this person and realized he was the one Along was looking for. So it was 2 times, the lackey explained in detail. Yuan Ku licked his lips. Do you know what their relationship is? No. Along never mentioned it, and none of us asked. The lackey shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan Ku left the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su. Have the precinct's forensic doctor go to the morgue and extract Along's DNA for comparison. Comparison with whom? Who do you think? Yuan Ku retorted. Ong Su was momentarily taken aback. Captain, do you suspect Along is related to him? The lackey's testimony clearly explained why ENT dared to fire his weapon that day. Yuan Ku responded lightly. This fellow usually keeps a low profile. If there weren't some compelling reasons, how could he possibly associate with someone like Along? He added with a hint of clarity. I understand. Within the logistics warehouse, Chi Lin sat in a chair, his gaze vacant, lost in thoughts unknown. Brother, the path each person takes is a choice of their own, and they must bear the consequences that arise. Qin Yu, leaning against the table, lowered his head and advised, I know you are hurting, but look at me. At least you have a reason to grieve when faced with adversity. I don't even know how I lost my loved ones. You've lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing. Qi Lin remained silent, not uttering a word. Qi Lin, let your sorrow pass swiftly. You have other family members to care for. Qin Yu turned and urged, this place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Do not let anyone perceive your distress. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin numbly lifted his head. Yes, the dead are gone. Those who live must continue living. Bang! Just as the two were conversing, the door to the logistics warehouse swung open. 2 of Ong Su's subordinates entered, their expressions devoid of emotion as they looked at Qi Lin. Captain Yuan is looking for you. He needs you to come with us. What's the matter? Qin Yu inquired on Qi Lin's behalf. Nothing major, just some details from a previous case. The one on the left replied with a smile. Urging, let us go. Qin Yu's face displayed confusion, but Qi Lin quickly adjusted his demeanor to mask any signs of worry, standing up and saying, what case could possibly involve me? You'll find out when you get there. Then let us go. Qi Lin replied with a smile. After exchanging a few words, the 3 departed, while Qin Yu lingered at the door, a sense of foreboding rising within him. An hour passed, then 2. Gradually, day turned into night. After waiting for over 10 hours, Qi Lin still had not returned, and Qin Yu found himself unable to remain still. His mind drifted to Lin Yanlei and Along's earlier words. An unsettling feeling seeped into Qin Yu's heart, and he began to suspect that the drug trafficking case was far more complex than it appeared. After careful deliberation, Qin Yu rose, took his work badge, and quietly left the office, driving the vehicle assigned to Team 3 towards Songjiang Prison No. 3. Meanwhile, Yuan Ke stepped into his office, looking up at Qi Lin, who had been under unofficial house arrest for several hours. Let us go. I need to speak with you. Qi Lin stood up, unease etched on his face, and forced a smile. Captain Yuan, what's going on? You'll know when we get there, Yuan Ke replied tersely. Turning to leave. Qi Lin, suppressing his inner sorrow, hesitated briefly before following him. Half an hour later, Yuan Ke drove Qi Lin to the police hospital, entering the morgue under the guidance of the staff. Qi Lin glanced around, his voice trembling as he asked, Captain Yuan, why have you brought me here? Yuan Ke lit a cigarette and leisurely walked to the inner side of the morgue, pulling open a drawer that housed a corpse. Qi Lin looked up and immediately saw Along's lifeless body, his face a shade of purple. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ke asked. His expression impassive, Chi Lin clenched his fists, forcing a smile as he replied. Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ke scratched his nose and produced 2 folded A4 sheets from his inner coat pocket. Stepping closer to Chi Lin, expedited DNA test has confirmed that your Y chromosomes are identical. Meaning Along is your biological brother. Chi Lin's mind reeled, his expression shifting to one of panic. You didn't fire your weapon during the arrest to protect him, did you? Yuan Ke's voice was steady. This is a misunderstanding. You've got it wrong. Chi Lin, we both know that if you conducted this DNA test 1,000 times, the result would remain the same. Yuan Ke took a seat on the morgue table. Looking at Chi Lin, the facts are laid bare before you. What is the point of arguing? Holding the test results, Chi Lin's eyes were filled with confusion, unsure how to respond to Yuan Ke. Chi Lin, if this identification result lands on the desk of our superiors, combined with the fact that you did not follow orders during the last arrest, do you understand the consequences you may face? Yuan Ke looked at Chi Lin with an unyielding gaze. You will be labeled an accomplice and charged with dereliction of duty. Among other offenses, the ramifications will not merely involve losing your position. You could be facing a sentence of 10 years or more. Chi Lin slowly lifted his head, stunned, before suddenly kneeling before Yuan Ke, gripping his pants as he pleaded. Captain, Along truly is my brother. But we lost contact long ago. I stumbled upon him during the arrest. I had no idea it was him. Yuan Ke regarded Chi Lin in silence. Captain, I cannot afford to lose my position. I have family to support. I cannot let this happen. Chi Lin's face was streaked with tears as he implored, Please, help me. Yuan Ke took a drag from his cigarette and placed a hand on Chi Lin's shoulder. Everyone has emotions. After spending so much time together, how could I not know who you are? Chi Lin, I genuinely believe you are not involved in this case, but the higher-ups may not see it that way. They need a plausible explanation for the 4 officers who died during the last operation. With your DNA test result presented, what do you think will happen? They'll pin all the blame on you. And can you withstand that? Chi Lin was left speechless. I want to help you, but my influence is limited. Yuan Ke held the DNA report, contemplating for a moment before saying, perhaps there is still a way. What way? Your brother was a middleman delivering goods for the Ma family. With him gone, if you can find the supplier behind your brother, we might be able to unearth this connection. I can then stand by you before Director Lee and the higher-ups. With that merit, your DNA report will be buried. Yuan Ke looked at Chi Lin. At that point, a single word from above could suppress your DNA report. Chi Lin pondered for a while before recalling what Along had said before leaving that day. If he ever found himself in a bind, there was a contact number in his bag that he could use. Recalling this, Chi Lin quickly responded, He did give me a contact. If you let me go home, I can check to see if it's the supplier's number. You must deceive me. That would only harm you. Chi Lin looked up at Yuan Ke, his voice hoarse as he replied, My family is here. Would I dare deceive you, Captain? Very well. Go back and find it. Don't let anyone follow you. I worry my mother might overthink things. Her health is fragile. Do not fret. My men will not enter your home. Yuan Ke reassured with a smile. They will wait outside while you retrieve what you need. And then they will bring you back. Meanwhile, Qin was interrogating Ma Lao Air at Songjiang prison number 3. Damn it. Ma Lao Air, clad in prison garb, sat in the iron chair, casually cursing, You're still alive? Qin tilted his head, watching him. Are you so eager for my demise? You make it impossible for the poor to afford medicine and leave the breadwinners without a livelihood. Do you think we wouldn't want you dead? Ma Lao Air retorted with a sneer. Qin fell silent for a moment before leaning forward to ask, Besides you, there is another group selling drugs on the black market, and their prices are double yours. Do you know about that? Ma Lao Air froze. Are you kidding? Shouldn't you know better than I do? You're trying to wipe out our operation to clear the path for your superiors. Aren't you? Upon hearing this, Qin's expression grew complex. If I said I didn't know before, would you believe me? Ma Lao Air was taken aback. Yuan Ke did not have familiar officers escort Chi Lin home. Instead, he enlisted 2 unfamiliar men to drive him to his doorstep. In the alley, Chi Lin sat in the car, turning to the middle-aged driver and saying, Brother, don't come in with me. I'll be out as soon as I grab my things. All right, we'll wait here. The burly man nodded in response. Chi Lin pushed open the car door and strode forward for nearly 200 meters before turning to enter the small courtyard of his home. He reached out to tug at the door of the single-story house he shared with Bella, only to discover that it had been locked from the inside. Open the door, Chi Lin called out. Just a moment, Bella quickly replied. Hurry up, Chi Lin urged, his tone laced with urgency. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Bella finally donned some clothing and, with her hair in disarray, opened the door. You're back. Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working late. Chi Lin had no time to explain and stepped inside the house. Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day? Bella paused, bewildered. What black bag? The one I gave you along with the living expenses, Chi Lin pressed, turning to question her. On that day, when Along had given Chi Lin the money, he was still engulfed in the sorrow of parting. His thoughts far removed from the money and the bag. Moreover, Along's words had not been particularly clear. Chi Lin had merely assumed he was implying that if he ever faced difficulties or financial shortfalls, he could reach out to him through the contact information left in the bag. Thus, Chi Lin had never associated this contact with any suppliers, nor had he treasured the bag, simply handing it over to Bella along with the living expenses for safekeeping. Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through the ends of her hair. That bag was quite old when you gave it to me. I just took out the money and can't remember where I put the bag. What the hell could you possibly do? Chi Lin had rarely spoken to Bella in such a tone, but he was genuinely desperate now, glaring and shouting, "Hurry and think where you put it." "Oh, I'll help you look. We'll search together. You take a break, and I'll think about where I left it." Bella, flustered, rummaged through the cabinet by the window. That item was crucial. It couldn't be lost. Chi Lin, feeling restless, could not sit still and soon bent down to search the room as well. Bella, crouched in front of the cabinet, glanced at Chi Lin's position and, in a moment of panic, fabricated a lie. "I remember now. I think I used that bag when I went shopping and got it dirty, so I just threw it away." Just as Chi Lin yanked open the left side of the large cabinet, he heard Bella's words and suddenly turned around, shouting, "What? You threw it away?" Upon seeing Chi Lin open the cabinet, Bella froze, her eyes widening in shock. But Chi Lin sensed something was amiss in Bella's expression and turned to look at the cabinet, his entire being going numb. Inside the cabinet, a pale figure emerged, holding 2 pieces of clothing, and blinked at Chi Lin. Chi Lin stepped back 2 paces, his face ashen as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet and turned to stare blankly at Bella. Bella, at a loss for words, stood trembling. "Damn, why are you back so soon? What are you looking for?" "A bag." A familiar voice rang out as the pale figure stepped out of the cabinet. Barefoot and sauntering towards Chi Lin. It was none other than Hu Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Chi Lin's wedding banquet that day. Hu Tiger, unfazed, casually sat down on a chair, muttering under his breath about how the police officers were useless, having taken the money yet failing to do their job. "Didn't I tell them to let you work the shift? Why are you back?" Chi Lin, in a fit of rage, grabbed Bella by the hair and pinned her against the side of the cabinet, brutally assaulting her in a fit of unbridled fury. Tears welled in Chi Lin's eyes as he kicked and yelled, "Damn it! I support you. I provide for you, giving you a proper identity in Songjiang, allowing you to live like a person, and yet you betray me. What have I ever done to wrong you? We've only been together a few days, and you can just throw yourself at him. Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Isn't this getting a bit excessive?" Hu Tiger shouted. Hearing his words, Chi Lin felt the blood rush to his head. He abruptly turned and stormed towards the door, flinging open the wooden door and seizing the snow shovel left outside. Feeling bold enough to grab a weapon, Hu Tiger smirked, standing up and putting on his coat as he approached the door, questioning, "What are you planning to do? You think you can kill me? Aren't you a bit small for that?" "Damn it," Chi Lin yelled, raising the shovel, intending to strike Hu Tiger's head. "Brother, is that you back?" At that moment, the iron gate of the courtyard creaked, and the blind sister, holding a cane and wearing a coat, stood at the entrance, asking, "What's all this commotion?" Mom woke up and was quite worried. "So I came to check." Chi Lin turned to see his emaciated sister, and in an instant, his boiling blood seemed to cool. He stood there, dazed, gazing towards his mother's room in the courtyard, his hand gripping the shovel, trembling uncontrollably. "We are all adults now. Why are we still playing these reckless youth games?" Hu Tiger grasped Chi Lin's wrist, smiling as he said, "Come on, calm down. Put that down, and let us talk." Chi Lin, filled with hatred, turned his head to glare at Hu Tiger. "Mom, doesn't he want this? Sister, doesn't he want this? Are you prepared to play with my life?" Hu Tiger looked at Chi Lin with a grin, pressing down on his raised arm and shouting towards the door, "Little sister, you should go back. There is nothing to worry about. We're just having a chat." Chi Lin's sister stood in the courtyard, neither leaving nor stepping inside, remaining silent. Hu Tiger closed the door and tilted his head to look at Chi Lin. "You bought her, right? Spent 500? Chi Lin gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching in silence. "So here's the deal." Hu Tiger pulled out a thick wallet from his pocket, counting out 8,000 without hesitation and tossing it onto the nearby cabinet. I have exactly 8,000 here. Take it, and I'll take Bella with me. You saw it yourself. We're having a good time. Haha. Chilin's expression darkened, his body trembling. Why aren't you speaking? Who Tiger tilted his head, poking Chilin's chest as he asked, What's up? We all know each other around here. Why are you pretending with me? You bought her for 500. I'm offering you 8,000. What's the problem? Don T, you know your own situation. With someone like Bella, can you afford to keep her? Today I'm willing to give you 8,000. Tomorrow if she develops feelings for me, you won't even get a dime. Chilin glanced at Bella, his voice trembling as he asked, Just because I have some burdens, you think it's okay to bully me? With your current situation, even the cafeteria staff at the police station say you wash the chef's socks just to bring home a meal. No matter how bad I'm doing, why would I need to bully you for a sense of presence? Who Tiger spat on the ground, pushed the door open, and said, Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside. With that, he stepped away. Chilin stood at the door, dazed, then turned to Bella. I earned money to support you, and yet you've stripped me of my last shred of dignity. Bella lowered her head and, after a long silence, replied, Chilin, when you bought me, did you consider my dignity after haggling 3 times over the price? Chilin was taken aback by her words. We're all just trying to survive. What else there to talk about feelings? You support me, so I sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and tidy up the house. Bella slowly rose to her feet. If Tiger offers better, I want to go with him. Back when the world wasn't so chaotic, everyone was accustomed to speaking while dressed, leaving some leeway for one another. But now, in this chaotic world, people have become more exposed. Yet, the essence remains unchanged. That's all. Get out. Chilin shouted, closing his eyes and pointing towards the door. Bella picked up her coat, hastily combed her hair, and walked out calmly. In just over 20 days, UVE earned an extra 500. You're not at a loss. Get the hell out. Chilin roared, clenching his fists. Bella pushed the door and left. Tiger stood at the gate, urinating, and upon seeing Bella emerge, remarked, Damn, 8,000. I've spent a week's worth of bonuses on you. I'll go with you, she replied. Then you must come with me. Who the hell would choose a dog if given a choice? The Tiger led Bella, striding out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Chilin slumped on the floor, his head spinning as he gazed at the ceiling, his entire being resembling that of a lost soul. He was neither old nor a privileged offspring of a high-ranking official. He had never received any special treatment from others. He was not like Chinyu, who could afford to be carefree and willful. Thus, within the police station, his posture was perpetually bent. Yet, even so, until today, he had remained optimistic and actively embraced the spirit of the times. This society, with all the means at his disposal, had been his lifeline for his mother and sister. But today, life had once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly akin to a madman, delivering a brutal blow that sent him crashing into the abyss. His elder brother met a tragic fate. A woman betrayed him, and he found himself entangled in serious criminal charges. The only opportunity for a turnaround, a black package, had been discarded. In the past, whenever Chilin encountered troubles, he would instinctively retreat. However, he now stood at the edge of a precipice, with any further retreat leading to his own destruction. Feelings of grievance, resentment, and injustice surged within him. With a creak, the door swung open, and his sister stood outside in the icy wilderness, holding a white cane. Brother, she is not a good woman. We have nothing to mourn. Chilin turned to look at his sister, his dazed eyes gradually sharpening. Am I living like a dog, just to die like one? A voice in his head screamed, and he slowly rose to his feet, wiping the corners of his eyes as he said, Go back inside and help Mother pack. What's wrong? Don't ask. Just hurry and pack. Chilin resolved to take a gamble. The black package was lost, and he could no longer account to Yuan Ku. Returning now would likely mean never coming back. With this thought, Chilin lowered his head and swiftly dialed an old numbered in the living quarters along the Songjiang border. Lao stood beside a car when Chilin's call connected. What's up? Are you at the police station? Damn, don't you know? I'm at the border catching grain traffickers. Lao wiped the sweat from his face in response, just finished, about to head back. Upon hearing that Lao seemed unaware of the situation at the police station, Chilin refrained from elaborating further and instead gritted his teeth, pleading, I'm in serious trouble and need your help. What's the matter? I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come back and help me take Mom and my sister away? Chilin recounted softly, I won't trouble you for long. They'll stay with you for at most 2 hours. What the hell happened? Lao, a bit dazed, could hardly comprehend since Qilin had never approached him in such a manner before. Dante asked for details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang any longer. I need to leave. Qilin feared the two people outside would grow suspicious, leaving him no time to clarify the situation. Right now, I can't find anyone else to help. I can only turn to you. All right, I'll head back now. Lao responded almost without hesitation. I'll be there in about half an hour. Lao, you can't tell anyone I called. I want to say a word. Lao rarely made promises, but once he did, he never went back on them. Mom and my sister will go to the North Station soon. Qilin instructed quietly. When you pick them up, just keep them in the car. I'll call you when I'm finished. Lao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, can Lao Li resolve your troubles? If he can, I'll call him right away. Upon hearing this, Qilin's eyes moistened instantly. His lips trembled for a long while before he hoarsely replied, he can't help. Lao felt a sudden sinking feeling in his heart. I want to say anything. I am heading back now. Thank you. Don't mention it. Contact me anytime if you need. All right. The two ended the call, and Lao flung open the car door, shouting to his colleagues still cleaning up the scene. I have an urgent matter and need to leave. You all head back on your own and call me when you get to the station. What's wrong, Deputy Team Leader? A colleague called from a distance. Lao didn't respond, flooring the gas pedal and disappearing into the night. Home. Qilin walked to the back of the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the gap between the cabinet and the wall. Fumbling for a long time before finally pulling out a round, oilcloth-wrapped package. Approaching the table, he unwrapped it to reveal a P202 series large-caliber handgun. This gun was one Qilin had purchased from an arms dealer 3 years prior for 400 yuan. Intending to practice shooting during his off-duty hours, since the practice ammunition at the police station was limited and he had no spare money for special approvals. He could only resort to this method to hone his skills in preparation for achieving a good score to advance to a second-level officer. In fact, Qilin did achieve first place in shooting at the police station and ranked within the top 3 of the precinct, yet even so, he merely received a cash reward that reimbursed the cost of the gun. The promotion slots were awarded to those who rarely even needed to fire a weapon. Qilin expertly checked the firearm, then filled 2 magazines before stashing the gun in his inner pocket and striding purposefully toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly halted, facing the biting wind and frost, casting one last look back. A small room, furnished with the simplest of furniture, that was all Qilin had fought for with his bent back. Yet now it seemed he could carry none of it away. On the cabinet lay several certificates and trophies, accolades he earned from shooting, but ironically, he had never fired a shot in a real case. Qilin gazed deeply into the room for a long while before turning to leave. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, Qilin arrived at his mother's room. How's the packing going? My son, what trouble have you gotten into? Why do you suddenly have to leave? The elderly woman sat on the bed, her voice trembling. Mom, I can't explain everything in a few words, but don't worry. I've contacted my brother, and we'll leave tonight to find him. Qilin spoke, weaving a kind lie in a moment of desperation. The elderly woman sighed upon hearing this, reaching to wipe her eyes as she murmured. It's all my fault for being so muddled. We were doing fine. Why must you force yourself to seek out a woman? Is our sudden departure because of her? Qilin looked at his mother, suppressing the emotions of grievance within him, then turned to his sister and walked to the door, crouching down to ask, Little sister, I'll leave in 5 minutes. You take Mom to the North Station. Okay. The young sister, though blind, exhibited a surprising calmness, nodding her delicate face without a trace of emotion. Remember Lao's voice. When he arrives, get into his car. I'll come to pick you up in no more than 2 hours. Qilin reiterated his instructions. His sister fell silent for a moment before suddenly whispering in Qilin's ear, I know when Big Brother came back. Qilin froze. Another brother has already left. I don't want to lose a second. I will return. Qilin gritted his teeth, fighting back tears as he responded. You go. Wait for me. Qilin stood up and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, Qilin returned to the car. The burly driver glanced at Qilin and frowned, asking, What took you so long? Didn't you hear? Qilin asked, his face impassive. The driver paused, then shifted into gear, responding, I heard some noise. What's up? Was there a quarrel at home? Nothing. Let us go. What about the stuff? The driver inquired as he drove. It's on me, Qilin replied, his expression unchanged. Take me to find Team Leader Yuan. All right. The driver slammed the gas pedal, swiftly departing from the alley beside Qilin's home. In a dark street of a certain district, Qin Yu emerged from Songjiang Prison Number 3 and drove to this location, waiting for nearly half an hour before someone knocked on his car window. Qin Yu glanced at the burly man outside, opened the door, and stepped down. Hands up, the burly man said expressionlessly. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he raised his arms. The burly man extended his hands, thoroughly checking Qin Yu's person, confirming he bore no weapons before quietly stating, "Follow me." 2 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit room on the first floor of a nearby building, where they found Lama sitting in a chair. "What do you want with me?" Lama asked, his face shadowed as he toyed with a handgun. After a slight hesitation, Qin Yu lowered his head, pulled out an e-cigarette, and took a puff, saying, "The cases of Ma Lauer and Demin can be handled." Old Ma was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha. So Yuan Ku has sent you to play tricks on me, has he?" Qin Yu lowered his head, retrieving his phone from his pocket, and presented a recording before Old Ma. After several seconds, the voice of Ma Er resonated. "Uncle, we can talk to this person." Upon hearing his nephew's voice, Old Ma was momentarily stunned. "I came to inform you that when Ma Er and Demin were apprehended, it was a case of catching them red-handed. However, your approach has consistently been to resist interrogation, to oppose the judicial system, refusing to divulge the details of the crime, always hoping that the two could emerge together, but that is simply unrealistic." Qin Yu, inhaling his cigarette, spoke softly. "Let one go. That way, there might still be a chance." Old Ma stared blankly at Qin Yu, utterly perplexed by his strategy. "I've said all I needed to. I'm leaving," Qin Yu declared, turning to exit. "Wait a moment," Old Ma called out. Qin Yu turned back. "What is it? Why are you orchestrating this? What does it mean?" Old Ma inquired directly. Qin Yu pondered for a while, then responded succinctly, "Because I do not wish to appear foolish, having offended all the drug dealers and impoverished brothers who consume drugs, only to see the money end up in someone else's pocket. If you were wise, consider today as if I never came, and we will part ways." With that, Qin Yu pushed the door and departed. The vehicle sped along, soon arriving near the police station. The burly driver glanced at Qi Lin before dialing Yuan Ku's number. "Hello?" Yuan Ku's voice came through. "He has taken the items. We will be there shortly. Let him in. You two can head back," Yuan Ku instructed succinctly. "Understood." With that, the two ended the call. Yuan Ku, sitting in his office, sent a text to his elder brother. "The supply channel is en route. OK." Came the prompt reply to "I in the vehicle." The burly man turned the steering wheel to the left, soon spotting the police station courtyard. "Get out and head back on your own. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office." Suddenly, Qi Lin drew a handgun from his jacket, pressing it against the burly man's head. The two men in the vehicle were startled, turning their heads sharply towards Qi Lin. "That item is lost. I truly cannot find it," Qi Lin said, his voice trembling yet steady. "I cannot go back. If I return, I will not come out again." "You are courting death," the burly man replied in a low voice, frowning. "Your home is right here. If you don't go back, where can you go? Can you escape Songjiang?" "I want to try," Qi Lin replied, his lips twitching. "Drive straight ahead. You motherf." The burly man began to curse. "Do not push me. I have no way out," Qi Lin interrupted, his eyes reddened. "If you let me live, you both can live too." The two fell silent. "Drive ahead," Qi Lin insisted, gripping the gun tightly. "You will do as I say." Approximately 15 minutes later, the SUV halted on a deserted road about 5 kilometers from the city. "Stop," Qi Lin commanded, gun in hand. The driver glanced back at Qi Lin and abruptly turned the steering wheel left, followed by a sudden stomp on the brake. Screech. The tires screeched on the icy surface as the vehicle lurched uncontrollably into a ditch to the left. "You motherf are playing tricks." Qi Lin, jolted by the impact, struck the driver's head several times with the gun. The driver shielded his head, calmly stating, "Aren't you in any hurry, if you don't want to leave? Should we help you push the car out?" Qi Lin turned to look out the window, seeing the front of the vehicle deeply embedded in the snow, before gritting his teeth and pushing the door open. Pointing the gun at the two inside, he ordered, "Weapons, phones, throw them out." The two exchanged glances and, without further ado, reached for their phones and guns, tossing them out of the window. Bang, bang. Qi Lin fired twice, puncturing the two right side tires. Then bent down to search the two inside thoroughly. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "Do not pursue me again. If you do, we will all perish together." With that, Qi Lin collected their guns and phones, turning to flee. "Damn it." The burly man watched Qi Lin escape, clenching his fists and striking the steering wheel. "Having played the eagle my entire life, I let a sparrow peck my eyes out." The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. "What are you panicking for? The 2 phones for the delivery are right here. Hurry, open it up." The driver's eyes lit up as he shouted. On the highway, a police vehicle sped along when suddenly it emitted a muffled thud, followed by violent shaking, and the engine abruptly died. The old man banged his head against the steering wheel, cursing, "What kind of lousy road is this?" At the North Station, the younger sister positioned their mother at a wind-sheltered entrance to an underground passage, while she, frail in stature, stood by the roadside, awaiting the old man's arrival. In the vast expanse, the old man flung the car door open and jumped out, turning to see the right rear wheel deeply embedded in the snow. "Damn, the more I rush, the more trouble I encounter," he cursed, immediately retrieving a flashlight from the car and bending down to inspect the rear wheel's condition. The tire was stuck on a mound of dirt, unable to touch the solid ground. Kneeling down to examine it carefully, the old man then dashed to the trunk, grasping the spare tire's chain with both hands and pulling hard twice before finally loosening it. However, due to the extreme cold and accumulated snow, the spare tire was completely frozen to the trunk. Thus, the old man had no choice but to press himself down on the spare tire, vigorously shaking it. Creak, creak. The agonizing sounds echoed as the old man turned red in the face, and after numerous vigorous shakes, the spare tire finally fell with a thud. The triangular hook connecting the rim and chain instantly sliced through half of the old man's thigh, blood gushing forth and staining the snow. The old man glanced down at his wounded thigh, biting back the pain. Refusing to waste a second, he pushed the spare tire beneath the right rear wheel, then swiftly returned to the vehicle. "Amidst, Holy Mother Mary, Jesus, please have mercy. Let me be free," the old man muttered urgently, shifting into gear and gently pressing the accelerator to let the tire rest on the spare. "Go," the old man shouted, suddenly flooring the gas pedal. Vroom, the engine roared, and the vehicle rocked slightly before barely moving out of the snow. The old man swerved left at an angle and pressed the gas again, the vehicle instantly darting forward. At the edge of the city, Chi Lin, panting heavily, halted and immediately dialed the old man's number. "Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, my car got stuck in the snow. I just got it out and am on my way to the city." The old man replied, cursing. Chi Lin, taken aback, urged, "Hurry up, get to the North Station as fast as you can. I know, I'm heading that way. Call me if anything comes up." "All right." The two ended the call, and Chi Lin continued his swift journey towards the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt on the road in front of the North Station. The old man, blood dripping from his leg, staggered out and began searching the square with his car keys in hand. Chiyu. After searching for 2 minutes without spotting his younger sister, the old man called out in the square. At the underground passage entrance, the elderly lady wobbled up the steps, calling out to the old man in his direction, "Child, over here." Upon hearing her voice, the old man turned around and, upon seeing Chi Lin's mother, was overjoyed, rushing towards her. "Aunt, are you all right? Where is my sister? She is waiting for you. Did you not see her?" The elderly lady responded, her eyesight and hearing failing her. The old man was taken aback. "I did not see her. I cannot move. She told me to wait below," the elderly lady said anxiously. All right. Do not worry. I will go find her." The elderly man turned and ran back, having traversed the square in less than 5 minutes. Yet he found no trace of his younger sister. To the left front of the square, there stood a diminutive food stall. He rushed over and, with an urgent tone, inquired, "Brother, may I ask if you've seen a little girl, approximately 13 or 14 years old, waiting here?" The proprietor, peering up from his kiosk, replied, "Indeed, I saw her. 2 vehicles pulled up and took her away." Upon hearing this, the old man's head buzzed. "When did this happen?" "Just about 5 minutes ago," came the response. "Did you overhear anything they said?" "I didn't catch their words, for men got out and simply dragged her off." "Damn it, why didn't you intervene?" The old man's frustration escalated. The vendor rolled his eyes at this. "How was I to know what they were up to? If I had intervened, it would hardly have been my concern. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business to attend to." The old man glared, his heart sinking. In the city center, just as Chi Lin was about to forcibly stop a passing car, his phone rang. "Hello." Chi Lin paused, breathless, as he answered. Silence ensued, and after a brief moment, a familiar voice broke through. I didn't expect that after just 2 days off, so much has transpired at your precinct. Had I known, I would have left you to return alone." Instantly recognizing the voice, Chi Lin understood it belonged to Lao Hu. "You're trying to lure me out, aren't you?" Lao Hu sneered. "Do you really think you can escape? Come to Tuzha Street. Your sister and I are waiting for you." Chi Lin stood frozen, speechless. "You have 2 hours to bring something with you, or I might have to resort to inhumane measures." Lao Hu said nonchalantly, "That's how it is. In the precinct office." Yuan Ke spoke into his phone. The primary objective is to obtain the supplier's contact information. You must not allow Lao Hu to act too recklessly. I simply cannot comprehend. He asked within the precinct. How can you let him have any opportunity to escape? A middle-aged voice on the line sounded increasingly impatient. The goods have been piling up. Unless we eliminate the competition, I cannot proceed with confidence. Listen, the precinct I send team mine to command. There's an astute oldly above us. You tried to win him over several times. But he plays dumb. I need to tread carefully regarding drug dealings. Otherwise, he might cause trouble. Yuan Ke frowned as he replied. Oldly is rather short-sighted. I'll find a way to deal with him. No, no, no. You're always saying no. Yuan Ke shouted in frustration that he asked the highest authority in the precinct. Unless there's a blatant conflict of interest, why target him? Are you out of your mind? Forget about that junior officer. I'll have Lao Hu handle it. Just go over and gather the leads. After a brief silence, the call was abruptly terminated. On the darkened road, Chi Lin, his eyes reddened. Dialed the old man's number. I've arrived, but I couldn't find my sister. The food stall vendor told me she was taken away by 2 vehicles. He hurriedly explained. She's been abducted. Chi Lin's voice, icy and unyielding, cut through the old man's words. The old man stood stunned. I need you to assist me with something. What do you need? The old man promptly asked. I want to inquire about Yuan Ke's situation. Could you help me investigate? Chi Lin's voice was steady as he spoke. The old man, wide-eyed, questioned. What the hell do you intend to do? What does this investigation mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people are pushing me from behind. I've accepted my fate. I'm going to jump and see if I can die. Chi Lin clenched his fists, declaring, if you consider me a friend, help me just this once. Calm down. The old man retorted. You want to talk about calm? Who has been calm in these past years? If there had been even a sliver of hope to escape, would I be contemplating a leap off a cliff? Chi Lin shouted, his eyes blazing. If you don't help me, I'll head straight back to the precinct to confront Yuan Ke. In the dead of night, shortly after 11 p.m., within a standalone building at 75 Century Avenue in a darkened district, a stout man sat with 2 friends in the second-floor hall, enjoying hot pot. Below, a figure pushed open the glass door, covered in frost and snow. Inside the second floor, the rotund man, savoring mutton and sipping expensive liquor, turned to his companions and remarked, if we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will run out of stock, and they will be finished. Then, the entire underground drug market in Songjiang will belong to us. As per our usual arrangement, the Yuan family remains in the shadows. You handle the procurement, distribution, and collection, and we take 70%, while the rest is shared among you. Once the Ma family is gone, what about the legitimate drug supply? That's still competition. The middle-aged man on the left interjected. Legitimate supply. We're collaborating with the legitimate suppliers, the stout man replied with a grin, taking a sip of his liquor. The pharmaceutical companies have agreed to raise their prices by 30%. Doesn't that make us the cheapest option? Without comparing prices, how can those drug users willingly part with their money? This is a solid plan. The slender man on the right smiled, raising his glass. Let us toast to the swift demise of the Ma family. Cheers, the 3 chuckled, lifting their glasses in unison. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed, and a young man, dusted with snowflakes, ascended from downstairs. The stout man looked up toward the staircase, frowning as he asked, Who are you? My name is Chi Lin. The youth replied succinctly, brushing off the snow from his shoulders. The 3 men paused, slowly lowering their glasses. Chi Lin stepped forward, glancing at the table laden with food, and smiled as he took a seat in an empty chair. What a fine spread. The stout man fell silent for a moment, then picked up a cigarette from the pack, muttering, Zaka, this idiot is becoming increasingly reckless. He's down there playing mahjong, and doesn't he even notice when someone enters the building? With that, he flicked his lighter, igniting the cigarette. Puffed. Chi Lin, hands in his pockets, blew out the flame. The stout man hesitated for half a second, turning to Chi Lin with a puzzled expression. I didn't know you before, but today I've heard of you. I'm struggling to understand how someone like you could come to this building and expect to accomplish anything. Are you Yuan Ke's older brother? Chi Lin asked. The stout man discarded his cigarette. I'm his uncle, Yuan Wei. Disappointment flickered in Chi Lin's eyes. I had hoped to uncover the root of this matter. Damn it, Yuan Wei retorted, pointing downwards. What do you think this is? If I shout, 10 armed men could come up in an instant. Do you believe that? Chi Lin paused for a moment, fixing his gaze on Yuan Wei. You have brothers, don't you? Ha ha, young man. The middle-aged man on the left chuckled, ruffling Chi Lin's hair. If the Yuan family didn't have brothers, could we thrive in this dark district? Just hand over what you have and stop this charade. Do you even realize how many livelihoods are tied to the drug trade? Enough. Qi Lin snapped, turning and drawing his gun, pressing it against the middle-aged man's forehead, his expression unwavering. I've lost everything. Don't you dare provoke me. Bang. The gun fired, and the man collapsed, blood splattering across the table, mixing with the bubbling, spicy hot pot, creating a vivid tableau. Yuan Wei and the other man stood frozen, while the victim crumpled to the ground. Convulsing briefly before falling still. Qi Lin, gun in hand, turned to the stout man. Aren't you supposed to have brothers? Bring them all here. Yuan Wei's lips twitched as he wiped the blood from his face and called out. Get the family up here. There was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunfire, 6 or 7 individuals rushed out from the gaming room below, clutching weapons and looking anxious as they ascended to the second floor. What happened? Wei Gu, the leading youth asked, eyes wide with concern. Is it just them? Qi Lin raised the liquor glass with his left hand, downing it in one gulp, before striding toward the door. Take him out. Yuan Wei abruptly sprang to his feet, bellowing with fervor. The stairway's entrance. 6 or 7 individuals, in a state of disarray, brandished 4 firearms. The sharp crack of gunfire pierced the darkness. Qi Lin stood resolutely in place, unwaveringly pulling the trigger first. 4 seconds later, 4 bodies collapsed at the entrance. While Qi Lin was struck by a bullet in his left side, the room was suffused with the metallic scent of blood. The remaining 2 or 3 individuals at the door, clutching their weapons, trembled with fear. The fallen were all shot in vital areas, their bodies writhing only briefly before succumbing to stillness. Yuan Wei and his companions, paralyzed beside the table, were rendered speechless. Are you capable? Qi Lin, his complexion ashen, fixed his gaze on the stairway. Damn it, is it life or livelihood? A furious shout caused the lackeys at the stairway to instinctively recoil. Qi Lin advanced, intent on descending, but the others hastily turned and scrambled away. Yuan Wei glanced at Qi Lin, his demeanor no longer composed, with his right hand gripping the gun and the left pressed against his abdominal wound. Qi Lin stirred his fingers within the injury for less than 5 seconds, extracting a deformed bullet which he flung onto the hot pot table with a thud, calmly regarding Yuan Wei as he inquired. Do you have any brothers left? Yuan Wei was at a loss for words. If not, make a call and have Tiger bring my sister here within 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, as Qi Lin spoke. He seized a bottle of liquor with his blood-soaked left hand, tilted his head back, and gulped down 3 large swigs, cursing, damn, it turns out that hitting someone is no harder than shooting at a target. At that moment, Qi Lin's eyes reflected neither hatred nor gloom. They were instead filled with a sense of hostility and numbness. 1 minute later, Tiger pulled Qi Yu into the car, holding a phone as he said. That fool. Qi Lin headed over to the card room. Your uncle is stuck there. Did you call him? Yes, I've already sent people that way. Are you spouting nonsense again? Pushing him to the edge? Yuan Ke questioned, his voice tinged with urgency. I did not. Tiger retorted defensively. I was merely having a normal conversation with him. Damn it. Hurry up and head over. I'm going too. Yuan Ke, lacking time for further argument, hung up and dashed out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger's lead, racing towards the nearby 3-story building. Inside the second floor, Qi Lin's complexion was flushed as he replaced his spent magazine. Turning to a man beside Yuan Wei and asking, Do you know me? The man was taken aback by the question. Listen closely, my name is Qi Lin. Bang! Bang! As his words fell, gunfire erupted, and a middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood erupting from his chest in a gruesome display of shock. Yuan Wei turned to behold the blood-soaked second-floor hall, littered with fallen henchmen and friends. Suddenly feeling his stomach churn, he bent over and retched. Expelling the lamb meat he had just consumed. In less than 10 minutes, 4 cars screeched to a halt at the entrance of the 3-story building. Tiger flung open the car door, yanking out a folding micro-submachine gun, shouting, Everyone inside. I'm going to skin him alive. With a rush, nearly 20 individuals poured out of the 4 vehicles, armed and charging into the building. Just then, Tiger's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Just wait for me. I'm not in the house. Qi Lin's voice echoed. Tiger froze momentarily. Get everyone inside the building. Go to the 3rd floor and stand by the window. Qi Lin instructed in a flat tone. If those people aren't upstairs in 30 seconds, I will send Yuan Wei to meet his maker. Don't you want your sister? Tiger took a step towards the car. Both paths lead to death. What do I have to fear? Qi Lin whispered back. Go ahead and shoot my sister. At least I'll get to see her. If she dies, I'll go with Yuan Wei. Tiger halted, caught in his tracks. 20 seconds left. Qi Lin urged calmly. Tiger, gripping his phone, suddenly pivoted and shouted, "Everyone to the third floor, now, immediately." Startled, the group rushed upstairs, weapons in hand, across the street. As Qilin observed their forces entering the building, he seized Yuan Wei and stepped out. "Tiger," Yuan Wei whimpered, his legs trembling. Tiger turned to see Qilin on the roadside. Qilin had Yuan Wei by the neck, the gun pointed downwards, commanding, "Come here." Tiger hesitated for half a second before yanking open the car door. Reaching for Qiyu. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Yuan Wei was struck in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Tiger, don't move, don't move." He shot 6 or 7 people upstairs. Tiger's forehead pulsed with veins. And after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pushed the car door shut. "Come here," Qilin called out again. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Tiger, with a quivering voice, stepped into the middle of the road. Pleading, "Qilin, I concede, all right? I concede, let Wei Ge go, and I will go with you. I will see you out of Songjiang. Is that acceptable?" Qilin regarded him in silence. "What is the purpose of taking Wei Ge hostage? Is it not simply to negotiate? There is no need for us to be at odds, right?" Tiger pleaded, his eyes darting nervously. Bang! Abruptly, gunfire rang out again, striking Tiger in the right wrist from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, causing his micro-submachine gun to clatter to the ground. "Damn it," Tiger shouted, turning to grab his weapon. "Move again, and I'll kill you," Qilin warned, his voice low. Tiger froze, fists clenched in anger. "What the hell do you want? Are you willing to risk your life, your mother, and your sister? What good will this do you? Did I ever come out unscathed?" Qilin released his grip on the injured Yuan Wei and advanced towards Tiger. "I won't kneel before you, nor will I be your dog. Very well, I shall carve out a new path for myself. I want to be a man above all, and I will first kill you to gain courage. I shall reclaim what I was forced to give you while kneeling, standing tall. Damn it, you lunatic." Bang! Bang! Qilin aimed at Tiger, pulling the trigger twice in succession. Tiger, as he turned to flee, was struck by the bullets. Collapsing onto the snow-covered road, blood spilling profusely on the roadside, Yuan Wei repeatedly knocked his head against the ground. "Brother Qilin, this time I kneel and concede. Truly concede. I will guarantee with my head that you will certainly escape. You should be begging for mercy from the King of Hell, pleading that he does not give me any chance. If I survive, if heaven grants me the opportunity to stand again, I will fill the land north of Songjiang with the graves of the Yuan family." Qilin stood in the street, a desperate roar escaping his lips, as he pulled out a second gun, squeezing the trigger until it would not move. The smoke of gunpowder filled the street. And after a round of gunfire, Yuan Wei lay lifeless, surrounded by smoke and blood. Qilin turned and dashed to the car, shifting gears and speeding away. 10 minutes later, on the road. Qiyu, unable to see, lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he trembled. "Brother, Mom and I should have died long ago. We are a burden to you. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Little sister, if you are gone." Then Qilin is gone. His vision blurred, blood gushing from his abdomen, his face pale, his head thudded against the steering wheel. The car lost control in an instant, crashing beside an alley. Qiyu shook her small head awake, fumbling for a long time before she finally found Qilin's body, shouting, "Brother, what is wrong? Speak to me. Call someone. I have a friend who can help you." And Mom escaped. Qilin, eyes closed, whispered with his last strength. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello." Within 10 minutes of the tragic incident, Yuan Ku arrived at the entrance of the 2-story building, witnessing the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and Tiger, alongside the bloodstains that had frozen solid. At the entrance, dozens of people stood with their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Yuan Ku, fist clenched, his eyes bulging, shouted at the crowd, "Does Qilin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one man. How could you let the situation escalate to this extent?" Silence followed. A brief stillness before a middle-aged man who had accompanied Tiger raised his head to respond. "He came here intending to fight to the death. Even if we had arrived in time and restrained him, the situation would not have been any better than it is now. He was pushed too hard and has completely lost his sanity." Useless, all of them are useless. Yuan Ke had entirely lost his usual composure, pointing at the crowd and shouting in fury, "Get the hell out. You are all unworthy of a meal. Just get lost." On the street, Lao was driving the car, his body smeared with blood as he yelled, "Damn it, you are nothing but a fool. You used to take 800 slaps without daring to utter a word. And now with your blood boiling, you have lost all sense of reason." In the passenger seat, Qilin, suffering from massive internal bleeding, responded in a hazy voice, "Old man, as a favor for our many years of friendship, Please ensure my mother and little sister are safely sent away. I beg you. I don't care. Figure it out yourself, Lao retorted, cursing. I'm not your father. Why should I handle everything for you? I might not make it. When I came, I was already prepared to die, Chi Lin said weakly, tears streaming from his tightly shut eyes. If life had offered me just a glimmer of hope, I would not have resorted to this, but it hasn't. After a long silence, Lao suddenly slammed the steering wheel, exclaiming, how did it come to this? In the back seat, Chiyu, though unable to see Lao, continually pleaded, brother, please save my elder brother. I beg you. With a deep sigh, Lao gritted his teeth, promptly retrieved his phone, and dialed a number from memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, brother. Where are you? Lao asked bluntly. I'm at the card table. What is up? I have a brother who has been shot and needs to be brought to you. Can you manage it? Lao inquired directly. The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. Your friend is injured, and you still want me to take care of him. Brother, who exactly is this injured person? I'm asking if you can do it. Lao frowned. If you can, then fine. If not, just say so, and I won't pressure you. After another pause, the voice on the line clearly replied, I'm in the next game. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue, Lao added. All right. Miao Zhuang, let me make this clear. If you don't want to help, just say so without hesitation. But if you agree to help and then betray me, I will pursue you relentlessly from now on. Lao reminded him candidly. I promise, I won't cause trouble. Rest assured, brother, that I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fu Yuan Road. Hurry, came the response. Got it. With that, the two ended the call. Lao slammed the accelerator, hitting Chi Lin on the head with considerable force. Are you abandoning your mother, your little sister? You owe me and Chin money. 2. Damn it. After finally getting back on your feet, you want to die like this. Lift your head up. Let us have a talk. I in the office area of the police station, Chin, who had been waiting for news, saw Zhu Wei rush in and immediately waved, over here. Zhu Wei glanced at Chin and hurriedly approached, panting heavily. Chin turned his head, scanned the surroundings, pushed open the stairwell door, and pulled Zhu Wei inside, asking, have you clarified the situation? Yes, I have. Zhu Wei gulped nervously and looked up at Chin, responding, it's Chi Lin. What happened to him? He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ke's uncle, along with Lao Hu and some lackeys, Zhu Wei stammered. Chin was momentarily stunned by this revelation, taking a long time to gather his thoughts before pressing on. Are you absolutely sure it was Chi Lin? When others told me, I didn't believe it either, Zhu Wei shrugged, but I called Lao San, and he confirmed it was indeed Chi Lin. Now there are over 100 people gathered on Century Avenue, all Yuan Ku's brother's men. Our police have also gone over. This situation has escalated tremendously. Is it really possible for Chi Lin to kill 6 or 7 people? Chin still found it hard to believe. It is absolutely true. Lao San wouldn't joke about this, and he has headed there as well. Damn, Chi Lin has been completely activated, Chin murmured, his expression vacant. This has become a serious issue. I know Chi Lin. He is usually timid and wouldn't dare engage in frontline captures. So how could he suddenly commit such a major act? Zhu Wei pondered, looking at Chin with a furrowed brow. Shouldn't we head to Century Avenue? After all, this involves Team Yuan. Chin remained silent for several seconds before shaking his head. I don't want to go, and I advise you not to either. Why not? Do you understand what is going on here? Chin frowned. Zhu Wei shook his head. If you don't understand, just observe for now. Don't rush into the fray. Zhu Wei thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. In the early hours around 4 o'clock, Chin had just dozed off in the dormitory when Lao's call came through. Hello. Chin instantly sat up to answer the call. Don't make a sound. Come out. I'm in the alley behind the unit. Lao's voice was low and serious. After a moment of consideration, Chin replied, okay, I'll be right down. With that, they ended the call. And Chin quickly grabbed his jacket and left the dormitory of Team 3. Meanwhile, inside the Dahuang Palace Entertainment Club on Tuzha Street, a man dressed in dress pants and a white shirt sat calmly on a sofa, sipping tea. This man was Yuan Ku's elder brother, Yuan Hua. 48 years old. Yuan Hua was somewhat portly but had a gentle demeanor, with fair skin. He never anticipated that issues would arise concerning Chi Lin. To his left, a middle-aged man interjected, Old Hu, usually so loud, yet at a critical moment, he couldn't even protect Xiao Wei. Yuan Hua, expressionless, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and slowly retrieved a cigarette. Disregarding the comments of his companion, Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor, rushed into the room, panic-stricken, and fell to his knees, crying, "Brother Hua, I didn't manage the situation well. Don't worry. It's human to make mistakes." Yuan Hua waved dismissively at Zaka. "Come here. I need to ask you some details." Zaka quickly got up and approached Yuan Hua, bowing as he said, "Brother Hua, please ask, what use is it for me to support you?" Yuan Hua inquired. Zaka was momentarily taken aback. "If you're of no use, yet still consume my resources, what then?" Yuan Hua pressed as Zaka's face turned ashen. Bang! Yuan Hua suddenly pulled out a gun from beneath the table and pulled the trigger at Zaka's chest. Blood splattered, and Zaka fell backward, lifeless. Yuan Hua casually flicked the blood off his white shirt and called out to the others in the room. "Qi Lin has two problems. One is the supply chain, and the other is face.my uncle is dead, and you all better figure it out." With that, Yuan Hua stood up and left, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 men. Within a minute, the bloodied floor was once again clean and smooth. Behind the police station, Qin met with Lao in the alley. Qin, adjusting his collar, frowned at Lao and asked, "Is Qi Lin with you?" "Yes." Lao nodded. "He was shot, and I just arranged for a doctor to see him." "What exactly happened?" Qin pressed. After a lengthy consideration, Lao detailed everything he knew to Qin. Once Qin heard this, he paced in a circle before asking, "This situation has escalated tremendously. Do you think you can hide him?" Lao paused at the question. "I doubt you can keep him hidden, regardless of the reason. Yuan Ke's side will continue to pursue him," Qin added. Lao pulled out an electronic cigarette, taking a deep drag before stating, "I urgently sought you out because I want to ask for your help in protecting Qi Lin." Qin looked momentarily surprised. "What do you need?" "I want to find a way to ensure Qi Lin can escape with his mother and little sister from Songjiao. Please assist in contacting some friends outside the planned area to arrange a safe place for them to stay." Lao said straightforwardly, "Whether he can leave depends on fate, but I still have to do what needs to be done." Qin fixed his gaze on the elder and responded with an equally blunt remark, "I believe my relationship with Qi Lin has not reached that stage." The elder was taken aback by his response. This was not merely a case of gun violence. It was laden with myriad conflicts of interest and underlying motives, of which you are undoubtedly aware. "I aided him and became ensnared in this predicament. If I were to encounter trouble, who would come to my aid?" Qin inquired with remarkable composure. The elder took another drag from his cigarette. "Old man, I managed to secure a residence and employment in Songjiang after years of toil in the planned area. You have directly backing you, but I do not," Qin stated candidly. Meeting the elder's gaze. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this matter." The elder lifted his head to look at Qin and, with a sudden smile, remarked, "I understand your ambition and your thoughts. Thus, I can comprehend your choice." Qin remained silent. "Xiao Yu, do you know why Qi Lin has found himself in this predicament?" the elder asked softly. Qin was momentarily stunned. "In truth, you are quite similar to him. You both possess clarity about your desires, approach tasks with remarkable calmness, and are driven by strong objectives, believing you can distinguish the pros and cons at critical junctures. However, one of you is too rigid, while the other is overly pliable, which creates a stark contrast." The elder, puffing on his electronic cigarette, continued with a smile, "But I must tell you, a person who lives too coolly, devoid of any temperament, may not necessarily succeed in their endeavors. Qi Lin is a living testament to that. Moreover, traversing life's journey without a single confidant, I doubt he can go far. Today, I sought you out as a friend, believing we shared a bond, hence my lack of formality, but I apologize for my presumptuousness." Qin furrowed his brow, but remained silent. "I will find a way to handle this myself. You should return." The elder turned to leave. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Qin observed the elder's retreating figure and suddenly called out, "You are well aware that Director Li has been evading the drug trafficking issue. Getting involved could easily lead to your downfall." The elder, without turning back, strode onto the street and retorted, "That old tiger knows how to protect his friends in critical moments. Do you think I would be any less capable? Whether I succeed or fail has never crossed my mind, but I will certainly safeguard Qi Lin." With that, the elder entered his vehicle and departed. Before Qi Lin's troubles began, the elder would often berate him as if he were a wayward child. To outsiders, it seemed their relationship was anything but equal. Qi Lin appeared merely as a sycophant in the elder's company. Yet, when Qi Lin found himself in dire straits, those familiar acquaintances who could have offered support distanced themselves, leaving only the elder, who had often looked down on him, determined to help. The disdain was genuine, Yet the friendship was equally real. The elder was that kind of person, regardless of how well one is faring. He may not choose to associate with you, but if he considers you a friend, he will extend his hand in times of trouble. As he walked back to his dormitory, Chin Yu's head hung low. His emotions tangled as he reflected on the elder's words, feeling a subtle stir within. During his time in the planned area, Chin Yu had trusted no one, having witnessed the darker facets of human nature. Many had sold their wives and children for a meal or a job, leading him to grow increasingly jaded. This was the manifestation of his self-protective instincts, which he perhaps did not even realize had caused him to lose the warmth that should accompany humanity. Now, the elder's words echoed in his mind, prompting him to question whether his excessive calmness and goal-oriented demeanor were indeed correct. Would the approach he employed in the planned area be applicable in the 9th District? The journey of life is long and solitary. Could he truly navigate it alone? The elder's standing and connections within the police force were evidently superior to his own, yet he dared to protect Qi Lin. Was Chin Yu, a mere specter from the planned area, overly concerned about his insignificant status, reflecting a rather narrow perspective? While the relationship between Qi Lin and Chin Yu had not reached the level of life-and-death camaraderie. How had such bonds been forged by others? Lost in thought, Chin Yu halted in his tracks, suddenly envisioning the elder's figure. He could scold Qi Lin daily, appearing jaded and unreliable, yet in crucial moments. He was willing to take risks for friendship. Was such a person not worthy of deeper connection? Hesitation and indecision enveloped him, but he ultimately withdrew his phone. Damn it, even the wisest can be swayed by the foolish. Chin Yu sighed and quickly dialed a number. Dozens of seconds later, the call connected. Hello, let's discuss the drug trafficking issue. Chin Yu turned and exited through the back door of the unit, quickening his pace towards the other side of the road. Within a standalone second-floor office on Century Avenue, Yuan Ko locked the door and, holding his phone, stood by the window. Qi Lin has no real friends. Just the elder. The man on the other end of the line, brow furrowed, cautioned, that makes it difficult for me to investigate. Just focus on finding out where Qi Lin is. I will handle the matters above. Yuan Ku commanded, his eyes reddening with ire. He must not be allowed to disappear. We need to secure the channels. Understood, came the reply. In a warehouse on Fian Road, after a doctor finished cleaning Qi Lin's wounds and was about to leave. The elder brandished a gun and restrained him. You can't leave for now. Once my friend is out, I will let you go. You will be compensated handsomely. How can you lack integrity? The doctor shouted in outrage. You're being uncouth. This is too rude. Stop your whining, or I'll get angry. The elder retorted without hesitation, dragging the doctor into a locked room. He then turned to his assisting friend and asked, is there any way to get Qi Lin out? He killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The situation outside is chaotic, making it exceedingly difficult to facilitate his escape. The friend's expression darkened as he replied, you know my limitations. The elder scratched his head. What about reaching out to the military station nearby? Is that feasible? Hard to say. The friend shook his head on a dilapidated wooden bed. Qi Lin coughed violently and shouted, don't worry about me. Just get my mother and little sister out. Be quiet. The elder snapped in frustration. Back at the standalone office on Century Avenue, the elder, limping down the stairs, shouted to the 20 or so individuals gathered inside. The boss has spoken. Put everything aside and scatter our people within 12 hours. I need to know where Qi Lin is. The following morning, the gun incident at the standalone office on Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the Blackstreet police chief. However, given the gravity of the situation, Director Li had conspicuously refrained from appearing, citing a meeting in Phone Bay as his excuse for leaving. The highest-ranking officer responsible for the case was merely a vice chief nearing retirement. Consequently, the captain of the second investigative team felt a growing uncertainty. He could not ascertain the true intentions of his superiors, which led him to dawdle and waste time, completely neglecting to follow the leads down the trail. At 9:30 in the morning, the elder's phone rang. Hello? Came Director Li's voice. Are you aware of the situation? The elder asked, head bowed. After a prolonged silence, Director Li responded with an authoritative tone, I don't care what you think. But do not involve yourself in Qi Lin's affairs. Return to the unit immediately and stay in the office for the next few days. If that's not an option, the elder firmly declined. Have you lost your mind? Director Li snapped. In the drug trafficking case, I have distanced myself. Why are you foolishly inserting yourself into this? Do you have any idea how much profit Qi Lin's supply channels generate? How many eyes are watching this matter? Both inside and out? What can a mere deputy captain like you accomplish? Old Li, I am myself, and you are you. The things I do are of little relevance to you. You need not be anxious. Even if things go awry in the end, I will bear the brunt of it. It will not affect you at all, the elder replied, somewhat begrudgingly. That you're talking nonsense. Director Lee erupted. You are you, and I am I. How can you say such a thing? Without me, what would you be as a deputy captain? What right do you have to meddle in the police force, if that's how you see it? Then I have no choice but to lay all my cards on the table, the elder replied unabashedly. Either you leave me be, or you take responsibility for both me and Qi Lin. Stop spouting nonsense. Are you a fool? Old Lee, you've become too comfortable lately. Yuan Ku is using his brother's wealth and connections to make friends in the police force. Does he simply wish to be a small team leader? Is that even plausible? Yuan Ku seeks to elevate his status in the police force. That much is obvious. Do you think you can remain uninvolved? Seated in your position, you cannot afford to navigate this situation without facing consequences. The elderly man, who appeared rather dazed yet possessed a peculiar line of thought, stretched his neck and bellowed, Do not hesitate any longer in making your choice. I shall activate you as well. Activate me for what, you rascal? He was abruptly cut off mid-sentence as the old man hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Director Lee attempted to reach him twice, but his calls went unanswered. Inside the vehicle, Director Lee furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before promptly dialing Qin Yu's number. Hello, young Qin. Good day, Director Lee. The elder seems to be veering off course. You have been getting along quite well with him lately. So why not give him a call, Director Lee? I just reached a consensus with the elder regarding certain matters and was about to call you. Qin Yu was already prepared to launch into a lengthy discourse. Upon hearing this, Director Lee was infuriated and straightened his posture, exclaiming, Can you youngsters not exhibit a modicum of restraint? The elder is someone who gets excitable even without drinking. What sort of consensus could you possibly reach with him? No, Director Lee, please allow me to speak. Qin Yu cautiously interrupted. You may proceed that I recently made contact with individuals related to the Yuan family. Qin Yu replied softly, lowering his head to express his thoughts. In a standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan Ke stood by the window, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a phone. Old Lee has been avoiding us today. Even the police chief did not show up. Yuan Hua inquired, What do you think that means? It's quite obvious. He wishes to steer clear of this matter, thus finding an excuse to evade it. Yet, from another perspective, he has also shown us considerable respect. Yuan Ke replied quietly, Given the gravity of this case, without Old Lee's decisive input, the staff below are utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Hence, he intends to grant us some time to locate Qi Lin swiftly. Old Lee is indeed quite astute in his handling of this situation, Yuan Hua remarked with a frown. Since they have afforded us the space, let us expedite our actions. Rest assured, Qi Lin will not elude us. That settles it. The two brothers concluded their conversation, and as Yuan Ku was about to exit, Lao Sen pushed the door open and entered. What news? Yuan Ku inquired with a furrowed brow. A black doctor from Tuzha Street was called out last night, but has yet to return home. Lao San replied casually. Our men stationed at the street corner did not witness him leaving, so I suspect he remains within the vicinity, likely tending to Qi Lin's wounds, as he has been shot. Yuan Ke paced around the room, and then turned to ask, Has there been any news on the elder? He was initially apprehending suspects at the district border, but received a phone call and left unexpectedly, and has since vanished, Lao San informed. Moreover, he has not returned to the office today. He is likely with Qi Lin. You are aware of the relationship between the elder and Director Lee, Lao San reminded softly. We are somewhat constrained in our dealings with him. That fool lacks common sense. Yuan Ke mused before issuing orders. First, locate the individuals. As long as you ascertain their whereabouts, you may bypass the elder without engaging him. Understood, Lao Sen nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, within a fast food restaurant in the red light district of Tuzha Street, a rather unsavory-looking young man turned to spit on the ground and remarked, I visited the Black Doctor's residence. His assistant informed me that he left with medical equipment and supplies specifically for treating gunshot wounds. And what else? Upon checking the call records, the last person to contact the Black Doctor was a fellow named Wu Long. A small-time player in the card scene, the unsavory youth chuckled. He is currently in Tuzha Street, and our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left his home all day. I will confirm this, and then head to Tuzha Street with my men. All right. An hour later, on a street lined with icicles, more than 20 vehicles were parked. Yuan Ku and Lao San sat inside their car, waiting for nearly 10 minutes when the unsavory young man hurried over. nodding and bowing as he stood outside the window, saying, "They are inside." "How many?" "At least 3 or 4. I believe," the young man replied quietly. "Our brothers saw them from the window but couldn't discern clearly." Lao San pushed open the car door and waved his hand, calling out, "Get out." Together, Yuan Ku echoed, also opening his door. Lao San paused, quickly reminding him, "In situations like this, it may not be wise for you to show your face." Old Li has already acquiesced. What is there to hide? The cards have been laid on the table, Yuan Ku retorted, frowning as he stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, inside a warehouse on the black market, an old man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, sipping tea as he said, "We can begin to arrange the cards. Inform those dining with us that it has been quiet for far too long. And tonight we shall stir up some commotion at the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fu Yuan Road." Yuan Ku and Lao San led a contingent of dozens to a warehouse entrance. "Break it open," Lao San commanded his subordinates. "Wait a moment," Yuan Ku contemplated before waving his hand to halt them. The elder is rather simple-minded. Forcing the issue could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lao San, please call the team. Upon hearing Yuan Ku's instructions, Lao San stepped aside to make the call, while the others surrounded the warehouse completely. The elder was not oblivious. He had been keeping a watchful eye outside and quickly noticed Yuan Ku and his men. Inside the warehouse, a friend assisting in hiding looked anxious as he turned to the elder, saying, "They have caught wind of us. What should we do?" On a rickety wooden bed, Chi Lin pressed a hand against his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright, his face pale as he implored the elder, "Brother, you have been more than generous to me. I cannot be a burden to you. Please protect my sister and mother. I will go out on my own. Now that we have reached this point, what nonsense are you spouting?" The elder retorted impatiently. "Stay put while I go outside and negotiate with Yuan Ku." "Elder," Chi Lin shouted, tears streaming down his face. "I owe you far too much. How will I ever repay you?" The elder glanced back at Chi Lin. "I in the police department. If you were to lose a friend like yourself, who would I have to scold in the future?" Chi Lin stood frozen in place upon hearing this. "None of you are to go outside," the elder declared before striding out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse swung open, and the elder, puffing on an electronic cigarette, turned to glance at Yuan Ku and the others standing below the steps, saying, If you all conducted investigations with this efficiency, Songjung would have been a beacon of justice long ago." Yuan Ku was momentarily taken aback, responding with one hand in his pocket. "Elder, is Chi Lin inside?" "He is." The elder, realizing that deception was futile, chose to be forthright. "All right, since you've stated it plainly, I shall do the same." Yuan Ku replied directly. Chi Lin's situation is quite complex, with the medical authority and the police involved. There are layers to this. Spare me the details. It boils down to this. You believe Chi Lin to be a pushover, yet you treat him like a dog. Little did you know that when you kicked him, you discovered he is a lion. You failed to grasp the situation and ended up getting wiped out. So now, you resort to leveraging connections, correct? The elder, taking a drag from his cigarette, shot back. "Let me clarify 2 points. First, I have inquired with Chi Lin, and he possesses none of what you seek. Second, regardless of your intentions, I cannot allow you to lay a finger on him, even if Chi Lin intends to pursue legal action. You must recuse yourself." Yuan Ku scrutinized the elder, remaining silent for a long while before finally stating, "Do you realize that my manner of speaking to you is a matter of face? I am not a fool. I am well aware that this is about old Li's face." The elder replied defiantly, showing no signs of embarrassment. "But look at the irony. Old Li is not only my relative, but has also treated me exceptionally well. Today, I will leverage my relationship with him. Care to challenge that?" "Elder, have you lost your wits?" Lao San scolded darkly. "You are just asking for trouble for Old Li." The elder exploded in response, akin to a shrew, shouting, "Can you enlighten me on your position? You are merely a lackey. Why do you feel emboldened? Do you believe that I would spare anyone in the future just so I won't have to deal with you?" Lao San was momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard by the elder's fiery retort. The elder redirected his gaze to Yuan Ku, stating, "It is best not to burn bridges. There are countless stars in the sky. Yet do you know which one shines the brightest tomorrow? It is wise to show mercy when one has the opportunity. That I cannot take him away. I will have no explanation to offer." Yuan Ku's patience wore thin as he replied, "If Chi Lin possesses that item, let him come out and tell me himself." "That is impossible. Old man, I have already shown considerable respect to Li." "What will you do if I do not show respect? Kill me?" Old man asked coldly. Yuan Ku remained silent for several seconds before waving his hand and shouting, "Take old man back to the unit." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of people surged forward, reaching out to drag old man down the steps. "Damn you." Old man's eyes turned red. He pulled out his work badge and hung it on his chest, shouting, "Come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I am a third-level police chief appointed by the Special Administrative Region. If you touch me, it will be tantamount to challenging the judicial system." Hearing this, the crowd hesitated and all turned to look at Yuan Ku. "Are you playing this game with me?" "Can I?" Old man responded, glaring fiercely. Yuan Ku wore a sinister smile, turned to Lao San, and said, "Let them in." Lao San took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, several police vehicles roared into Fuyuan Road and stopped by the roadside. Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and almost the entire team of officers disembarked. "Qi Lin is inside. Take him back," Yuan Ku instructed the crowd with a wave of his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wei led the way up the steps, displaying his credentials on his chest, and saying, "Old man, don't make it difficult for me. I'm just trying to make a living." Old man paused, his face turning ashen as he bellowed, "This matter has nothing to do with you. It's best if you stay out of it." Zhu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward and grabbed old man, saying, "Without Li's protection, I'm sorry." Old man, pull him down. Guan Qi immediately shouted from the side, "Go in and arrest him." Alone, old man was utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of so many people. Within moments, he was dragged down the steps, yet he still glared at Yuan Ku, shouting, "If you dare to touch Qi Lin today, I swear I will do nothing but keep an eye on you. You want to deal drugs on the black market? Just see if I can prevent you from selling even one box." Zhu Wei, gripping old man's collar, shouted in a low voice, "Stop shouting. You can't protect him. Get the hell away." Old man, completely frantic, began to struggle against the 7 or 8 people pulling at him. On the steps, Guan Qi drew his gun and opened the door, waving his hand and calling out, "Charge in." Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Qinyu, leading 3 middle-aged men and an old man, rushed over from the side street, panting and exclaiming, "What the hell? There are so many people." The crowd turned at the sound. Qinyu halted, grinning as he pointed at Zhu Wei and shouted, "Let go of old man." Zhu Wei was taken aback. "Guan Qi, stay at the door and don't move." Qinyu called out to the team members on the steps. Zhu Wei and Guan Qi, upon hearing Qinyu's orders, awkwardly stood still, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Yuan Ku turned to glance at Qinyu, his expression grim as he barked at Guan Qi, "What are you waiting for? I told you to arrest him." Guan Qi gritted his teeth and pulled the door, ready to enter. Qinyu stepped up the stairs, pointing at all the members of Team 3, and shouted, "I told you not to move. Can't you hear me?" Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and the others stood frozen once more. Qinyu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward and grasped Zhu Wei's wrist, asking, "Who is the team leader?" "Do you have any idea?" "The team leader is here," Zhu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qinyu fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei, leaning close to his ear to ask again, "Are you going to follow me and old man? Or are you going to stick with Yuan Ku, who has made you team leader for years? Choose wisely." Zhu Wei looked up at the sound. "Let go of my hand." Qinyu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest. Repeating himself, after contemplating for a moment, Zhu Wei first glanced at old man, then at Qinyu, and, thinking of Director Li, immediately released his grip. Yuan Ku was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhu Wei. "Didn't you hear what I said?" "Report, Captain. According to the hierarchy and the rules of the police, I must prioritize the orders of my direct superior." Zhu Wei saluted and shouted loudly. The members of Team 3 were collectively stunned, their eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, and they slowly raised their arms in salute, all shouting in unison, "We must prioritize the orders of our direct superior." Qinyu turned back, stepping in front of Yuan Ku, and spoke succinctly, "You speak of righteousness, and I have worked hard for you. But how many times have you used me as a shield behind the scenes?" Yuan Ku had indeed anticipated that he might encounter some trouble with old man, but he never expected that Qinyu would also get involved, especially since he had come with the old man and others. What did this indicate? It suggested that Qinyu's presence was not necessarily on his side. Yuan Ku felt perplexed and furious, believing that while he had exploited Qinyu, he had still provided the latter with opportunities. Yet this kid had the audacity to stand against him at a critical moment. "Qinyu, what game are you playing?" Yuan Ku, beset by recent misfortunes, had lost a family member and had yet to secure crucial supply channels. Thus, he no longer exhibited the previous amiability and camaraderie. Only impatience and indifference remained. Yuan, can we step aside to talk? Qin Yu asked with a smile. What is there to discuss? I must take this person away. Yuan Ku irritably waved his hand, after a moment of thought. Qin Yu gestured for Old Man to calm down, and spoke softly to Yuan Ku. Captain, Qi Lin has already suffered enough. We should show some mercy. Do you think you have the weight to say that? Yuan Ku coldly replied that I stand with Old Man. I just want to ensure Qi Lin's safety. Qin Yu whispered. Captain, some cards have been laid on the table. It's not good for anyone's reputation. Yuan Ku, already struggling to contain his anger, immediately exploded upon perceiving a hint of threat in Qin Yu's words, suddenly raising his arm and swinging it down. Smack. The sharp sound rang out as Qin Yu received a slap across the face in front of everyone. Know your place. Without my say, do you really think you can be the team leader? Yuan Ku glared, shouting, let me make this clear. Even if Old Li comes today, I will still take Qi Lin away. Anyone unrelated, get lost. As his words fell, the crowd fell silent. Qin Yu touched his cheek and chuckled dismissively, turning to call out to Old Ma, help my friend out. Old Ma, still clad in a filthy military coat, shrank his neck, hands tucked into his sleeves, and languidly called back. Does anyone here in Tuza Street know Old Ma? Seconds later, the street began to tremble as a multitude of figures emerged from the cage-like buildings. Filthy alleys and storefronts. Yuan Ku looked up at the crowd, poking Qin Yu in the chest, and asked with a grin, oh, so you have backup now. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men, white cloth armbands tied around their arms and armed with weapons, gathered under the dim light that a burly man in a leather jacket led the charge, cursing, Yuan Ku, whether you and your brother like it or not, today I'm going to mess with you. The dozens of people on Yuan Ku's side turned serious at the sight of the rushing crowd at the foot of the steps. Old Ma pulled out a cigarette box and called out nonchalantly. Anyone in Tuza Street who wants to have medicine in the future, get the hell out here and help out. I'm going all in today. As long as the Ma family can hold their ground here, I'll let you have 3 months of medicine at zero profit. With his words, thunderous footsteps erupted once more from the narrow sides of Tuza Street's cage-like buildings. Yes, various teams, political connections, and the big companies behind them scrambled for profits. Yet the sick and impoverished residents here lost access to affordable medicine due to their greed. Thus, upon hearing Old Ma's call, they spontaneously rushed out. Lao San, witnessing this scene, took 2 steps back and shouted into the intercom, all brothers in Tuza Street, come out immediately, quickly, to the intersection of Fuyuan Road. Yuan Ku quickly scanned the people summoned by the Ma family, tilted his head to look at Qin Yu, and sneered, you can protect Qi Lin in Tuza Street, but can he stay inside forever? Meanwhile, in the Black Market District on Century Avenue, 8 stern-faced, muscular men, all shouldering bags and wearing knitted gloves, approached 2 vacant buildings devoid of human presence. This place was far from the center of Songjiang City, adjacent to a cemetery and a designated garbage disposal site for the black market. With no signs of life in sight. Here we go. The leader cast a glance around the surroundings before turning to instruct the crowd. Are we certain this is the place? Indeed, the tiger had someone retrieve medicine from here previously. The leader nodded, check it out and prepare for action. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the vacant building, 6 or 7 young men were seated at chairs, engrossed in a card game. The windows on both sides of the room had been deliberately boarded up, resulting in a complete absence of light from outside, making it appear as if the place were uninhabited. The air was thick with smoke. And one young man, holding a card in his left hand and an electronic cigarette in his mouth, asked, everyone has been called to Tuza Street. Shouldn't we go take a look? What is there to see? Things have been quite hectic lately. Orders from above have instructed us to stay put. Another youth furrowed his brow in response. No one is to find excuses to sneak out for leisure. We need to focus on our work. Understood. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered a few times and then went out. What the hell? Why did the lights go out? Is the generator broken again? Tiago, go check it out and take a flashlight. Just then, a loud thud echoed as someone knocked at the door, followed by hurried footsteps. Someone's coming. Grab your things, shouted the young man seated at the table. That as the card players realized what was happening. Gunfire erupted at the door, pouring in like a torrential downpour. Cries of agony rang out as 3 individuals were shot dead on the spot at the doorway. The burly leader of the ambushers turned off his flashlight and gestured for his companions to remain still. That's enough shooting. We need 2 valuable ones. I in the police station. Directorly sat at his desk, toying with a teacup, his brow furrowed in deep thought. On a nearby couch, the senator responsible for political affairs casually crossed his legs and asked, "Isn't it a bit premature to be making choices now? Do I wish to make this decision? It's that fool who is pushing me into it." Director Lee sighed, cursing under his breath. "But it's for the best. Yuan Hua has tried to win me over several times, and I've remained non-committal, which can be seen as a stance. The situation is likely to become quite chaotic in the near future." The senator cautioned quietly. "Things over at Tuza Street have already escalated. I doubt I can rein it in now. Let us wait for the call," Director Lee said, taking a sip of tea within the Grand Palace. Yuan Hua finished a phone call and cursed under his breath. That oblivious old horse head truly believes he has sway on Tuza Street. "You all go ahead. There's no need to hold back on the task." Is this stubbornness due to Director Lee's stance? A middle-aged man to his left frowned and asked. If that's the case, the situation becomes rather complicated. Yuan Hua waved his hand dismissively. "I give him face because he is the director. Without it, he is nothing. Tonight, I'm getting Qilin. On Tuza Street, the Ma and Yuan families had already lined up. Nearly 1,000 people facing off against each other, weapons glinting ominously, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ku, leaning slightly, looked at the old horse head and asked, "After a few days of feasting, you really think you're capable now? Let me ask you one last time. Will you step aside? I've blocked the roads. How can I step aside?" The old horse head remained unfazed, slowly turning to address those behind him. "The drug trade has come to a halt." "How will you survive?" "Survive? We'll just starve," the burly leader shouted back. "Can you afford the Yuan family's drugs?" The old horse head once again hollered at the impoverished residents of the street. "We can't afford it." "Then what now? Wait to die." "Wait for what? If we have no drugs, then no one will be fine. Let us fight them." Hundreds of voices erupted in unison as Ma's men brandished their weapons and advanced. "You handle it." Yuan Ku, his expression darkening as he glanced at the opposing crowd, turned to signal to his companions before departing. "Whatever massive incident occurs, the company can handle it." As the words fell, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks, pulling out weapons. From their attire, it was evident they belonged to a slightly more affluent demographic, likely those with stable incomes. "Clear out the entrance," shouted the third command. In a surge, over 100 individuals rushed toward the door where Qilin was hiding. Bang! A gunshot rang out. An immediate silence fell over the crowd. Qinyu raised his gun, calling out, "Yuan team leader, the matter isn't settled yet. Why are you leaving?" Yuan Ku, having already walked several meters away, turned back at the sound. Qinyu stepped forward, holstering his weapon, and turned to the old horse head. "Everyone stay put. I need to talk a bit more. There might still be a chance. Do you truly not understand the situation?" Yuan Ku pointed at Qinyu's chest, shouting emphatically, "Do you know how much profit the drug trade in just one district of the black market generates each month? Do you think you can stir up trouble without the weight to back it?" Ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku's phone rang. "You answer." Qinyu smiled, prompting him. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ku pulled out his phone, staring intently at Qinyu as he answered. "Hello? Ha. The goods and people in your warehouse are in my hands." A stranger's voice echoed through the line. Yuan Ku froze in place. "You all discuss. Call me when you're done." The voice hung up abruptly. Yuan Ku stood there, his expression fluctuating as he looked at Qinyu, his mind racing. Qinyu pulled out an electronic cigarette, lightly tapping it in his hand as he spoke softly. "Yuan team leader, I still stand by my words. Spare those who deserve mercy. That you've allied with the Ma family and cleared out my warehouse." Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his voice low. "Ha." Qinyu chuckled, not responding directly. "That's not right." Yuan Ku's gaze remained fixed on Qinyu, continuing, "Without support from above, you wouldn't dare act so boldly. You have someone behind you, don't you?" Qinyu met his gaze, remaining silent. "Boldly?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ku pointed at Qinyu's chest and inquired, "Is it him? As long as you don't touch Qilin, neither the goods in the warehouse nor the henchmen will encounter any trouble. I've already paved the way for you. Why then do you side with old Li?" Yuan Ku glared fiercely. "Challenging. Do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you, the people he is connected with in the police station cannot surpass those I, Yuan Ku, have out in the police station. I refer to him as the director. But outside, how do I address him? You know very well that I know you have backing." Qinyu nodded. "It's not easy coming in from the outside. Songjiang is complicated. With your foundation, one misstep could lead to your utter destruction." Indeed, I comprehend that. Qin Yu replied, squinting slightly. If I hadn't been cautious and talked things over with old Ma first, I might have been eliminated on the streets once the drug trade was disrupted. Yuan Ku was momentarily speechless. Let us be frank. You've supported me, but I've also done you favors. The past is behind us. Today's discussion revolves around Qilin. Qin Yu's smile faded. His expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Ku. I ask you again, can you let him go today? Impossible. Impossible, is it? Then let us proceed. Qin Yu's demeanor suddenly turned icy, glaring at Yuan Ku as he shouted. Arrest Qilin now, and I will not obstruct you. 6 hours later. If you kill him, I'll take evidence of your drug trafficking along with testimonies from captured personnel and wipe out the Yuan family's operations. You know precisely how much the goods and people are worth. You dare to move? Yuan Ku raised his hand, intent on striking Qin Yu. Qin Yu swiftly extended his right hand, his fingers gripping Yuan Ku's throat like a vice. Glaring fiercely as he cursed, I am not Qilin. Don't think you'll know resistance only after you've been crushed. That I showed you mercy before, but now I certainly will not. Slap, as the voice fell. Qin Yu swiftly struck Yuan Ku's face. You bastard. Old 3 momentarily froze before drawing his gun to press against Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned around, casting a glance at Old 3, and shouted. Know your place. Keep your mouth shut here. With a clatter, the 3 men behind Lao Ma all drew their weapons at once. Inside the police office, Director Li, after receiving a phone call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. Oh, Li Si. It's been a while. Yuan Hua's cheerful voice resonated over the line. Let that kid from Tuzhou Street go, just for my sake. Director Li cut straight to the point. Yuan Hua was taken aback and immediately replied. I can't do that. You know, while I'm supplying the drugs, I'm not the only one sharing the profits. That kid has his own supply channels, and Lao Ma is protecting him just to compete with me. How can I let him go? I won't inquire about the profits, Director Li said, his brow slightly furrowed. I just want that kid to be safe tonight. Yuan Hua inhaled sharply and laughed, replying, This isn't easy. It can't be done. The goods and people in your warehouse are all in Lao Ma's hands. Director Li made his position clear. If anything happens to any of those kids on Tuzhou Street tonight, you should consider the losses. After a few dozen seconds, Yuan Ku answered his brother's call. Hello, speak. After a long silence, Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and responded. Old Li has intervened. You should withdraw for now. In the early hours, atop the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand, expressionless as he gazed at the dozen or so underworld bosses on either side. Silent. After a prolonged silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, was the first to frown and say, If we fail at this, it brings shame upon us. Sitting here now to analyze why we stumbled is akin to slapping our own faces. It serves no purpose. The small-time players are fighting for scraps, but we are fighting for our dignity. Regardless of whether Qilin is willing to hand over his supply channels, we must eliminate him. Not for any other reason, but to save face against Old Li and to adjust Lao Ma's mentality. That makes sense. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. It's one thing if we willingly let Qilin go. It's another if Old Li protects him. If we don't reclaim our dignity, the lower ranks will feel disgruntled, and those above will reassess our weight in Songjiang. I'll handle it. The bald man stood up, his gaze darkening to no matter the cost. I won't let Qilin leave Songjiang. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it covertly. Enough of that. Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand. The others fell silent once more. Yuan Hua picked up his teacup and coldly addressed them. The goods and people in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and their audacity to act suggests they have Old Li's tacit approval. You were caught in their grasp, yet you still make noise? The bald man rubbed his head, not daring to retort. I still haven't fully grasped why Old Li is opposing me in this matter. But the Ma family is daring to challenge me today, clearly for Qilin's supply channels. Yuan Hua continued, standing up and clasping his hands behind his back. Until we've torn the facade, everything is negotiable. But once it's torn, would the esteemed police chief in the Ma family, who has elevated its status in recent years, not desire to save face? It's evident that the opposing side will staunchly protect Qilin in this matter. If you dare to act, the goods and people in the Ma family's possession will be handed over to the police by tomorrow morning. By then, we will have lost both money and manpower and will face significant troubles. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Moreover, if you can think of going after Qilin, can he not be on guard? A beggar can make a couple of friends in the same territory. let alone old Li, who has been the police chief in Songjiang for so many years. Yuan Hua sighed, saying, we definitely won't find Qi Lin now that let's first arrange my uncle's funeral. It must be a grand affair. Upon hearing the term grand affair, the bald man quickly cautioned, De Hua, we shouldn't make a spectacle of your uncle's matter if it's too extravagant. One tea it give outsiders something to laugh about. Only those without foundation fear gossip. Yuan Hua decisively commanded, it will be a grand affair, sending him off with great dignity. Very well, the lean man nodded. All right, everyone disperse. Yuan Hua tossed the words over his shoulder as he headed for the door. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, murmuring in hushed tones. Yuan Ku had been present throughout, but had not uttered a word. It was only after his brother departed that he followed him out. In the corridor, Yuan Ku trailed behind his brother, his tone tinged with reproach as he said, I've said before, if the company is to go further, we must first establish rules. The people below have been too ostentatious in their actions these past 2 years. Many lack both ability and wit. They not only provide no help to the company, but also create chaos. Take Lao Hu, for instance. Although he got into trouble, wasn't there any sign beforehand? When I was fully focused on targeting the Ma family, he was secretly distributing drugs on Tuzhou Street, merely seeking quick profit. But have you considered that by doing so, the police would easily figure out why I was targeting the Ma family? Brother, sometimes idle chatter can be lethal, you know? Do you think old Li's opposition this time is a spur-of-the-moment decision? I tell you, he has long looked down on us, believing we are acting excessively. He may even think I could threaten his position in the police in the future, do you understand? Yet I, Yuan Ku, do not act in an overly arrogant manner within the police. I have always kept a low profile. And this perception of arrogance is a result of others in the company. Yuan Hua turned around, his expression unchanged, and asked, what exactly do you want to say? I just want to say that this loss hurts deeply. With my uncle gone, we must learn from this and ensure that this failure does not become meaningless. Yuan Ku passionately stated, it's time to establish rules and clean house. Yuan Hua stared at his brother for a long moment before suddenly pointing at his chest and saying, you need to understand that your brother did not build this empire with a group of high achievers. The people who follow us are those who once struggled to make ends meet. Even today, these underprivileged individuals remain your brother's most reliable support. If you set rules and clean house, when the Ma family comes, who will deal with them? You or I? What I mean is your ideas remain on paper. They are unsuitable for us, Yuan Hua said before walking away. Yuan Ku's blood boiled as he shouted, brother, the 9th district won't remain chaotic forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, it will eventually develop a complete system and a stable social environment. If you don't change, you will be dragged down by these people. Yuan Hua did not respond, simply striding away into the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly drove out of the 9th district. Stopping at the edge of a desolate land. 10 minutes later, a filthy half-truck approached, flashing its headlights at the road. Before long, Qi Lin, his younger sister Qiyu, and their ailing mother got out, bidding farewell to the soldier who had escorted them. Before stepping onto the half-truck, snow fell from the sky, blanketing the land that had been frozen for 3 to 4 years in an endless expanse of white. Qi Lin, with his abdomen bandaged, lay in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at the 9th district, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He had strived there, once smiling in the face of this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, having given so much as if he were a dog, believing he had gained much in return. Yet as he departed today, he left without even a complete quilt, burdened only by heavy obligations and 2 dependents he had to support. Gone. Years of effort vanished in a single night. Qi Lin could not fathom the significance of his previous submission, so he resolved to move forward standing tall. Leaning his head against the icy, frost-laden truck window, he murmured to himself, don't let me recover. Don't let me rise again. Or one day I will return here with a smile, watching all of you weep. Inside the office of the chief inspector, Director Li stood with his hands clasped behind him by the window, softly inquiring, has that young man left? He has already departed, the elder affirmed with a nod. I hesitated to take my place as the director, primarily because I wished to avoid entanglement in specific relationships and affairs. Director Li, appearing somewhat weary, remarked, however, this time I have still made a statement. It is becoming increasingly difficult to remain an outsider. Beside the desk, Qin Yu, upon hearing Director Li's words, felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The current demeanor of the other party had shifted away from official formality, and his words were refreshingly candid. This indicated that Director Lee no longer regarded Qin Yu merely as an ordinary group leader within the police force, but rather as one of his own. This transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages. That on the one hand, Qin Yu had finally found a semblance of organization and connections, which would afford him opportunities in his work that others might struggle to attain. On the other hand, the repercussions were stark. He had effectively alienated the Yuan family, and in the future, he could face retaliation or suppression in various matters. Moreover, Director Lee's current attitude was clearly not optimistic, suggesting that the Yuan family's influence was not as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. In the foreseeable future, there could be some clashes with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around and quietly instructed Old He and Qin Yu. You must inform the Ma family to halt any drug activities, regardless of whether they have stock on hand. The subordinates need to lay low for a while. I want to observe Yuan Hua's moves. They have no choice but to stop, Old He softly responded. With Along's death, the Ma family's supply has been cut off. They cannot sell anything without inventory. Director Lee furrowed his brow as he approached the chair, softly asking, "Does Qi Lin have any purchasing channels left from Along?" Qi Lin claimed to have searched, but could not find the contact details left by his brother. Old responded swiftly. I have already instructed him to reach out to some of Along's connections to see if he can re-establish the channels. Director Lee took a sip of tea and asserted unequivocally. The connections I have also require tangible benefits to function. That if the supply channels cannot be restored, and the Ma family lacks the Yuan family's street-level influence, why should my connections be utilized on their behalf? Understood. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. You need to be cautious as well. Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu, stating, with the deaths of the Tiger and Yuan Wei, and given your significant involvement in this matter, you must guard against potential retaliation from the other side. Yes, I understand, Director. Qin Yu replied with a serious expression. Old sighed beside them, reaching for a cup to pour hot water, blowing on it as he shook his head. What is wrong with people nowadays? It is understandable for the impoverished brothers in the slums to act for profit, given the difficulty of survival. But what about those in power? Which of them is not well fed? Why are they all so profit-driven? Is there not one among them who sits in their position and does something substantial? After pondering for a moment, Director Lee turned to Old and said, Do you remember my speech when I first became the chief inspector at the inauguration meeting? Old paused in surprise. I was the first to declare a 2-year plan to resolve the chaos of Tuza Street and a 5-year plan for the basic security of Hajia. At that time, many in the police department mocked me. I paid no mind, but now that the time has come, look at what I have accomplished. Director Lee sighed. What was once a joke has truly become a farce. Both Old and Qin Yu were left speechless by this remark. After so many years in this chair, I have come to a conclusion. Director Lee smiled as he continued. No matter how grand the ideal, it cannot triumph over reality. The environment is harsh, order is riddled with loopholes, and those in high positions vie for power and profit, seizing the opportunity presented by the world's reshuffling to secure absolute authority for themselves or their factions. In such circumstances, individual aspirations hold little value. Therefore, if you desire change and wish to accomplish something meaningful, the best approach is not to resist, but to integrate. You must navigate the current rules. Perhaps after a term, you can look back and see that you have left some mark on society. As Qin Yu absorbed Director Lee's words, he suddenly perceived the wealth of stories contained within this middle-aged man, whose wisdom and ambition commanded his respect. He also recognized that Old bore a resemblance to Director Lee in some respects. Both belonged to that rare breed of individuals striving to carve out their identities amidst the chaos of the times, even if they occasionally had to compromise. Well, rambling on about this serves little purpose, Director Lee sighed, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he instructed the two younger men. In any case, it is essential to tread carefully and avoid causing trouble. Understood. Got it. Both responded with nods. Oh, by the way, Director Lee stood up, looking at Qin Yu. Now that you've chosen a side, you must have the mindset to match. You need to swiftly transform the third group of the first team into your OWN. In the future, I will find an opportunity to extract the third group, addressing the issue of upward mobility with other teams. All you need to do is present me with compelling reasons for your promotion. Yes? Qin Yu saluted in response. You two can leave now. Director Lee waved his hand dismissively. An hour and a half later, on Tuza Street, Old squatted beside the curb, looking up at Qin Yu and asking, Do you regret standing by my side? Now that I have chosen a side, what good would regret do? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Didn't you say you weren't planning to get involved? What made you change your mind? Old asked with a grin. After a moment of consideration, Qin Yu crouched down beside the road and replied, I didn't want to lose you as a friend over Qi Lin, who has nothing. Xiao Yu, let's walk this path together from now on, Old grinned, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that those with small stature are always righteous and loyal. Having seen your character, you undoubtedly belong to that category, someone who would risk everything for a friend to go to hell. You fool, Qin Yu said, tightening his arm around Old's neck. Do you believe I would strangle you? Hey, don't mess around, am I big? Yes, call me daddy. That's too much. I'm going to fight you, Old said in a panic, reaching for Qin Yu's eyes. Tell me, is your connection with Qi Lin because he is weak? Qin Yu asked, baring his teeth. Old's face turned red as he gasped for breath, chuckling. I can only say he is just beginning to show promise that you're such a jerk, Qin Yu said, delivering a flurry of playful punches to Old. Under the dim light, two young men brought together by a shared event joked and playfully wrestled with each other. It was at this moment that they truly stepped into each other's hearts, becoming intertwined and supporting each other in the years to come. After a while of frolicking, Old Ma approached from across the street, looking down and barking, What are you two up to? Qin Yu looked up with a smile. You're here? When can we get to Min and my little second out? Old Ma asked directly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and the tiger was successfully held on Century Avenue. Attended by many influential figures in the region to pay their respects. It was at this juncture that the real confrontations on this land began to intensify. On Tuza Street, Old stood up, boldly extending his hand. Ma Gu, give me a cigarette. Who are you calling brother? I'm older than your father. Old Ma replied, somewhat exasperated. We're all children of the rivers and lakes. It's only proper to call you big brother. Old grinned, baring his teeth. Just give me one. Old Ma rolled his eyes, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pack of loose cigarettes. When can we get to Min and Xiao Air out? He asked. Old snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack, grinning. Now that we're on the same side, how could I not help you? Give me the cigarette. Don't be stingy. You guys have more contacts when you're moving goods. We've barely had a few cigarettes all year. Old shamelessly pocketed the entire pack, saying, Thanks, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma was too lazy to engage further, turning to the more reliable Qin Yu and asking, When can they be released? Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to come out. Old Ma furrowed his brows upon hearing the words. Child, you seem to have gone back on your word. Haven't you? When you sought me out, we made it clear that I would assist you, but you were to help me with Min and Xiao Air. Now, how can you say otherwise? Uncle Ma. We are both straightforward individuals, and I shall speak plainly, Qin Yu replied, gazing at Old Ma with an earnest expression. You wish to protect Qi Lin, hoping to one day rediscover his brother's supply channel. I have not erred in this regard, have I? If Qi Lin is not connected to Along, even if I were to kneel before you, you would not dare confront Yuan Ku on the streets. Would you? Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this. In this matter, you have actually benefited quite a bit. Previously, you had little communication with my family, Old Li, but after this incident, we have aligned ourselves. Would you not agree? Qin Yu continued with a smile that we are adults, and there is no need for deceitful games. You are most aware of the matters concerning Ma Lao Air and Min. 5 kilograms of drugs is sufficient for a death sentence, whereas the contraband I seized on the day I apprehended them must exceed 100 kilograms, correct? You know well that this case initially went through Yuan Ku. Now that things have soured, expecting me to extricate both from his grasp is unrealistic. Old Ma's expression grew tense upon hearing this, and he reached for his cigarette case only to realize his cigarettes had been taken. Come now, I have an e-cigarette. Old Jin mockingly produced his used vape pen and pretended to hand it over to Old Ma. Get lost. Old Ma cursed, turning to Qin Yu and asking, So, what can you actually achieve in this matter? I have reported the situation to Old Lead. He suggests sacrificing one to carry the burden, enabling the other to be extricated. Qin Yu responded in a lowered voice. Fortunately, thus far, Ma Lao Air and Min have remained tight-lipped about the entire affair. Otherwise, regardless of whom you seek, it would be futile, given the overwhelming evidence. There truly no other way? Old Ma inquired once more. None at all. Qin Yu shook his head. Moreover, you must decide swiftly, for we have now severed ties with Yuan Ku. If this matter is allowed to conclude and he solidifies the case against them, it will be far more troublesome. What sort of person is old Ma? He is a veteran capable of stirring up great turbulence in such a complex area as Tujajia. Thus, he is not one to dither. After Qin Yu laid out the situation clearly, old Ma contemplated for less than 2 minutes before resolutely stating, "Let us get Xiao Air out." "Very well." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "I will interrogate the two of them immediately and see what I can extract." "How long will the Min be sentenced?" Old Ma asked again. "Can his life be spared?" "It's quite unlikely. The 5-kilogram threshold has already been surpassed, making it difficult to argue for a lesser sentence." Qin Yu replied with a shake of his head. "In a way, he must not die." Old Ma insisted he must remain alive. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued, "If that is your demand, it may require some financial investment." Old Ma paused at this revelation. "What sort of investment? Why are you suddenly confused? You must invest in your own survival." "No," Old Jin interjected. Old Ma crossed his arms and shot a sidelong glance at the two. "Are you attempting to play tricks on me?" "What tricks? You are well aware of the circumstances within the department." Old Jin retorted. "Speaking of you, I have to engage in some favors just to get promoted." Old Ma ground his teeth, looking calmly at the two as he inquired, "What kind of investment are we talking about?" "I believe 30,000 should suffice to ensure his safety." Old Jin turned to Qin Yu and asked, "What do you think?" "I think 25,000 would be about right." "Is that feasible?" Qin Yu frowned in response. "You're joking? You'd need to contend with at least 15,000 on the prosecution side, not to mention the internal favors to be exchanged. I am telling you, 30,000 is already on the lower end." Old Jin asserted emphatically. "This is a major case, not a minor skirmish, though dear. This is rather embarrassing," Qin Yu said, glancing at Old Ma with some hesitation, about to speak further. "Enough?" Old Ma barked sharply. "Stop pretending. You read both local ghosts, so what are you acting like Zhong Kuei for?" At his command, the two fell silent. "I will cover the 30,000, Old Ma decisively stated. "What direction will the case take?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu replied, "Illegal possession. Since our first attempt to capture them failed, we didn't secure any evidence at the scene, and during the second attempt, we only intercepted the goods without catching the act of selling. As long as the Min insists he was merely hiding the drugs, we should be fine." "How long will the Min get?" Old Ma pressed again. "Around 15 years, Qin Yu answered, upon hearing such a straightforward reply. Old Ma was momentarily at a loss for words and cursed, "You must have rehearsed your lines before calling me. When conversing with someone of your stature, one must certainly be prepared." Old Jian chimed in. "I must say, despite your youth, you both seem to be quite deep in the game," Old Ma remarked, grinding his teeth. The two shared a smile, not replying. "Very well, let us settle this. Tomorrow, I shall send the money to you." Old Ma agreed, fully aware that this payment was necessary to ensure his own safety and to establish new connections. "Uncle Ma, take it easy for a while," Qin Yu advised. "Understood?" Old Ma nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, Qin Yu and Old Jin walked back, engaged in spirited conversation. "How should we divide the 30,000? Qin Yu asked. "We each take 5,000, and the rest goes to Old Li." Old Jin replied that I would like to share some with the team. Qin Yu suggested softly. "Zhu stood by me that day, and everyone has been putting in considerable effort due to the drug trafficking case." "Then let us give Old Li 15,000. We'll split 5,000 each, and the remainder will go to the team," Old Jin stated, not lingering on the financial matter as he was not particularly in need of it. "Agreed," Qin Yu nodded, bearing a grin that I believe he could have given us 50,000 earlier. Old Jin lamented, "I was too timid." "Haha." Qin Yu laughed. Within a grand courtyard on Century Avenue, a throng of people gathered, surrounded by floral wreaths. The white cloth banners hanging from the morning pavilion fluttered in the wind, creating a somber atmosphere. "Brother Hua, boss da, the Hua has arrived. Hua, my friend, why do you appear so distressed?" Upon entering, Yuan Hua was greeted by the crowd, receiving a variety of salutations from numerous individuals, demonstrating the profound influence he wielded in this locale. He acknowledged the greetings with nods and brief conversations with familiar faces. Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main hall. Guests offered incense, while family members expressed their gratitude. The person in charge called out from within, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the scant offerings of sandalwood. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally inserted incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu Da Hua. "What am I to do from here on?" cried his aunt, collapsing to the ground in grief. Yuan Hua turned, extended a hand to assist her up, and said, "After the funeral, move in with me. I will take care of you and the children. Hua. My Wei died unjustly. An injustice shall be avenged. Yuan Hua reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Please, compose yourself. There are outsiders present. His aunt nodded through gritted teeth. Yuan Hua then scanned the core members in the room and softly called, Let us convene on the second floor. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat on a wooden chair and addressed the gathering succinctly. We will not be able to secure the supply channel in Qi Lin's hands anytime soon. However, to prevent the Ma family from reconnecting to this channel and continuing to encroach upon our operations, we must stir up some commotion in Tuzhajia. The crowd nodded in agreement. It is not the size of the affair that matters, but rather the outcome. Yuan Hua raised a finger and asserted, within a month, we must dismantle the Ma family and clear them from Tuzhajia. Old Ma has undoubtedly established ties with Director Li. Should we not consider official factors? A lean man inquired, frowning. After some consideration, Yuan Hua responded, I will handle the pressure from the authorities. You all are responsible for the ground operations. Understood, the crowd nodded in agreement. A single utterance from the influential figure sent ripples through the underbelly of the city. The following evening, after a meeting with De Min and Ma Lao Air in prison, Qin Yu returned home alone, intent on gathering some clothing to reside temporarily in his dormitory. Just as he finished packing, he noticed Lin Yinlei approaching through the window. Startled for a moment, he promptly threw open the door and called out, Ah, Lin Henins, you're back? Get lost, Lin Yinlei retorted, turning to scold him sharply. You filthy, queered ha. Did you finish work early today? Qin Yu inquired, noticing her early return. Upon seeing Qin Yu greeting her, Lin Yinlei decided against retreating to her room and instead approached him with curiosity. Where's your partner? Have you separated? He went back to his family. Qin Yu replied dismissively, fabricating a quick excuse. Back to his family. From what I observe, shouldn't that be you? Lin Yinlei challenged, her brow arched. Are you done yet? Qin Yu shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, What business is it of yours, little lady? Ha! You're spot on. You two are indeed trivial matters, she quipped. Vulgar. Qin Yu's face flushed at her teasing. I won't banter with you any longer, Lin Yinlei said, stretching her limbs with a radiant smile. Hey, big brother, since I helped you out, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? That evening, it was Lin Yinlei's assistance that allowed the Ma family to locate Yuan Hua's hidden stash on Century Avenue. She had previously clashed with the tiger, and it was Qin Yu who intervened. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family stemmed from the photos Lin Yinlei had taken, making her indeed a significant ally to Qin Yu. What do you feel like eating? Qin Yu asked. That I'm in the mood for Japanese cuisine, Lin Yinlei replied nonchalantly. Qin Yu was taken aback. Japanese food? There are hardly a few places in Songjiang. And a plate of salmon would cost me several months' salary. What a waste. Are you going to scold me again? Have you become familiar with the sisterhood? How about I take you somewhere else? What is that? Just follow me, and you'll see, Qin Yu said, setting down his water cup and picking up his belongings. Lin Yinlei, intrigued, furrowed her brow and asked, Why are you bringing so much stuff? Aren't you staying here, just taking precautions? Qin Yu replied, pulling Lin Yinlei out the door as he exclaimed, Let us go. The pair, a striking man and woman, strolled along the dilapidated streets for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at a narrow alley beside the police station. Lin Yinlei puffed warm breath into her hands. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, and gazed up at the establishment before them. This place doesn't even have a sign. You dare bring me here? It's the thought that counts, not the expense. Balderdash, she retorted, her voice ringing clear. You stingy miser. Qin Yu approached the entrance, lifting the heavy cotton curtain and turning back to say, Come in. This restaurant, introduced to Qin Yu by Zhu Wei, specialized in jiang fish noodle soup, a quintessential delicacy of Songjiang. A great river, frozen for hundreds of miles, flowed just north of Songjiang, where industrious fishermen often drilled holes in the ice to catch fish with nets. Even though most regions in the world had succumbed to desolation, Songjiang remained relatively unscathed, which was why the 9th Special District was being rebuilt here. Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei settled at their table. The owner soon brought a large iron pot filled with steaming fish and handmade noodles, kept warm over a small charcoal fire, as gas was far too costly for such a humble establishment. Lin Yinlei brushed her hair aside, surveying the dish with red chilies and fish, inhaling the fragrant steam as she exclaimed, It looks quite appetizing. That pot costs nearly 200 yuan. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. It's not cheap. I'm already losing money. All right. All right. I know you're stingy. No need to reiterate. Lin Yinlei picked up her chopsticks, savoring a piece of fish. It's really delicious. Not only tasty, but also a bargain. Qin Yu, famished, began devouring the noodles ravenously. Why do you eat like a starving ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth? Lin Yinlei frowned, murmuring, can't you be a bit more composed? I'm a queer. I am not trying to court you, so why pretend to be prim and proper? Qin Yu teased. Lin Yinlei smiled. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would you help me deal with that tiger the other day? I fancy your chest hair, which must be 2 meters long. He quipped back. Get lost. I'm just a kind-hearted person, which is why I helped you. Qin Yu added reluctantly. Hey, Lin Yinlei grinned at him. Don't entertain any improper thoughts. I can be your friend, and I can also teach you how to woo your partner. Qin Yu, uninterested in further banter, looked up and asked, I'm quite curious about something. What is it? Are those who kidnapped you connected to the Yuan family? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei paused. How did you know? I guessed, as later Yuan Ku suppressed your kidnapping case, and there were rumors in the precinct that Lao Sen got scolded by Yuan Ku for interfering. Qin Yu replied candidly, I only discovered later that Matsushita had ties to them. Yuan Hua's been doing well, so why would he resort to kidnapping you? Was it merely for a bit of cash? Qin Yu could not help but ask. Lin Yinlei hesitated at this line of questioning. Forget it. If I can't say, then I won Tita noticing her reluctance. Qin Yu swiftly changed the topic, after a moment of silence. Lin Yinlei took a sip of water and said, Actually, there's no need to hide it from you. Yuan Hua sought to kidnap me because my uncle holds a senior position in a major company in Fongbei. He wanted my uncle to do something for him, but when my uncle refused, he devised this plan. Originally, he seemed to intend for Matsushita to pose as the kidnapper and demand money from my uncle. Then, through a series of convincing acts, he would rescue me, thus gaining a favor and achieving his goal. Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded, then asked, but why did he kidnap you to ask your uncle for help? Doesn't your uncle have children? Because I was about to come to Songjiang for a position, and I grew up at my uncle's house, so I'm almost like his child that my uncle's other children hold some social standing. So Yuan Hua probably wouldn't dare to touch them and chose to target me, the soft target. Lin Yinlei explained with a smile. Now I understand. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Lin Yinlei removed her coat, her cheeks glowing as she looked at Qin Yu. Did you come to the 9th district alone? What about your family? At this question, Qin Yu's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Lin Yinlei sensed something was off and probed further. I don't have family. Before the 9th district was established, there was unrest, and I was abandoned. Some say my parents died, while others say they fled with my brother. Qin Yu's gaze darkened. Regardless, there are countless theories, and after all these years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yinlei stared blankly for a moment, her eyes wide. I'm sorry. I thought it's fine. I am used to it. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively as their conversation fell into a silence. Both began focusing on their meals. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Yu paid the bill, and he and Lin Yinlei exited the small restaurant once more. Outside, the cold air wrapped around them, and snowflakes began to drift down. Lin Yinlei shivered, continuously puffing warm breath into her small hands. All women have a screw loose. Why wear so little in weather like this? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Qin Yu rolled his eyes, digging into his bag to produce a thick, worn pair of sheepskin gloves. Here, put these on. Lin Yinlei accepted the gloves, turning to the tall, imposing Qin Yu. You're quite considerate, reading the room and charming the ladies. Those are basic life skills, Qin Yu replied with a smirk. Puffed. You think a pair of old gloves will win me over? Keep dreaming. Lin Yinlei scoffed, then cheerfully donned the gloves, exclaiming, Wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu fell silent, maintaining a steady pace as he walked forward. Lin Yinlei, adorned with gloves, touched the icicles on various windowsills when she suddenly exclaimed, What a big fool. What's the matter? Qin Yu turned around. Cheer up, what's done is done, and none can alter the past. Yet, we live in these times, so we must believe that tomorrow holds promise. Standing amidst the icy alley, Lin Yinlei optimistically advised, at least at this moment, you have a stunning beauty accompanying you on your stroll. What more could you possibly desire? Qin Yu paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. Thank you. Beautiful in the dim light. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Yinlei appeared somewhat bashful as she hurriedly walked ahead, saying, What are you staring at? Let us go, escort me home. Of course, I'll take you back, but it can't be without some sort of story unfolding tonight. Qin Yu inquired as he followed behind. Stop flirting. Otherwise, I'll call your partner. Deep in the heart of Tuzha Street, several young men dining with old Ma stood quietly outside a storefront, engaged in hushed discussion. In the distance, a bald-headed white Russian staggered towards them, leading for young men. Are there any women around? The white Russian bellowed, punctuated by a burp. The nearby youth turned to glance at them. How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? One of the white Russian's companions retorted. Cursing? Who are you cursing at? Bang! The white Russian threw a punch, sending the young man stumbling back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it, do you dare to lay hands on us? A companion rushed to help the fallen youth, glaring angrily. Are you looking for trouble? The white Russian whistled through his fingers and shouted back. The Ma family is attacking me. As his words fell, a group of 30 to 40 individuals rushed out from the shadowy alley, brandishing steel pipes and knives. The premeditated conflict was about to erupt that very night. On the way to No. 88 courtyard, while Qin Yu was in the midst of communicating feelings with Lin Yunlei, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaowei. Tuzha Street is in chaos, with hundreds involved in a brawl. Old Li has ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize an arrest and disperse the crowd as swiftly as possible. Zhu Wei spoke urgently. Qin Yu was taken aback. I knew the Yuan family wouldn't remain quiet. All right, wait for me. I'll head back to the team right away. Okay. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. And Qin Yu turned to Lin Yunlei, saying, You should head back on your own. There's trouble at Tuzha Street, and I must hurry over. All right, you do what you need to. I can walk back by myself. Lin Yunlei responded with a nod. Hurry back. It's quite chaotic tonight, so be cautious. Understood. You go ahead. I'm off. With no time to continue chatting with Lin Yunlei, Qin Yu quickly turned and dashed toward the police station. At the first team's case handling area in the police station, the acting deputy team leader, Lao San, called for a meeting with all team members, but notably excluded the third group from attendance. By the work desk, Lao San held a teacup, casually addressing the crowd. The commotion at Tuzha Street has escalated greatly. These drug dealers have gone mad and don't care whether you're on the government payroll. So when you arrive, assess the situation and don't rush in blindly. Understood. Got it. Dozens listened to Lao San's words with an outwardly calm demeanor, but inwardly, they were well aware. The troublemakers at Tuzha Street were undoubtedly affiliated with the Yuan family. Thus, Lao San was subtly advising everyone to let things unfold as they may. After a few more instructions, he set down his teacup and called out, Grab your riot gear and drive into the scene. Switch all radios to our team's designated frequency. I will call you if needed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and promptly departed on the road. Qin Yu was acutely aware that the disturbances at Tuzha Street were likely instigated by the interest groups led by the Yuan and Ma families. He intended to call Lao for a discussion on how to manage the situation. Ding, ding, ding. Before he could dial, his phone rang again. Hello. Qin Yu quickly pressed the answer button. Group leader, the first team is having a meeting. And everyone is in attendance, except for us from the third group. Zhu Wei continued urgently. Should we accompany the first team tonight? After deliberating for a moment, Qin Yu replied, You take the third group's vehicle and head towards my place. Pick me up first, all right? Zhu Wei nodded. Tell our brothers not to panic. It's better that Lao San didn't call us, as it saves me the trouble of having to watch out for them during the operation. Just remember, even if Yuan Ku wants to retaliate, I will stand with you first. Qin Yu understood that Zhu Wei and the brothers from the third group would support him that day at Tuzha Street. Not merely because of their regard for him, but primarily because they recognized that he had Li Si backing him, which emboldened them to disregard Yuan Ku's influence. Thus, he reassured Zhu Wei, fostering a sense of camaraderie with the third group, as they could be considered his true allies rather than mere members of the first team. This was also why, after swindling old Ma out of 30,000, his first thought was to share some with them. In today's environment, relationships between people are often quite pragmatic. If one wishes to receive help, they must ensure that others have their fair share as well. All right, I understand, group leader. I'm heading over now. I am already halfway there. You should hurry up. You'll spot me on the roadside. Okay. Zhu Wei acknowledged before immediately hanging up. Qin Yu looked down at his phone, hastening his steps along the frigid street. Just as he was about to press the dial button to contact Lao, when he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. This feeling was an instinctive reaction that Qin Yu had developed over the years spent in the planned area, prompting him to quickly turn around on the roadside. A man wearing a knit hat and a filthy leather coat was walking briskly, head down. Chinyu glanced at him, then turned back to focus on his phone. Behind him, the footsteps grew increasingly hurried and distinct. Chinyu abruptly turned again, only to see the man in the knit hat raise his head and shove his right hand into his pocket. At that moment, they were about 10 meters apart. Chinyu hesitated for a moment before noticing two men approaching from across the street that a wave of dread washed over Chinyu. Suddenly, the man in the knit hat drew a gun. Bang, crash. Without a moment's thought, Chinyu bent his body sideways, shoulder forward, taking a large step that shattered the storefront glass, bursting in like a cannonball amid a shower of glass shards. Inside the store, 3 or 4 rather ordinary-looking women were seated on a sofa, whispering among themselves when they were startled by a loud bang from outside, followed by Chinyu stumbling into their view. "Ah!" the women shrieked, scrambling to their feet, some in cheap high heels or slippers, clutching their heads as they rushed upstairs. Once inside, Chinyu didn't pause. He quickly scanned the surroundings before bolting towards the second floor. Outside the shattered window, 3 armed assailants stood on the street, pulling their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and a spray of blood erupted from Chinyu's body as he staggered up the staircase. "Get in there, finish him," commanded the man in the knit hat, his expression grim. Beside him, 2 burly white Russians kicked open the door to the storefront and charged inside, weapons drawn out on the second-floor corridor. Chinyu glanced at the sealed rooms on either side, realizing that the entire interior was enclosed, lacking even a single window. In haste, he kicked open a door. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the environment. Leaping nearly half a meter high, gripping a nearby rickety cabinet, and pulling with all his might. Bang, crash, the cabinet toppled sideways, and Chinyu gritted his teeth as he pushed it with his shoulder to the doorway, effectively barricading it. After a few labored breaths, he pressed his body against the cabinet, and after several probing touches with his right hand, he discovered that he had been shot in the right hip, and his lower body was beginning to feel numb. With no time to ponder further, Chinyu quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. "Hello? Hurry up. Damn it. I'm about to be killed." Despite the urgency in his voice, Chinyu's mind remained remarkably clear and precise as he stated, "I'm in a meat shop on the midsection of Bobby Street, which has no sign. The window outside is shattered, and there are 3 assailants that eye in the corridor. 3 thugs armed with guns rushed in. Due to the provocations of a white Russian, a brawl involving hundreds had escalated into a violent clash. The Ma family showed no signs of backing down. Even the lower-tier henchmen, who hadn't had any business lately, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack, driven by their vested interests. Many individuals on the fringes, reliant on drug trafficking, brandished weapons and low-quality firearms, openly firing on Tuza Street. At the entrance of a room on the second floor, the 3 thugs arrived, and a man in a knitted hat kicked the door lock 3 times. But the door only shifted slightly. The lock dented and deformed. "He's holding it," said a burly white Russian to the left, frost on his beard and a fierce glint in his eyes. "You need to move aside." The other 2 complied and stepped aside. With several gunshots, the wooden door was riddled with 7 or 8 bullet holes in the center. Bang, crash. Another burly white Russian kicked the door at the center of the bullet holes, shattering it and creating a large opening. Inside, Chinyu found himself separated from the splintering door by the cabinet. Therefore, after the door broke, it was too late for him to approach it. 3 guns were thrust through the gaping hole created by the white Russian's kick. "Damn it." Chinyu's eyes turned red as he braced himself against the edge of the cabinet, gritting his teeth as he stood. The cabinet was tilted and propelled toward the opening. The rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor, bullets striking the cabinet with a cacophony, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Chinyu stepped through the pools of his own blood, using his shoulder to prop the cabinet upright once more, blocking the door. "Damn it," the man in the knitted hat cursed, turning to demand, "Do we have grenades?" "No." The white Russian shook his head. "Then break it down." At this moment, the 3 were devoid of a clear line of fire, and given the cabinet's thickness of about half a meter, although it was hollow in the middle, it was flanked by 2 thick wooden panels. Thus, while some bullets could penetrate the cabinet, others would become lodged in the rear panels. Chinyu had spent years saving every penny in the planning district to reach this point. He had finally carved out a space to survive. And he certainly did not wish to perish in such a chaotic manner that he summoned all his strength, leveraging his tall stature and exceptional resilience, desperately holding the cabinet, striving for a slender chance of survival. After 3 to 4 minutes of relentless pounding, silence fell, and Qin Yu gradually began to tire. Coupled with the substantial blood loss from his gunshot wound, he felt a violent dizziness enveloping his mind. Yet, even in this state, he continued to brace against the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to keep himself alert. Downstairs, the man in the knitted hat had just retrieved a fire axe from within the shop when he saw 2 vehicles speeding toward them. Creak! The tires screeched to a halt, and 2 police SUVs parked at the roadside. Damn it! The man in the knitted hat swore, immediately shouting, "That kid called for backup. We need to go." The 2 white Russian men dashed out of the storefront toward the SUVs. Decisively pulling their triggers, the gunfire erupted. Qin Yu's phone rang. "Hello? We've encountered the enemy downstairs." Zhu Wei's voice came through, "But don't panic. We're heading up right away." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's taut nerves finally began to relax. At the intersection of Tuza Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were halted, and 300 officers clad in tactical gear, wearing bulletproof vests and wielding riot shields, rushed down. Each team, following directives, aimed to disperse the tumultuous crowd. The deputy police chief, sweating profusely, barked into his radio, "Be mindful of the rules of engagement. We must prevent the situation from escalating and avoid exacerbating tensions. Once again, focus on dispersal." After a series of commands, the 300 officers, shields in hand, advanced into Tuza Street. The thunderous footsteps echoed in the chaotic, icy streets, and as the officers pushed forward, they were met with a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded. Gunfire erupted chaotically, makeshift incendiary devices were hurled, and at least 1,000 individuals were embroiled in a violent melee on either side of the street. Glass lay shattered, with many homes ablaze. Knives, sticks, and other weapons littered the ground. Injured individuals either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground, the scene resembling a town ravaged by a recent uprising. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. The law enforcement teams pressed forward. Drop your weapons. Get down. Cover your heads. Don't move. If you do, we'll open fire. As the officers drew closer to the brawling crowd, they began to shout commands. However, the 2 rival factions, blinded by rage over their conflicting interests, paid no heed to their words. Simultaneously, many lower-tier residents secretly aiding the Ma family hurled their homemade incendiary devices from above. Boom! It's on fire. Watch out. There are objects being thrown from above. The officers, numbering only 300 and under strict orders not to escalate tensions, found themselves hamstrung. They could not resort to indiscriminate shooting. Thus, as they entered Tuza Street, they were quickly scattered by the chaos of the crowd and the barrage of incendiary devices. As a few officers from the 3rd team attempted to subdue a burly man who was hacking away, a group of men with white cloths tied around their arms suddenly charged out from an alley, opening fire without warning and killing a young officer who had his back turned to them. Deep within Tuza Street, a man from Yuanhua Company responsible for drug sales led a group of 7 or 8 individuals, having just beaten a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in a filthy alley. After delivering a fatal blow to the man's neck, he turned and shouted, "Tell old Ma that if he doesn't clear out of Tuza Street within 3 days, I'll see to it that his entire family meets their end here." At the entrance of a warehouse in the alley, Old Ma discarded his military coat onto the ground. His eyes reddened as he seethed. "Damn it! Is he determined to wipe us out? Then let us all go down together. Everyone listen up. If you still wish to make a living off the drug trade, grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. If we can't stand firm this time, we all have to leave. Damn it! Let us go to the Grand Palace." Hundreds of lower-tier henchmen, reliant on the drug trade, immediately raised their voices in agreement. At the Fuyuan Road intersection, less than 10 minutes after the 300 officers stormed into Tuza Street, they retreated in disarray, suffering several injuries and losing 3 by the vehicles. The deputy police chief, looking extremely grim, dialed Old Lee's number. "How's the situation?" "It's dire. Worse than we imagined." As soon as the teams entered, they were pushed back. The deputy chief gasped for breath as he continued. "My suggestion is to call the police station immediately. It's going to be difficult for us to restore order on the 2nd floor of Century Avenue." Yuanhua was playing mahjong with 3 bosses from his subsidiary. "This situation has escalated significantly. Won't it be difficult to handle?" A bald, muscular man inquired, frowning. "The police station has called multiple times, I sensed a serious tone in their voice if it doesn't escalate further. Old Ma won't understand what pain is, Yuan Hua replied nonchalantly. Tell the brothers on the ground that if anyone dies, I'll cover the funeral expenses. If anyone gets arrested, I'll pull strings to bail them out. Money and connections are of no use at this moment. When, then, would they be? I simply wish to convey to Old Ma that, in comparison to us, he is significantly inferior in physique. Have you returned the call from the police station regarding our connections? The bald man inquired to know. They are merely stirring up trouble, Yuan Hua replied with a cold smirk. If he wishes to partake in the profits from the drug trade, he must assist me. Otherwise, why should I share my earnings with him? Let us wait until the situation is resolved before proceeding to in the police chief's office. Old Li personally dialed Old Ma's number. However, the call went unanswered, which incited a furious reaction from Director Li, who slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Call the military. I refuse to believe that a bunch of drug traffickers can act with impunity. According to protocol, we should first ascertain the police station's stance." The senator in charge of political affairs gently reminded. Director Li immediately waved his hand in response, saying, Yuan Hua has connections at the police station. If we consult them, the process will take an additional 2 hours. And how many lives will be lost on Tuzha Street in the meantime? Ultimately, who will shoulder the blame? It will undoubtedly be me. The senator paused, acknowledging, that is indeed a valid point. Contact Mateo from the military and tell him that I, Old Li, am requesting troops to suppress the brawl, Director Li urged, his voice urgent. That I will go at once. The senator nodded and departed. Meanwhile, the disoriented Qin Yu, having been rescued by Zhu Wei, was immediately rushed to the hospital. Director Li was well acquainted with the overall environment of the Black Districts, including Songjiang, and although he typically maintained a low profile, often adopting a moderate stance to avoid unnecessary trouble, his sensitivity to political maneuvering surpassed that of many others. When the brawl on Tuzha Street escalated into a collective incident, Director Li's decision to call in the military for assistance was undoubtedly the right one, as Yuan Hua indeed possessed substantial connections at the police station. Had Old Li opted to report to the police first, the upper echelons would have delayed him for 2 hours, potentially allowing the situation on Tuzha Street to worsen, and he could have faced severe repercussions. The Black District fell under his jurisdiction, and with such a significant issue arising, he would certainly bear the primary responsibility. Mateo from the military had some personal rapport with Old Li, so upon receiving the call, he wasted no time and dispatched 2 battalions within half an hour. Unlike police officers, these soldiers were seasoned veterans of numerous military conflicts and riots, making their response to such situations both decisive and forceful. The arrival of over 1,000 armed soldiers in armored vehicles instantly turned the tide on Tuzha Street. Regardless of how fierce, wealthy, or ruthless the drug trafficking gangs were, they could not withstand the might of a military force wielding firearms. Upon witnessing the soldiers ready to engage, the gang members promptly dispersed. Even Old Ma, who had initially intended to head to the palace, was swiftly escorted away by his men. The ensuing events unfolded with great simplicity. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, the authorities could not avoid punishing a number of individuals to maintain public trust. Consequently, the military began organized and systematic arrests of the ringleaders of the unrest. In no time, Tuzha Street was devoid of anyone daring to confront the police, leaving only the fleeing members of the drug trafficking syndicate on the second floor of Century Avenue, as Yuan Hua prepared to inquire about the situation on Tuzha Street. An urgent aide rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, the military has unexpectedly entered the street without warning and opened fire. The 2 families have already dispersed, but many of our brothers have been apprehended. Dozens were arrested at the Guangfuyuan intersection." The military has arrived? Yuan Hua was taken aback. Indeed, there was not a hint of this beforehand. We all assumed Old Li would report to the police station and await reinforcements, but to our surprise, he contacted the military instead, the aide quietly replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua furrowed his brow, dismissed the mahjong, lit a cigarette, and then hoarsely remarked, "Old Li has been concealing quite a few cards. I had no idea he had such ties to the military." The others remained silent in response. Since the military has intervened, we should cease our actions, Yuan Hua immediately instructed. Tell our men to disperse quickly, and the ringleaders should lay low in the new district for a while. Understood, the aide nodded, then added, "Furthermore, 3 thugs from outside the district have cornered Qin Yu. However, he has some integrity. He took refuge in a butcher shop and refused to come out. After a while, some of Qin Yu's officers arrived. Although the situation did not unfold as planned, Qin Yu may have sustained injuries. He is an inconsequential figure, yet he humiliated us regarding Qi Lin's matter. If we do not eliminate him, others will see our weakness. And Old Li's people will not tremble. Yuan Hua took a drag from his cigarette. But for now, let's refrain from acting against him. He is on edge, still connected to Old Li's faction. He will undoubtedly be more cautious in the future. Let us wait and see. Understood. Go on. Yuan Hua instructed the aide before walking to the window, picking up his phone, and dialing a number linked to the police station. A few seconds later, the call connected. What are you doing, causing such a commotion? If we do not secure the supply channels, Old Ma will want to resume this avenue in the future. And what losses might we incur? If we do not act now, are we courting disaster? Yuan Hua replied with a slight chuckle. That cannot be the approach. Doing so would impose significant pressure on the police station. Hasn't the military already intervened? Yuan Hua responded calmly. Those who need to be apprehended, have they not already been taken into custody? The other party fell silent. Wu, my men have been captured. We may refrain from acting for now. I will cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide. However, we must ensure that Old Ma feels the sting of this situation. Yuan Hua's gaze darkened as he declared, since the matter has escalated to this extent, we must strike decisively. I will exert pressure on the police chief in the Black District. The voice on the other end was low. You should also provide what you can. It would be best if we could pin the blame on Old Ma. Haha, certainly. Yuan Hua nodded. The Ma family, particularly within the territory of Tuzha Street, wields greater influence and a larger following than the Yuan family. However, after this brawl, they found themselves utterly defeated. Why is this? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua has reached a level where they can sit at the same table as the upper echelons, engaging in discussions, while Old Ma cannot. The Ma family sells drugs on Tuzha Street at reasonable prices, significantly undercutting hospitals and authorized pharmacies by at least 70%. This pricing strategy allowed them to rapidly gain a foothold and establish a certain reputation on Tuzha Street. Those who could not afford medication, the elderly, the sick, and the impoverished, have suffered under the weight of their circumstances and were willing to lend a helping hand when it mattered. Yet, in the face of political connections, this establishment crumbles. Sometimes, the sentiments of 10,000 individuals may hold less weight than a single fart released by someone in a position of power during a banquet. During a closed-door meeting the following day, Wu from the police station simply stated, conduct a thorough investigation into the Ma family drug trafficking gang. The high-ranking officials of various departments could only strictly implement the directives of their superiors, beginning a frenzied crackdown on the members of the Ma family, who had merely retaliated in self-defense the previous night, though all those apprehended from Yuan Hua's organization were thrown into prison. Those high-ranking individuals who had successfully evaded capture continued to flaunt their presence in public venues. But could the Ma family do the same? They could not. After their reckless actions, they were left to flee in disgrace. Attempting to evade the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the upper echelons of the Ma family's drug operations were swept up by the police across various districts in Songjiang, with a dozen or so apprehended. Coupled with the dozens captured on site the previous night, their organization was swiftly dismantled. On the evening of the second day, Old Ma made a brief phone call, stating succinctly, regarding Demin and Xiao'er's matters. Please take care of it. I cannot make an appearance right now. Old Li, seated helplessly in a hospital chair, replied, you cannot make an appearance. Today the orders just came down, and you are specifically named by the police station for questioning. What is Old Li's stance? Old Ma inquired. He is powerless in this matter. You have made too much noise, Old Li responded, frowning. He has also faced considerable backlash. All right, I understand, Old Ma said, refraining from further pressuring Old Li for assistance. His tone flat as he concluded, I will accept my fate. Very well, let it be. With that, the two ended their call. That night at 9 o'clock, after a long day of meetings, Director Li sat in his car. Fatigue etched on his face as he asked, where is Qin Yu? He is in the hospital. Go to him. Director Li gasped. I need to have a word with him. Inside the hospital, Qin Yu was just coming out of the effects of anesthesia. Looking rather feeble as he lay in the hospital bed, his face pale, with a long sigh, he remarked, damn it. Yuan Hua really knows how to pick on the vulnerable. Old Li certainly wouldn't dare to act. And he fears that retaliating against me would completely infuriate old Li. So here I am. bearing the brunt of his fury, as if he wants to finish me off. Old Li gazed at Qin Yu with a pained expression, softly replying, "It's also my fault. I didn't consider the consequences back then and insisted on having you come in hindsight. Your initial choice to refrain from aiding Qi Lin was indeed the right one. I have Old Li backing me, and he wouldn't easily dare to take action against me. But you, having already engaged in this mess, what good does it do to lament now?" Qin Yu touched the bandage on his backside, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "If I can't fight back, I might as well stay on guard. Don't worry, we will take turns watching over you during this time," Zhu Wei interjected from the window. With the uproar surrounding Tuzha Street, everyone on the ground has been scrutinized. He probably wouldn't dare to act again. "Thank you, Xiao Wei, Guanxi, for saving my life." Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Let's not dwell on that," Guanxi said, baring his teeth and waving a hand. "Just focus on recuperating." As they were conversing, the hospital door swung open, and Old Li strode in. "Director, Li Director." Everyone rose, offering their respects and greetings. Old Li scanned the room and waved his hand, saying, "Stay, you all go out for a bit. I need to speak with him privately." "All right. You all chat," Zhu Wei and Guanxi replied before promptly exiting the room. "Director," Qin Yu leaned against the bed, attempting to sit upright. Lie down, lie down." Old Li approached the bedside, patting Qin Yu's shoulder before sitting down on the chair that had been moved over. Frowning, he remarked, "The situation is not looking too optimistic. It must have been quite difficult today." "Huh, more than difficult," Qin Yu replied. Old Li lit a cigarette, his expression grave, and continued, "Last night, over 30 bodies were brought out from Tuzha Street, with hundreds injured. Today, media outlets, like flies, are crowding the police station, preparing for follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police being concerned about scandals, I suspect even the media from the capital would cover this story." Both Old Li and Qin Yu felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. Thankfully, the station troops arrived promptly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further into a riot involving thousands, I would undoubtedly lose my position today and might even face prosecution for accountability. Old Li, looking fatigued and puffing on his cigarette, continued in a hoarse voice, "Tomorrow, I plan to head to Fengbei to meet my former teacher." Qin Yu listened quietly, not interrupting. However, a teacher is a teacher. And a relationship is a relationship. If I want someone from above to advocate for me against Yuan Hua and his associates, I must provide them with something beneficial, Old Li added steadily. "Whether I take something or how much I take is trivial. The main point is convincing those in power that there is profit to be made from this incident." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu inquired cautiously. "With the Ma family dismantled, they have no leverage left in the underworld. But if I don't help them regain their footing, how can I satisfy the upper echelon's demands for profit? Am I supposed to fund this myself? Do I have that kind of capital?" Old Li looked at Qin Yu and stated, "Thus, the crux of the matter lies with the Ma family. Only if they can re-establish their drug supply can we contend with Yuan Hua on the ground. With profits, relationships will naturally follow." "I understand your point," Qin Yu nodded. "The supply channels from the Ma family have already been severed." Old Li pondered for a moment before frowning and adding, with a long dead, "They can't procure supplies at all. Even if they manage to gather a team, they have no business to conduct." "That's exactly what I mean." Old Li fixed his gaze on Qin Yu. "You need to find a way to contact Qi Lin. We must locate a long supply channels from before his death. Once we have a source, the Ma family can resume business and generate substantial profits. This way, I can engage with the upper echelons, and they will be more inclined to assist." "Yes, the supply is the heart of the matter," Qin Yu agreed, nodding. "Yuan Hua's actions against the Ma family stem precisely from their ability to obtain low-cost, yet high-quality drugs." "Exactly," Old Li affirmed. "However, Qi Lin mentioned to me that Along did leave him a contact, but he couldn't find it at the time." Qin Yu felt a surge of frustration. Old Li, smoking, squinted at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you now realize the severity of the situation?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "That night, when you all were trying to protect Qi Lin on Tuzha Street, I was also forced to take a stand. This not only offended Yuan Hua, but also his vested interests behind him. So, if we cannot consolidate our relationships through the drug trade to confront the Yuan family, retaliation is merely a matter of time." Old Li said with a serious expression. "At that point, whether I remain a director or whether you can survive in District 9 is uncertain." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly grasped Old Li's implication. If we cannot re-establish the drug line, not only would Old Li be in jeopardy, But Qin Yu himself could also be eliminated. That I'll be frank with you. We must reconnect with a long supply line at all costs. Otherwise, you should consider leaving District 9 sooner rather than later, Old Li advised in a low voice. Yuan Hua won't care whether you are a police officer when seeking revenge. After much contemplation, Qin Yu said, I need to return to the planning district and discuss this directly with Qi Lin. Take some time to recover first. Once you're able to move, attend to this matter immediately. Old Li stood up and declared, I'll also head to Fengbei tomorrow to gauge my teacher's stance. That I understand, Director. Furthermore, Old Mom must remain hidden. The police have already completed the evidence chain, and his warrant is in my office. Old Li reiterated, urging caution. After a moment of deliberation, he inquired, what about Ma Lao Air and Demin? I previously promised Old Ma that I would handle it this juncture. How can we possibly arrange for their release? Just wait a bit. Old Li tossed out a remark before turning to leave in the disinfectant-scented hospital room. Qin Yu gazed up at the ceiling with a sense of melancholy and unease, letting out a long sigh as he said, I thought the planning district would be complicated, but little did I know that the truly predatory environment is in the seemingly safer District 9. I somewhat regret dragging you into this mess. Old Li felt genuinely uncomfortable. Qin Yu licked his lips. My character is such that once something is done, I won't regret it. Don't keep bringing this up. It annoys me. After a moment of consideration, Old Li looked at Qin Yu and said, this time, I will accompany you to the planning district. Old Li won't allow you to go. Qin Yu chuckled. If I were the type to shy away in times of trouble, I wouldn't have helped Qi Lin back then. Old Li replied without hesitation, but let's not say more. This time, I will go with you. Qin Yu looked at Old Li and smiled broadly. In the planning district. Qi Lin, leaning on crutches, stepped into a dilapidated room and looked up to see his mother sorting through a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just tidying up some clothes, the old lady replied, sitting on the cold bed while pulling a black leather bag from the bundle. Qi Lin paused at the sight of the black bag, frowning and questioning. Mom, what is this? Qin Yu was fortunate that the bullet he took did not injure his pelvis. However, even so, he had to lie in bed for over 20 days before he began to recover. During this time, Old Li, Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and others had not returned home. They spent their work hours at the police station and their off hours at the hospital, keeping watch, fearful that Qin Yu might fall victim to a retaliatory strike from the Yuan family. Fortunately, after the violent clash on Tuzhou Street, the Yuan family's connections at the police station were apprehensive about escalating matters further, leading them to downplay the situation. Furthermore, with the Ma family in disarray, with numerous key individuals arrested and scattered, Songjiang experienced a period of calm. The Yuan family did not continue to stir trouble. Instead, they covertly organized channels to prepare for the release of their considerable stockpile of drugs. Meanwhile, after being wanted, Old Ma and the remaining core members vanished without a trace. Yet, this surface calm did not assuage the worries of Director Li and Qin Yu, for they understood that the Yuan family was merely biding their time, avoiding conflict and maintaining appearances with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and the others, along with the cost incurred during the cleanup of Ma Jia on Tuzhou Street, represent irreconcilable contradictions. It is inevitable that Yuan Hua will seek revenge in the future. It is merely a question of time. Thus, once Qin Yu has recovered from his injuries, he promptly reports to the police station and engages in a conversation with Director Li. Inside the office, Director Li inquires urgently, has Qi Lin been contacted? Qin Yu shakes his head. He left in a hurry. He certainly wouldn't dare use the phone he used at the station, so I haven't been able to locate him for now. Isn't he staying at the address you arranged in the planning area? Old Li asks, somewhat curious. After arranging things for Qi Lin, my friend went out to attend to other matters and won't be back for a while. Qin Yu responds softly, but it's all right. I know where Qi Lin is. I can just go find him directly. You must do it swiftly. Old Li says in a low voice that I've concluded my discussions with the teacher. As long as we can establish the supply channels, everything else can be negotiated. That I can leave. But how do I explain my absence to the station? Qin Yu probes. Old Li chuckles. I've already arranged everything for you. Just tell them you're going to Fengbei for training for 2 weeks. The reason is that since you shot Matsushita, you are bound to be promoted to a level 2 officer and officially take on the role of team leader. So the station has, as per usual, approved your training. Should I submit a report to the team? No need. I've taken care of the paperwork. Just spread the word in your team that you're leaving. All right, I understand. Qin Yu nods. Xiao Yu, you know how serious this situation is. Oldly sighs, his brow furrowed as he warns, whether I can retain my position and whether you can remain in Songjiang hinges on this instance. Upon hearing this, Qinyu stands, his expression grave as he replies, I will do my utmost to resolve the matter. Very well. Go. Oldly nods in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Qinyu arrives at the often overlooked third group of the First Division. Summoning Guanqi, Zhu Wei, and Tai Ji brothers for a brief meeting. I will be away for half a month. During this time, you will handle cases with the third team. I have already made arrangements. Regardless of what happens in the future, you will have a place to go, Qinyu says with a warm smile as he sits down. I've been in Songjiang for a while now. And to be honest, I am quite grateful for everyone's support during this critical time. If, by some stroke of luck, we manage to get through this, wherever Qinyu, go, you all will follow. Guanqi scratches his nose and chuckles. We weren't exactly significant players in the First Division anyway. Old Zhu has tried several times to get promoted to team leader, but Yuan Ku has consistently ignored him. So, for us minor players, since the opportunities for advancement are limited, we may as well stick with those we feel comfortable around. Indeed, Zhu Wei concurs, we have already chosen our sides, and there is no point in regretting it now. To put it bluntly, if Old Li really can't handle it, I can always leave the police station. I refuse to believe that after I confronted Yuan Ku in Tujia Street, he would still send 2 people to eliminate someone as insignificant as me. Don't worry, team leader. We are seasoned veterans in the police station, and we know how to navigate these waters, Guanqi reassures him. At this moment, everyone is aware that Qinyu's leave of absence is certainly not for training in Fongbei. Old Li must have special arrangements for him, which is why they are encouraging him so. Thank you for your understanding. Qinyu stands and pats Zhu Wei on the shoulder, saying, you will be in charge of the team during my absence. Handle what you can, and for anything you can't, reach out to the captain of the third team. He has a solid relationship with old Li.as. Everyone rises. Qinyu extends his hand, grinning, then wish me a smooth journey. They exchange glances and place their hands on his, collectively exclaiming, safe travels. Later that afternoon, on the road to number 88 Courtyard, Qinyu turns to Lao and asks, did you tell Old Li that you were going with me to the planning area? Oh, I forgot. Lao replies, sniffling repeatedly, appearing somewhat dazed. Are you out of your mind? Old Li definitely doesn't want you to go. Why didn't you mention it earlier? He'll think I dragged you along. Qinyu scolds him. Calm down, Lao dismisses, spitting as he pulls out his phone and dials Old Li. After a few seconds, hello. I'm going to the planning area with Qinyu. Lao gets straight to the point. Director Li is taken aback for 3 or 4 seconds before exclaiming incredulously, what the hell are you going to the planning area with Qinyu for? Just for fun. Lao replies, are you out of your mind? That place is even messier than Tujia Street. What are you getting involved in? Get back here. Old Li, usually composed, loses his cool when confronted with Lao's antics. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just letting you know that I'll send the leave request over shortly. You need to come back. Don't shout at me. If something happens to Xiao Yu alone, it would be difficult for him to handle. If I go, I can give him some advice. Don't you dare give him advice. If you do, he'll surely end up in trouble because of you. Old Li shouts in frustration. Get back to the station now. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely going. Lao responds nonchalantly. Just stay calm at home. This time, I'll secure the supply channels. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I'll risk everything to make it happen. Upon hearing this, Old Li is momentarily speechless and refrains from further reprimanding him. Call me if you need anything. Lao hangs up. On the road, Qinyu glances at Lao with a smile from the outside. It seems you harbor some resentment towards Old Li, but in reality, you care about him. Who cares about him? I'm just worried that once he's out of the picture, he won't be able to do as he pleases in the police station anymore. Lao retorts, rolling his eyes. Let us move. Stop dawdling. Upon returning to number 88 Courtyard, they quickly pack their belongings before locking the door and heading outside. On the way, Qinyu glances at Lin Yinlei's room. Noting the door is tightly shut and she is not home. What are you staring at my wife's house for? Lao squints at him. Have some self-respect. Lin Yinlei told me she would only agree to be your mother. Qinyu retorts, get lost. Lao questions, tell me the truth. Are you a bit smitten with Lei Lei? Stop stalling. Qinyu quickens his pace. By 8:30 p.m., a military truck loaded with supplies departs with Lao and Qinyu, heading towards the planning area, which is even more chaotic than Tujia Street. Once outside of District 9, Lao immediately feels the temperature drop again. Sitting in the truck bed, wrapped in 3 or 4 military coats. He lifts the canvas curtain to peer outside, exclaiming, "It must be over -40 degrees, right?" "About that," Chinyu replies softly, rubbing his hands together. "Don't just sit there. Get up and move around a bit to keep warm." "Hey, did you also take a vehicle when you arrived?" Lao casually asks. That I sat for a while, then walked the rest of the way. "Truly a soldier," Lao remarks, somewhat speechless, after approximately 5 hours of driving along the icy roads. They finally arrive at a small military supply station. They disembark, pay, and hop into a nearly obsolete gasoline-powered off-road vehicle to continue their journey. Given the harsh conditions, electric or hybrid vehicles are far too unstable for long-distance travel in such temperatures. The gasoline off-roader was arranged through connections by Director Lee. Despite its dilapidated state, it still cost a substantial sum. However, the warmth of the car's heating system is functional, and its off-road capabilities remain relatively intact, rendering it quite robust and reliable. On the road, I often gazed curiously at the snow-covered landscape, my face filled with wonder as I pointed to several large iron structures in the distance. Asking, "What are those for?" "They are marker towers," Chinyu casually replied. "You can't see them in the dark, but there's a wire mesh beneath the towers." "What do they mark?" "Nuclear fallout," Chinyu explained in a matter-of-fact tone. After the catastrophe, the government constructed numerous defensive structures, all of which ultimately failed. Many of those buildings contained nuclear energy equipment. When disaster struck, it led to catastrophic explosions, leaving vast radiation zones behind. The purpose of that tower is to warn those in the planned area to stay away. Sighing, I remarked, "At least they attempted something." Chinyu, driving the car, idly asked, "What is the nature of your relationship with Old Lee?" Startled, I replied, "What? Can't I say?" Chinyu chuckled. "Then I won't ask any further. There's really nothing that can't be said." I retorted, pulling out my e-cigarette and turning to Chinyu. "Old Lee is my uncle. He entered the police force after my father died in an incident while protecting him, so my feelings towards him are somewhat conflicted. It would be a lie to say I don't harbor resentment. Yet Old Lee has treated me exceptionally well over the years. I constantly force myself not to dwell on the past. But as a son, I can't simply forget." Chinyu was silent for a moment before saying, "You are better off than I am. At least you have a relative to resent, while I have no one at all." I took a drag from my cigarette, remaining silent. "Do you know what happened between your father and Old Lee?" Chinyu inquired again, but I've heard it was Old Lee's mistake that led to my father taking the fall. I replied, "Has Old Lee ever explained it to you?" "No, he never brings it up. When I was younger, I often tried to steer the conversation in that direction, but he never engaged. Perhaps he finds it too uncomfortable to remember." I gazed blankly out the window, reflecting, Old Lee's kindness towards you is well known within the police force. The past is the past. Clinging to it only serves to deepen the rift between you and Old Lee, which is ultimately pointless. Chinyu gently advised. "How many brothers would intentionally harm their own siblings? Besides, your understanding of the situation is based solely on hearsay. The truth may be entirely different from what you believe. Don't you think?" I hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, let us talk about something more uplifting." Chinyu grinned, changing the subject. "When do you plan to get married? Is it with Lei Lei?" The mere mention of matters between men and women seemed to ignite my enthusiasm. "Can you show a little decorum?" I was just about to curse when I suddenly noticed a group of individuals dressed in thick coats rushing out from beside a dilapidated building ahead. Immediately shouting, "Old, grab your gun quickly." "What is going on?" I straightened up in my seat. Ahead, a dozen individuals had formed a line, blocking the road. Chinyu did not drive closer, but stopped over 20 meters away. "What is the situation?" he called out through the open window, braving the wind and snow. "Brother, please spare us some food. We're starving to death." 2 men emerged from the crowd. Chinyu shouted back, "Can't you see this is a military vehicle? We have no food, so scram. If you don't have food, then give us some gas, clothes, or money." The 2 men continued to advance, sitting in the car. I observed the crowd and noticed their frostbitten faces, including children and the elderly. My heart softened, and I said, "Let us give them something." Chinyu, however, was in stark contrast to his demeanor in the 9th District. His expression turned cold as he shouted again, "I'll say it one more time, scram." "Damn, how brazen. If you don't give us anything, we want to leave," the 2 men responded, halting their advance in response. Chinyu shifted gears and slammed on the accelerator, driving straight toward the crowd. "What the hell?" I exclaimed, grabbing Qin Yu's arm. If they don't give us anything, just let it be. Don't run them over. As the car approached, the crowd scattered in panic. Without time to explain, Qin Yu swiftly grabbed a firearm and fired a shot into the center of the throng. The sharp crack of gunfire caused the crowd to disperse once more. With deft maneuvers, Qin Yu steered the vehicle into the snowy terrain, pressing the accelerator hard as he sought out the shiny, hard-packed snow to gain speed. Moments later, a group of 20 or so individuals rushed out from the dilapidated buildings, opening fire towards us. Fortunately, Qin Yu reacted quickly, steering away to evade them. I sat in the car, drenched in cold sweat, looking back in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell? These people aren't just asking for food. They're trying to rob us." If I had parked closer, we would have been stripped of our clothes and left to freeze. Qin Yu replied expressionlessly, "The people here are no longer human. We were driving a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us. Do you know what this place is called?" Turning to me, he asked, "No idea?" I shook my head. "This is San Kanzi. 3 years ago. 10 supply trucks from the northern district passed through here and were completely robbed. The military commander was furious and dispatched over 1,000 men to eradicate the bandits. Yet, within a day, nearly all of them were wiped out, with only about 300 managing to escape." Qin Yu pointed out the road we had just traversed. "If you were to take a shovel and dig in the snow, you might just uncover a body." After a long pause, I suddenly asked, "Have you ever robbed supplies in San Kanzi?" Qin Yu chuckled lightly. "I never robbed anyone. I've built my reputation here." Haha. I nervously laughed in response. That we exchanged glances before Qin Yu sighed and added, "I'm human too. I need to eat. I understand." I nodded. After driving for several more hours, we finally approached the southern planned area, where the temperature was slightly higher and not as frigid as the north. The place where Qi Lin was hiding is called Feng'an, situated in a plain area backed by mountains and not along the main highway. Many people often form groups to hunt in the mountains, both for personal consumption and to sell for a little money in the special district. Thus, the environment and security here are comparatively better than in San Kanzi. Qin Yu had not spent much time around Feng'an. As the locals are quite insular, 100 people might thrive on the mountainous resources, but if 200, 300, or more tried to settle here, there wouldn't be enough to go around. Hence, outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to establish themselves here. However, while Qin Yu had never stayed here, he had a friend with some standing who lived here, which is why he chose to place Qi Lin here for refuge. The car stopped in front of a makeshift wooden and mud house, and both of us stepped out. "What the hell? Is this place fit for humans?" I remarked, gazing at the crooked dwelling and the barren land surrounding it. In comparison, the 9th district seems like paradise. Now I understand why you could settle in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can thrive anywhere. When you meet Qi Lin, mind your words. He's already in a low mood. If you start rambling, it will only make things worse, Qin Yu cautioned. "No worries. If I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll get restless," I retorted, hands behind my back. "You're just asking for it." Qin Yu chuckled helplessly as he stepped toward the door. Creak. The door swung open as Qi Lin, alerted by the sound of the car, stepped out and froze upon seeing us. I strode forward and playfully slapped Qi Lin on the head, exclaiming, "Little brother, did you miss me?" What brings you two here?" Qi Lin stammered, taken aback. "That we came to find you. Since we couldn't reach you, we thought we'd check in," I tossed out casually as I stepped inside and called, "Mom." Xiao Yu. Qi Lin's younger sister, Qi Yu, emerged from an inner room, greeting, "Brother Do, my little sister has grown up. You look so chubby," I exclaimed, ever the chatterbox. "Old, you're back?" Mother sat on the heated bed in the house and called out. Upon hearing her voice, Lao handed a large bag filled with food he and Qin Yu had purchased to Qi Yu, smiling as he said, "It's all for you. There are more snacks and new clothes in the car. I'll get them for you in a moment." "Thank you, brother," Qi Yu replied, accepting the heavy bag, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she took her guide stick and led Lao into the inner room. Lao, sitting on the bed, asked cheerfully, "How is your health, mother?" Quite well," she responded. "That's good to hear. You should smoke less and live a few more years. I am about to become the police chief soon. And when that happens, I will take you and Qi Lin back to enjoy a prosperous life." The eldest son chatted amiably with the elderly lady in another room. Qi Lin invited Qin Yu to sit on the cold bed and said with a smile, "Let me get you some water." No, you sit down." Qin Yu waved his hand. Qi Lin complied and sat beside him. "Are you feeling any better?" Qin Yu asked directly. All healed, Chi Lin replied, moving his limbs with gratitude. Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have perished here. There were no medical supplies, and he arranged for someone to deliver them to me and even secured this room for me. As long as you are fine, Qin Yu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Lin leaned in and whispered to Qin Yu. Did the Yuan family cause trouble after I left? Yes, the situation is not good. Qin Yu nodded in response. A lot has happened recently. Lao and I came here out of desperation and wanted to inquire about the situation. What happened? Think carefully. Before Along got into trouble, did he mention anything else to you apart from that package? Including any friends, brothers, or acquaintances he had outside? Qin Yu spoke rapidly. To be frank, the Ma family is in dire straits now, and Li Si has also been forced to take sides due to your incident. Yuan Hua has not retaliated yet, only because he stirred up quite a commotion on Tuzha Street recently and needs to lie low for a while. However, he will undoubtedly continue to cause trouble later. As for Lao Li, without a supply channel, he cannot establish strong connections and has no way to help Lao Ma get back on his feet. Thus, Lao and I came here mainly to ask about the supply channels, after listening to Qin Yu's detailed explanation. Qi Lin stared blankly at the ground, remaining silent. What's wrong? Qin Yu noticed something was off with Qi Lin and pressed for an answer, but Qi Lin remained silent for a long moment before suddenly standing up. Bending down to lift the bed sheet, and silently pulling out a black leather bag from beneath. Qin Yu was taken aback. What does this mean? Open the bag and take a look. Qi Lin tossed it to Qin Yu. The latter opened the bag and glanced inside. Pulling out a notebook, Qi Lin sat back down on the bed, rubbing his face with a look of resignation. This bag was left for me by my older brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside, and when I found myself in dire straits, I should reach out to that person. At the time, I didn't take it seriously because I was still working in the police department and hadn't reached a point of desperation. Later, after my brother was gone and Yuan co-pressured me for supply channels, I remembered this bag. However, I had given it to Bella, and when I went back to retrieve it, I happened to catch her in a compromising situation with Lao Hu. I was furious, and she might have been scared, so she said she had thrown the bag away. Thus, I thought it was lost. Qin Yu listened, stunned, but unexpectedly, when I escaped here with my mother and younger sister. I found this bag with my mother. Qi Lin turned his head, smiling as he said, this bag wasn't thrown away by Bella. My mother, being meticulous, used it to pack her belongings that night when I told her and my sister that we needed to flee. She brought a lot of luggage, and this bag was included. Qin Yu was left speechless. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Qi Lin's eyes involuntarily flashed with anger, his voice laced with sarcasm and coldness as he said, when I desperately searched for this bag, I thought it was lost. Yet, when I had killed someone, lost my job, sustained injuries, and fled with my family, it appeared out of nowhere. Do you think heaven is being kind to me? Huh? Qin Yu observed Qi Lin and suddenly felt that, although his appearance remained unchanged, he had undergone an indescribable transformation. I looked at the notebook, and there's only one page with writing. It's a contact number. Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu and said, but I can't make calls from here. Your arrival is timely. Let us find my brother's friend and, by all means, establish the supply channel. Are you suggesting? Qin Yu asked, testing the waters. I used to look down on my brother, thinking he lacked responsibility and only lived for himself. Qi Lin said with a smile. Speaking clearly, but now, I intend to follow the same path he took. The work he did before will now be done by me. After dark, Qin Yu and Lao accompanied Qi Lin's family for dinner, continuously comforting Qi's mother, assuring her that once the storm passed, they would find a way for Qi Lin to return to the 9th District as a police officer. At this moment, the elderly lady was still unaware that Along had died. Nor did she hope for her son to become wealthy. She only wished to return to her previous life, where her children had jobs and food to eat, so that even if she were to close her eyes one day, she could rest easy. However, both Qin Yu and Lao knew that as long as the Yuan family remained intact and Qi Lin did not experience a significant change in status, the prospect of returning to the 9th District to continue his work as a police officer was nothing but a pipe dream. After dinner, the three brothers went to Qi Lin's room. Lao reached out to firmly close the door and pulled out an old phone from his pocket. This phone uses a virtual card, and the carrier is a small company in Phone Bay. Lao handed the phone to Qi Lin. Use this to contact your brother's friend. All right, Qi Lin replied, taking the phone and looking down at the contact information in the notebook before decisively dialing the number. After a few seconds, Qi-Lin shook his head. Can't get through. It says the phone is off. Qin pondered for a moment, his expression grim as he analyzed. It's possible that your brother's friend heard the rumors in Songjiang and knows your brother is in trouble. So he might have changed his number. Damn, if that's the case, aren't we done for? Lao cursed, his heart racing. Little Lin, send a text to that number. Qin Yu took out his e-cigarette and instructed, be direct and tell him that a long has passed. Mention that you are his younger brother and can no longer stay in the 9th district, which is why you are reaching out. Wouldn't that make him panic? Qi-Lin frowned and asked. Lying won't help, Qin Yu insisted. With such a big commotion in Songjiang. Your brother's friend must have heard the news. Thus, being honest will only reflect sincerity. Fine. Qi-Lin relented, lowered his head, composed a text message, and sent it to the number. Qin Yu took a puff of his e-cigarette and sighed. The rest is up to fate. If your brother's friend has already panicked and changed his number, then our chances of finding him are slim. However, if he is still observing, he should return our call. Lao clasped his hands together. Sighing as he mumbled, I pray to Buddha, if we can successfully receive a call from Ah Long's friend, I am willing for Yuan Ku to die a miserable death. 2 full days passed. And the 3 brothers had yet to receive a response from Ah Long's friend, leaving everyone feeling utterly uncertain. Inside the house, Lao, who had always been carefree, now wore a worried expression, walking around with his hands behind his back, saying, I think this matter is hopeless. If he were still using this number, the text would have elicited some response by now. Indeed, Qi-Lin replied, sitting on the bed with a furrowed brow. His silence likely indicates that the phone is no longer in use. Qin Yu remained silent. If that were the case, it would be a complete disaster. Lao sighed and cursed. If this keeps up, I won't be able to return to Songjiang either. Yuri's still safe. At least you have Lao Li protecting you. Yuan Ku and his crew won't move against you right away. Qin Yu looked up and responded. But I am done for. Without a supply line, at most I can last 2 or 3 months before they come for me. As the 3 of them spoke, an anxious silence enveloped the room. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the last word was spoken, the phone rang suddenly. The 3 of them perked up, and Qin Yu immediately turned to Lao, asking, Is it yours? Lao was stunned for half a second, then looked down and pulled out his phone from the right pocket of his pants, a look of sheer joy on his face as he exclaimed, Yes, it's a new number. Damn it. Quickly let Qi-Lin answer. Qin Yu, unable to contain his excitement, urged as he rose from his seat. Qi-Lin's face also lit up with joy as he reached for the phone, exclaiming, I told you, the heavens have tormented me enough. They must leave a glimmer of hope. With that, Qi-Lin pressed the answer button. Hello, a deep male voice resonated through the line. Qi-Lin switched to speakerphone. Is this Along's friend? The other party remained silent upon hearing his voice. You needn't think too much. I am Along's younger brother. Qi-Lin hastily added, fearing the call would end. I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are. How can you prove you're Along's brother? The other party finally responded, My name is Qi-Lin, that I have an elderly mother and a younger sister. My elder brother, Along, left home 2 years ago, and hasn't he been in touch since? Qi-Lin elaborated on his brother's details. He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has a habit of resting one foot on the chair while eating. After a lengthy silence, the other man finally spoke. Along is dead. Why are you contacting me? He gave me your contact information before he left, instructing me to reach out to you when I find myself in dire straits. Qi-Lin replied, candidly, I am in dire straits now. Along is dead, and his men have been captured. The other party said cautiously, I might also be on thin ice in Songjiang, and I currently lack the capacity to help others. You are on your own. Brother, wait. Qi-Lin, sensing the impending end of the call, quickly interjected, I am not here to seek refuge. I wish to discuss business. What business? The business my brother had with you before. The other party hesitated for a moment before responding with a mocking laugh. He mentioned you. In this line of work, your character won't suffice. Not necessarily, Qi-Lin replied assertively. Before I left Songjiang, I fired shots on Century Avenue, took down a tiger, and single-handedly rescued my sister. My brother wasn't necessarily any more capable when he was alive. After hearing this, the other man fell into a lengthy silence before asking. In the drug trade, courage is a fundamental quality, but to get involved, you must have connections. Is the Ma family's connection viable? Qi-Lin swiftly retorted, I can still utilize his connections. Have you reached an agreement? Yes, I can contact Old Ma right now. Just securing a deal with the Ma family isn't enough. The other party shook his head. The police chief's nephew is right here with me. At that moment, Cheelin demonstrated the keen perception he had honed within the police chief's inner circle, articulating his words with great finesse. If we include them, will that suffice? After careful consideration, the other party replied ambiguously. Wait for my news. All right. With that, the two ended the call. In the south, within the planning area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asian map, a middle-aged man with a crew cut dialed a number. After several seconds, he spoke calmly. Hello? Boss, Qilong's younger brother has contacted me. The boss on the other end paused momentarily. Why has he suddenly contacted you? He said he wants to re-establish the drug line and wishes to source goods from us. The middle-aged man reported succinctly. I probed him, and he claims he has already made arrangements with the Ma family. With the backing of Old Lee from the Black Street, it seems we are the last ones he needs to convince. Do you know about Qilong's family situation? The boss suddenly inquired. I have a fair understanding, as Along shared some details about his family with me. The middle-aged man nodded. When I spoke with the kid earlier, the information he provided matched what I knew. Moreover, some details can only be confirmed by those who have spent considerable time together. Therefore, I personally believe he is not lying. He is indeed Qilong's younger brother. The boss fell silent. Do you think I should meet him? The middle-aged man tentatively suggested after a pause. The market in Songjiang has collapsed, and we've lost a crucial channel for shipment. Within 2 months, our stock has piled up significantly, so I think it would be beneficial to connect with him. If he truly has the capability to get things back on track, we could save ourselves the trouble of re-establishing our presence in Songjiang. That's somewhat risky. The boss shook his head. What if Qilong's brother has already been captured by the Yuan family? If he deliberately leads you astray, how will you respond? I am not afraid of Yuan Hua from Songjiang, but I fear the pharmaceutical companies backing him. We have disrupted their markets by producing drugs independently across various regions. So both the Yuan family and those pharmaceutical companies, along with numerous recipients of their bribes, would eagerly seek us out to eliminate us. That shouldn't be the case, right? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Regarding the situation in Songjiang, I have inquired. This Qilong's brother, Qilin, is the one who killed Yuan Hua's close uncle and took down a high-ranking tiger. He was forced to flee the 9th district due to such enmities. It is not easy to resolve that. Does this Qilin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, he has an elderly mother and a younger sister. If those two are already under Yuan Hua's control, could Qilin potentially collaborate with them? The boss inquired further. The middle-aged man fell silent at this. That we are not fully aware of the specific circumstances in Songjiang. If Qilin is currently under their control, then your appearance will undoubtedly draw attention. They wouldn't need to act immediately. Just by monitoring your connection, they could trace us back. The boss spoke with utmost caution. If we are exposed, given our current situation, we would undoubtedly face annihilation from the combined forces of the pharmaceutical companies and political connections. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of uncertainty. As long as we can continue to produce drugs, we will never lack a market in this era. Currently, we appear quite weak compared to the officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, so we must exercise extreme caution. First, we seek survival, then development, the boss advised quietly. I do not recommend taking the risk of contacting Qilin. It would be best to lay low and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line at this moment. The middle-aged man grappled with two thoughts. First, his bond with Qilong was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, Qilong would not have entrusted his contact information to his brother, foreseeing potential trouble. Thus, the middle-aged man wished to lend Qilin a helping hand. Second, within this clandestine drug production team, the middle-aged man played the role of overseeing regional markets. The Songjiang area had always been his source of income. If that were to be cut off, he would not only suffer substantial financial losses, but also face a decline in his status within the team. After careful deliberation, he grit his teeth and pressed on. I believe Qilin will pose no issues, as I have heard that Old Lee from the Black Street indeed has had conflicts with Yuan Ku. Moreover, considerable effort went into establishing the Songjiang line initially. I genuinely do not wish to abandon it so easily. So, what you mean is, I want to make contact with Qilin, the middle-aged man asserted through gritted teeth. But rest assured, if the other party harbors ill intentions, I will sever ties before it reaches the company. That I will not implicate anyone. The boss remained silent for a moment before responding quietly. Very well. If that is the case, proceed as I instructed. Half an hour later, Qilin answered the ringing phone. Hello, we can meet. The middle-aged man got straight to the point. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you at the Jijiang living area in Jiangzhou. There is an entertainment venue called the Baijinhan Palace. You must arrive by 8 in the evening. Qilin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? That's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in 3 days. As long as you don't dawdle on the road, there will be ample time. The middle-aged man replied insistently. I will wait for you for 3 days. Fine, I understand. That's settled, the middle-aged man concluded, promptly hanging up the phone. Inside, Qin Yu looked at Qilin with urgency, asking, So, what did he say? We can meet, but it's in Jiangzhou, and he requires us to arrive within 3 days. Qilin replied with a frown. The timeline is rather tight. Oldwin chimed in. Jiangzhou is quite far from here. We haven't met this person before. Relying solely on a phone number to rush over could be quite perilous. What if he has ulterior motives? We might not make it back safely. Holding his phone, Qilin turned to the two of them and declared, whether the other side lays a feast or sets traps. I am determined to go. Otherwise, I will never have a chance to turn my life around. Qin Yu turned to Lao and said, Fugaway, you have connections. You need not go. Nonsense. The trade of pharmaceuticals pertains to old Li's very life and livelihood. If you two are fighting, how can I not join the fray? Lao replied without hesitation. For the first time, I feel my mother's choice of name for me is indeed auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since the decision has been made, let us not hesitate any longer. Qin Yu nodded and instructed, make arrangements for my mother and younger sister. We shall depart tonight. Understood. Qilin affirmed. That evening, Qin Yu called his friend John, who helped arrange alternative lodging for his mother and sister for a few days, paying in cash for their meals. Once settled, the three of them purchased 4 large barrels of gasoline at an exorbitant price from a fuel dealer before driving towards the Jiaozhou planned area. This journey offered no opportunity for retreat. Each person's life and fortune rested upon their ability to connect with the pharmaceutical supplier in this chaotic era, with the 9 districts fragmented and the wilderness teeming with life. 3 brothers, united in their dire circumstances, truly embarked on their journey from this day forth. Qilin's residence was approximately 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou, and in the past, this distance could be covered in a mere 20 hours by car. However, the current environment was harsh, and the devastation in various regions had transformed the landscape beyond recognition. As the vehicle left the north, Qilin encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the Central Plains. Alongside the remnants of a once great riverbed, now dry and barren, which had once nourished countless lives, the survival conditions in Asia were roughly divided into 3 tiers. The third tier consisted of uninhabitable zones, severely affected by disasters, where land lay parched and cracked, devoid of water for hundreds of miles. Others experienced perennial cold, with the earth frozen for countless miles. Some areas had transformed entirely into vast oceans. Before the calamity, the government had employed extensive technological measures to combat the disaster, but these efforts ultimately crumbled in the face of nature's wrath. Furthermore, these projects left behind numerous hidden ailments, such as nuclear hazards and radioactive chemical sources, rendering these regions no longer safe for human presence. Perhaps it would take decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier comprised the planned areas, where, although the environment was harsh, the populace could still adapt. However, due to geographical limitations and the scarcity of resources across the 9 districts, these areas could not yet evolve into officially sanctioned zones protected by a unified government, where social conditions were stable and living standards relatively comfortable. The first tier consisted of genuine living areas established by the united government, divided into 4 zones in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Union, plus a specially created 9th special zone. Among these, our Chinese compatriots possess 2 major urban districts. The 7th and 8th zones, wielding considerable influence within the united government. When disaster truly struck, the world finally witnessed the might of 1.4 billion people, their roar, and their miracles. The Jiangzhou planned area, situated near the 7th zone, boasted a relatively better geographical environment than the north, with several thriving urban centers, such as the Jianshi living area mentioned by Brother Kong. Jiangzhou, as a whole, was referred to as the quasi-10th zone. In recent years, the united government had contemplated constructing a new city here, but due to limited resources and the complexities of managing a large populace, coupled with numerous civil forces, the plan ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of relentless travel, Qin Yu, Qilin, and Lao finally arrived in Jianshi. Their journey, crossing regions, had been fraught with innumerable challenges and hardships that in hindsight, Lao admitted that had it not been for Qin Yu's presence in the vehicle and his extensive life experience in this area, both Lao and Qi Lin might have faltered along the way. Some matters cannot merely be resolved through courage. Though the journey was arduous, they were relieved to have reached their destination. Upon entering Jianshi, the trio quickly enjoyed a warm meal and took a brief respite for a few hours before hastening to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment City. As night fell, in this era, entertainment venues no longer mirrored the grandeur of previous clubs, nightclubs, or KTVs. When basic sustenance was scarce, there was little time to indulge in the revelry of song and dance. The Buckingham Palace consisted of 3 levels, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a relaxation area akin to a light bar. Nowadays, very few patrons visited for mere leisure. Most were there for business meetings and serious discussions. Due to scarcity of resources, the cost of consumption had naturally risen significantly. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qi Lin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, and a service attendant escorted in a dozen striking young women. Is this the extent of the beverages? The attendant inquired politely. Yes, Qi Lin nodded. Then you 3 may choose your companions. The attendant grinned, adding, we have a variety of talents here, from singing to playing instruments. Qin Yu and the others had come for serious business, their minds far removed from such frivolities. Thus they politely declined, saying, let us wait a moment. Our main guest has yet to arrive. Just as the attendant was about to respond, a girl on the far left suddenly stepped forward with a bright smile, saying, come on, just pick 3. We all have tasks, and if we don't get a stage today, not only do we earn nothing, but we also face deductions. Lao, ever the flirt, turned to the girl and scrutinized her closely. Seeing her bright eyes, lovely smile, and alluring figure, he grinned and retorted, with looks like yours, how could you possibly lack business? The girl, noticing Lao's interest, stepped closer, saying, here, we have women of every shade. The competition is fierce. If I don't work hard, I want to earn a penny. Lao then leaned towards Qin Yu and whispered, in a place like this, we shouldn't be too conspicuous. Perhaps we can let a few of them sit down until the main guest arrives. Then send them away. After all, you'll want to entertain him as well. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, realizing Lao had a point, and nodded. Let us keep 3. What are the names of the young ladies? Lao asked the girl. Coco, she replied. Let 2 of your friends join us, Lao casually suggested. Coco paused, taken aback. What? No friends here? Lao teased. I do. Coco quickly recovered, pointing to 2 girls on her left. You 2, come sit down. The 2 girls approached and settled beside Qi Lin and Qin Yu. The service attendant bowed politely, saying, enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. After exchanging pleasantries, the rest of the staff departed. Bored, Lao glanced at Coco's long legs and couldn't resist reaching out to touch them, remarking, you're quite bouncy, aren't you? Brother, you're quite flirtatious, she replied. Not flirtatious, just a little flavorful, Lao retorted. Qi Lin, seated nearby, felt a headache coming on and leaned closer to Qin Yu, muttering, he really has no limits. Coco crossed her legs and inadvertently moved Lao's hand away, saying, your hands are quite nice looking. Meanwhile, downstairs, a middle-aged man with a crew cut walked into the hall alone. The service attendant immediately approached him. Sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation? My surname is Kong. I've booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting. The man surveyed the surroundings. Very well, please follow me. The attendant replied, stepping aside with a smile to lead the way. Under the attendant's guidance, Brother Kong entered the suite on the 3rd floor. After glancing around, he sat on the bed and took out his phone to send a text. Boss, I've arrived and am ready to make contact with them. Understood, came a prompt reply. With permission granted, Kong dialed Qi Lin's number. Hello, Brother Kong. Qi Lin replied, having learned the man's name through previous interactions. We've arrived at the Buckingham Palace. Where are you? Kong inquired. We're in a private room on the 2nd floor. Qi Lin responded truthfully. Kong licked his lips, pausing for a moment in the darkened room before replying. Come to Suite 09 on the 3rd floor. Okay, understood. After the 2 concluded their conversation, Brother Kong stepped towards the door of the room, peering through the peephole of the wooden door to observe Suite 09 diagonally across the hall. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Qi Lin tucked away his phone and immediately turned to Qin Yu and Lao, exclaiming, the person has arrived. They are on the 3rd floor. Didn't we agree to meet in this private room? Why have they suddenly gone to the third floor? Lao furrowed his brow in response. This old rascal must have something up his sleeve. Before he could finish, Qin Yu swiftly pinched Lao's wrist. Looking up at the three young ladies and instructing, "You all go out first." Lao fell silent at the sound of his voice. Kiki hesitated for a moment, then promptly said to the other two girls, "Let's step out for a bit and let the boss handle his business." Once Kiki and the others left, Qin Yu, seated on the sofa, turned serious and remarked, "We also barged in here without a clue. None of us can ascertain what kind of individuals we are dealing with. It would be wise to proceed with caution, as it is prudent to guard against the treacherous rather than the noble." The two, upon hearing this, drew the handguns they had purchased alongside their off-road vehicle from their waists, checked them thoroughly, and then retrieved their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open with a creak. And Kiki stood frozen, staring at the trio who were fiddling with their firearms. Qin Yu turned to the doorway, his eyes cold as he questioned Kiki, "Who the hell let you in?" I left my bag on the sofa." "You guys continue with what you're doing. I'll come back for it later," Kiki stammered, quickly shutting the door. Lao glanced at the sofa, confirming Kiki's bag was indeed there before turning back and saying, "Hurry up." After ensuring they were well prepared, the three hastened out of the private room, heading towards the third floor. Upstairs, Brother Kang's phone rang. He glanced at the number before answering, just as hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. In the corridor, a young man clad in a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered marten pants, and scuffed leather boots, with his hands tucked into the sleeves and a ponytail cascading down his back, led four companions leisurely towards Suite 09. The man in the sheepskin coat, with a long face adorned with a thick beard and sharp eyes that bore a faint smile, initially turned to survey the corridor behind him before stating, "The person is right here. Go ahead." No sooner had the words left his lips than his companions on either side quickened their pace toward the front, when suddenly a shout erupted from the direction of the second-floor staircase. "Brown, I've given you all my capital. What do you mean by treating me this way? Dear Wu, please don't act like a gambler. I'm not God. I can't guarantee everyone profits." "Nonsense, you have set me up." At the sound of the commotion from the second-floor platform, the man near the left side of the corridor immediately turned to the man in the sheepskin coat and asked, "Are we still going ahead?" "Ignore it. You all carry on," the man in the coat replied, still with his hands tucked in his sleeves. With that, the two hastened their steps. On the second-floor platform, three middle-aged men were embroiled in a heated altercation with three Caucasians. Shouting and cursing, reeking of alcohol, the narrow staircase leading to the third floor became a bottleneck, blocking Qin Yu and his companions from ascending. Observing that the opposing party had indulged too much, Qin Yu reached out and shoved one of the Caucasian men, saying, "Make way, you bastard. Do you have any idea how expensive my suit is? Get lost." The Caucasian retorted arrogantly. Lao stepped forward, revealing his firearm at his waist, and delivered a swift slap to the man's face with his left hand, declaring, "You're here eating off our turf. Don't you understand the meaning of discretion? Get out of my way." Upon seeing Lao brandishing a gun, the Caucasian was taken aback. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, forcing Lao and Shi Lin to follow him up the stairs. Within 10 seconds, the three reached the third-floor corridor. Just as they turned to locate Suite 09, according to the signage, a loud bang echoed from the left, followed by the sound of a door being kicked open. Qin Yu turned at the noise. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the Buckingham Palace. "What is happening?" Shi Lin instinctively reached for his waist. Qin Yu reacted swiftly, glancing at the signage and realizing that the gunfire originated from Suite 09. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor, Brother Kang's face was pale with panic as he looked at the man in the sheepskin coat. "You bastards." The man in the coat pulled his right hand from his sleeve, grinning as he patted Brother Kang's cheek. "Does seeing me excite you? You. Don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you." The man in the coat chided with a smile, then waved his hand. "Let us go." Gunfire has erupted. One of his companions pointed at Brother Kong, alerting the man in the coat. "This venue is tied to his boss." The man in the coat casually brushed back his ponytail, showing no signs of alarm. "Going out the front is too troublesome. Let us jump out the window." Upon hearing this, the group swiftly moved towards the window. In the corridor, after a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu suddenly sprinted ahead, navigating two sharp turns, just in time to witness Brother Kong being dragged towards the window. Lao, standing slightly behind, looked up at the scene on the windowsill, his quick mind urging, "Brother Kong," after calling out, Lao pulled Qin Yu to hide around the corner of the corridor, the window. Upon hearing the call, Brother Kong struggled to look back, and upon seeing the corridor empty, experienced as he was, yelled, "Help me!" Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man in the coat yanked Brother Kong and leaped out the window, the corner of the corridor. Lao snapped back to reality, looking at Qin Yu and declaring, "It's over. This guy is in trouble." Downstairs, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps thundered in. "Damn it," Qin Yu cursed, running his hand through his hair. "What kind of mess is this? Why does every task come with its own pitfalls? We must save Brother Kong. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." Qi Lin shouted, his eyes reddening as he sprinted towards the window. The three of them, Qin Yu, Lao, and Qi Lin, rushed to the window, peering down to see a landing on the second floor. The ponytailed man and his associates had jumped onto this landing and then descended the stairs beside it. Qin Yu stood at the window, looking up and ahead, noticing that the ponytailed man and his group had already taken Brother Kong across the street and were hastily making their way towards an alleyway. Brother Kong just called for help, which means he knows he's in a precarious situation, Qi Lin urged, his tone urgent. "We must rescue him. Otherwise, our efforts will have been in vain." Qin Yu understood Qi Lin's intent, and with no time for further hesitation, he turned to Lao and instructed, "You go get the car. I'll follow Qi Lin to see what's going on. You two be careful," Lao cautioned. "Grab the car and make the call." With that, Qin Yu tossed a quick remark over his shoulder, climbed onto the windowsill, and called out to Qi Lin, "Let us go." With that, the two leaped off the windowsill one after the other, while Lao turned and hurried towards the stairs leading down to the second floor. After navigating two sharp turns, just as Lao was about to descend, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps approaching from below. He soon spotted 7 or 8 lackeys in Buckingham Palace uniforms charging up the stairs, wielding weapons. They exchanged glances, and Lao reacted quickly, his face a mask of panic as he pointed down the corridor, shouting, "You guys finally made it. Someone just fired a gun and dragged a person out the window." "How many of them?" the lead lackey asked, frowning. "I didn't see clearly. Maybe 4 or 5, Lao replied. Stepping aside, seeing Lao alone, and noticing he bore no weapons, the group quickly dismissed the situation and charged towards the window. Lao wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering as he hurried down the stairs, "Damn, this little escapade has turned unexpectedly thrilling." At the rear of Buckingham Palace, after dashing down the steps of the landing, Qin Yu was just about to cross the street when Qi Lin suddenly pulled him back, saying, "It seems they haven't noticed someone is following them yet. Let us not rush in too recklessly. Let us get closer before we act." Qin Yu paused at Qi Lin's words, turning to him and responding, "I understand." After a brief exchange between the two, they hastily crossed the road and entered an alley. The power supply system in the planned area was already in a deplorable state, with most residential areas shrouded in darkness past 10 o'clock at night, let alone these neglected alleys. Thus, Qin Yu and Qi Lin strolled through the alley, only able to discern distant silhouettes, yet it was fortunate that the other party struggled to spot them as well. Maintaining a safe distance from one another, they proceeded with a sense of cautious tranquility. The alley was somewhat narrow and elongated. Gripping their firearms, Qin Yu and Qi Lin followed for approximately 200 meters. Turning twice before reaching the entrance of the alley, an old, battered pickup truck idled by the roadside. The ponytailed man had just approached the vehicle, pressing his gun against Kong Ji's head, when a young man clad in a black leather jacket approached from the left and began speaking to him in hushed tones. Due to the distance, Qin Yu and Qi Lin could not discern what the young man in the leather jacket was saying to the ponytailed man, but they sensed that this group might be preparing to withdraw. "Should we rush in and seize them?" Qi Lin asked in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Qin Yu, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, could clearly see the ponytailed man and his associates, so he shook his head in response. "I don't think these people are to be trifled with. The leather jackets and Doc Martens suggest they have spent time in lawless regions. Besides, we only have these 2 short guns. In close quarters, we wouldn't know what they might pull from their coats." After a moment's deliberation, Qi Lin gritted his teeth and replied, "If this doesn't work out, you can always return to the planned area, shielded by Li Si, and never worry about survival." "But what do I, Qi Lin, have? I've made it this far thanks to you two looking out for me. The drug line is my only chance for a turnaround. I must take the risk." Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. "Even if I could pull a mortar from my coat today, I would still prefer to confront them," he thought, resolute. Chi Lin tightened his grip on the gun and stepped forward, declaring, "I'll fire first, be by the roadside." The ponytailed man extracted a wad of cash from his coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, "Thanks for this. See you around. Don't mention it. Shout good out if you need anything. Just give me a call that it's crowded here. So I'll take my leave." The young man in the leather jacket replied, nodding respectfully. I in the alley. Qin Yu and Chi Lin moved in tandem, their eyes fixed on the ponytailed man, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters, 10 meters, as the distance between them closed. Qin Yu glanced at Chi Lin and whispered, "We can't go in headlong. I'll take out the two bystanders, and you capture the leader." "Understood." Chi Lin bent slightly, preparing to sprint forward. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the shrill ring of a phone echoed. The ponytailed man abruptly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, Lau had burst out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, hastily crossed the road, and hopped into a car. Vroom. After igniting the engine, Lau reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment venue. Tap, tap. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached as a stunning and alluring young woman gracefully emerged from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Lau turned at the sound, momentarily frozen in his tracks. The girl, with a fragrant aura, climbed into the passenger seat and casually shut the door, saying, "Hey there. Tonight I'm going with you." "Kiki?" Lau recalled the name of the beauty who had just accompanied him for drinks in the private room. "Oh, you still remember my name?" Kiki responded with a smile. Lau had no time to engage in idle chatter, frowning as he urged, "Get out of the car quickly. I'm busy tonight." "What are you in such a hurry for?" Kiki inquired, leaning closer. "I said get out?" Lau shouted impatiently, "I have something to attend to." "You want to leave after getting what you wanted? Is that it?" Kiki stared at Lau, her expression turning serious. Lau was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Tell your two friends to return Kong Good to me." Kiki's smile had vanished. Lau, momentarily stunned, quickly reached for his waist. Beside the car, 3 men in suits silently surrounded him from behind. They made no move to attack, nor drew weapons, but stood expressionless beside the driver's window, coldly observing Lau. "Don't move, or things will get messy," Kiki warned, her delicate finger poking at Lau's chest. "Make a call to your friends." "Who are you?" Lau asked, his gaze filled with astonishment. Kiki blinked her bright eyes, reaching into Lau's pocket and extracting his phone, saying, "I am the boss." Lau stood there, dazed. Kiki held the phone, clearly commanding, "If you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it immediately and call your friends." On the street, the ponytailed man raised 2 fingers after hearing the phone ring, glancing back at the alley. Nearby, 2 young men shoved Kongu into a car, while another 2 pulled out shotguns, racking the bolts with a clattering sound. The young man in the black leather jacket nervously looked at the ponytailed man, saying, "No one saw me, right? That would be troublesome." "If anyone does, just take them out," the ponytailed man replied, waving his hand towards the 2 armed men. Receiving the signal, the armed duo immediately spread out, weapons drawn as they advanced towards the alley. The ponytailed man followed behind, his pace unhurried. The quiet alley resonated with heavy footsteps as the 2 armed youths ventured about 10 meters in, turning to the left and spotting an ajar wooden door behind a building. Lights spilling out from within. The ponytailed man licked his lips and approached, first signaling his companions to remain still. He then leaned in to glance inside, abruptly tugging at the door handle. The door swung open, releasing a waft of greasy air, and the ponytailed man peered inside to find a small restaurant's kitchen, where a chef was busy frying something. Hearing the noise, the chef turned, his plump cheeks adorned with a smile. "The front door is over there." The ponytailed man glanced at the chef, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Wrong turn." The chef turned back, continuing to fry the food. The ponytailed man scanned the interior once more, detecting nothing amiss, before closing the door and leading his 2 companions away. Just as they departed, the storage room door in the kitchen swung open, and Chi Lin pointed his gun at another chef, threatening with a fierce glare, "Make your dishes well. Don't let yourself perish on your own cooking." "Understood, understood." The chef by the stove nodded repeatedly. "Exit through the front door." Qin Yu urged Chi Lin as he stowed away his gun. On the street, the ponytailed man climbed into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying, "That was the restaurant's kitchen. It seems one of the staff stepped out to make a call. No issues there. Oh, that's a relief." The young man in the black jacket exhaled in relief. "Make any calls you need." The ponytailed man tossed out casually before shutting the car door and commanding, "Let us go." The driver shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, speeding away. Once the car vanished from sight, the young man in the black jacket excitedly retrieved the wad of cash given to him by the ponytailed man earlier. Counting it with a gleeful expression at the front entrance, Chinyu lowered his head and walked briskly, stating, "These people have an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't operate so efficiently." The one in the black jacket, Chi Lin's mind raced. "The staff from the restaurant?" "Certainly." Chinyu confirmed with a nod. "He just received money." "What do you mean?" "I'll call Lao and have him come over," Chinyu replied, pulling out his phone and dialing Lao's number. Seconds later, the call connected, and Chinyu immediately exploded. "Tiger, are you out of your mind? Knowing we're in the middle of something, you still dare to call, almost getting us killed. Why are you so worked up?" "Your friend can't answer the phone right now," Keek's voice chimed in. Chinyu paused, taken aback. "Who are you?" "I'm Kong Ji's boss," Kiki replied succinctly. "We met earlier in the private room," with a sharp memory. Chinyu recalled her voice and briefly pondered before asking, "You're the one who came back for the bag?" "That's right." "What do you mean?" Chinyu found himself somewhat perplexed, with a long gone. They were on the verge of abandoning the line in Songjiang, yet Brother Kong, out of kindness, insisted on assisting them, only for them to engage in unscrupulous deeds. To Ku, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, remarked, "Bring the person back, and I will spare you a leg for your friend. Then this matter will be settled." After a moment of confusion, Chinyu immediately asserted, "You are unjustly placing the blame on us. You know in your heart whether this is your responsibility." "Nonsense. Brother Kong is not in our custody. He was taken by others," Chinyu explained, his eyes wide with urgency. "We hadn't even had the chance to meet him before he was scheduled to see you tonight. The time and place were known only to you and me." Ku replied, her voice icy. "The moment you brandished your weapons and ascended the stairs, he was in peril. How can you expect me to believe that this is not your doing?" Chinyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly bursting with indignation. "That I don't care if you are from the Yuan family or some henchman of a pharmaceutical company. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I assure you, you won't even know where this lad will be buried by tomorrow. That we absolutely did not do this." Chinyu nearly shouted in response, "That we came here to establish a supply channel." Kuku gently tapped her fingers on her thigh with her left hand while holding her phone with her right, pondering for a moment before replying. "There is no foundation of trust between us. It is difficult for me to believe your words. How about this? If you claim this incident is unrelated to you, then come find me, and we shall discuss it face to face. Do you take me for a fool? If you do not believe me now, will you believe me once I come to see you?" Chinyu retorted, furrowing his brow. "That if both of us end up in your hands, will we still possess our heads? You refuse to return the person, yet dare not face me. Do you take me for some mere drinking companion?" Kuku scoffed. "Then let us not discuss it. Tomorrow, I will inform you of the location where you can burn paper for your friend." "Wait." Chinyu, sweating profusely, implored, "Give me some time. I can prove this matter is not our doing." Iku paused, contemplating for a moment before glancing at her watch. "Before dawn, if you have not called, we will cease all communication." With that, Chinyu heard the dial tone indicating the call had been disconnected. "What happened?" Chi Lin, seeing Chinyu remove the phone from his ear, inquired urgently. "Damn it," Chinyu cursed, his expression disheartened. "The woman accompanying Old A tonight is Brother Kang's boss. She suspects that we orchestrated his disappearance, which is why Old A has been apprehended." "Shit," Chi Lin exclaimed, kicking over a nearby trash bin in frustration. "Why is everything going so wrong?" "Nothing is going our way." On the street, Kuku sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. "Boss, anyone who can come to our territory to capture Brother Kong must be a reckless individual," the driver remarked, his face stern. "Since they have succeeded, they are unlikely to care about their accomplices, which puts Brother Kong in danger. This situation feels off," Kuku said, her delicate brows knitting together as she gently shook her head. "Find out if Brother Kong has offended anyone recently." "What do you mean?" the driver asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Less questioning, more action," Kuku replied, her expression impassive as she gazed at the driver. "Understood. I will call immediately." He nodded rapidly. On the street diagonally opposite the main entrance of the Buckingham Palace, Chinyu watched as customers hurriedly departed in response to the recent gunfire, quickly telling Chi Lin, "I need to go in. Wait for me outside." "Let us go together." "No need," Chinyu replied, removing his outer coat and preparing to put it on backwards. "It's chaotic in there." Even if we run into him, we can't act. I'll go in to gather information and come right back. All right, I'll wait nearby. If anything goes wrong, you shoot, and I'll come to your aid. Okay. After donning his coat backwards, Chinyu glanced around before stepping out to cross the street. Just then, he heard footsteps nearby. As someone was saying on the phone, there has been an incident at the store. I'll check it out and be home shortly. Don't worry. Yes, I'll take a day off tomorrow. Haha, it's nothing serious, just that I had good luck today, and the boss gave me a bonus. I'll treat you later. Upon hearing this, Chinyu turned his head, his gaze locking onto the man on the street speaking on the phone. Dressed in a thick down jacket and sporting a short haircut, he looked oddly unfamiliar at first glance. Yet, Chinyu deduced from the man's pants, physique, and gestures that he was indeed the same individual who had been conversing with the man in the black jacket earlier. Lin, having a background as a police officer, possessed a basic memory and investigative skills, and thus recognized the person as well. Chinyu paused, turned around, and leaned down to whisper to Lin. This makes things easier. No need to go in. I'll handle it. Lin responded promptly, striding forward. After hanging up, the man in the black jacket prepared to cross the street and head for the shop's entrance. Hey, buddy, Lin called out. Catching up and tapping the man on the shoulder from behind, the man turned around, his tone aggressive as he demanded, "Who are you?" Lin pressed his gun against the man's waist. His expression unyielding. "Speak to me with caution." The man was taken aback. Minutes later, in a dimly lit alley filled with a foul stench, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied and clutching his head, crying out, "Stop hitting me, please." Chinyu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Where is he? Who are you talking about? You must have mistaken me for someone else." The man pleaded. Lin kicked the man's head in frustration. "Where is Brother Kong?" "I don't know him," the young man protested, shielding his head with his arms. Chinyu grabbed the collar of the man's shirt, gritting his teeth as he scolded. "At the alley entrance, by the car, did you take the money? Damn it, still trying to lie? Do you believe I won't stuff a whole nest of rats in your mouth?" The young man, hearing this, blurted out, "Is it you guys who called in the alley? Finally, you understand." Chinyu's right fist struck the man's head as he demanded, "Where is he? Where's Brother Kong?" "Bro, I'm just the messenger." Bang! Losing all patience, Chinyu shoved the youth away, raising his right leg and swiftly kicking the man's left knee with a sharp motion. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed. "Ah!" The young man screamed in agony, kneeling and clutching his knee. "Stop! I'll tell you. The one who kidnapped him is Xiao Gu, a reckless fellow from the no man's land. He works for the Li family in Jiangzhou. I don't know why they targeted Brother Kong, but he has probably been taken to Jinshan North." "Speak clearly," Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes, Brother Kong was indeed taken to Jinshan North. I am certain. I heard them say it." The youth, no longer daring to argue, pressed his forehead against the ground, his tone tinged with tears. At a warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jinshan, an older man sat on the edge of a chair. His pants clutched in his lap, a broad grin plastered across his face as he addressed Cuckoo. "Sister, this is all a misunderstanding. We came here for business, not for a kidnapping. To be frank, I am a police officer, a decent person. How could I possibly engage in such underhanded activities? Are you decent?" Cuckoo removed the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair cascade freely. "You were not in this state in the private room. I was a bit inappropriate back then, but I never viewed you as someone in the service industry." Before he could finish, Cuckoo grasped the man's chin, gazing down at him. "Don't try to charm me or buy time. I am not. Tell me the truth. Were you after Brother Kong?" "Absolutely not. We came to make friends," the man insisted, wide-eyed. "My brother Lin's elder brother was taken by the Yuan family. Do you think we would deliberately set a trap for Brother Kong? There's no profit in that. It doesn't matter who killed along. What's important is who can ensure Lin lives better." Cuckoo remarked coldly. "And the Yuan family has the capacity to provide him with a better life." The man fell silent at her words. "I will wait until dawn. If your friend does not return, then you and that foul mouth of yours will remain in Jiangzhou for good." Kiki released her grip on the old man's chin and turned to shout. The fact that they managed to take Brother Kong away so smoothly indicates that the Buckingham Palace may have their inside informant. "Find them and eliminate the threat." "Understood, boss." The driver nodded before departing. After Kiki finished speaking, she strode up the stairs. Lao gazed at Keek's retreating figure, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. In this day and age, it is difficult for a man of 5 feet to survive. Thus, the presence of a frail woman rising to the forefront as a boss speaks volumes. At the very least, she is not one to be soft-hearted or hesitant. On the road, Yu tugged at the young man beside him and asked in a hushed tone, "How far is Jianbei from here?" "About 10 kilometers," the young man, limping along, responded with a nod and a bow. Lin furrowed his brow and inquired further, "What are they planning to do with Brother Kong?" "I'm not sure." The young man shook his head. "That I don't inquire into such matters. Asking too many questions does not benefit me." "Brother Kong is in danger," Yu stated succinctly. That man with the little braid, daring enough to flaunt money in front of Brother Kong, clearly indicates that they do not intend for him to return alive. Hearing this, Lin felt a jolt in his heart. 10 kilometers is too far. Without a vehicle, by the time we walk there, it may be too late. Yu looked down at his watch and said, "We need to find a way to get there quickly." Lin glanced at the sides of the street and paused for a moment before suddenly walking up to a restaurant and calling out, "Is the boss in?" "What is it?" the boss asked from behind the counter. "Is the motorcycle for sale? Are you out of your mind?" "It's not for sale," the boss replied, sitting back down. Yu entered, pulled out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, and asked, "Is it for sale?" The boss was taken aback, then propped his legs up and chuckled, "If you add another 1,000, I'll sell it to you." "Ha ha!" Smack. Yu slammed his gun on the table, saying, "The cash is gone. Will this suffice for 1,000? The boss recoiled in fright. Minutes later, as the cold wind howled, Lin, Yu, and the young man rode a small motorcycle towards Jianbei. In the late night, inside a building by the roadside in Jianbei, Brother Xiao sat alone at a dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and sipping strong liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s entered, leading a robust, middle-aged man. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man was named Li Tong, whose father held the second-highest position in the family. The middle-aged man following him was Dong Cheng, Li Tong's uncle. The Li family initially profited from reselling permanent residency in District 7, later branching into trading. However, they secretly dealt in scarce resources such as guns, food, cotton, and crude oil, among others. Over the past 7 to 8 years, this family has grown like a snowball, achieving qualitative capital accumulation. Yet, this has burdened the impoverished residents around them, as rising prices meant someone had to bear the cost. With the Li family's goal being to profit from the poor. However, in recent years, the social environment in District 7 has stabilized, with various beneficial policies being enacted, and the population growth has not been as fierce as in previous years. Consequently, resources like food and cotton are no longer as desperately needed. Observing the downturn in their industry, the Li family quickly shifted their focus to pharmaceuticals, with their conflict with Brother Kong arising from disputes over drug trade interests. Upon entering, Li Tong looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm and asked, "How's the food? Is it to your liking?" "I find everything tastes the same. As long as it fills me, that's enough," Brother Xiao replied, barely glancing at Li Tong, showing no intention of rising to greet him. Brother Xiao preferred to keep a low profile. Li Tong grinned, bending slightly as he replied, "With a person like you, how could you not find a decent meal wherever you go?" "Haha, you flatter me," Brother Xiao said, setting down his chopsticks and picking up a cigarette box. Li Tong poured a glass of liquor and, with a smile, leaned forward and asked, "To be honest, Brother Xiao, I hold you in high regard. Why not stay with us? Together we can prosper and enjoy better days." "Haha, I appreciate your kind offer," Brother Xiao replied, lighting his cigarette and fixing his gaze on Li Tong. "However, my heart lies elsewhere. Thus, it is best for us to part ways amicably." Dong Cheng interjected, "Consider it again. Living wild out there is no match for the comfort of a steady job here, but if you stay, I will personally assure you at least 300,000 in dividends each year. It's not about the money. I intend to go to District 9. Brother Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "What a pity," Li Tong sighed, lifting his glass without pressing further. "Brother Xiao, since you wish to leave, I want to keep you. Should you need anything in the future, just let me know. You know what kind of person I am. We can handle matters as they arise." "Agreed," Brother Xiao said, crossing his legs and raising his glass for a toast. Downing it in one gulp. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money," Li Tong instructed, setting down his glass. Dong Cheng nodded and walked into the back room. Less than 3 minutes later, he returned with 10 bundles of yuan. Placing them on the table, Brother Xiao was taken aback. "Didn't we agree on 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses, Li Tong replied with a smile. Don't mention it. Just take it. Your generosity makes me a bit uneasy, Brother Xiao chuckled, standing up to weigh 5 bundles of cash in his hand. Haha, little brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but this 50,000 is rightfully mine. The other 50,000 is merely a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors require repayment, and I'm used to being free. I'm not accustomed to owing anyone. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to dinner. Li Tong was momentarily stunned. Brother Xiao, you're being too formal. Everyone has their own character, Brother Xiao said, tucking the money away and habitually slipping his hands into his sleeves. With that, I'll take my leave. I'll see you out to no need. I remember the stairs down. Haha. Brother Xiao chuckled, turning and leaving with an air of nonchalance. Li Tong and Dong Chung exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. If we could keep that man, he could accomplish great things, Li Tong sighed. These wild ones are hard to rein in, Dong Chung consoled softly. Moreover, they are unaccustomed to rules. Bringing them here might lead to unforeseen troubles. It's better this way. Has anything been extracted from Kong yet? Li Tong shifted the topic. P.S. quite obstinate, refusing to divulge who supplied him in Phone Bay. Dong Chung replied with a chuckle, but we are fortunate. I found some information in his phone, and we can send someone to verify it in Phone Bay. That bastard snatched our major contract in Phone Bay, Li Tong said, his expression darkening. Since the information is out, you take care of the rest. Understood, Dong Chung replied, rising from his seat. You eat for a while. I'll go check on things now. All right, Li Tong nodded. 7 or 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung led 2 henchmen, glancing at Brother Kong, who was bloodied and cursed. Look at you, this pathetic state. I advised you to partner with us, but you refused. Now, look where it's led you. Your life is at stake. Dazed, Brother Kong lifted his head, cursing through clenched teeth. I admit it, but after you capture me, you must be wary of my employer. Employer? Who? That girl named Kiki. Dong Chung laughed, teasingly adding, haha, I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to guard her in bed. Go to hell, Brother Kong glared, enraged. Dong Chung tilted his head and called to his men, get to work. Just then, the phone rang. Everyone paused, and Dong Chung answered. Hello, is this Chingu? I'm Xiao Wen from Buckingham Palace. Which Xiao Wen? Have you forgotten me? I'm the one who relayed the message to Brother Xiao, which led to your capture of Kong. The young man in the black jacket urged urgently over the phone. Ah, I see. Dong Chung signaled to his men to hold off on Brother Kong for the moment and stepped out of the room, asking, what is going on? Why the sudden call? After the incident with Kong. The higher-ups are anxious. They seem to know you are behind it. The woman, whose source of information remains unknown, has already prompted people to head towards Jinshanbai, the youth clad in a black jacket swiftly remarked. There are quite a number of them, and they are coming with the intent to fight fiercely. My suggestion is that you should find a place to hide. Is the information credible? Dongqing inquired. It is credible, came the reply. All right, I understand. Dongqing nodded. Thank you, Xiaowen. You're welcome. Chenggu. Well, that settles it. After their exchange, the two concluded the call. In the vacant courtyard across the building, Qin Yu paced anxiously while observing the street opposite. Licking his lips, he declared, prepare yourselves. This time we must fight with all our might. Qi Lin furrowed his brow and questioned, is this tactic effective? If they've already succeeded, there is surely no need for them to fight desperately. Qin Yu asserted with conviction, they will definitely come out. Trust me. The reason the youth in the black jacket abruptly contacted Dong Qing was entirely due to Qin Yu's pressure, and the latter had no choice but to comply. Currently, only Qi Lin was by Qin Yu's side, and neither of them had any knowledge of the opposing faction's capabilities, organization, or the situation inside the building. Charging in recklessly would pose a significant risk. Even if they had to fight, they could not act blindly, for they were not invincible, and life was precious. About 10 minutes after the call, individuals began to emerge from the entrance across the street. With two drivers heading towards the back of the courtyard to retrieve their vehicles, Qi Lin squinted to observe, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stated, there seems to be quite a few of them. If we fail to rescue Brother Kong, our trip to Jiangzhou will have been in vain, and we won't be able to get him back, Qin Yu replied through gritted teeth. There's no turning back now. We must take the risk, Qi Lin said resolutely, gazing at Qin Yu. This time, either the three of us succeed and return, or we all perish here. Whoever shows cowardice first is a son of a bitch. Let us do it, Qin Yu nodded, drawing out his pistol. Across the road, Li Tong stepped forward, frowning as he asked Dong Cheng, "Is the information reliable?" The call came from an insider who had relayed messages to the gang. "So it should be trustworthy." Dong Cheng frowned and replied, "They know we are behind the abduction of Kong, and they must be furious. This group is coming with the intent to fight desperately. Our mission has already been accomplished, and there's no need to engage with them." Li Tong responded, "Call the security team of the station troops. They will arrive shortly, and let the authorities handle it." "Sounds good," Dong Cheng said with a smile as he pulled out his phone. On the street, 2 cars had come to a halt, and 6 individuals surrounded Li Tong and Dong Cheng, one of whom was already jogging towards the front to open the car door. In the courtyard diagonally opposite, Qin Yu scanned the crowd before turning to say, "Did you see that? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders." "Indeed," Qi Lin nodded in agreement, "but I don't see Brother Kong." Just then, 2 individuals burst out from the building, carrying a large black bag, which they stuffed into the trunk of a car. "Is he inside the bag?" Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he called out, "Get in the car." Qi Lin climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, his right arm holding the gun at his side. "Let us go." Virum, the motorcycle roared to life, darting out of the courtyard like an arrow, heading straight for the location of the 2 cars on the roadside. Some in the crowd turned upon hearing the motorcycle's sound. However, the vehicle was too fast, and the gunfire erupted even quicker. Bang! Qi Lin, seated on the back, opened fire, his gun aimed directly at the crowd. "There are people," Dong Cheng shouted, reaching out to pull Li Tong, who had reached the side of the car. Thud! The motorcycle collided heavily with Li Tong's waist, sending him flying forward to crash against the car door. Qin Yu slammed on the brakes, his feet hitting the ground as he yanked Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin dismounted the motorcycle, gun pointed at Dong Cheng, shouting, "No one move. Everyone back away." The situation unfolded too suddenly for everyone to prepare mentally, leaving them stunned, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Li Tong, struck hard by the motorcycle, felt intense pain in his lower back, sweat beading on his forehead as he leaned against the car door, his expression twisted. Qin Yu dismounted, dragging Li Tong in front of him as a shield, his left hand pulling out a green fuse, shouting, "I have a bomb. If anyone takes a step forward, I'll take him with me." 7 or 8 individuals, upon seeing Qin Yu produce the fuse, immediately retreated a few steps, breaking formation. Li Tong, using his right hand to support his aching lower back, turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Are they from the Yu family? Shouldn't there be fewer of them? We have no ties to the Yu family." Qin Yu replied, sweat trickling down his forehead, "But Brother Kong was kidnapped by you. We inadvertently took the blame, and we came with the bomb to confront you and clear our names. Are you here for Shao Kong?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "If Shao Kong comes with us, there will be no explosion, and we won't have to fight for our lives." Qi Lin, aiming his gun at Dong Cheng, shouted at the crowd, "Can't you understand human language? Step back and raise your hands." "Haha." Li Tong, leaning against the car, suddenly laughed, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu. "Brother, you really have to take the blame for this." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback that you're late. "Shao Kong is gone," Li Tong added with feigned nonchalance. "You're talking nonsense." Qin Yu's heart sank, his face paling as he retorted, "Don't try to play tricks on me. If I can't clear my name, then 2 of you will definitely have to go down with me. You still don't believe me?" Li Tong turned to observe Qi Lin, responding tersely, "He's in the trunk." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding surged through Qin Yu. He yanked Li Tong and, after a brief hesitation, stepped back against the car, slowly approaching the trunk and opening it with one hand. Inside the trunk, a strong stench of blood wafted from the black bag. Qin Yu swallowed hard and pulled back the opening of the bag. Brother Kong lay inside, unrecognizable, with 2 distinct wounds in his throat still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Cheng hostage, felt a tremor in his voice as he asked, "How is everyone?" "He's gone," Qin Yu replied, his face ashen. "Damn it." Qi Lin's emotions erupted, the pent-up rage, resentment, and bitterness surging through him all at once. At the rear of the car, Li Tong, hands raised, smiled as he advised, "Brother, you see, he's gone. You 2 are probably in deep trouble. How about this? Put down your guns, and let us sit down and talk." Bang! Qin Yu pressed Li Tong's head down with his right hand, violently slamming it against the car door as he shouted, "Talk? My brother has been taken. What is more important, your brother's life or your own?" Li Tong tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. "I have so many people here. If it comes to a fight, do you think you can save yourselves?" After weighing the situation for a long moment, Qin Yu fixed a sharp gaze on Li Tong. Since Brother Kong is gone, I'm sorry, but I can only take you with me to clear our names. Haha. Dong Cheng, who had remained silent, turned his face back with a grim expression and asked, Do you think that's possible? I have a bomb. Anything is possible, Qin Yu replied, pulling on the green fuse, suddenly shouting, Damn it, which works better, a bullet or a bomb? As his words fell, the scattered henchmen turned their attention to Dong Cheng. You really know how to scare people, Dong Cheng said, tilting his head to look at Qin Yu, before raising his arm and pointing at him, saying each word carefully. I've been in the planning district for so many years, and no bomb has ever taken me down. Come on, pull the fuse, and let us see who dies first. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand trembled involuntarily. The three brothers had come to Jiangzhou with guns and vehicles provided by the station troops. Where would they find scarce explosives? The green fuse was yanked from the motorcycle, with the other end tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In truth, he had nothing on him. He was merely trying to intimidate. Yet, the ruthless members of the Li family in Jiangzhou showed no signs of backing down. What to do? If the fuse was pulled, it would surely not explode. But if it didn't, how could they suppress the Li family's thugs, who were accustomed to living on the edge? On the street, a group of 7 or 8 henchmen had their guns trained on Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dong Cheng, with a fierce gaze, bellowed once more. There are at least 800 of those rascals with their waists wrapped in the sounds of gunfire in Jiangzhou. You might want to inquire who amongst them would dare to stir trouble at the Li family. Standing here, not a single shout echoes back. Do they even deserve the surname Li? You little brat. I dare you to pull the trigger first. Do you have the guts? Veins throbbed on Qin Yu's forehead as his left hand gripped a fake fuse. Momentarily frozen in place, his thunder was a mere illusion, and the opposition was clearly unfazed. What to do? I told you, let us sit down and talk it out. We could even be friends. But now, you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Is there any way out for yourself? Li Tong, leaning against a car, smiled and beckoned. Come on, kneel down first, toss that piece of junk away, and we can still. Before he could finish, Qin Yu seized Li Tong by the hair and slammed his head against the car 3 times. His right hand instinctively reached into his pocket, preparing to draw his gun and fight back. You dare not pull the trigger? Then let me ask you again. Do you dare to shoot? Dong Cheng turned around, suddenly waving his hand and shouting at his men. Anyone who eats from my plate. Get over here. We have plenty of guns and can hold our ground. Why should we fear 2 of them just because they have a couple more lives? You talk too much, Qi Lin suddenly shouted. Who the hell do you think you are? Dong Cheng pointed at Qi Lin's head. Ask yourself, if the gun fires, can you walk away? If I can't walk away, then I'll be buried in Jiangzhou. So what? Qi Lin shouted back, pressing his left hand against Dong Cheng's head, the gun barrel pointed down, cursing, Damn it, you think you can intimidate me? The last person who tried is already dead. The echo of his roar lingered, followed by the crack of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Dots of gunfire illuminated the scene, bullets piercing through Dong Cheng's skull in an instant. The crowd was left in shock, and Li Tong, who had just felt an advantage, stared wide-eyed as he witnessed his uncle collapse into a pool of blood. Xiaoyu, get in the car. Qi Lin stepped forward, releasing Dong Cheng's head. Kill him, Li Tong screamed, completely losing his composure. The chaotic gunfire erupted immediately, with Qi Lin standing by the roadside, neither dodging nor evading. Firing at the nearest 2 assailants in close quarters, they exchanged fire. Qi Lin, relying on his superior marksmanship and overwhelming presence, swiftly took one down, while simultaneously, 2 bursts of sparks erupted from his chest as he was hit in the shoulder, blood gushing forth. Damn it, if you don't know how to show respect, then let us all perish together. Seeing Qi Lin had initiated the onslaught, Qin Yu immediately pulled out his gun and lowered the muzzle. Bang! Gunfire erupted. Li Tong let out a howl as he knelt on one knee, his right leg bleeding profusely. Come on, I'm standing right here. Shoot me, and I'll take him down with me. Anyone who hides is a coward. Qin Yu's eyes burned crimson as he pressed his left hand on Li Tong's head, his right hand aiming at his chest. Who is brave enough? Come on, step forward. The 5 or 6 henchmen, now scattered, were in a state of panic, glancing at Dong Cheng's lifeless body and the already injured Li Tong. Forget about me. Kill him, Li Tong screamed frantically. Qi Lin turned back, aiming his gun at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted, I came from Songjiang. If I die, my brother is gone, and the obstacles to Jiangzhou are insurmountable. I came here to get things done, and now I've lost my brother. You think you can intimidate me? I'm left with nothing but this life. If I don't fight today, tomorrow will be even harder to survive. Don't talk to me about the Li family of Jiangzhou. Even if you're the special zone leader, if you dare choke me, I will take him down. As his words fell, 2 more gunshots rang out on the street, shattering Li Tong's right kneecap. In agony, he writhed on the ground, losing consciousness almost immediately. Qi Lin suddenly turned around, gun pointed down, casting a cold glare at the crowd. Who among you is a warrior? Damn it, I ask again. Who is a warrior? Who has it harder than me? Is there anyone? His words echoed loudly in the street. Yet not a single henchman dared to step forward. No one left. Then let us go. Qin Yu tugged at Li Tong's collar. We're leaving. Qi Lin, you drive. 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car. And as Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the two fled in a disheveled manner. On the road, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat, blood gushing from his thigh, while Qi Lin drove with a vacant expression. Staring blankly at the windshield, silent, Qin Yu took a couple of deep drags on his e-cigarette, quickly shedding his coat and tearing at the inner lining, saying, You need to take off your vest. Your shoulder's hurt. Did I get hurt? Qi Lin had not even realized he had been shot. Don't move while driving. I'll take care of it. Qin Yu reached over to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car cruised down the quiet, dark street. The 2 brothers, one driving, the other tending to the wound, exchanged no words. After a long while, as they left Jianshanbai, Qin Yu handed his e-cigarette to Qi Lin. His voice hoarse. You're really different from before. Life hasn't given me the opportunity to choose. Qi Lin replied, expressionless, his voice equally hoarse. After Songjiang, and now Jiangzhou, I've come to understand a few things. What things? Qin Yu inquired. For someone like me, with no connections, no background, and a pile of burdens behind me, the only advantage I have in this era is that my wretched life can be exchanged for someone else's good fortune. For someone else's affluent life. Qi Lin turned his head, his gaze vacant as he looked at Qin Yu. In this life, what can be gained by retreating 100 steps is far less valuable than charging forward like a wolf. Gritting my teeth, with bloodshot eyes, to seize what I want, but with only one life. How many times can we fight for it? Qin Yu stared blankly at the windshield, pondering. To me, Qi Lin died back in Songjiang. From now on, every day is a gain. Qi Lin chuckled as he finished speaking, suddenly flooring the accelerator. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, at the main entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu flung open the car door, leaning down to Qi Lin, saying, You're injured. I'll handle the rest. Qi Lin pressed down on his shoulder wound. Be careful. It's nothing. Qin Yu replied dismissively before turning to walk towards the main entrance. A few minutes later, inside the grand hall of Buckingham Palace. Sir, who are you? I'm here to see your boss, Qin Yu said with a smile, leaning against the bar. I have some business to discuss. Do you have an appointment? No, just tell him I'm from District 9. All right, please wait a moment. The other party nodded. After a while, Qin Yu was led by 3 henchmen into the top-floor office. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a checkered shirt, sat on the sofa, watching a live-streaming show, not even lifting his head as he asked, From Songjiang? I don't recall having any business there. Qin Yu casually walked over, sitting beside the middle-aged man, and said, Call Coco and tell her you found out who captured Brother Kong. The middle-aged man paused at this. Who exactly are you? Smack. Qin Yu delivered a resounding slap. I told you to make the call. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed, and the 3 young men beside the sofa moved forward, ready to strike. Qin Yu leisurely raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you touch me, Brother Kong will die immediately. The middle-aged man scrutinized Qin Yu for a while before finally reaching for his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid cars stopped at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco, clad in a woolen trench coat, alighted and elegantly made her way to the main entrance, phone in hand, speaking urgently. Yes, it was old Bai who called me. He said he found out about Brother Kang's whereabouts. Yes, I'm here now. I'll meet you shortly. All right, we'll talk soon. As she hung up, Coco was about to ascend the steps with her entourage when Qin Yu emerged from the inner door, casually wrapping an arm around her neck. Beautiful lady. Fancy seeing you again. Uh-huh. Coco looked at Qin Yu, her eyes wide with surprise that I had him make that call. Qin Yu pointed at her boss, continuing, Don't blame him. I threatened him with Brother Kong. What do you want? Coco asked, remaining calm, her pretty face devoid of panic. Talking on your turf makes me uneasy. Shall we find another place to discuss? Qin Yu asked with a cheeky grin. Coco pondered for a moment. What if I refuse to go? then Brother Kong is as good as gone. If Brother Kong is gone, your friend will be gone too. I still have leverage. Chinyu said, pulling Coco closer and whispering in her ear. I have a young man from the Li family of Jiangzhou in my hands. Kiki was momentarily taken aback. I captured him under your banner. Chinyu smiled and asked, would you like to meet him? It's hard for me to believe you since you have no evidence, she replied. Hearing this, Chinyu raised his arm and waved towards a car in the distance. Qilin rolled down the window, revealing Li Tong's head. Do you believe me now? Chinyu inquired. Kiki glanced towards the car, and upon seeing Li Tong, the surprise on her face quickly vanished. All right. He's worth going with you. Let's go. Don't take advantage of me. Take your hand off. Kiki pointed at Chinyu's arm. In no way. I need you to protect me, he replied, pressing a gun against Kiki's waist. After a brief moment of restraint, Kiki turned to those nearby and instructed, bring out the young man who captured me. I'll call when I need him. Boss, you can't talk to his driver like that. Someone cautioned. Kiki calmly waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Even if we can't reach an agreement, those two big men can't possibly beat up a little girl like me. Chinyu smirked. Don't call yourself a little girl. You look quite fierce. Let us go. Kiki smiled. Half an hour later, in an unknown desolate area of Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt. Kiki followed Chinyu out and teasingly remarked, you're quite clever. You knew to bring Lao Bai out to lure me. We're not familiar with the situation here in Jiangzhou at all, Chinyu said, rubbing his palms in frustration. I just arrived and already have to shoulder the blame. I have to be cautious. Kiki remained silent. Chinyu turned his head to scan the surroundings and walked to the back of the car, raising the trunk. A strong smell of blood wafted out, causing Kiki to furrow her brow slightly. Chinyu opened a black bag and said softly, we tried our best, but he is still gone. Kiki glanced at Brother Kang's corpse, her eyes instantly turning cold. You see, I didn't directly call you for a meeting because I was afraid you'd overthink things. Chinyu explained upon noticing Kiki's expression. His death has nothing to do with us. Tell me more. Kiki said, unperturbed by Brother Kang's body, as she reached out to cover his head with the bag. Chinyu gathered his thoughts and stood beside the car, thoroughly explaining the circumstances to Kiki. After listening, Kiki's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong. Yes, otherwise why would I bring him back? Chinyu nodded that I couldn't save him, but Li Tong can testify that this matter has nothing to do with us. Kiki silently turned to glance at Li Tong, who was gagged in the car. After pacing in place for a moment, she said, I'll release your friend shortly. Let us consider this matter settled. That is not acceptable. Chinyu shook his head. I came to take over the drug line business. I never agreed to Brother Kong continuing with the Songjiang business. Kiki calmly refused. Your side is too chaotic, and there are too many powerful voices on the ground. After Ah Long's demise, the Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I don't want to take risks right now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, no one can take charge of the Songjiang side. Chinyu tilted his head, furrowing his brow. If we don't clarify the drug line issue, none of us can return to Songjiang. If that's your problem, Kiki replied tersely, you give me Li Tong, and I'll have my people release your friend. That will be the end of it. Alas, Chinyu sighed, pointing at Kiki. You still don't understand my point? What? If you abandon the Songjiang business, Li Tong won't leave with you today so you don't want your friend anymore? Kiki asked with a cold smile. I stated that without the drug business, the three of us cannot return to Songjiang. Chinyu replied sternly, pointing at Kiki. If you intend to abandon me now, I will take Li Tong away immediately. He spoke with me in the car. Any business you refuse to engage in, he can take on. Kiki was taken aback. Why did Brother Kong die? You think I'm unaware? Chinyu fixed his gaze on Kiki and added through clenched teeth. The Li family also wants to deal drugs. There is a conflict between you. Isn't there? Kiki fell silent. If you don't engage in the Songjiang market, it will be seized by the Li family. Chinyu reiterated. Now I need a clear answer from you. Will you let us have the drugs or not? If not, I'll take Li Tong away immediately. Don't you care about your friend's well-being at all? Chinyu's indifferent response was, one person dying is better than three dying, right? Kiki pondered for a moment before asking, aren't you afraid that I might switch Li Tong and then go back on my word? Do you think I'm foolish? If your goods don't reach Songjiang, do you think I can hand Li Tong over to you? Kiki stood with her arms crossed, her toes slightly pointed. You're smarter than Ah Long. I am just more helpless than he was. Chinyu replied helplessly. All right, you've persuaded me. Kiki extended her slender finger and pointed at Chinyu's chest. But my agreement isn't because I fear the Li family will seize our market. Qin Yu was taken aback that I value the two of you, which is why I can bring Li Tong over. Kiki smiled. Collaboration also hinges on the people involved. Then you one team misjudged the character. Qin Yu realized that Kiki had likely already contemplated agreeing to the drug line issue before arriving. This woman was astute and deep-minded. She was testing her own capability to handle the conversation and execute the task well. After exchanging glances, Kiki suddenly smiled. What you said earlier was somewhat hurtful. What? Qin Yu was startled. Here. Kiki pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. He paused momentarily. Took the phone and noticed that the screen displayed an ongoing call. The call is connected. Speak, Kiki reminded him. Frowning, Qin Yu answered the call. Hello? Hello? You son of a gun. Damn you, Qin Yu. I misjudged you. You keep shouting brother all day. But behind my back, you sell me out, saying one person dying is better than three. Why don't you go die instead? An angry voice shouted. I've come to understand that when walking in society, one should choose friends wisely and not associate with dogs. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat, covering the receiver as he stepped aside. Are you out of your mind? ISNT, this a negotiation? I need to intimidate her. You don't understand anything. I'm heartbroken. She is not someone you can easily appease. Just go away and don't talk to me. The furious caller hung up. What a complete idiot. Qin Yu rolled his eyes in frustration. Beside the vehicle, Kiki opened the car door and leaned in to glance. Oh, Li Xiao, you're awake. Li Tong looked up at Kiki, his expression one of sheer terror. 2 days later, in a lodging courtyard approximately 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Qin Yu quietly asked the owner, how is my friend's condition? Our medicine isn't strong enough. He is still running a fever. The owner replied softly. It would be best to have a professional doctor come take a look. Can you find one? Money is not an issue. Qin Yu inquired that I can find one. But these people are quite unreliable. I fear they might cause you trouble once they arrive. The owner responded delicately. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu reluctantly replied, then please fetch some good medicine, at least something to reduce the inflammation and fever. All right, I'll have someone go to Jiangzhou to get it for you. The owner nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out some cash and discreetly handed it to the owner. Thank you. No need for formality, the owner replied, pocketing the money and turning to leave. I'll bring you food shortly. Such lodging courtyards are commonly found in relatively safe areas, primarily serving those who come and go. Often on the run. However, the internal environment is rather poor, and the food depends on what the owner has in the kitchen, with little variety available. Fortunately, the prices are cheap, and most owners are astute, perceptive, and discreet. After communicating with the owner, Qin Yu returned to the left side room, where Qi Lin lay pale on the bed, anxiously asking, how is it going? Any news from Kiki? You don't need to worry. I am handling everything. Qin Yu reassured him. Qin Yu softly advised, focus on your recovery. During this period, Qi Lin had noticeably lost at least 20 pounds. His once plump cheeks now appeared strikingly gaunt. I fear that staying in the hands of the other party for too long could lead to unforeseen troubles. I sense it, but I am eager to collaborate, especially after we secured Li Tong. Qin Yu reassured him once more. I can communicate with Lao at any time. There is no need for concern. That's good to hear. Qi Lin nodded. Please endure a little longer. I have already informed the boss to fetch the medicine. Qin Yu grinned, baring his teeth. If your fever does not subside, I will have no choice but to call Kiki and ask her to bring a reliable doctor I can manage. Qi Lin coughed twice. His gaze fixed on Qin Yu, his expression tinged with hesitation. Qin Yu, perceptive to the nuances of emotion, casually picked up his e-cigarette and inquired with a smile. Do you have something to say? Qi Lin scratched his head. Huh. Qin Yu took a puff of smoke, his eyes locked on Qi Lin as he candidly stated, we three have danced with death more than once together. What is there that you cannot express to me? All right, I shall speak then. Hasten it that I wish to discuss with you the possibility of my taking charge of the logistics once we re-establish the pharmaceutical supply line. Qi Lin had unknowingly developed a habit of seeking Qin Yu's counsel and striving for his approval after encountering challenges. Qin Yu blinked, frowning as he replied, that was not my initial thought. Qi Lin was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the logistics? That is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately shook his head. We three have risked our lives to establish this line. How could I allow them to directly interact with Kiki if the sellers and suppliers forge a close connection? What purpose would we, as intermediaries, serve? Although the Ma family is currently willing to align with Li Si, if they engage directly with Kiki, It would inevitably diminish our influence. Qi Lin had not anticipated that Qin Yu had already considered this scenario. Thus, he instinctively nodded in agreement. You are right that I initially intended for you to oversee the goods on Keek's end while I acted as the intermediary, Qin Yu explained, because this task is perilous, requiring travel between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and younger sister to care for. If anything were to go awry, it would be catastrophic. Furthermore, intermediaries must frequently interact with both the Ma family and Kiki. And during this process, you need to exert authority and manage situations effectively. After a brief moment of silence, Qi Lin persisted. Xiaoyu, I want to give it a try. Qin Yu turned to look at Qi Lin, gently advising, do not overthink my words. The fate of your older brother, Along, is still fresh in our minds. This job is not easy, he continued. If the Yuan family discovers that the pharmaceutical line has been re-established, they might seek a breakthrough through the intermediary. Moreover, even if the Yuan family remains inactive for now, you have witnessed the tragic fate of Konggu. This industry is lucrative, but competition is fierce. Lao and I genuinely do not wish to involve you. I understand your concern. You and Lao believe that because I have my younger sister and mother, I have ties, Qi Lin said. His eyes slightly reddened as he gazed at Qin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, but I cannot let you both shoulder the burden simply because of that. Xiaoyu, I no longer wish to rely on others for my fate and hopes. During this time, I have come to realize that one must stand on their own. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Let me handle it. I will excel beyond anyone else. Qi Lin reiterated, because I have already hit rock bottom. If I do not have any aspirations, I will never rise again. Have you made up your mind? I have. Qi Lin nodded resolutely. Very well. Then you shall take charge of this matter. After much deliberation, Qin Yu stated, from now on, Lao and I will handle the official dealings, and you will manage the logistics. The three of us will be tightly bound together, engaging in ventures that create a stir. Agreed. Qi Lin smiled upon hearing this. Qin Yu set down his e-cigarette, stood up, and pulled out his phone, saying, I need to make a call to Lao Ma. Should we request the order list? Yes, the order list. And we also need to borrow some money. Qin Yu replied casually. Qi Lin was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by borrowing money? Kiki would never provide the goods for free to obtain the first batch. We must pay her. Qin Yu shrugged. But who among us has money? Who can afford the payment? Qi Lin's confusion deepened. Surely Lao Ma should cover the payment, and I believe he would be willing to do so. If not, we could directly call Li Si. He should be able to resolve the financial issue without us having to borrow. No. Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Lao Ma, nor from Li Si. Qi Lin pondered this statement. Qin Yu grinned, softly explaining, Lao Li holds a high position as the director of the police, wielding significant influence in official matters. Although Lao Ma has been severely affected by Yuan Ke recently, suffering losses in his team, he still possesses the charisma to rebuild his team once the pharmaceutical line is restored. But consider, what do we have? Aside from your willingness to risk your life and Lao's somewhat foolish demeanor, what do we possess that holds any value? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Lin instinctively replied, we have Kiki and the suppliers. Correct. Qin Yu immediately responded, the suppliers are the absolute cohesive force that connects everyone. And as long as we hold the reins, we must leverage this opportunity to reshape the pharmaceutical business around us. Thus, we cannot allow Lao Li to finance this. We must not discuss everything with the Ma family. You must understand, they are the downstream. In the future, they will rely on us for their sustenance. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin squinted, examining Qin Yu anew, and raised his thumb, saying, no wonder Lao, such a proud person, is willing to listen to you. Lic is also inclined to support you. You possess qualities that we lack. What qualities? Qin Yu asked playfully. Upon sensing the implication, Qi Lin's eyes reddened with a predatory glint. After much contemplation, he finally made a pointed analogy. Heh. Qin Yu displayed a seemingly naive smile and proceeded to dial Lao Ma's number. A few dozen seconds later. Hello. Lao Ma's voice echoed. Uncle Ma. Please prepare an order list indicating the required medicines and their previous purchase prices. I need it. Sure. Lao Ma nodded, his eyes bright with understanding. And also, lend me 150,000. I have a use for it. Qin Yu stated decisively. I will repay you gradually. Lao Ma frowned upon hearing this. Is it absolutely necessary to borrow so much? I have. Think of a solution. I urgently need it. All right. Lao Ma acquiesced. That settled. After concluding the call, Lao Ma immediately instructed a nearby associate, bring out the previous order list. I need to review it again. Also, gather 150,000 quickly. That much money? A middle-aged man questioned, frowning. Just do it. Qin Yu had accomplished the task. The pharmaceutical line would soon be established. Lao Ma, brimming with determination, declared, Yuanko has left us with no room for survival. If we do not take a gamble this time, we will have no future opportunities. A day later, the funds from the Ma family, after passing through 2 intermediaries, ultimately flowed into Keek's account. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qi Lin began awaiting the delivery of goods to Songjiang. As both parties had agreed that Kiki would handle the transportation of the first shipment, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu called Li Si. Hello, Director. Has everything been finalized? Li Si inquired steadily. It has been arranged. The goods from the suppliers are already en route, and they will arrive in Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest, Qin Yu replied with a smile. I have informed Zhu that once the goods arrive, they will temporarily hand them over to the Ma family. Is it a bit risky to let Zhu handle such a large quantity of goods? Li Si expressed concern. He will be fine. He is a member of the third group, my person, Qin Yu asserted with unwavering confidence. Last time, when they attempted to target me, he was the one who saved me. Since you are confident, I won't say more. Please expedite the process and return quickly. Understood. You may continue with your work, Director. From now on, call me Li Gu. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned that Lic had already hung up. Holding his phone, Qin Yu pondered for a while before shaking his head and chuckling. With such a foolish nephew like Lao in my life, my path will be fraught with difficulties. It's too much to worry about. What is this? Qi Lin inquired, glancing upwards. Nothing much. Lao Li asked me to call him Big Brother. Then could you ask him if he needs any more brothers? The two shared a hearty laugh, exchanging amused glances. Director Li, clad in a well-fitted casual overcoat, stepped out of his office and turned to his secretary, saying, Please give a heads up to the North Station. I'm heading to Feng Bay, and I need them to arrange a carriage for me. Understood, the secretary nodded. Around 4 in the afternoon, Director Li arrived at Feng Bay City, the capital of the special zone. Aboard the light rail. He then took a car to a cadre courtyard located in the city center. Seated next to an antique tea table on the second floor, Director Li savored a robust cup of tea, smiling as he remarked, Teacher, I have been longing for your tea here in Songjiang day and night. When you return, I shall bring some for you. A man in his 60s, hands clasped behind his back, gently inquired, Have there been any developments regarding your matters? Yes, it has been resolved, Lao Li replied, meeting the elder's gaze with a calm demeanor. Teacher, in recent years, the academic faction has been gaining traction across various departments, and certain officials are consolidating their positions by aligning with local enterprises and forces. Thus, we, the old guard who entered the government early, have to tread cautiously in these times. You flourish for 3 years, I shine for 5. Isn't that the essence of politics? The teacher responded nonchalantly. In times of peace, the winds of change are constant. How much more so in the present environment? Ups and downs are, in fact, quite normal. Yet, these fluctuations also correlate with people's sentiments. If one lacks motivation, how can we expect the winds of change to continue? Director Li chuckled, stating, In matters of pharmaceuticals, I seek not profit but space and balance. Indeed, the teacher nodded, pursue your endeavors, and when necessary, I shall speak on your behalf to the higher-ups. Make it a point to visit Feng Bei more often. As I grow older, there will come a day when I shall have fewer voices to lend. If you wish to accomplish something, you must mature swiftly. Thank you. Teacher, Director Li expressed his gratitude in the realm of pharmaceutical interests. There are many to satisfy. The teacher offered another piece of advice. Since time immemorial, dealings with money have been treacherous. I shall pave the way for you. However, you must decide whom to befriend, whom to favor, and how much to give. Keep a clear mind on these matters. Understood. Now, let us enjoy our tea, the elder concluded, shifting the conversation away from the topic. As the clock struck 7, darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Yu, chewing on a dry bun, furrowed his brow as he turned to Qi Lin and asked, Are you feeling any better? A bit, Qi Lin replied, still suffering from a low-grade fever, his lips chapped, his complexion pale, and plagued by a persistent cough. Damn, the new medication is not proving effective, Qin Yu remarked, setting down his bun. Let me find the boss and ask him to introduce me to a doctor. I'll go fetch one myself. No need. Qi Lin waved his hand. Li Tong has been in our custody for several days. We don't know what the situation is like in Jiangzhou. If you go, it could be dangerous. If you don't go, you might just burn up, Qin Yu countered, setting down his bun. Rest assured, I have a plan. Really, there's no need, Qi Lin insisted. fearing for Qinyu's safety. Let us wait 3 or 4 days. Once the goods arrive in Songjiang, we can inform Kiki of their location. When they come to retrieve Li Tong, a doctor will accompany them. We can't afford to wait any longer, Qinyu declared. Grabbing his coat, a high fever that persists can lead to serious complications. I must see a doctor. I said there's no need. Just trust me. The two began to argue over the issue of medical attention. Boss, what's going on? Suddenly, the voice of the innkeeper resonated from outside. Qinyu turned to look towards the door, just as he caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals approaching from the window. Who are they? Qilin asked from his bed. Qinyu furrowed his brow and pulled out his gun, disengaging the safety. Open the door. A melodious female voice called from outside. Surprised, Qinyu opened the door. Outside stood Kiki, dressed in a black trench coat, her long legs clad in over-the-knee boots, her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of seduction and allure. What brings you here? Qinyu asked. Astonished, just thought I'd drop by, Kiki replied playfully as she stepped inside. Qinyu scrutinized her retreating figure and asked, How did you know we were staying here? I just found out, Kiki said, surveying the room with her hands clasped behind her back. Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine, worrying about the implications if it were not Kiki who found out their whereabouts, but rather someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou. The consequences could be dire. Kiki turned, smiling at Qinyu, and reassured him, Don't worry. The Li family cannot reach this place. They lack our finesse here. Qinyu stared at Kiki in astonishment, as if she had read his innermost thoughts. Qilin, seated on the bed, suddenly interjected, My brother, damn it, I came to Jiangzhou all fired up, and before I could even rock and roll, I'm confined by a woman. Lao entered the room with concern, asking, Are you hurt? Seeing Lao, both Qinyu and Qilin let out a sigh of relief. That it's fine, just a hurt arm. Damn it, I thought something happened to you. Lao exclaimed, anxiously calling out, Bring a doctor. Hurry and check on my brother. As he spoke, a middle-aged man carrying a medical case entered the room. Are you here to collect Li Tong? Qinyu inquired of Kiki. Exactly, Kiki nodded. Qinyu paused, his expression turning stern. Isn't this a bit improper? I said that Li Tong can only be released once the goods arrive. Kiki flashed a playful smile. The goods have already reached Jiangzhou. Impossible. The money just reached your hands today. Qinyu retorted skeptically. Kiki, hands behind her back, replied softly. Even before the money arrived, I had already arranged for the goods to be sent to Songjiang. Qinyu was left speechless, contemplating the depth of cunning possessed by this girl, who was of similar age to him at 9 o'clock. You can have someone retrieve the goods. Kiki extended her palm, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. The doctor inside tended to Qilin's wounds anew and, after administering 3 days' worth of intravenous medication, turned to him, saying, Young man, you have a strong constitution. Just keep warm and avoid catching a cold, and you will be fine. Kiki nodded. Thank you, Dr. Song. No need for thanks. The doctor smiled, grabbing his case as he made his exit. Kiki glanced at her watch and cheerfully said to Qinyu, I'll be staying here tonight. In an hour and a half. Come to my room. I'll treat you both to something nice. All right, Qinyu agreed with a nod. Let us go, Kiki called to her companions as she exited the room. Qinyu closed the door behind her and playfully kicked Lao's backside, asking, How was it? Did you suffer over there? What do you take me for? How could a woman handle me? Lao retorted, rolling his eyes. They captured me but didn't lay a finger on me. I realized immediately that you two must have secured some leverage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treated me so courteously. So, I spent these days like a lord, eating and drinking as I pleased, and charming the little lady's driver while I was at it. Ha ha. Qinyu, exasperated, chastised, You carefree fool. You seem to take everything lightly. Isn't it necessary? If I appear too humble, Kiki might genuinely believe Lao Kong has us under control. Lao, despite his seemingly brash demeanor, displayed a remarkable composure in challenging situations, a trait undoubtedly shaped by his privileged upbringing, which had instilled in him a sense of confidence. Brother, I've heard all about what happened, Lao said, sitting beside Qilin, his tone unexpectedly respectful. Without you and the foolish you, things might have spiraled out of control in Jiangzhou. Not to mention, you handled this matter splendidly, Qilin smiled. Everyone has their role to play. Oh, by the way, Qinyu suddenly spoke up. I'm planning to have Qilin act as the intermediary, responsible for facilitating the pharmaceutical connections and distributing profits. Lao paused. That's a tough job. And quite perilous. That I'm not afraid of danger. It's what I want to do. Qi Lin responded softly. Having heard this many times before, Lao instinctively looked at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you think it's feasible?" "Yes, I agree." Qin Yu nodded. Then it's settled. Lao expressed his approval. At a critical juncture in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who discreetly contacted the Ma family, protecting Qi Lin at a pivotal moment. Their arduous journey to Jiangzhou was also marked by Qin Yu's ideas and strategies, as he helped Qi Lin kick away the burdens that had fallen from the sky. Now, with the situation regarding the medicinal line having reached a definitive turning point, it was again Qin Yu who devised a plan, enabling everyone to navigate the intricate relationships towards a favorable outcome. Thus, whether it was Lao or Qi Lin, they both unconsciously began to regard Qin Yu as their cornerstone of support. This subconscious shift was indeed beneficial. For when brothers work together, they cannot deliberate on every matter. There must be someone to decisively make the calls. Lao's somewhat reckless nature often led him to be a tad impulsive and idealistic. As for Qi Lin, there was no need to elaborate. His courage was abundant. However, when it came to communication, especially with the nefarious individuals from the planning area, he lacked the necessary experience. Therefore, both of them understood that only Qin Yu, with over a decade of experience in survival, decisiveness in action, and sharp insight, was truly suited to occupy that leadership role. Lying in bed while receiving in 4 drip, Qi Lin pondered for a long while before asking, "Xiao Yu, how do you plan to negotiate with Cuckoo? Will the pricing follow the previous standards?" "No." Qin Yu shook his head, "But we're different from your brother. Back then, he was the only one being fed while the rest of the family went hungry. But this time we are distributing profits among many people. If the cost of the medicine is too high, the profits will be minimal, making it difficult to satisfy all parties involved." Lao, with a somewhat crude demeanor, pointedly interjected, "Old Li is already in Fengbei. He might demand 50% of the profits from that side." "That much?" Qi Lin frowned. Lao explained softly, "Old Li isn't focused on making money. He aims to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself. That 50% is primarily for the upper-tier relationships. He won't take much for himself." "That still seems excessive." Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu. "The Ma family will also take a portion. 50% is understandable." Qin Yu replied with a smile. "The backbone of this business relies heavily on Li C's connections. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the medicine, then, while we may earn less initially, it will be stable. If we can't make a lot of money in the short term, we should accumulate capital over time. There's no rush. We can take it slow. Qi Lin nodded. The 3 brothers chatted while keeping an eye on the time. It was only after an hour and a half that Qi Lin finally removed the needle and stepped out with Qin Yu and Lao to the room diagonally opposite. Inside Cuckoo's room, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, with a rusted copper pot on the table bubbling with hot broth. Beside it, several plates of frozen lamb were sliced into thin rolls of red and white, making one's appetite surge inexplicably in this era. "The lamb and vegetables are from me. The broth is prepared by the boss," Cuckoo greeted, dressed in a loose turtleneck sweater, gesturing for them to sit down. "Then I shall not be polite." Lao, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward to scoop a hefty portion of meat and tossed it into the pot. "The last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. We, who dine on government rations, are not as carefree as you folks in the planning area." "Hee hee," Cuckoo chuckled, turning to Lao. "Your Old Li sits in that position, casually raising a hand. Do you still lack for hot pot?" Upon hearing this, Lao immediately put on airs. "Sister, you don't know. I'm a person of ambition. Although I have a familial relationship with Old Li, my dignity does not allow me to rely on him for survival." "You should just shut up and eat," Qin Yu said, nearly exasperated. "Am I not speaking the truth?" Lao shot back with a sideways glance that it is indeed the truth. Qin Yu mumbled in agreement. "Come on. Everyone sit down." Cuckoo graciously invited. As they took their seats around the round table, Cuckoo poured wine for the 3 of them, then raised her glass, her demeanor spirited as she declared, "First, I wish us a smooth cooperation in the future. Second, capturing Li Tong is a way of avenging Brother Kong. Third, as long as you do business with me, you are allowing me to profit. So I must thank you all that I will drink 3 cups to express my respect." Lao, gazing at the poised Cuckoo, blinked his eyes shamelessly and said, "This girl has a great capacity for alcohol. It's a pity she isn't performing at the Buckingham Palace. You should just shut up." Qin Yu reached over to ruffle Lao's head. At the dining table, Cuckoo started with nearly 5 ounces of white liquor. Yet she remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Seeing the young lady handle her business so well, Qin Yu felt embarrassed not to join in. So he and Lao also downed 3 cups in response. Lin, unable to drink due to his injury, could only sit by as an observer. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, with everyone feeling slightly tipsy, Yu smiled and asked, "Cuckoo, what is your full name?" "I am called Eugenian," Cuckoo replied crisply, wiping the oil from her red lips. Yu was taken aback. "That sounds a bit like a boy's name. It's quite nice, but it does feel somewhat out of place for a girl." Lao commented. "It's too sharp. Not good," he added. "You don't know anything." Cuckoo rolled her eyes. Jean in ancient times referred to beautiful jade. When used in a name, it conveys elegance and simplicity, with a very positive connotation. "He lacks culture. Don't follow his lead." Lin advised. "I can see he is illiterate." Cuckoo nodded. "I actually think this name suits you quite well," Yu remarked, tilting his head to look at Cuckoo. "You're more competent than many men. Whereas the merit in that," Cuckoo shook her head, "it's merely inheriting my father's legacy." "Does your family have no men?" Lao inquired. "There are," Cuckoo replied while picking up lamb, smiling brightly, "but they are all inferior to me." The 3 were momentarily stunned, and Cuckoo playfully added, "Just kidding, my 2 older brothers handle other affairs." Yu looked at Cuckoo and suddenly asked, "May I visit the production workshop for the medicine?" Upon hearing this, Cuckoo immediately shook her head. "Of course not." "Why not?" "Your client level isn't sufficient, and I don't fully trust you yet. How could I possibly allow you to visit the workshop?" Cuckoo decisively refused. "Then how will I know the quality of the medicine?" Yu pressed on. Iku replied, her tone flat. "After you handle the goods a couple of times, you'll understand that my name, Eugenian, is a guarantee of quality. Just talking 1 tea suffice." Yu blinked, baring his teeth and asking, "How about this? You don't need to take us to see the workshop, and when we return for the second batch of goods, I'll give you a portion of the advance payment first, and then pay you the balance once the goods are sold." "Oh dear, you look quite imposing and sturdy, yet you're so cunning in business." Cuckoo blinked her big eyes and asked, "Are you having financial troubles? Afraid of overstocking and not being able to cope? So you came up with the excuse to see the workshop?" Yu was taken aback for a moment before shamelessly replying, "I just think this way everyone has guarantees to K." Iku paused with her chopsticks and responded, "The advance payment must exceed 50% for me to release the goods." "No, let us discuss this further." Yu attempted to continue negotiating. "Don't be greedy. My conditions are already quite favorable." Cuckoo interjected immediately. Seeing that no agreement could be reached, Yu could only nod and say, "Then how about this? Can you lower the purchase price a bit? You know, Songjiang has the Yuan family, and there may also be a Li family in the future. If my prices lack an advantage, it will be very difficult to compete with them." "Impossible. The price will remain as before. Mine is already quite low." Cuckoo rejected once more. Yu frowned at her, softly urging again, "Times have changed. When Along supplied goods to old Ma, there weren't so many competitors, and there was no animosity. Think about it. If you can't protect the Songjiang market, not only will there be no profits, but it would also mean aiding the other 2 families." Ke Ku looked at Yu and remarked, "You are really cunning. If you lower the price, it shows we are sincerely trying to cooperate." Lao interjected, "To be honest, in this line of work, connections must be managed from all angles. Therefore, the meat that reaches our mouths is only a meager portion. How do you allocate benefits? It shouldn't concern me, right?" Coco turned around and said, "My goods are already quite affordable. If we offer further discounts, how are we to survive? I believe you certainly do not wish to witness the Yuan and Li families encroaching upon your market." Yu produced an electronic cigarette, initially establishing channels and gathering clientele. "It is a sound strategy for all of us to earn a little less." Coco gazed at the 2, who were speaking incessantly, a subtle smile gracing her delicate face. Yet she remained silent. "Do not try to entice me. We are discussing serious matters here. Why do you keep throwing those flirtatious glances?" someone remarked derogatorily. "Hee," Coco chuckled. "The fact that we are seated here discussing indicates that you have accepted my pricing, correct?" Yu was taken aback. "Do not bring market issues into this. We all understand that the Yu family indeed needs to compete with the other 2 parties. But it is merely a matter of market share. However, you are different. You need this to survive. Am I right?" Coco inquired again. Directing her question towards Yu, he looked at her, suddenly feeling a throbbing headache. This girl, when it comes to business, is sharper than a monkey. Sitting down for a meal is precisely to ensure things go smoothly. I am not suggesting anything. If you wish to take this price, it is up to you, but you cannot be overly demanding." After a moment of contemplation, Coco succinctly stated, Let us each take a step back. I will offer you a 10% reduction in the drug price, provided that your monthly order must meet a minimum of 200,000 yuan. If it falls short by even a fraction, I will revert to the previous pricing for you. The elder, upon hearing this, exclaimed in an excited tone, "You truly excel at business. 200,000 worth of goods each month. You are asking us to go head-to-head with the other two families for market share. You stated that I should lower my prices so you can capture the market. If not, why should I offer you a discount?" Coco asked with a smile. The elder fell silent for a moment, then raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "If you were a man, you would have already outmaneuvered the Li family." Coco, upon hearing this, lifted her warm wine and boldly declared, "Eliminating the Li family is merely a matter of time." Qin Yu looked at Coco, feeling not only a sense of admiration but also an inexplicable reassurance regarding future cooperation. Initially, Qin Yu believed that despite Coco's shrewdness, being a woman in the business world, or in this era, would place her at a disadvantage compared to the more seasoned gentlemen. However, upon actual engagement, he discovered that this woman, who appeared to be a naive girl at times, possessed a quirky charm, capable of joking and engaging in casual banter like a friend, yet when it came to serious discussions about interests, she was unyielding. Her thoughts were clear, her speech concise, often rendering the rambling of men to mere fluff, overshadowed by her directness. After concluding the serious discussions, the banquet reached its conclusion, and as Qin Yu prepared to return to arrange matters with Li Tong, Coco suddenly called out to him, "I have a favor to ask. I apologize. I can accept the collaboration, but I cannot serve a female boss. That is my bottom line," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Turning back, the elder immediately raised his hand. "I have no bottom line. I can serve. Just tell me what you need." Coco looked at the two in exasperation. "Can you both just leave?" "Hee. Just tell me what you need." Qin Yu grinned. "I need some skincare products. They are unavailable here, and the prices in Zone 7 are exorbitant. After you return, could you ask someone to help me get some from Fongbei? It is cheaper there." Coco's lovely face blossomed with a radiant smile once more. "All right, send me a list tomorrow, and I will have someone assist you in purchasing them." Qin Yu readily agreed. "I will provide you with my account. And you just need to transfer the funds. Do I still need to pay?" Coco asked, her big, watery eyes wide with surprise. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Is your father a high-ranking official? Do you not pay for cosmetics?" Coco spread her hands in protest. "I have facilitated such a significant deal for you. Should you not provide a kickback? This is quite uncouth." Qin Yu looked at her in disbelief. "You are, after all, a boss, and this seems rather. Even as a boss, I am still a woman. Women are inherently thrifty. You will come to understand this over time, but let's keep it reasonable. If it's too expensive, I cannot afford it," Qin Yu remarked as he hurriedly exited, fearing she might make additional requests. After everyone had departed, Coco retrieved her own sheets from her luggage, laying them on the icy bed before sitting down heavily. Moments later, she dialed her father's number. "Hello, Dad. How did everything go?" a warm voice inquired. "Everything has been settled. For the second shipment, they will provide an advance payment." Qin Yu negotiated the price, and I agreed to lower it by 10%. However, the condition is that they must maintain a minimum order of 200,000 each month. "All right, that surpasses my expectations." The other party nodded in satisfaction. "Have you returned?" "Not yet. I am staying here tonight." Coco replied, shaking her head. "The conditions there must be terrible. Why do you not return?" "Oh, I have endured worse accommodations. There is no need for you to worry. I will return tomorrow," Coco said with a cheerful tone. "Please urge my brother to expedite the second batch of goods." "All right, I will hurry him up. Now, I shall wash up and then sleep." "Yes, rest early, take care of yourself, and do not overexert." Her father expressed concern for his daughter. In the adjacent room, the elder sat on a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, "How do you sleep on a mere 2-meter bed?" "Brother, can you stop being so finicky?" Qi Lin retorted. "Under such circumstances, having a place to stay is already quite good. Let us 3 squeeze together." "I am not accustomed to squeezing," the elder remarked, taking a puff from his electronic cigarette. Qin Yu carelessly stripped off his clothing and flopped onto the bed, cursing, "You are such a pretentious prick. It is not like you are being forced to share a bed with me." "Never mind, I will find another place," the elder declared, rising with the help of alcohol. "Where are you going?" Qi Lin asked curiously. "Where will you find a place? Did you not notice? Coco has had a bit too much to drink, and the girl seems a bit lonely. I will go get some drinks and talk to her." The elder's suppressed enthusiasm was evident. "You might as well give it up. Idio not be so desperate." Qin Yu lay on the bed, scolding him. And did you not say you liked Lin Yinlei? Who does not like her? Shi Lin commented dismissively. You two go ahead and sleep, the elder said as he hurriedly closed the door behind him. Shi Lin lay on the bed, frowning as he asked, Do you think this fool will irritate Coco? He knows his limits. It's fine, Xinyu replied, rolling over and resting his hand on Shi Lin's abdomen. Brother, why don't you lie over here? I feel a bit cold. Shi Lin was startled. What do you mean? There is an idiom about keeping a low profile. Have you heard of it? Get away from me. Shi Lin shoved Xinyu away, exclaiming, What kind of people are you? I am still injured, and you 1T let me be. Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and the occupants in each room had mostly fallen asleep. The elder, clutching some snacks and drinks, lightly knocked on Coco's door. Are you asleep? After a short while, Coco, her head wrapped in a pink towel and clad in thick pajamas, opened the door, staring at the elder in confusion. What do you want? It seems you have not fully sobered up, and I believe there may be some flaws in our collaborative approach. The elder assessed Coco from head to toe. Shall we discuss it further? Coco paused, glancing at the elder's face before suddenly smiling. Sure, come in. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart nearly melted, and he promptly stepped inside, using his backside to push the door shut. Sister, I must tell you. From the moment I met you, I felt you were more generous than any man and exceptionally adept in business. Please, have a seat. I will fetch something from the bathroom. Coco gestured for him to sit, and then closed the door behind her. All right, go ahead. The elder nodded repeatedly. Coco, wearing slippers, walked to the bathroom door and turned back to ask, Hey, it's quite cold. You've been holed up in my storage for several days now. Would you like to take a shower? There's hot water? Hearing this, Lao was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with an erratic thump. Why are you looking at me? He asked. Are you going to wash up? Kiki inquired with a playful smile. Is that so? Lao stood up with a swift motion, shedding his outer coat. Da-da. The children of the rivers and lakes are not so particular about trifles. Go wash up. We shall enjoy a drink together shortly. Kiki gazed at Lao, her cheeks slightly flushed as she remarked, In truth, I admire you. What do you admire about me? Lao pondered, somewhat perplexed. You were remarkably unflustered when you were with me, Kiki gently assessed. Over the years, I've dealt with many people in business, yet few possess your composure. Upon hearing this, Lao felt a surge of excitement, swiftly removing his sweater and dashing into the bathroom, which lacked a shower head. Sister, just wait a moment. I shall regale you with tales of my past. Kiki pursed her lips, bending down to sit on the worn sofa, her attention shifting to a book. After filling the wooden tub with water, Lao hurriedly began to scrub himself with utmost diligence. 20 minutes later, when Kiki noticed the absence of water sounds, she calmly called from the sofa, Mao Mao, you can use the large towel hanging on the rope. Don't bother taking your clothes out. They're filthy. Upon hearing this, Lao promptly yanked down the towel from the rope and exclaimed, What a tremendous opportunity. If I don't seize this, it would be a waste of my name. Li Fugue. A few minutes later, wrapped in the towel around his waist and draped in a coat, Lao emerged only to find Kiki fiddling with something by the door. What's the matter? He inquired, steam rising from his head. I don't know what happened. The door suddenly 1T lock, and when the wind blows, it just opens, she replied. Let me help you with that. No need. Just stand outside for a moment. I'll adjust the lock, Kiki instructed, her fingers brushing through her hair. Just hold it steady from outside. All right, Lao responded eagerly, rushing outside to brace the door. Kiki fidgeted with the lock and then smiled. It should be fine now. Step back. Let me see if I can close it tightly. It's so cold. The latch must have frozen. It's all right. Go ahead. I'll give it a tug, Lao said. Grinning as Kiki reached to pull the iron door shut, Lao enthusiastically grasped the handle and yanked it outward, exclaiming, It's secure now. It 1T open. Silence ensued within. Lao, feeling the chill of the wind, chuckled and shouted, Open up. It's freezing out here. Let me in. Inside, Kiki was sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You're not respecting me. I want you to cool off a bit. What? Lao gaped, allowing the cold air to seep into him as he yelled. There's wind outside. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Kiki chuckled again and switched off the light. After knocking on the door for 2 to 3 minutes, Lao realized he had been tricked. He shouted, Sister, this is a bit excessive. You're not drinking, so at least give me my clothes back. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn, it's too cold outside. Kiki continued to ignore him. Damn it, the most venomous of hearts belong to women. Lao cursed through clenched teeth, glancing around, that a sudden gust of wind sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to instinctively hug his shoulders. But as he turned, the towel around his waist fell with a sharp sound. The cool breeze sent a chill through him, his face paling as he bent down to retrieve the towel. Creak. The small door swung open, and the innkeeper, holding a flashlight after inspecting the courtyard, turned to see Lao exposed, frozen in shock. Lao was equally taken aback. After a moment, the innkeeper, utterly bewildered, inquired, "Brother, what kind of training are you doing? Could you keep it down?" "Do you have any clothes?" Lao asked, lifting the towel. "What?" The innkeeper's face flushed red with embarrassment. "Do you have any sense of propriety?" The following morning at the inn, Chinyu, while eating breakfast, glanced sideways at Lao and asked, "Where did you sleep last night?" "Where else? I spent the night in the front hall with the innkeeper," Lao grumbled. "This woman is truly ruthless. If you're not going to handle business, then why strip me of my clothes?" "You read the type who deserves to be taught a lesson." Chinyu laughed. "It's clear as day. Kiki is not just anyone. She's the daughter of the supplier, and she's clever. There's no way she'd casually get involved with you. That I thought she was subtly hinting at something during dinner." "You know," Lao replied with a sideways glance, "that I expected it to be a fiery tale. Not a story of worms and cold winds." Qilin interjected. "Is this meal still edible?" "What are you implying?" Lao exclaimed in frustration. "Ha ha ha." Qilin and Chinyu laughed heartily, offering Lao gestures of respect. After they finished breakfast, Kiki entered, her face beaming with delight. Upon seeing her, Lao ground his teeth and remarked, "Oh, you're up quite early. Good morning." Kiki replied cheerfully, turning to Lao, "You seem to be in excellent health." "Not even a cold in this chill. No time for chit-chat. I'm stepping outside for a smoke," Lao declared, getting up to leave. Giggling, Kiki smiled. "I had the innkeeper wash your clothes. I paid for it." Lao was taken aback. "Well, at least you have some decency." Kiki turned back to Chinyu and said, "Today, I'm taking Li Tong with me." "Yes, the goods have been collected. We're heading back," Chinyu replied, extending his hand. "Let us keep in touch." Kiki, upon hearing this, lost her playful demeanor and shook Chinyu's hand, saying, "The prices I offered you were intentionally low to capture some market share. I hope you take this seriously so that everyone can benefit." "Absolutely," Chinyu replied. "Let us cut to the chase. I wish you a safe journey." "All right," Kiki waved as she approached the door, suddenly slapping her forehead. "How could I forget the important matter? Hanakasen, come here," after calling twice. A burly man appeared from the distance, carrying something. Kiki took the items from him and turned to Qilin, saying, "Here's some money for the elderly's medicine, and I've also bought clothes for your sister. Please accept it." Qilin, taken aback, stared at Kiki in disbelief. This is... I'm truly sorry to hear about Along's incident in Songjiang. Although I didn't know him well, he helped us immensely and never betrayed us in our darkest times. For that, I am grateful." Kiki replied politely. "This is just a token of my appreciation." After a moment of silence, Qilin, deeply moved, said, "My brother has been out there for so many years, always telling me about the friends he has made. Yet, after his incident, you are the only one who remembered him and thought of his family. Thank you. No need for thanks." Kiki smiled, nodding. "All right, we're off then. Let us see you off," Qilin said. Minutes later, Chinyu, Lao, and Qilin bid farewell to Kiki and her team on the road. "This girl is remarkable," Lao remarked, hands behind his back. "She is both talented and meticulous in her work. Who would have thought she would bring something for Qilin in honor of Along?" "Indeed," Chinyu agreed. "Did you notice?" Qilin looked at Lao, recounting softly. "Li Tong seemed quite tough, but did you see his expression when he saw Kiki in the car? What expression? It was as if he'd encountered a killer out for his life." Qilin described without hesitation. There was a hint of fear in his eyes that he couldn't conceal. "That suggests there's more to Kiki than we realize," Lao replied thoughtfully, "regardless of how much we know. At this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious." Chinyu chuckled, patting Lao on the shoulder. "Wouldn't you agree, brother? It appears that my rapport with her is not as harmonious as one might hope." "Ha ha." Chinyu chuckled. "Let us gather our belongings and triumphantly return to the city in the afternoon." After Chinyu handed over the money to the boss, he waited for a full 2 hours before the fuel and matching ammunition were finally delivered. Once everything was in order, the three brothers embarked on their journey back to the city. However, their mindset had undergone a transformation. While their initial arrival was marked by anxiety and trepidation, their return was filled with elation and boundless ambition. During their time in Jiangzhou, the three had worked tirelessly to secure the drug line. thereby establishing a solid foundation for their future in Songjiang. That night, within a certain office building belonging to the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki sipped her self-prepared lemon tea while seated on the sofa, directing a question at Li Tong. Have you considered the consequences of attempting to kill me? Li Tong feigned composure, smirking as he replied. You wouldn't dare touch me. If you choose to confront us now, it won't end well for you either. Are you so certain? Kiki inquired, setting her teacup down. As for this situation, I've accepted my fate. I will remain silent and inactive, simply awaiting communication between my family and yours. Li Tong was acutely aware that his father and uncles had undoubtedly initiated contact with the Yu family. You're quite arrogant, Kiki remarked with a smile. You killed Brother Kong, and yet you utter not a word of remorse. Is it not normal for someone to die in the midst of competition? Li Tong replied softly. Kiki rose, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Li Tong. Are you truly unafraid of me, or are you merely putting on an act? Li Tong clenched his fists tightly. I am not one of the street thugs. I have the backing of the Li family. Oh, Kiki nodded, suddenly turning to shout, panic saying. The door swung open, revealing a burly man in a black t-shirt who bent down to address her. Boss, teach this young master of the Li family how to address me properly. Kiki commanded before turning to leave. Panic saying drew his gun, expressionless as he aimed it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, if you continue like this, the two families will inevitably be at odds. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out as Li Tong's kneecaps were shattered by bullets. Li Tong cried out in pain, falling backward and toppling over a chair. Kiki turned, hands behind her back, and spat at him. You're merely a side branch of the Li family. What are you pretending for? Is it worth it for the Li family to openly confront us now? Panic sang. Drag him to Brother Kang's memorial and let him kneel there for a night with the bullets lodged in his bones. Without any treatment. Understood. Panic saying nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone tinged with reproach. Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've concluded our negotiations here. Are you foolish? Kiki replied, her brows furrowing. Having Li Tong in our grasp means his uncle's death will surely be pinned on us. Now that we've broken the peace, why should we allow him to waltz back with impunity? In the early hours of the morning on the highway, an elderly man, having awakened from a slumber, squinted out the window and asked, Where are we? We've been out of Jiangzhou for a while. Qin Yu replied, stifling a yawn. But there's still a long way to go. Stop up ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite. Then, you can rest while I drive, the elderly man said, rubbing his face. All right, Qin Yu responded, driving for another 2 kilometers before stopping in an open area. The elderly man grabbed some provisions from the back of the car and draped a thick military coat over the already sleeping Qi Lin before starting to eat. Qin Yu stepped out for a couple of puffs of smoke, then returned to the car to fetch some toilet paper. Eat up. I need to take a dump at D. Oh, you have any manners? I am trying to eat here. I'll take care of my business. You take care of yours. It won't interfere. Qin Yu chuckled, clutching the paper as he made his way toward the back of the field, seeking a suitable spot to squat. Inside the car, the elderly man had finished a bun with smoked meat and 2 bottles of water before he also exited to relieve himself. In the field. Qin Yu shouted, Hey, I'm not done yet. Have you finished already? You eat faster than a pig. Shut it, the elderly man retorted, tightening his belt. Hurry up, or I'll leave without you. Just a moment. I'll be done soon. Qin Yu wiped his nearly frozen backside, stood up, and fastened his belt as he walked back. The elderly man was already in the driver's seat, warming up the car. Qin Yu crunched through the snow. He suddenly stumbled over something. What is that? Although the night was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the ground's basic contours. Qin Yu raised his leg to kick the object beneath him, bending down to take a closer look at a face. Blue and purple, staring back at him. Damn. Even Qin Yu, known for his courage, was startled. He stepped back a couple of paces and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a boy, approximately 15 or 16 years old. Lying in the snow, dressed warmly, his eyes were closed, and his hair was coated with frost, resembling a super saiyan due to the cold. Such incidents were not uncommon in the designated planning area. Every year, numerous individuals, having lost their way, succumbed to the bitter cold of winter. Hence, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Please, help me. A weak voice called from behind. Qin Yu halted, hesitating before turning back toward the snow. The boy lay motionless, only able to weakly plead, Help me. Qin Yu stood still, contemplating for a long while before finally asking, How long have you been lying here? Help me. The boy repeated, How do I know what your intentions are? Besides, you're in quite a predicament. If you die, it'll be trouble for everyone. Chinyu scoffed, turning decisively to leave. The boy's faint cries continued, but Chinyu walked further away, soon unable to hear him at all. Back in the car, the elderly man saw Chinyu approaching and scoffed. What took you so long to wipe your backside? Chinyu turned back to him. Let us go. The elderly man shifted into gear, slowly driving away from the spot. Inside the vehicle, Chinyu furrowed his brow, the mirth gone from his face. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? What's with that expression? The elderly man sensed something was off about Chinyu and curiously inquired. Chinyu silently recalled the boy in the snow, feeling a sudden softening of his heart. Had this been in the past, during his time in the designated planning area, he would have never bothered with such matters. Nor would he have felt a shred of guilt. After all, such a mysterious child could easily bring him trouble, and given his own precarious situation, he was in no position to help anyone. But now, things were different. His life had started to improve, and that boy was still alive, still able to speak. If he chose to ignore him, this young life would surely perish in the icy expanse. Thoughts raced through his mind as Chinyu reflected on the boy, and he could almost see his younger self, abandoned and alone. So similar, a thick coat, worn-out boots, the endless snowy landscape, and a child left to fend for himself. Chinyu closed his eyes, remaining silent for several seconds before finally saying, reversing. What for? The elderly man was bewildered. Just do it, Chinyu urged. The elderly man, confused, reversed the car, muttering, are you out of your mind? Why are we going back? Do you think you lost something? Shut up and drive back. Moments later, the car came to a halt once more in the open area. Chinyu leapt from the trunk, pulling out a military coat, and strode purposefully into the snow, wrapping it around the boy as he picked him up. The elderly man stood by the roadside, astonished, and asked, where did you find this person? Ran into him while taking a dump. Chinyu gasped. He is still breathing. My goodness. How old is he? Is he even an adult? The elderly man observed the child, noting his purple face, holding the boy tightly. Chinyu instructed, quickly, go fetch the heating lamp from the car and set it up in the open. Okay. With a heart full of warmth, he hastened to the car upon seeing the child in such distress. Retrieving a basin lamp from the trunk, Chinyu gently placed the child on the ground and turned to inquire, is there any alcohol in the car? Not much left, but the lamp must be used. The elder replied while holding the basin lamp. Chinyu glanced around and immediately instructed, undress him, but be sure to do it slowly. His body is frozen stiff. If your movements are too abrupt, you might harm him. What kind of weather is this to be undressing? If you don't understand, then refrain from speaking. With that, Chinyu dashed into the snow, scooping up several handfuls of white snow with his clothing before returning. The elder carefully began to remove the child's garments. Chinyu, with the snow in hand, exerted all his strength to rub it against the child's back and chest. At first, the snow clung to the child's body without melting. But after about 10 minutes of vigorous rubbing, water began to flow from the snow in Chinyu's hands. After a good half hour of labor, Chinyu was drenched in sweat as he pushed against the child's chest, calling out, can you hear me? If you can, open your eyes. Otherwise, I might just throw you away. After shouting 6 or 7 times, the child suddenly murmured, help me. There's a response. Chi Lin, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, shouted from the side. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he survives now depends on him. What should we do? Take him back, the elder asked. Clearly, this was a child no one was looking after. Having saved him, they would undoubtedly have to take him back. Chinyu nodded in agreement. Let's lift him into the car. After rescuing the child midway, the 3 brothers hurried back towards Songjiang. A day later, Qilin got off to return home, while Chinyu and the elder continued driving for several more hours before finally reaching Songjiang again. In the back seat of the car, the child, who had lain there for 2 days, began to regain some color in his face and called out, is there something to eat? Give me some. The elder was taken aback by the child's words. Little master, what kind of attitude is this? We saved you out of kindness, and you call yourself a master. Upon returning to Songjiang, Chinyu and the elder drove back to number 88 courtyard with the child they had picked up along the way. Inside, Chinyu removed the child's already foul-smelling clothes and casually tossed them at the door, then bent down to splash his face with cold water. What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here indefinitely? The elder casually inquired. Chinyu, drying his face with a towel, shook his head in response, I have no time to take care of him. Once he's better, I'll ask Zhu Wei if he can find some small work for him in Songjiang, just to help him survive. Finding him a small job is feasible, but he has no residency permit. As an illegal resident, He could be removed at any time. The elder pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'll help you inquire about this later. I know some truck owners who operate in and out of the district. Although they don't venture deep into the planned area, they frequently come and go, so he can get a temporary residency permit every 30 days. That sounds good. Since we found the child, you should help think of a way. Chinyu nodded. Shall we go then? We need to head back to the police station. Old Lee is still waiting. All right, let's go. After a brief discussion, they locked the door and left number 88 courtyard in the afternoon. Inside the police chief's office, Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with satisfaction and gestured, "Have a seat." Chinyu grinned and sat on the opposite chair. "Uncle Lee, have you just returned from Phone Bay?" "Yes." Chief Lee casually tossed Chinyu a cigarette and spoke in a steady voice. "I've concluded matters over in Phone Bay. But next, you must inform the Ma family not to be too ostentatious in their actions. The upper echelons mean that the goods should be held back for profit assessment, rather than immediately creating a multitude of troublesome issues that I understand." Chinyu nodded and softly asked, "Since the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can start working on Ma Lao Air's case?" Chief Lee pondered for a moment. "It's feasible. Go ahead, but ensure that no procedural errors are made. For the foreseeable future, Yuan Ke might be looking to find fault with you." "Got it. I'll be mindful," Chinyu replied. Chief Lee took a puff of his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer and pulled out 2 certificates along with the corresponding shoulder and arm insignia. Saying, "Take a look," Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to accept the items handed to him, quickly scanning them before grinning. "Wow, thank you, Chief. A second-level officer's certification has come through so quickly. From today onwards, your Team 3 will officially be transferred to Squad 4, and you will formally take on the role of team leader. Later, you will need to hand over duties to Yuan Ke." Chief Lee gazed at Chinyu with a smile. Continuing softly, "You will stay in Squad 4 for a while, and then I'll have the team leader transferred, allowing you to take over as acting team leader, gradually transitioning to a permanent position." Chinyu realized that his path to promotion was not merely due to any old connections or simply because Chief Lee held him in high regard. It was a result of the life and death struggles he and Chi Lin had endured in Jiangzhou. It was at this moment that Chinyu distinctly felt he had connections and a backing. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Chinyu sincerely expressed his gratitude and no need for thanks. "This is what you deserve." Chief Lee waved his hand. "Now go, and I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the dormitory reassignment, you can discuss it with Wen Jia and logistics." Chinyu stood up and nodded. "Understood. Work hard. Your path will only grow wider," Chief Lee said, enjoying a puff of his cigarette, his face beaming with warmth. "Haha. All right then." Chinyu grinned and nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in the Team 3 dormitory, Chinyu sat on the bed, looking down at Ma Lao Air's case file, speaking into the phone. "Yes, Chief Lee has already spoken to me about it. Proceed according to the direction I've given you. Let the men handle everything, and Ma Lao Air should refrain from speaking unnecessarily. The prosecution side is not your concern. Chief Lee will handle it. Yes, the Min is charged with illegal possession. He won't face death, but he should be prepared to serve around 15 years. No, you don't need to have a lawyer contact me. Just have him meet with the Min directly. All right, you can take care of it now." That's all. After concluding the call, Guanxi walked in with a grim expression. "Why is that fool Lao San acting like he's lost his mother? I really want to scrub his mouth with a steel wool ball." The handover work was initially supposed to be handled by Chinyu, but he was too lazy to deal with Yuan Ke and the others, which is why Guanxi ended up handling it. However, it turned out that he had also encountered problems with the other party. "What happened?" Chinyu inquired. Guanxi loosened his collar, looking quite displeased as he replied, "During the large-scale arrest at Tuzhou Street. Didn't you have an incident in the meat shop? When we went to rescue, we used some department firearms and ammunition, along with 2 grenades. Lao San claimed that this matter was not reported in advance, and after verifying the scene, it didn't match what we said. So he demanded that I write a detailed report for him. Otherwise, he would submit materials to the chief. So what if he submits materials to the chief? What can he do?" Chinyu, having been there for a short time, still hadn't quite grasped the rules in this area. "All the equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during arrests must be applied for and approved in advance. This is to ensure strict management," Guanxi explained quietly. "But in the current chaotic environment, if you encounter a case suddenly or have unexpected situations during patrols, incidental equipment and ammunition losses are absolutely normal." But now he's just nitpicking, saying the equipment was approved by Team 1, while we used it privately, leading to discrepancies he can't explain to logistics. This person's perspective is limited to these trivial matters in the office. Qin Yu cursed in annoyance. Ignore him. If he wants to make trouble, let him. No. Team leader, Guan Qi immediately advised. The use of ammunition must ultimately be reported to the police station, as it involves whether officers might hoard important equipment and weapons. If Lao San tries to make things difficult for us and writes nonsense in the case file, it could lead to disciplinary action against you. Qin Yu frowned. Rising in frustration, he's really annoying. Let's go see. A little while later, Guan Qi and Qin Yu returned to the Team 1 office area. Lao San was lounging with his legs crossed, sitting at the computer watching a live broadcast. Qin Yu approached with patience, placing a hand on his shoulder. Third brother, busy. Huh? Lao San turned around upon hearing the voice, glancing at Qin Yu. Oh, isn't this team leader Qin? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to second level. I'm still far behind you. Qin Yu chuckled and directly posed the question. I'm here to inquire when we will finalize the handover work that I, too, wish for it to be expedited. But the last incident at the butcher's shop was rather unclear. After visiting the scene, I did not notice where explosives were deployed. Did I? Lao San responded in a rather blunt manner. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before leaning closer and whispering in Lao San's ear, Brother San. Those 2 explosives were not used. I concealed them. Someone is always trying to set me up, so I need to keep some hard assets for self-defense. Would you like one? I could find an opportunity to give you one on any evening. Lao San's expression darkened, and he slowly rose. Are you trying to scare me? Hee. Qin Yu smiled at him. So, how small is your courage, really? Lao San fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, sneering. When you first arrived, you were nothing. Now you've even become a team leader, yet you still try to play the outlaw with me. Do you think I would be afraid? Now that the police station has specially approved you. Even if murder were legal, you wouldn't dare do anything, would you? Brother San, do you know why you can only be a lackey for Captain Yuan? Qin Yu pointed at Lao San's chest. Because your perspective is limited. You've grown accustomed to being a dog and lack the mindset to take charge. At your level, do I even need to compete with you? My friend who killed Yuan Wei is still alive. Do you believe that one day he might suddenly return and show up at your doorstep for dinner? Upon hearing this, Lao San's heart sank as he understood that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. Captain Yuan has said anything? So what are you trying to prove? We're transferring Team 4. That's an order from Li Si. You think you're making things difficult for me. But in reality, you're just creating trouble for Li Si. Qin Yu scorned. Brother San, when are you going to grow up? If Brother San could mature, then when they encountered Matsushita at the restaurant last time. Would he have acted heroically? Guan Qi chimed in from the side. He is just a warm-hearted person. Lao San exploded at this. What the hell? Are you getting a bit too cocky? Saying this. Lao San swung a punch at Guan Qi's head. Don't hit. Don't get physical, Brother San. Qin Yu had been anticipating Lao San's loss of control, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around his shoulder and clenching his right fist. Declaring, Brother San, listen to me. We can have a verbal spar here without any issues, but if you resort to violence, that would escalate matters. Lao San had previously looked down on Guan Qi. But upon hearing his taunt, he charged forward with 2 punches. Thud. Guan Qi dodged, feigning a punch to the face and falling backward onto the ground, immediately shouting, Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right to hit someone? I'm going to report this to the police station. I'll submit materials to the supervisory office. I'll have you arrested. Get up. I'll take the blame. Lao San, infuriated, raised his foot to kick Guan Qi. Qin Yu held Lao San's neck with his left hand and with his right fist, struck him in the chest several times. Initially, Lao San didn't want to fight Qin Yu. But after taking a couple of hits, he was thoroughly provoked, turning around to grapple with Qin Yu and shouting, Beat him. Members from other teams, hearing Lao San's command, surged forward and began to tussle with Qin Yu. At that moment, there were 7 or 8 of them against Qin Yu, who only had Guan Qi by his side. However, neither of the 2 was a pushover. They were both quite cunning and had even prepared themselves not to retaliate. Guan Qi lay on the ground, still shouting, Brother San, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll frame you. I'll make you frame me. Lao San, with yellowed teeth bared, picked up a stool to smash down. Just then, Yuan Ku walked in through the front door, glaring and shouting, What is going on? Have you all gone mad? With that furious roar, the room fell silent. Lao San, panting, turned to Yuan Ku, Captain Yuan. Dante interfered today. I'd rather take my shirt off than not deal with him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku felt a headache coming on and scolded darkly. Shut up and put the chair down. Lao San calmed down slightly, holding back for a moment before throwing the chair aside. Yuanka furrowed his brow and glanced around the room before stepping up to Qinyu and asking, "Oh, so you're a big shot now? Planning to act without any burden on your conscience?" Qinyu smiled. "Captain Yuan, I'm just a poor guy. How could I be so inflated? Today, Li Si ordered us to assist Team 4. So I had Guanxi come over for the handover. But Brother San insisted on arguing about the equipment used during the last incident at the butcher shop, and he got worked up. Look, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can check the footage." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku's expression darkened even further. "Xiaoqi, go to the surveillance room and have the staff pull up the footage." Qin Yu added promptly. "Forget it." Yuan Ku waved his hand and, with a blank expression, said to Lao San, "Hurry up and finalize the handover." They used explosives in that case, which indeed doesn't add up with Lao San wanting to argue. "Do what I tell you. If it doesn't add up, figure it out yourself," Yuan Ku shouted, glaring at him. Lao San bit his lip and fell silent. Yuan Ku turned to Qin Yu, smiling. "Team Leader Qin, do you have any further instructions? I'll have someone take care of it. No, nothing more." Qin Yu immediately waved his hand. "Well, if you have any requests in the future, just let me know," Yuan Ku said. Hands behind his back. "You become a favorite in front of Director Li. The entire police department is revolving around you." "Captain Yuan, you're just joking," Qin Yu said, helping Guanxi up before turning to leave. Yuan Ku watched Qin Yu, still smiling. "Team Leader Qin, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department." "Thank you, Captain Yuan," Qin Yu replied without looking back, leading Guanxi away. Inside the room, Yuan Ku turned back, his face darkening as he asked Lao San, "This deputy captain, can you actually handle the job? It's not that I don't understand. It's just that Guanxi dares to speak condescendingly to me now." Lao San argued. "What did he say to you?" "He said I haven't grown up." Lao San glared, panting. Yuan Ku fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before replying. "That's a rather astute summary." Lao San felt particularly humiliated upon hearing this, his face reddening as he glanced at the other officers, feeling quite frustrated and wanting to retort. Yuan Ku looked at Lao San and suddenly shouted, "Li Si has made it clear that he wants to support Qin Yu. Why are you trying to obstruct him over such trivial matters? Do you think you can hold Qin Yu back? Or are you just trying to infuriate Li Si, wearing the title of deputy captain? You're only engaging in foolish antics. This is an office. We should strive to achieve our goals with a smile, not behave like thugs shouting for violence at every turn." Lao San, scolded, found himself unable to retort. Without the assurance to take him down, "Don't make a move over these petty matters. It only makes you look foolish." Yuan Ku frowned at Lao Sa and Lic has already chosen sides. "And it's not with US.So you can't act as you did before, thinking you can do whatever you want in the police department. Otherwise, if they catch you making mistakes, you might find yourself in serious trouble." Older than Yuan Ku, Lao San remained silent after being scolded for so long, finally responding, "I understand." Yuan Ku knew that while Lao San's abilities were limited and his skills mediocre, he was nonetheless someone who could be counted on for loyalty to the Yuan family and to himself. Thus, after calming himself down, he offered him an olive branch. "Tonight, you'll come back to my brother's place. Recently, there have been rumors that old Ma's people are distributing goods again, which might be related to the time Qin Yu has been missing." "All right," Lao San nodded. That evening, after Qin Yu treated the team to a meal, he returned home early to rest. Upon entering, he found Lin Yinlei sitting in a chair, propping her chin as she chatted with the child he had brought home. Qin Yu looked at the two with a puzzled expression and asked, "Oh, how did you two become friends?" Lin Yinlei smiled in response. "He came to my door with something to pry it open as soon as I got off work. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he wanted to borrow something to eat." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to see the child sitting on the bed, eating noodles. "Wait a minute. This is a bit inconsiderate. I assenti it? Don't you know the saying about rabbits not eating the grass near their burrow? Why would you steal from your neighbor?" The little boy, dark-skinned with long hair and a dirty face, looked at Qin Yu and retorted, "I didn't steal. I borrowed that I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I had to go to a familiar place to get something to eat." "Borrowing without notice by prying open someone's door. Is that really borrowing?" Qin Yu gently patted the child's head and remarked, "If you continue like this, don't say I won't toss you in. I'm merely borrowing. I intend to return it to her tomorrow." The young boy, devouring his food with fervor, responded with a heavy air of streetwise bravado, "We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Even a spit is worth its weight. That I won't take advantage of her. I will definitely repay it tomorrow." Qin Yu was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know about being a child of the rivers and lakes?" "Huh. This little brother is quite amusing. We've been chatting for quite a while, Lin Yinlei said, her large eyes squinting with a smile. She chimed in, "Hey, brother, what will you use to repay me tomorrow?" The boy rolled his eyes, retorting, "Each to their own. I said I'd repay you, so why all the fuss, woman?" Qin Yu, hearing this, also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yinlei. "He's someone I found in the planning area. Probably no one cares for him anymore. He's grown used to being untamed, like a wild donkey. You have quite the kind heart." Lin Yinlei gazed at Qin Yu, somewhat speechless. "What can I do? It's just how fate brought us together." Qin Yu deftly shifted the topic. "Have you eaten yet?" "I had something at work." Lin Yinlei stretched and yawned. "By the way, the gloves you borrowed from me are clean now. Just wait, I'll fetch them for you." "Did you buy gloves?" Qin Yu inquired. "Oh, I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to shop." Lin Yinlei pouted. "I haven't been out for ages, and next month I have to return to Fengbei. You can keep those gloves. Consider them a gift," she added. Qin Yu grinned. "Just so happens I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "When you return to Fengbei, could you bring me some cosmetics?" Qin Yu pulled out a list Coco had given him. "My friend asked for help. Just buy what's on this list, and I'll give you the money tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Oh, buying for your lover? Huh. An older lady? Get lost. Have you started dating?" Lin Yinlei asked again. "No, just an ordinary friend." Standing by the cabinet, Qin Yu found himself unexpectedly asking, "Why do you want to know? Are you jealous?" Lin Yinlei's face flushed instantly. "Are you crazy? Jealous of you? Dream on." With that, she turned and left. Qin Yu watched her graceful figure and suddenly called out, "Is he eating? Should I come to your room for a chat?" "Get lost," Lin Yinlei snapped, hurriedly retreating to her room. "Look at you being so flirty," the boy commented, blinking his large eyes while sitting on the bed. Qin Yu turned around, pulling out a cigarette. "What's your name?" "I'm Wang Henan. Some friends in the society like to call me Big Tooth." The boy, sweating profusely, sipped his noodle soup. "Alas," Qin Yu sighed, glancing at his shabby little home. "As you can see, my life is quite ordinary, but it's fate that we met. For now, you can stay here and recuperate. Later, I'll help you find some work. That's the least I can do." Wang Henan set down his bowl and looked up at Qin Yu with utmost seriousness, yet his tone feigned maturity as he said, "You saved my life. From now on, we are sworn brothers. I'll do whatever you ask. Then start by washing the bowl. I'll get you some hot water," Qin Yu instructed. Afterward, return the bowl to Lin Hands and speak to her politely. Upon hearing this, Wang Henan's mood soured. Damn it. How can a child of the rivers and lakes do a woman's work? Qin Yu was taken aback. What's wrong with that? You expect me to serve you? Hurry up and wash those dishes, little master, Wang Henan retorted. Who are you calling little master? I'll knock you out. Qin Yu smacked him on the back. Get it done quickly. An hour later, as the lights of the city dimmed, Qin Yu gave Big Tooth a bath in a wooden tub, and then used his razor to shave his head. Having eaten and drunk enough, Big Tooth felt sleepy and sat quietly in the chair. How old are you? Qin Yu asked. 18. Stop joking. Tell the truth. I'm actually 15. Nonsense. You were sleeping in a snowdrift that day. I ran away from the mountains. I ran out of food, and it was freezing. I was so tired I fell asleep in the snowdrift. Big Tooth's body and face were covered in frostbite, and as the warmth of the room enveloped him, it began to itch, making him scratch his skin raw. With his frail body, he limped while walking, looking quite pitiful. Why did you go to the mountains? My elder brother took me. Big Tooth paused for a moment, but continued with steady composure, articulating clearly, we were gathering scarce resources and catching some live animals. Are there still living creatures in the mountains? Yes, but you have to venture deep in. Big Tooth spoke plainly. Last month, we went deep into the mountain. The snow pit was several meters deep. The trafficker was behind us with a gun, forcing us to gather ginseng. Everyone was terrified. 3 were shot dead, including my brother. Qin Yu froze at this revelation. I am still young. I can't take revenge, but one day, I will bury that trafficker's head in the very snow pit where my brother died. Big Tooth recounted quietly, without a flicker of emotion. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, continuing to shave his head under the dim light. My brother is gone. Every time I sleep in the shed, I think of him, Big Tooth said, lowering his head slightly. I am afraid I'll always remember him, so I ran away that night and then met you. What about your parents? Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling. They were lost during the riots before the 9th district was established. They probably died long ago, just like me, Qin Yu replied, pausing momentarily, responding with a teasing tone. Big Tooth was taken aback. So we're quite fated. Do you want revenge? Qin Yu asked nonchalantly. Whoever killed my only family, I will surely make him pay. Big Tooth spoke without hesitation. Then live well. Chinyu nodded in the dim light. Big Tooth's unkempt hair fell gently to the ground, and soon he became bald that moment. Chinyu noticed the 4 tattooed numbers on his neck. 3088. What does that mean? In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried. We have too many people, and since we are usually divided into teams, the boss can't remember all the names, so he uses numbers as substitutes. If something happens, we check the numbers at night to see who is missing. Big Tooth cursed. We are just tools. Shovels and baskets for gathering ginseng, but we are not human. Haha. Hearing this, Chinyu felt a lump in his throat, and memories of his past flooded back. He then reached out and playfully ruffled Big Tooth's head. You little brat, your words are quite sharp. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Chinyu didn't allow Big Tooth's sudden presence to disrupt his life. He continued with work handovers, managing the drug line, and dealing with the Ma Laojiu case, while Big Tooth focused on regaining his health. Each day, Chinyu would give him 2 yuan for lunch, while they generally shared the remaining meals together. After publicly confronting the conflict with Old 3 in the office, Chinyu encountered no further obstacles at work. Yuan Ku and his group began to overtly ignore his presence, while the drug business was managed by Old Ma, yielding decent initial returns. Overall, the streets were remarkably calm during this period. Not only were there no direct confrontations among drug dealers, but even other intersecting industries were quiet. Amidst this tranquility, Ma Laojiu was finally released from prison. Old Ma hired a lawyer and, following Chinyu's guidance, subtly informed the men inside to take the blame. The men, valuing their friendship, had no hesitation and took on the core aspects of the case. Subsequently, Ma Laojiu, understanding the situation, managed to clear himself of the charges with the help of several connections. Ultimately, he was merely charged with aiding and abetting the concealment of illicit drugs, resulting in a sentence of 3 months of external supervision by the district court, requiring him to report regularly to the police chief and pay a fine of 10,000. While Ma Lao was released, the men faced a grim fate, being unceremoniously cast into a maximum security prison, enduring the agonizing wait for a sentence of at least 15 years. Previously, Chinyu's impression of Ma Lao was confined to the notion that he was somewhat reckless and brash, often perceiving him as someone who acted without careful consideration, with a volatile temperament and a tendency to speak without thinking. However, he recognized that despite Ma Lao's myriad faults, he held a profound sense of loyalty to his comrades. When Ma Lao was first apprehended, Chinyu was aligned with the Yuan Ku faction, and he had subjected Ma Lao to considerable torment in an attempt to compel him to divulge information. Yet, Ma Lao steadfastly refused to cooperate, opting instead to endure hardship rather than cause trouble for the men and his uncle, Old Ma. Thus, Chinyu did not regard him as entirely irredeemable. He merely found his flamboyant style of operation somewhat difficult to navigate. To Chinyu's surprise, the day after Ma Lao's release, he personally called to invite him out for a meal, suggesting a gathering. Prior to this, Chinyu had not contemplated deepening their relationship, wary of potential awkwardness given their previous confrontations. However, with Ma Lao extending the invitation, Chinyu felt it would be impolite to decline. Given their current entanglement, it was in both parties' interests to ease tensions. After much deliberation, Chinyu reached out to Lao, Zhu Wei, and Guan Qi, hoping to foster a formal introduction within their small circle, facilitating future cooperation. On Friday evening, shortly after 7, the group convened at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Black Market district. However, during the meal and drinks, both sides exhibited a degree of restraint, as the attendees, aside from Lao and the 2 companions across the table, had all previously had altercations with Ma Lao. While the atmosphere was not overtly uncomfortable, interactions remained limited to superficial niceties as the drinks flowed and dishes circulated. Ma Lao, feeling the effects of intoxication, insisted on taking Chinyu and the others to Tuzha Street for some revelry. Reluctant to decline, Chinyu and his companions followed him out of the restaurant, only to find Ma Lao putting on an entertaining display of drunken exuberance at the entrance. The incident began as Chinyu, Lao, and Ma Lao were idly conversing while waiting for Guan Qi and the others to bring the car. At that moment, a disheveled old man was embroiled in a heated dispute with a restaurant worker to the left of the steps. A tall young man donned in an apron was shoveling the freshly fallen snow from the steps, while the untidy old man stood beside him, exclaiming, "I want to go in and order food. Why won't you let me in?"